About me, the malicious stepmother, whose inner thoughts were overheard by her nephew, Wen Wan has traversed into a sweet romance novel. In such tales, rivalry and jealousy among the male lead and supporting male characters are inevitable. Naturally, there are also some malicious antagonists causing trouble. Coincidentally, she is that antagonist, a sycophant to the male lead, and has a husband with a short lifespan. Wen Wan, I understand now this is meant for me to reform and become a good person. System. No, you need to maintain the status quo and continue being a sycophant. By completing her tasks, she can inherit her short-lived husband's vast fortune. As a malicious supporting character, she professes, "Husband, I love you," while secretly thinking, "I love your money, I love your inheritance, so, dear husband, let's see some gold." Coins. Her husband's expression darkens. She continues to play the role of the doting stepmother in the book. Let me help you with your exam. Her son glares at her in disgust, ignoring her and resumes playing games. Wen Wan, feeling dejected, turns away, yet inwardly rejoices. How wonderful. The useless stepson isn't studying that inheritance will be mine. The son pauses, and after a while, puts down his phone. He'll study. The male lead, accompanied by his adopted sister, mocks Wen Wan. See? This is what I liked on the surface. Wen Wan appears hurt, yet internally she thinks, you have no chance, as your half-sister is carrying your father's child. The male lead's expression falters. Later, Wen Wan inquires of the system. What else must I do to secure my husband's inheritance? The system remains silent, yet her short-lived husband wraps his arm around her waist and murmurs, Wife, I don't have to die, the money is yours. Chapter 1. The short-lived husband. Wen Wan shifted her arm, feeling something smooth beneath her elbow. Wait a moment. Last night, she had just attended an awards ceremony. The trophy for Best Supporting Actress had barely warmed in her hands before it fell to the ground. She hurriedly bent to retrieve it, only for a chandelier to crash down, causing an immediate, searing headache and blood to trickle down her forehead. As she fainted, she clutched the trophy tightly to her chest. This was an important milestone toward her ascent to the forefront of the industry. It could not be shattered. How else would she flaunt her victory online to silence her detractors? Winning the Best Supporting Actress award signified her impending rise. Perhaps next year she would claim the title of Best Actress. So why was she not in a hospital, but instead lying on? Wen Wan, eyes closed, began to explore her surroundings, only to have a hand grasp her wrist, halting her movements. A man's indifferent voice broke through her thoughts. Enough. A man. Wen Wan's remaining drowsiness evaporated instantly. She sprang upright. A man, please. She had been single her entire life. Even the mosquitoes at home were female. Who was this warm presence? At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in her ear. It's me, Wen Wan. She was stunned for 2 seconds, merely 2 seconds. She queried, You're the system? Wen Wan, aside from acting, was fond of reading various online novels. The term system was not foreign to her. According to the tropes of such tales, only the protagonists possessed systems. Moreover, they had an array of golden fingers to help them triumph over antagonists. How exhilarating! Having played countless supporting roles, she never imagined she would one day become the protagonist. Not quite. You have traversed into a sweet romance, and you are merely the antagonist who gets eliminated by the male lead at the outset. You are a pursuer of the male lead, yearning for love that remains unrequited. Since you cannot marry Gu Xiaoran, you intend to marry his uncle sycophant, leveraging your position as the male lead's aunt to ensnare him, thereby inflicting psychological trauma. Wen Wan, I see you mean I am the primary antagonist of this narrative, and you wish for me to reform and become a virtuous individual. System. No, you merely need to maintain your current facade, obstructing the male and female leads while continuing to be a sycophant. Wen Wan, if possible, I would prefer to be a person. Wen Wan observed the man beside her sitting up. The dim light illuminated his chiseled features. As she listened to the system recount the storyline, she scrutinized the man. His upper body was bare, exposed to the air, revealing well-defined abs, and his deep, tranquil eyes bore into hers. Gazing at him, she felt a rush of admiration. She remarked to the system, This is my handsome husband with billions in assets. Gu Jingshan heard a cool voice beside him, yet her lips remained sealed. How could he hear Wen Wan's thoughts? Was he privy to her inner musings? Amid his surprise, Gu Jingshan scoffed internally, realizing she was aware. Just as he contemplated this, Wen Wan's thoughts echoed once more. Short-lived husband? Gu Jingshan. The system nodded. Indeed, your current task is to maintain the persona of the malicious supporting character, feigning love for Gu Jingshan while merely utilizing his identity to create chaos, subjecting Gu Xiaoran to the torment of an intrusive ant. Gu Jingshan frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Wen Wan. He sought to discern her ulterior motives. Wen Wan smiled at Gu Jingshan. Her alluring appearance, with sultry eyes, made even a simple smile seem enchanting. As she feigned affection toward Gu Jingshan, she questioned the system. What's in it for me? As far as I know, in this narrative, Gu Jingshan meets an early demise. After his death, I shall gain nothing, and without the title of Gu Jingshan's wife, I may find myself confined in a mental institution due to my loss of status. Gu Jingshan's brow furrowed further. What nonsense was this woman spouting? The system pondered how to convince Wen Wan to comply. In the next moment, Wen Wan mused aloud. Unless, after his death, all his wealth is transferred to me. Gu Jingshan's thin lips pressed together, a chill emanating from him. He was not dead yet, and here was his so-called loving wife, already plotting to claim his fortune. The system snapped its fingers. Possible to as long as you complete your task, this minor matter is within my capabilities as a system. The system then assigned a task to Wen Wan. Currently, to avoid arousing your husband's suspicion, you must continue to play the role of a devoted wife. This posed no challenge for Wen Wan. She was, after all, an actress. In the next moment, Wen Wan tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips, as she nestled into the man's embrace, her hands wrapping around Gu Jingshan's neck. Like a kitten, she nuzzled against his chin. Gu Jingshan watched as Wen Wan, as shameless as ever, murmured, "Husband, I love you so much, can we not get a divorce?" According to the plot provided by the system, Gu Jingshan had presented her with a divorce agreement the previous night. He had initiated the divorce, and to secure her identity, she had seductively pursued him, distracting him from the divorce. They had engaged in a night of passionate entanglement. Gu Jingshan pushed her away, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He must have imagined it when one had married him by drugging him and capturing their encounter on film to blackmail him into marriage. What else could it be if not love? Thus, everything he thought he had heard was merely a figment of his exhaustion from the previous night. Wen Wan, undeterred by his rejection, clung to him with unabashed persistence. Gu Jingshan's impatience flared, and he attempted to push her away once more, but in the next instant, Wen Wan's thoughts resonated in his ears again. Damn it, just endure a little longer. Once he's dead, this immense fortune will be mine. Gu Jingshan paused momentarily, a ripple of emotion flickering in his eyes. It was confirmed, he was not merely imagining things. He had truly heard the voice of his wife's heart. Gu Jingshan's feelings were exceedingly complex. The system observed Wen Wan completing her task without arousing Gu Jingshan's suspicion, and it let out a sigh of relief. This was splendid as a secondary male character. Gu Jingshan, in a fit of disdain due to Wen Wan's overt advances, would leave in anger, only to encounter the pitiable female. Lead by the roadside. At that moment, Gu Jingshan cast his gaze down upon Wen Wan, whose eyes sparkled with mischief. He scrutinized her as if he were seeing her for the first time. What captivated him most were Wen Wan's eyes, which were not the typical almond shape, but rather elongated with a slight upward tilt at the corners. Her petite, oval face framed a delicate nose, and her lips curved upward in a beguiling smile. She resembled a cunning fox. Wen Wan was still immersed in her role, continuing to portray a seductive vixen attempting to ensnare her husband. She brushed her crimson lips against Gu Jingshan's chin, exuding an unmistakable air of flirtation. However, this time, the man did not push her away. Instead, his deep-set eyes bore into hers intently. His gaze lingered on the black lace nightgown she had donned last night, a desperate attempt to prevent divorce. The system, witnessing Wen Wan's zealous performance, continued to encourage her. Yes, be this audacious. Keep it up. This way, Gu Jingshan would grow to loathe Wen Wan, the malicious female antagonist, even more. The wicked supporting character could swiftly exit the scene, and the system could conclude its task seamlessly. Of course, it would not reveal this to Wen Wan after all, who would wish to meet their end so soon after arriving. However, in the next moment, the system was left dumbfounded. Wen Wan was indeed performing earnestly, yet Gu Jingshan's actions diverged from the plot. Rather than storming off in anger, he leaned in to kiss Wen Wan. He even began to remove her
dress.
Wait a moment. The system attempted to intervene, but it was too late, helplessly watching as the scene turned decidedly inappropriate. Just as it contemplated shielding itself with a digital blur, it heard Wen Wan sincerely express her gratitude. Thank you. The system, utterly exasperated, muttered, Thank you for what? Wen Wan replied, For the warmth you provided. The system felt tears welling up within. Oh dear. The plot had unraveled, and it itself had become mentally incapacitated. Chapter 2. Nothing but money to offer you. Upon Wen Wan's awakening, the system urged her once more, Rise and fulfill your duties according to the script. You will soon learn that your husband is to meet another female character from the story. You must simply be a considerate wife. Even if you are aware that this other malicious character is manipulating your husband, ultimately leading to his tragic demise, you must bid him farewell with gentleness. Remember, it is imperative to be gentle. Wen Wan retorted, How can she be called a malicious character? She is my dear little treasure. The system was left speechless. Barely minutes after conversing with the system, the door swung open. She peeked out from beneath the covers, her gaze landing on the man at the threshold. Gu Jingshin stood tall and poised, leaning against the doorframe, his features sharp and deep-set, merely gazing at her with an indifferent expression. It was as if the previous night's intimacy had been nothing but a figment of her imagination. Wen Wan blinked a few times, realizing it was the weekend, yet Gu Jingshin was dressed in formal attire. Curiosity prompted her to ask, Darling, I recall today is the weekend, why are you still in formal wear at home? Gu Jingshin replied coolly, I am to meet a friend shortly. Wen Wan hesitated momentarily, gathering her courage to inquire, which friend? She was well aware of who it was, Lu Yuan. Had it not been for her drugging him and capturing incriminating photographs to coerce Gu Jingshan into marriage, perhaps today, the role of Mrs. Gu would have belonged to Lu Yuan. As expected, the name she had anticipated escaped Gu Jingshan's lips. Lu Yuan. She sat up slightly in bed, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears, her lips pressed into a thin line as she gazed at the man for an extended moment. Gu Jingshan observed Wen Wan. Noticing the grievance reflected in her eyes, he averted his gaze, impassively. What was she aggrieved about? She had forced him into marriage. Wen Wan lowered her gaze, biting her crimson lip, looking utterly pitiful. Gu Jingshin felt a surge of annoyance at her submissive demeanor. He desired only for Wen Wan to refrain from disturbing his life, to act as a dutiful wife, and to meddle in nothing beyond that. Standing upright, Gu Jingshin spoke with an air of nonchalance. Regarding my affairs, I hope you will refrain from inquiring in the future. Wen Wan's mouth fell slightly open, as if she wished to say something, but upon meeting his dark, warning gaze, she closed it again. It appeared she had much to express, yet all that emerged was a soft Seeing her compliance, Gu Jingshin continued, You do not permit me to divorce you, I will acquiesce to that, but I will only provide you with 1 million in living expenses each month. Beyond money, I will offer you nothing. Wen Wan discerned the underlying meaning in his words. He was not to be trifled with regarding affection or heart. Gu Jingshin noticed the white blanket shrouding Wen Wan, trembling in response to her sorrow. A flicker of something unusual crossed his gaze as he turned away, no longer regarding the quivering blanket. Then, Gu Jingshin closed the door and descended the stairs. Upon hearing the door slam shut, Wen Wan abruptly threw off the covers, her face flushed with joy. 1 million each month. In her world, it would take 3 to 4 years of playing supporting roles to amass such a sum. And that was before taxes. With Gu Jingshin, it was post-tax. After a quick wash, Wen Wan made her way downstairs. As she settled at the dining table, Gu Jingshin stood to leave. Wen Wan fixed her gaze on his retreating figure, urgently prompting the system to relay today's plot regarding Gu Jingshin and Lu Yuan. Having skimmed through it, she quickly grasped that Lu Yuan was no ordinary character. Lu Yuan truly lives up to her reputation as a malicious character. Her schemes are rather devious. Gu Jingshin paused in the act of changing his shoes at the entrance. Wen Wan clicked her tongue and continued, Tonight's dinner is not merely casual. Lu Yuan has arranged to meet director Zhang, leveraging her connection through Gu Jingshin to secure the second female lead role in his upcoming film, and then Gu Jingshin caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts. Despite the distance, he heard her clearly. His brows furrowed slightly. While he had indeed heard Wen Wan's voice, the content was false. He did not trust her intentions, suspecting this was merely another ploy to win him over. Resolutely, the man departed, driving toward Lu Yuan's location. There were several details concerning her. The female lead was a newcomer in the entertainment industry, not directly linked to her, but the male lead, the secondary male character, and the admirers were all individuals. From her circle point, one was her nephew, another her husband, and the last was her husband's adopted son. The reason she had failed to inherit her family fortune was intricately connected to Lu Yuan. Today, Lu Yuan had secured a role in director Zhang's film, but her intentions were far from innocent. Furthermore, after Lu Yuan committed her misdeeds, she would promptly shift the blame onto Wen Wan, rendering her the villain. This incident would irreparably strain her marriage with Gu Jingshen, leading to divorce and the loss of her inheritance rights post-divorce. Her attempts to return to acting for financial gain would be thwarted by Lu Yuan's accusations, ultimately confining her to a mental institution. Having absorbed the plot, Wen Wan thought, "Damn, she is no longer my little treasure." Thus, Wen Wan hurriedly finished her meal and set off for her destination. Chapter 3. A shocking revelation. The system paid little mind to her intentions, as long as they did not interfere with the narrative surrounding the male and female leads. Gu Jingshan arrived at the entrance of the largest private club in the capital. He halted his vehicle, and upon recognizing the familiar license plate, the doorman sprang into attention, respectfully approaching to greet the president of the Gu Corporation. Ordinarily, clients were required to present membership cards upon entry. The requirements for a membership card demand an annual expenditure exceeding 1 million. However, Gu Jingshen is exempt from this necessity. The bodyguard extended his hand, gesturing towards Gu Jingshen with a polite invitation, saying, "Mr. Gu, Miss Lu has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Gu Jingshen responded with a curt nod. The bodyguard guided Gu Jingshen to the entrance of the presidential suite, where he gently rapped on the door. It swung open to reveal Lu Yuan, clad in a flowing red silk gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. With a smile gracing her lips, she embraced Gu Jingshen's shoulder as a friend would, saying, "You're here." Gu Jingshen nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze swept across the other guests in the room, most of whom were familiar faces. Others rose to their feet, their expressions respectful despite their seniority, as they addressed the younger Gu Jingshen. "Mr. Gu, please take a seat," one of them invited. Gu Jingshen replied with an indifferent subtly shifting away from Lu Yuan's touch. They were friends, yet he was married, and a certain distance must be maintained between men and women, even if his wife had coerced him into this union. Lu Yuan's expression faltered momentarily upon being pushed aside, but she quickly regained her composure. After Gu Jingshen settled into a seat, Lu Yuan naturally sat beside him, whispering, "Jingshen, I've ordered some wine for you, but remember to drink sparingly." He recalled Wen Wan's inner thoughts, casting another glance around the room. Most attendees were affluent second-generation elites aside from director Zhang. None had any ties to the entertainment industry. Just as he pondered this, a knock echoed once more. Lu Yuan rose slowly, moving to the door to welcome the final guest, introducing them to everyone present. "This is Director Zhang." Gu Jingshen, whose gaze had been lowered, suddenly lifted it, taken aback as he regarded the middle-aged man standing beside Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan completed her introduction, a woman entered behind Director Zhang. The attention of all in the room shifted to her. She was stunningly beautiful, with an enviable figure. Dressed in an ordinary short-sleeved top and trousers, her understated attire did little to conceal her striking allure. Her captivating, elongated fox-like eyes seemed to possess the power to ensnare souls, their corners uplifted in an enchanting smile. For a brief moment, Gu Jingshen's gaze lingered on Wen Wan, and he felt a slight shock. The other guests were equally stunned. Director Zhang explained with a smile, "This is Wen Wan, an artist I collaborated with in the past, though she has since retired. I happened to run into her and brought her along." Lu Yuan's expression stiffened, yet she refrained from further comment as she invited Wen Wan to enter. At that moment, no one was aware of her status as Gu Jingshen's wife. After all, who would suspect that a woman, once embroiled in scandal before her retirement, would end up marrying him? Gu Jingshen frowned slightly, his gaze remaining fixed on Wen Wan. He noticed her looking at him, her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow, as if she had come here solely to keep watch over him. Could Wen Wan not feel sorrow? If she arrived even a moment late, she would lose her inheritance. Just then, his phone buzzed with a call from his homeroom teacher, prompting Gu Jingshen to excuse himself and step outside to answer. Wen Wan had uncovered a shocking secret. Lu Yuan harbored feelings for her husband. It became evident that Lu Yuan was unaware of his cancer diagnosis. This was unacceptable. While Lu Yuan could have feelings for her husband, it was imperative that he meet his demise according to the plot. Moreover, in the aftermath, she would find herself confined to a psychiatric hospital, a fate intricately linked to Lu Yuan, who had fabricated a mental health diagnosis and conspired with Gu Xiaoran to imprison her. Lu Yuan's role as the malicious female antagonist stemmed from her husband's eventual affection for the female lead, positioning Lu Yuan as the obstacle to their union. Wen Wan, indifferent, chose a random seat, her gaze drifting towards Lu Yuan and director Zhang. In truth, she harbored a desire to return to the entertainment industry and act, as her dream was to become a leading actress. Director Zhang, known for his straightforwardness, recognized Lu Yuan's efforts in facilitating this meeting and, having encountered Gu Jingshan, intended to propose an investment. In a film project, without hesitation, he addressed Lu Yuan in front of everyone, saying, "I always keep my promises. I have a leading role available in my upcoming major production. You should come and audition." Lu Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Director Zhang was about to have someone fetch the contract, considering it a mere formality for Lu Yuan's audition. At that moment, Wen Wan could not resist prompting the system for more information regarding Director Zhang's storyline. In fact, Director Zhang was quite decent according to the original host's recollections. He had assisted her on several occasions. Before marrying Gu Jingshan, she had attended a social gathering with her agent, where Director Zhang and other filmmakers were present. When another director made an unwelcome advance, it was Director Zhang who came to her aid. As Wen Wan absorbed the details from the system regarding Director Zhang's narrative, she realized the ulterior motives of Lu Yuan and the blame she had been unjustly assigned. She gasped, "My goodness, how unfortunate for Director Zhang." Suddenly, Director Zhang's fingers halted mid-motion as he grasped his phone, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Before he could collect himself, another revelation echoed in his ears. Lu Yuan has no genuine desire to act in this film. Her elaborate scheming to collaborate with Director Zhang is merely a means to an end. Chapter 4. How did the plot change? Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze scanning the room. No one spoke. Instead, everyone else seemed to be toasting and enjoying their drinks with smiles, as if he alone had heard the voice. This voice bore a remarkable resemblance to Wen Wan's. Zhang suddenly turned to the woman in the corner, sipping juice from her glass. She did not utter a word, merely continuing to drink. The more Wen Wan observed the unfolding narrative, the more she felt a sense of lamentation. Lu Yuan is truly ruthless. Since Director Zhang's film was under wraps, she obtained the script and, without hesitation, delivered it to Zhang's rival, Director Lu. She then sold the script, using it to stage a play against Zhang. This rival swiftly filmed the script within a month and quietly released it, rendering Zhang's nearly 2 years of effort into nothing more than scrap paper. How tragic. Zhang stared at Wen Wan in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. It wasn't Wen Wan who was speaking, he was hearing her innermost thoughts. But could this truly be the case? Lu Yuan was still waiting for Zhang to call his assistant to retrieve the contract. Yet, Zhang remained frozen, clutching his phone, his expression blank, as if he had just received devastating news. Lu Yuan, sensing his hesitation, urged, "Director Zhang, what's the matter? Is your phone dead?" Though he found it hard to believe Wen Wan's thoughts, he couldn't shake the feeling of vigilance regarding the script he had painstakingly developed over 2 years. Zhang replied, "Yes. It's out of battery." Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, "No worries, I'll borrow a power bank for you, just wait a moment." Wen Wan glanced at Lu Yuan's retreating figure. Could she be calling Director Lu? Zhang abruptly stood, announcing to the others in the private room, "I need to use the restroom." He hurriedly exited, spotting Lu Yuan standing by the window, phone in hand. Zhang quickly concealed himself around a corner, eavesdropping on Lu Yuan's conversation. The distance was short, allowing him to catch snippets of vital information. "Yes, he's preparing to sign the contract with me. His phone is dead, so I'm going to borrow a power bank for him. Rest assured, once I have his script, I will send it to you right away. And don't forget to allocate the lead female role for me, Director Lu." Upon grasping the truth, Zhang felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. After Lu Yuan ended her call, she returned to the front desk to borrow a power bank. However, Zhang's expression darkened, his previously friendly demeanor in the private room now replaced with icy indifference. "Forget it, I've already selected someone for the second female lead. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's fingers stiffened around the power bank. Confused by his sudden change in attitude, she inquired, Director Zhang, may I ask who you intend to give the second female lead role to? Wen Wan, seated in the corner of the sofa, pondered how to thwart Lu Yuan's machinations, having not fully absorbed the ongoing dialogue in the private room. After all, in the narrative, Lu Yuan had betrayed Zhang by handing his script to Director Lu, ultimately leading Zhang to uncover the identity of his traitor, with Lu Yuan orchestrating events to deflect blame onto Wen Wan. She was also quite taken by the prospect of playing the second female lead in Zhang's grand production, envisioning a character imbued with depth, a general fighting valiantly on the battlefield, laden with familial and national grievances. Alas, it was a pity that such a splendid script was being ruined by Lu Yuan. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhang unexpectedly called her name, his voice resonating clearly in the private room. I believe Wen Wan is quite suitable for the second female lead. Wen Wan was momentarily stunned, her gaze snapping to Zhang, eyes sparkling with astonishment. She had merely skimmed the narrative, lamenting Zhang's tragic life, yet how had the plot taken such a turn? Lu Yuan's expression soured, her gaze turning venomous towards Wen Wan. A smile spread across Zhang's face as he remarked to Wen Wan, I hear you've been eager to make a comeback. Why not return to the screen in my film? Wen Wan incredulously pointed to her own face. Really? Zhang nodded earnestly. Indeed. I will send you the script for your perusal, and then you can come for an audition. With that, he turned and exited, leaving Lu Yuan no opportunity to plead. Not long after Zhang departed, Gu Jingshan entered. Upon his arrival, he noticed Lu Yuan's pale complexion and Wen Wan's gleeful demeanor. However, the moment Wen Wan glimpsed him, her joy swiftly morphed into disappointment. She felt a wave of disillusionment, believing that her husband had encountered an unforeseen misfortune during his absence. Lu Yuan slumped onto the sofa, perturbed to learn that Wen Wan had usurped her role. A sense of agitation stirred within her. Gu Jingshan had originally been hers. Now, not only was Wen Wan encroaching upon her personal life, but she was also threatening her career. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan was prudent enough to craft a contingency plan. Fearing that Zhang might not award her the role, she slowly rose, lifted a glass of wine, and offered it to Gu Jingshan with a smile. Have a drink. I see you've been working hard lately. Let us relax today. Gu Jingshan accepted the glass, his lips nearly grazing it when he noticed Wen Wan's intense gaze fixed upon him, her eyes reflecting a hint of distress. At that moment, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to her burgeoning feelings for Gu Jingshan, viewing the appearance of the leading lady merely as a threat. Wen Wan, upon witnessing the unfolding plot, was taken aback. Lu Yuan has even arranged for paparazzi to lie and wait outside, all to capture salacious gossip involving Gu Jingshan and elevate her status. Chapter 5. The joke of high society, even upon learning that Gu Jingshan is married. She remains unfazed, for her career surpasses friendship in importance. Gu Jingshan, having overheard Wen Wan's thoughts, leisurely raised his wine glass to his lips. He held no belief in her inner voice. Even if Director Zhang had indeed been present, it was merely a coincidence, and Zhang had departed without much interaction. Wen Wan indulged in several expensive bottles of wine, though in her past life as a celebrity, she had never dared to consume such costly beverages. After 2 hours, the group exited. Outside, Wen Wan, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, wobbled unsteadily. Gu Jingshan observed her staggering, yet made no effort to assist her. This indifference drew snickers from other wealthy heirs, as it was common knowledge that Wen Wan had climbed into Gu Jingshan's bed willingly. Wen Wan, acutely aware of their judgment, recognized that within the narrative, she was merely a scandalous joke in high society. Why am I now clinging to Gu Jingshan? Wen Wan pondered. Is this system a traitor? At that moment, the paparazzi arranged by Lu Yuan, tucked away in their car, perked up upon seeing Gu Jingshan and his companions emerge. They readied themselves, awaiting the perfect moment to capture the scene. Wen Wan, swaying, approached the man, feigning a headache as she leaned into his embrace. She murmured softly, I drank too much. My head is spinning. Gu Jingshan gazed down at the woman in his arms. From his vantage point, he could see her thick lashes and the slightly dazed look in her eyes due to the alcohol. In front of the gathered crowd, she boldly pressed her crimson lips against his chin, leaving a damp sensation. Feeling the lingering gaze of a wealthy heir nearby, Gu Jingshen's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. He instinctively wrapped his long arm around Wen Wan's waist, drawing her closer to shield her from the prying eyes. The system waited for nearly 3 minutes, but Gu Jingshen showed no sign of pushing Wen Wan away. Instead, he held her even tighter. Wen Wan abruptly sensed the heaviness of his breath, an indication of his growing intensity. Wen Wan, the system went haywire. Why doesn't he push you away? Wen Wan pouted. How was she to know? The paparazzi, witnessing the scene, frantically pressed the shutter, capturing several provocative photos before swiftly stowing away his camera. Though the paparazzo was arranged by Lu Yuan, he was indifferent to who was embracing Gu Jingshen. All he sought was sensationalism. The identity of Gu Jingshen's companion had become irrelevant. Moreover, even if Wen Wan had withdrawn from the limelight, the online gossip surrounding her was no less than that of Lu Yuan. Thus, it was evident that Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen were the current focal point of attention. As the man gradually lessened his grip on Wen Wan's waist, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Eventually, it became apparent that Wen Wan had pushed Gu Jingshen away, swaying slightly as she leaned against a nearby lamppost to alleviate her post-drinking discomfort. At that moment, Lu Yuan leisurely emerged from the restroom, having just touched up her makeup to ensure she appeared her best for the paparazzi's snapshots. Upon exiting, she saw Gu Jingshen waiting at the door, presumably for his assistant, and noticed Wen Wan standing alone by the lamppost. A derisive smile crept across her mind. Even if Wen Wan had drugged Gu Jingshen to engage in an affair, what would it matter? Although she might gain the title of Mrs. Gu, she possessed nothing beyond that. Lu Yuan approached Gu Jingshen, feigning a stumble. However, as she neared him, she realized he was intently observing her. Lu Yuan's heart raced uncontrollably, and she couldn't help but wonder if Gu Jingshen harbored feelings for her. She murmured softly, Jingshen. Yet a moment later, Gu Jingshen subtly shifted his stance, glancing past her at Wen Wan, who was leaning against the lamppost, appearing unwell. Lu Yuan realized she had obstructed his view of Wen Wan. Her heart plummeted as an ominous premonition surfaced, prompting her to hastily execute her plan by collapsing into Gu Jingshen's arms. With a pale face, Lu Yuan whispered, I accidentally twisted my ankle. Gu Jingshen, as a friend, instinctively extended his hand to push her away, then supported her arm in a gesture of camaraderie. Lu Yuan's expression darkened further, but the few seconds had sufficed for the paparazzi to capture their moment, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Jingshen steadied her while awaiting his assistant's vehicle, and soon Lu Yuan's manager arrived on the scene. Wen Wan, feeling somewhat better, turned just in time to witness her husband assisting Lu Yuan into her manager's car, internally exclaiming, This is it, the photos are out. My husband will probably have a new girlfriend by tomorrow. Gu Jingshen's expression darkened. What nonsense was Wen Wan spouting? As Lu Yuan's car departed, the woman who had previously appeared pale now wore a serene countenance. She even instructed her manager, after the scandal regarding Gu Jingshen breaks tomorrow, I want to conduct an interview. Her manager replied, All right, you're truly remarkable. Even though Director Zhang didn't sign you. Stirring up a rumor with Gu Jingshen will bring countless excellent scripts your way. His status is indeed advantageous. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Was it not true? Once the rumors about her and Gu Jingshen surfaced, it would likely mark the beginning of her career's ascent. Having consumed alcohol, she fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. When Wen Wan awoke, a throbbing headache greeted her. She splashed water on her face to alleviate the effects of her hangover. Hearing footsteps, the man set aside his phone and turned to Wen Wan. Yawning, she approached Gu Jingshen and asked, Darling, are you feeling down? Gu Jingshen was indeed in low spirits. Just that morning, he had seen the rumors circulating about him. A paparazzo had reported that a young billionaire CEO was secretly rendezvousing with a female star late at night, their relationship appearing ambiguous, suggesting a romantic involvement. The paparazzi had refrained from naming names, fearing a cease and desist letter from Gu Jingshen's lawyer. They first released a teaser, without specifying which CEO or female star was involved, but hinted at certain details. A young CEO around 30, and a female star known for her glamorous image. The paparazzi intended to gauge Gu Jingshen's reaction before proceeding further. Netizens were astute and promptly compiled a list of suspects, with Gu Jingshen's name rising to the top, while the female star was identified as Lu Yuan. Yet, Gu Jingshan clung to a glimmer of hope. What if it wasn't him? After all, there were other young CEOs on the list, as well as actresses akin to Lu Yuan. Wen Wan, once a star herself, had grown accustomed to turning on the television each morning to check for any celebrity scandals. A bittersweet balm for her own disappointments. In stark contrast, Gu Jingshan found the television merely a decorative piece, preferring tranquility. As Wen Wan flipped through channels, he furrowed his brow, preparing to ask her to turn off the TV. However, the next moment, a familiar voice emanated from the screen, compelling him to glance at the broadcast. There stood Lu Yuan, radiant, facing a throng of reporters. One reporter, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Is your relationship with the CEO of Gu Corporation significant?" As she sipped from a glass of water, she mused internally, "I know this game. Just ambiguous enough to say we are merely good friends," leaving the rest for the audience to speculate. Gu Jingshan's expression darkened. Lu Yuan hadn't he confirmed anything. Yet what was his wife babbling about? In the following moment, Lu Yuan shyly replied, "We are very good friends." Gu Jingshan was taken aback. Chapter 6. Days of hope approaching. Doubt began to fester within him regarding Lu Yuan. Had the reporters misinterpreted her words? The questioning continued. Is the female star mentioned by the paparazzi you, and is the other party Gu Jingshan? When Wan's inner voice echoed, if she doesn't admit it, she could simply say we were only dining and drinking, so there is no misunderstanding. Yet, Lu Yuan reiterated, I dined and drank with Jingshan. Aside from that, we have no other relationship, so don't overthink it. Gu Jingshan felt an unsettling weight in his chest. The housekeeper presented him with tea, which he accepted, gripping the cup tightly. The reporters exchanged knowing smiles, pressing on. The paparazzo mentioned you two were seen embracing, resembling a couple. Gu Jingshan, rather than watching the television, turned to fixate intently on Wen Wan. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan fell silent. Wen Wan also fell quiet, prompting Gu Jingshan to anticipate her thoughts. Biting her lip, she realized, at this moment, saying nothing is best, silence is golden, allowing for more speculation. Indeed, Lu Yuan's manager suddenly intervened, interrupting the reporter's prying questions. All right, this is a press conference for the drama. Let us refrain from discussing the artist's personal relationships. Thank you for your cooperation. Wen Wan remarked, personal relationships? What a clever way to indirectly confirm the paparazzi's claims are true. Gu Jingshan's emotions swirled in complexity, his expression darkening. Turning to him, Wen Wan wore a worried look and cautiously asked, Darling, are you unwell? Gu Jingshan nodded. If only he could feel well. The betrayal and manipulation from friends weighed heavily on him, a feeling difficult to articulate. Wen Wan slowly stood, moved to his back, and gently pressed her soft hands against his temples, massaging him tenderly as she whispered, Let me help. This should ease your discomfort. Gu Jingshan closed his eyes, appreciating her skilled touch, which alleviated some of his inner turmoil. In the business world, he often encountered deception. However, he usually recognized it. However, the fact that Lu Yuan is manipulating him comes as a complete surprise. At least when one has genuinely cared for him, even if he does not love her. She remains a considerate wife. With gentle finesse, Wen Wan's fingertips lightly pressed against his skin, but upon seeing Gu Jingshan's somber expression on the television screen, her excitement caused her grip to tighten. Gu Jingshan sensed the increasing pressure of her touch and exhaled deeply, realizing that news of his rumored affair with Lu Yuan was about to break online, which pained her heart. She deliberately let him know that she was upset upon seeing the rumors. After a brief silence, he cautioned her, Do not place too much emphasis on this marriage. He was warning Wen Wan to understand that this union was merely a consequence of her coercion. Yet, Gu Jingshan did not turn around, thus failing to notice that his muted tone stemmed from a fear of inadvertently laughing. The angrier he became, the more delighted she felt. Gu's illness was not only a result of his demanding work schedule but also significantly influenced by his emotions. Life seemed to be gaining a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, his phone, resting to the side, chimed. He reached for it and found a message from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, Jingshan, do not pay attention to those rumors online. They are merely baseless speculations from netizens. Gu Jingshan's long fingers swiftly typed a few words. What about the live interview? Lu Yuan was typing on her end, and after a minute or two, she responded. The company provided the script. You know I am just an employee and have no authority. I must follow the company's arrangements. The man lowered his gaze at the chat content. Wen Wan looked over as well, then reflected inwardly. Lu Yuan is quite clever. She adeptly shifts the blame. Likely because the benefits from this rumor have not met her expectations. Hence, she is laying the groundwork for her subsequent plans. Wen Wan's petite face expressed great grievance. She softly murmured, okay, yet internally felt somewhat indignant. Why should I be angry for being used? Gu Jingxin took a deep breath. Wen Wan you. Wen Wan's innocent eyes sparkled with confusion. What was wrong with her? She merely said okay, so why was Gu Jingxin upset? Gu Jingxin intended to silence Wen Wan, but upon speaking, he realized she had not uttered a word. He could only slowly rise and change the subject. Next Saturday, please attend Gu Zhen's parent-teacher meeting in my stead. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded blankly. The parent-teacher meeting for Gu Zhen? She was more than willing to attend. She recalled that in the original plot, Lu Yuan was supposed to go to the meeting, and although she did not understand how it had come to her, she knew that Lu Yuan had met a major figure in the entertainment industry at that meeting and subsequently landed a film role, earning a significant profit. With excitement sparkling in her slender eyes, Wen Wan said, "All right, dear husband." Gu Jingxin frowned slightly at her. Wen Wan, in her quest for validation within the household and to capture his attention, was willing to attend such a potentially embarrassing event. Given Gu Zhen's grades, her presence would likely invite ridicule. Gu Jingxin glanced at her and walked directly out of the living room, heading towards the study on the second floor. Just as he entered the study, his phone chimed again. Opening it, he found another message from Lu Yuan. Jingxin, I apologize, but I would like to discuss this matter at your home. Are you available? Gu Jingxin's expression darkened. He was about to refuse when his mother's call came through. He answered, and his mother's voice resonated through the receiver. Jingxin, I saw the trending topic. You know that in my eyes, Lu Yuan is the ideal daughter-in-law. Not Wen Wan. Since it's trending, you should cooperate with Lu Yuan a little. After all, her father saved your father's life. Gu Jingxin tightened his grip on the phone. His mother sighed and continued, just let Wen Wan be a wife without any claim to your heart. She is only after your wealth, so you should provide for her. She will not disturb you and Lu Yuan. She does not seek my money. Gu Jingxin replied heavily, but rather my person. Chapter 7. More nonsense. His mother remained silent for a long while before finally stating, let us not dwell on that. Regardless of her intentions, you need to assist with Lu Yuan's situation and ensure Wen Wan behaves. Gu Jingxin simply responded with a subdued Although Lu Yuan's name had trended, the effect was not particularly favorable. Even with her acknowledgement, Gu Jingxin remained silent. Netizens were accusing her of orchestrating the entire situation. Thus, she devised a plan to film a short variety show at Gu Jingxin's residence to convince the public of her relationship with him. As for Wen Wan, a marriage devoid of substance could hardly stir significant turmoil. She seemed to flaunt her phone's content before her female colleagues, saying, Today, I will be filming at Jingxin's house, so I might not be able to attend your birthday party. The female colleague gazed at the notes on her phone for a moment, a look of admiration crossing her face as she exclaimed, Sister, you are truly enviable for being with President Gu. With this, you will have resources falling into your lap. Lu Yuan's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. She anticipated watching Wen Wan confined to a room, unable to emerge, while she and Gu Jingxin shared laughter and conversation, a scenario that would evoke a sense of silent suffering for Wen Wan. With everything prepared, Lu Yuan and her team made their way to Gu Jingxin's home. Meanwhile, Wen Wan was at home discussing audition details with director Zhang. She lay half-reclined on her bed, phone in hand, when the bedroom door swung open. The man, dressed in a tailored suit, appeared impeccably poised. Wen Wan sat up from the bed, her voice gentle as she asked, Husband, what is it? Gu Jingxin pondered before stating, Lu Yuan will be coming over shortly. Please try not to leave this room. Wen Wan froze, her face paling and her eyes reddening slightly. You think that I, Wen Wan, will not express the remainder of my thoughts, but Gu Jingxin likely guessed what she intended to say. The man nodded slightly, his tone cold. I do not wish for you to interrupt our conversation. Wen Wan lowered her head, wiping away tears that weren't even there. She resembled a wife determined to accommodate, nodding in agreement. All right, Can I go to the kitchen for a meal? I promise not to disturb you. Gu Jingshan watched her, unable to articulate the feelings swelling within him. Wen Wan loved him too deeply, willing to acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. He nodded, casting her one last glance before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Once he left, Wen Wan raised her eyes, her face illuminated with a smile.
Wow.
Her acting skills were improving remarkably. She felt as if she deserved an Oscar for her performance just now. What a fool Gu Jingshan was. Moreover, Gu Jingshan's mother was also facilitating their union, all due to Lu Yuan's father saving Gu Jingshan's father. But all of this was part of the Lu family scheme. Gu Jingshan lingered at the bedroom door, his tall figure leaning against it. A peculiar feeling began to stir within him. Then, through the door, he heard Wen Wan's inner voice. The odd sensation dissipated entirely with her words. This woman was once again spouting nonsense. Lu Yuan's visit was merely to apologize. What was this about a plan from the Lu family? Gu Jingshan wished to ponder further when the butler hurriedly ascended from the elevator, panting as he announced, "President Gu, Miss Lu has arrived." The man's expression remained as cool as ever as he calmly replied, let her in." The butler hesitated, his expression stiffening as he added, however, "Miss Lu has brought filming equipment." Gu Jingshan's posture stiffened, his pupils narrowing slightly. At that moment, Gu Zhen, who was home, received a message from Lu Yuan asking him to open the door. Upon seeing her message, Gu Zhen's face brightened as he hastily set down his pen, rushed to open the door of his room on the first floor, and dashed over to let her in. In Gu Zhen's heart, Lu Yuan was the only one who could be his father's wife, and she was his mother. Lu Yuan is gentle and considerate, excelling in her career. Moreover, she frequently follows Lu Yuan's dramas, effectively making her a fan. Gu Zhen opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a meticulously dressed woman standing at the threshold. A smile graced her lips, but her gaze briefly faltered at the professional filming crew behind Lu Yuan. "Sister, what is this?" Gu Zhen inquired. Lu Yuan smiled and explained, "I needed to discuss something with your father, but I also have work to attend to. I thought to take this opportunity during my work hours to speak with him. I hope you don't mind." Gu Zhen observed the well-measured curve of Lu Yuan's smile, his cheeks flushing slightly. He nodded, understanding that Lu Yuan was a woman dedicated to her career. He swung the door wide open and, disregarding whether his father would agree, preemptively consented. "All right, sister. Please come in." Lu Yuan's lips curled upward in gratitude. "Thank you." Gu Zhen's face flushed anew. "You're welcome." Upon speaking, he felt a chilling gaze from upstairs, causing him to stiffen. Raising his head, he caught sight of Gu Jingshan standing on the third floor, looking down at him with an air of disdain. Lu Yuan noticed Gu Jingshan as well and gestured to the crew following her. The crew understood her signal, turning on the cameras and starting the live broadcast. Lu Yuan waved at Gu Jingshan and blinked playfully. "Jingshan, you're not busy, are you?" Once the live stream commenced, nearly 200,000 viewers flooded in. Upon entering the stream, viewers were met with the opulent decor of the villa, while the camera focused on Lu Yuan and the figure on the third floor. The audience included not only skeptics questioning Lu Yuan's authenticity, but also her loyal fans, both sides debating the veracity of Lu Yuan's morning interview. As the live stream unfolded, viewers spotted Gu Jingshan's presence alongside Lu Yuan in the Gu residence. The comments section erupted. "Wow, an elevator. Which family has an elevator installed at home?
Damn.
What a massive villa. The interior looks like it has at least 5 floors. Who dares claim my sister is self-directing? Didn't she just show up to prove her relationship with Gu Jingshan?" Gu Jingshan descended in the elevator, leisurely positioning himself in front of Lu Yuan. His expression was somber, his gaze fixed on the camera behind Lu Yuan. Sensing Gu Jingshan's apparent displeasure, Lu Yuan hastily clarified, "Jingshan, this is a lifestyle variety show. I intended to seek you out specifically, but my schedule clashed with the show, so I had to combine the two. You won't mind, will you?" Could Gu Jingshan truly not mind? He was not fond of being in the limelight. At that moment, Wen Wan emerged from the elevator, heading toward the kitchen while casting a glance at the crew holding the cameras. Lu Yuan's words echoed in her ears. In her mind, Wen Wan scoffed, "What lifestyle variety show? This is clearly a live broadcast." How else could Lu Yuan swiftly validate her relationship with Gu Jingshan? Gu Jingshan couldn't help but glance toward Wen Wan. What was she saying? Lu Yuan had explicitly mentioned a lifestyle variety show. How could it possibly be a live broadcast? Just as he was about to express his discontent, his phone vibrated in his hand. Looking down, he saw a message from his mother. Jingshin, please ensure Lu Yuan doesn't feel awkward during the live broadcast. Gu Jingshin thought, indeed. It was a live broadcast. Chapter 8. She asked, quite difficult. Gu Jingshin watched Wen Wan leave and said lightly, no. Please come in. Lu Yuan exhaled in relief, leading her team into the living room as if she were the master of the house, settling onto the sofa. The comments section fell momentarily silent as the camera focused on Gu Jingshin's face, then erupted once more, filling the screen. Wow, so handsome. I was so captivated I almost forgot to comment. I thought I was watching a movie. How is Gu Jingshin not a star? Gu Jingshin took a seat beside Lu Yuan, maintaining a respectful distance of about 10 centimeters between them. His striking features remained cool and impassive, betraying no emotion, which only heightened the anxiety of Lu Yuan and her fans. Meanwhile, the detractors seized the opportunity to comment. Could it be that Gu Jingshin and Lu Yuan are just friends? There's no hint of romance. Fans retorted, come on. Who would agree to have a shoot in their own home? Lu Yuan gradually shifted closer to Gu Jingshin, gently inquiring, you didn't drink too much yesterday? Did you? It's all my fault. Gu Jingshin's mind was elsewhere. He pondered whether Wen Wan had merely emerged for a meal. Shouldn't a woman, knowing another woman was in her home, assert her territory? His thoughts were in disarray. But then he remembered, he had warned Wen Wan not to come out. He nonchalantly replied, no. Wait, is the paparazzi scoop true? Lu Yuan's fans rejoiced, of course, my sister never lies. Didn't I recall Gu Jingshin being married? Am I mistaken? How could he be married? If he were, why isn't he wearing a ring? There's no sign of another woman in the house. True. Lu Yuan's objective was nearly achieved. The paparazzi she had previously arranged to contact had been unreachable. After being criticized for self-directing, she attempted multiple times to urge them to release the photos, but they seemed to have vanished. She had to make an appearance to clarify it wasn't a self-directed act. Noticing Gu Jingshin's gaze occasionally drifting toward a closed room on the 3rd floor, her expression darkened. She swiftly changed the subject. How has Xiaozhen's studies lately? Not bad. Just then, Gu Jingshin's demeanor shifted at the faint sound of a door creaking open, his eyes brightening momentarily. He lifted his gaze toward the 3rd floor. Lu Yuan followed his line of sight, and even the cameraman adjusted his lens. In the next instant, a woman appeared on the screen, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, her curly hair cascading over her shoulders. The camera captured her profile for just a moment before shifting back to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's expression soured. She believed Wen Wan had intentionally emerged to signal her relationship with Gu Jingshin. She understood that Gu Jingshin had been forced into marrying Wen Wan, and seeing her emerge would undoubtedly provoke anger. Lu Yuan glanced at Gu Jingshin, whose deep-set eyes displayed a flicker of emotion. She hesitated, scrutinizing him again, noticing his expression had become filled with annoyance, as though her previous impression had been merely a figment of her imagination. Gu Jingshin thought to himself, indeed. Wen Wan was unwilling to let Lu Yuan and him converse freely. She needed to assert her presence. Wen Wan had just received a message from Director Zhang, requesting her to come downstairs to discuss the script. Knowing it would be inconvenient for her to appear downstairs, she asked Zhang if she could come later. But he insisted she come immediately. Thus, she risked heading toward the elevator, attempting to avoid the cameras. Unbeknownst to her, the camera had already caught a glimpse of her. Once she reached the lower floor, she saw Gu Jingshin and Lu Yuan sitting together, looking quite the pair. Gu Jingshin's gaze followed her every step until she stood near him, at which point his eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but part his lips slightly. But before he could finish, the woman merely paused for a second before leaving. Gu Jingshin was left bewildered. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted once more due to the previously glimpsed woman. Who was that woman who just passed by? Though we only saw her profile, she seems so familiar. If Lu Yuan and Gu Jingshin are a couple, then who is that woman? Why did she come out of the bedroom? Lu Yuan's fans were incensed. She's either a maid or Gu Jingshin is cheating. Which family has a maid that young and beautiful? Even from the side, she looks better than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt a sinking sensation deep within her. The plan that was on the brink of success was about to falter due to Wen Wan's unexpected appearance. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Gu Jingshen's expression turned dark. Lu Yuan, sensing the tension, hastily redirected the conversation. Jingshen, your mother contacted me today. She reminded me to tell you to eat well and not to neglect your meals for work. Gu Jingshen's mood lightened slightly at her words. He pondered whether Wen Wan was upset, deliberately ignoring him. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. He felt compelled to caution Wen Wan. If she was after wealth, that would be one thing, but pursuing him was utterly misguided. Gu Jingshen responded coldly, The comments section erupted anew thanks to Lu Yuan's remarks. Mother? She must be referring to Gu Jingshen's mom. It seems Lu Yuan has a good relationship with her, and she's even helping to look after Gu Jingshen. They can't just be friends, can they? Wait, if I'm not mistaken, that woman who just flashed by was Wen Wan? Wen Wan? Isn't she supposed to have left the industry? Has she become a caretaker? It's possible that it wasn't Wen Wan after all. Lu Yuan, with a playful smile, said, My mother mentioned that our families will have a meal together soon to discuss some important matters. Gu Jingshen understood that these important matters pertained to a collaboration between their families. His father owed Lu Yuan's father a life debt, and being a man of gratitude, he often assisted the Lu family's business. This occasion was yet another commercial partnership. Gu Jingshen merely replied with a nonchalant okay. As soon as he spoke, the amusement in Lu Yuan's eyes deepened. The viewers of the live stream, as expected, misinterpreted the situation. Having a meal together? Isn't this a sign that something good is about to happen? Important matters? It can't be what I think, right? Then how do we explain that woman? I suspect this is not a good sign at all, but something else. It's definitely Wen Wan. I just took a screenshot and compared it carefully. Her height and build match perfectly. I can't believe she appeared on camera like this. I miss her. Despite the rumors, she really is beautiful. I'm a fan of her looks. Can Wen Wan's fans just stop? She's definitely not Wen Wan. How could a woman who relies on scandal to rise to fame be linked to Gu Jingshen? Lu Yuan's phone chimed, and she glanced down, immediately noticing a message from Director Lu. Lu Yuan, the leading role I promised you has been confirmed. Please come by in the next few days to discuss it. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy within. She had achieved her goal. Lu Yuan understood that Gu Jingshen held immense wealth and power, and their family's current success was largely due to Gu Jingshen and the Gu family. Moreover, she was designated as Mrs. Gu. But Wen Wan's emergence had disrupted everything. Lu Yuan gradually rose from her seat, feeling considerably lighter, and said, Jingshen, I need to head to the next location for a shoot. I won't disturb you any longer. Gu Jingshen nodded, watching her and her team depart. Once they had all left, Gu Jingshen lowered his gaze to his phone, where he found a message from his mother. This works out well. Once the online community believes you and Lu Yuan are a couple, I will find a way to arrange for Wen Wan to divorce you. His mother continued, I can't shake the feeling that she's after your money. If you offer her a few million, she's bound to agree to the divorce. Gu Jingshen pressed his lips tightly together and typed a response. His mother assumed that, given her son's intelligence, he would understand. After all, offering Wen Wan a few million would ensure a successful divorce. After a while, Gu Jingshen sent a new message to his mother. She hadn't even opened it yet, but she sensed that her son had grasped the situation, and as she unlocked her phone, she envisioned arranging for Lu Yuan to marry her son and planning a widely publicized wedding. However, the moment her phone unlocked, her smile froze. Chapter 9. The bad woman Lu Yuan arrived at the film studio with her manager. Upon entering, they spotted Wen Wan seated in the waiting area, seemingly waiting for someone. Although the place was filled with actors preparing for their shoots, Wen Wan's striking beauty stood out immediately. Lu Yuan's heart sank, and her expression darkened. Wen Wan noticed Lu Yuan's arrival, glancing at the time on her phone and realizing she had been waiting for 10 minutes without any sign of Director Zhang. Just as she was about to lock her screen, her phone lit up with a call from Gu Jingshen. As she swiped to answer, Lu Yuan approached, looking down at her condescendingly. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixated on Wen Wan's fox-like features, utterly oblivious to the fact that Wen Wan was on a call. The manager also joined them. Just as Gu Jingshen was about to end the call, a woman's voice came through the receiver. Not Wen Wan's, but Lu Yuan's. At that moment, Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, her manager taking a seat beside her. Lu Yuan seemed entirely unaware of Wen Wan's presence, engrossed in conversation with her manager. While scrolling through her phone, Lu Yuan boastfully remarked, "The live stream we did earlier had quite the effect. The entire internet now thinks that something good is about to happen between me and Gu Jingshin." Wen Wan lowered her gaze at the nearly 2-minute-long call record, the screen still bright, the call duration steadily increasing. To be honest, she was quite curious about Gu Jingshin's reaction. It must be rather grim, she thought. Indeed, Gu Jingshin stared at the illuminated screen of his phone, his expression growing increasingly somber. Realizing it was a live stream, he tolerated it. Although he was somewhat averse to the limelight, he felt compelled to support Lu Yuan. As her father had saved his own, he was willing to make an appearance to help Lu Yuan gain some exposure. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that Lu Yuan's intentions were so self-serving. On the other end of the line, Wen Wan noted the unusually cold demeanor of Gu Jingshin, causing her lips to curl into a smile. Lu Yuan, observing her face, noticed the lack of anger or frustration, which made her frown slightly. Finding no advantage in staying with Wen Wan, Lu Yuan decided to stand and walked with her manager directly into Director Lu's office. The studio had offices for each director. Once Lu Yuan left, Wen Wan suppressed a laugh. She had initially wanted to see Gu Jingshin's reaction upon discovering this news. However, when she checked her phone, she found the screen had gone dark. She had missed when Gu Jingshin had hung up. Lu Yuan, upon entering Director Lu's office and finding it empty, began chatting with her manager. The manager inquired, "By the way, Wen Wan is here for an audition for Director Zhang's film. Do you still want the role of the second female lead?" Lu Yuan paused, her fingers hovering over the screen, and just as she was about to dismiss it, an idea crossed her mind, and she replied, "I want it." The manager contemplated for a moment. Director Zhang is also at the studio. If Wen Wan is auditioning here and makes a comeback, she might compete with you for the role. You understand what I mean? At this, Lu Yuan's beautiful features scrunched into a frown. If Wen Wan hadn't left the industry 2 years prior, Lu Yuan wouldn't have had any opportunity. She had always picked up the resources that Wen Wan discarded. Their appearances and temperaments were similar, allowing them to share the spoils. Ultimately, Wen Wan married Gu Jingshin and exited the entertainment world. For Lu Yuan, this was both a blessing and a curse. With a furrowed brow, she had a thought and dialed her father, ambiguously requesting the second female lead role from Director Zhang, mentioning that Wen Wan was auditioning for it. Upon hearing this, her father wasted no time and called Gu Jingshin as father, assuring him that the role would definitely go to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan feigned agreement, but in her heart, she thought, "I don't want it, but I won't let Wen Wan have it either." She even kept a backup plan by calling Zhang's wife, who happens to be her close friend. Wen Wan finally awaited Director Zhang. Upon his hurried arrival, she noticed his pale complexion. With a touch of concern, she handed him a tissue, saying, "Director Zhang, you seem to be sweating. You should wipe your forehead." Zhang gazed at Wen Wan. Accepting the tissue, his eyes filled with guilt. He had initially given her the script, but now he was faced with the necessity of refusing her. Just 5 or 6 minutes prior, he had received a call from his wife. She had playfully urged him to assign the role to Lu Yuan, as Lu Yuan was the godmother of their child. Moreover, his wife had assured him that Lu Yuan, having been misled by Director Lu in the past, would not engage in any wrongdoing this time around, even swearing to it. Truth be told, Zhang preferred Wen Wan. His dilemma lay in choosing between Wen Wan and his wife, but ultimately, Wen Wan was an outsider, while his wife was family. Naturally, his wife took precedence. After much hesitation, he was about to inform Wen Wan that they could discuss future projects when Lu Yuan unexpectedly appeared, walking up to them with a triumphant smile. She greeted Zhang before turning her attention to Wen Wan, deliberately steering the conversation. "Director Zhang, what were you going to say to Wen Wan before I interrupted you? Please, go ahead." Zhang frowned slightly, displeased with Lu Yuan's presence. However, he still had to refuse Wen Wan, albeit with a promise to ensure she would be cast as the lead in the next project. Therefore, he ambiguously stated, "Wen Wan, my wife just had a baby, and she is close friends with Lu Yuan. When I refuse you, it will be solely at my wife's request, so please don't hold it against me." Zhang cleared his throat, steeling himself to continue, But before he could speak, Wen Wan's thoughts suddenly reached his ears. Upon hearing Zhang mention his wife, Wen Wan quickly recalled a storyline in the novel. Zhang's wife was portrayed as a malicious supporting character who had aided the villainous in various schemes. Furthermore, the character of Zhang's wife was rather complex. She glanced at Zhang's green hat and mused, "What a coincidence. Director Zhang is wearing a green hat." Zhang blinked, taken aback by her comment. Wen Wan shook her head internally, reflecting, Director Zhang's cousin has always taken care of his wife. Zhang was astonished. How did she know that his cousin was looking after his wife? His cousin was a good person, and Zhang's wife had often praised his cooking skills, claiming they surpassed those of their housekeeper. Just as he contemplated this, Wen Wan's next thought emerged, but taking care of someone can lead to more intimate encounters. Zhang was left speechless. Chapter 10. The interloper. Wen Wan continued to ponder the plot concerning Zhang, because Zhang's cousin lacks financial means yet excels in certain skills. Zhang earns money while his cousin spends it to be with his wife. Eventually, Zhang succumbs to illness, and this woman turns to his cousin for support. Lu Yuan waited silently for Zhang to refuse Wen Wan, but after a prolonged silence, Zhang abruptly turned and left, his pace brisk. Wen Wan stared in astonishment at his retreating figure, wondering, is he in such a hurry because he needs to use the restroom? Lu Yuan furrowed her brow in irritation. Shortly after, Director Lu entered the premises and Lu Yuan followed him to the office. Wen Wan contemplated taking a stroll around the film studio when her phone rang. She answered it casually, and a deep voice resonated through the receiver. Wen Wan, just a hint of jealousy would suffice. Wen Wan was taken aback. Gu Jingshun continued, his tone somewhat cold, before Lu Yuan arrived. I had already given you a heads up. Are you sulking to make me care about your feelings? Wen Wan sighed. Forget it. For the sake of $1 billion asset, I'll endure. Gu Jingshen had called her for a reason. He had just spoken to his mother, who mentioned that Wen Wan had suddenly accepted a role in Zhang Heng's film, urging him to give that opportunity to Lu Yuan since Lu Yuan's father had saved his father's life. Hence, he reluctantly insisted, you must decline Zhang Heng's film. Wen Wan tightened her grip on the phone, frowning, and decisively responded, no, I will not. Gu Jingshen was taken aback, clearly shocked by her abrupt refusal. He lowered his voice and inquired, where are you? Wen Wan truthfully informed him of her whereabouts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the studio, Lu Yuan awaited Director Lu with a contract when she received a call from her father. He mentioned that Gu's mother had assured that Wen Wan would not pursue that role. Lu Yuan's smile faltered. What did not pursuing mean? She was the one undeserving of that role. Her father then asked if she desired the role. Lu Yuan replied, I don't want it, but neither should Wen Wan accept it. She had no interest in a supporting role when Director Lu's film offered a lead. Just as Director Lu's assistant entered with the contract, he also held a phone in the other hand. Upon entering, he glanced at Lu Yuan before handing the phone to Director Lu. Upon seeing the screen, Director Lu's smile vanished. He then stated to Lu Yuan, I'm sorry, but we cannot proceed with this contract at this time. Having just rejected her father's suggestion about the second female role in Zhang's film, Lu Yuan was now facing a refusal from Director Lu for the female lead. Her expression darkened as she demanded, why not? Director Lu scoffed. Because I will not choose an actress who disrupts other people's relationships. Lu Yuan froze, still trying to grasp the situation. She seized the phone from the assistant and looked at the screen, her pupils dilating in disbelief. The paparazzi, who had gone silent 10 minutes earlier, had resurfaced, releasing the previously teased romantic photos. The woman in Gu Jingshen's embrace was not Lu Yuan but Wen Wan. Lu Yuan noted that the comments on the paparazzi's post exceeded 50,000, and it was evident that a large portion of the netizens were criticizing her. In an instant, Lu Yuan trembled, abruptly standing and leaving, dialing the paparazzi, but they did not answer. However, a call from a company executive came through. The executive, infuriated, exclaimed, while Wen Wan is struggling to regain public attention, you've handed her an opportunity to trend and gain momentum. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, severing the call before composing herself for a moment. A new plan began to formulate in her mind. She still intended to leverage Gu Jingshen's fame to her advantage. After contemplating for a brief while, Lu Yuan turned and re-entered Director Lu's office. Just as she reached the exit of the film studio, a Maybach pulled up at the entrance. In the next moment, the door opened, revealing Gu Jingshen, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. tall and exuding an air of elegance and coolness. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Gu Jingshen had come to find her. Likely regarding the role in Zhang's film, Gu Jingshen approached her at a leisurely pace, proposing that she give Lu Yuan the role in Zhang Heng's film. However, before he could utter a word, Wen Wan's thoughts unexpectedly reached his ears. Wen Wan suddenly received a transmission from the system containing snippets of the novel's plot. After reviewing it, she stood frozen for a few seconds, her mind racing with shock as she thought, Lu Yuan is spreading rumors that she rejected Gu Jingshen's proposal, which has now fallen to me, as I am the third party in her relationship with Gu Jingshen. Gu Jingshen had unexpectedly become the subject of gossip, labeled as a scoundrel by some. Upon hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, his brow furrowed slightly. Though their marriage had not followed the conventional path, she was by no means a third party. Wen Wan waved at Gu Jingshen, while her internal monologue continued unabated. No wonder Lu Yuan has been inundated with endorsements since starring in director Lu's film. She has realized that the lie of having rejected Gu Jingshen garners significant attention, leading her to frequently divulge this information to numerous individuals. Gu Jingshen's expression darkened. At that moment, Wen Wan abruptly glanced towards the office bearing director Lu's name, contemplating, it seems Lu Yuan is inside spreading rumors that my husband pursued her. Having just completed the scene, Wen Wan intended to decline Gu Jingshen's request regarding a role in Zhang Dao's film. However, before she could voice her refusal, she observed Gu Jingshen abruptly turning and striding towards director Lu's office. Chapter 11. The malicious mother-in-law. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback, but hurriedly followed him. Although she was uncertain about Gu Jingshen's purpose for visiting director Lu, she eagerly anticipated the moment he would expose Lu Yuan's deceit. Standing at the office door, Gu Jingshen soon heard Lu Yuan's sighs and muffled sobs from within. I have been in a relationship with Jingshen for 5 years, and our parents were already preparing for the wedding. Yet, at this juncture, Wen Wan suddenly climbed into Jingshen's bed and even dared to take photographs to threaten him. Lu Yuan's tears began to flow as she spoke. Director Lu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, his daughter was of a similar age to Lu Yuan, having also endured the anguish of infidelity and betrayal by friends. He handed Lu Yuan a tissue and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. I misjudged you, believing you to be the third party. It appears that Wen Wan is the true interloper. Do not be distressed. This film shall be yours. Lu Yuan lowered her head, suppressing a smile. Indeed, cleverness often triumphs over cunning. Solutions abound where difficulties lie. Gu Jingshen, already with a frigid demeanor, grew even colder upon hearing Lu Yuan's words. Just as director Lu instructed his assistant to fetch the contract for Lu Yuan to sign, the door was thrust open from the outside. A man entered, his voice low and tinged with an icy undertone. Lu Yuan, did you ever inform me about our relationship? Lu Yuan's voice faltered, her pupils dilating in terror. This time, her fear was genuine. However, why had Gu Jingshen come to the base? Before Lu Yuan could ponder further, director Lu quickly stood to welcome Gu Jingshen. Without extending any courtesy to Lu Yuan, Gu Jingshen unflinchingly exposed her lies. He simply stated that there had never been any relationship between him and Lu Yuan, let alone a romantic one. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the incidents involving Wen Wan climbing into his bed and taking photographs, as those were undeniable truths. Director Lu's expression darkened, and he bluntly addressed the trembling Lu Yuan, leave. You shall not feature in any of my films henceforth. Lu Yuan felt an acute sense of embarrassment. She had never experienced such humiliation in front of Gu Jingshen. Consequently, she felt compelled to depart hastily. Wen Wan was momentarily stunned, yet inwardly relieved. Thankfully, Gu Jingshen had come to confront her, thereby unveiling Lu Yuan's fabrications about their triad, thus averting any potential adverse developments for her. Unable to resist the allure of wealth, she agreed to Gu Jingshen's proposal but informed him that she had already made arrangements for an audition with Zhang Dao, which she must attend. However, she would decline if she succeeded in the audition. Gu Jingshen reluctantly acquiesced. That night, before sleep, Wen Wan stumbled upon rumors regarding her and Gu Jingshen circulating online. She was astonished to find herself trending. She had been contemplating how to re-enter the entertainment industry and had initially resolved to spend money to buy some publicity, yet she hesitated to part with her funds. Little did she know that someone had come to her aid. Who could be so kind? It was unlikely that Wen Wan would suspect that the benefactor was Lu Yuan. Wen Wan also felt a tinge of anxiety that her script, still warm from her hands, might be handed over to Lu Yuan by Zhang Dao's wife. However, there was no news from Zhang Dao, as he had gone to the hospital and witnessed his cousin feeding his wife porridge, only to suddenly use his mouth to do so. Furious, he kicked the door open. His wife apologized, explaining that she had been bewitched and seduced by her cousin. The cousin admitted his fault as well. Zhang Dao was embroiled in a tumultuous dispute with both his wife and cousin over this matter. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was unable to contact Zhang Dao's wife and grew anxious. She then noticed online users accusing her of orchestrating her own drama, which seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration within her. If the internet claimed she was self-directing her own play, then she would compel Gu Jingshen to divorce Wen Wan, transforming fiction into reality. After all, having lost her shame once, why should she be concerned about future appearances? Days later, Wen Wan received a call from Zhang Dao, informing her that the audition would be postponed due to personal matters. Wen Wan expressed her understanding. As she prepared to study the script at home, she received an unexpected call from Gu Jingshen's mother. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wen Wan felt a jolt of apprehension. Gu's mother usually did not contact her, and whenever she did, it was to press for her to divorce Gu Jingshen. Wen Wan understood that divorce was not an option for her. If that were to occur, she would miss out on the opportunity to inherit his vast fortune upon his death. Taking a moment to compose herself, she answered the phone. Gu's mother's voice exuded a commanding presence. Wen Wan, come to the Myud Hotel tonight. I need to discuss something with you. Without waiting for Wen Wan's response, she abruptly hung up. Wen Wan furrowed her brow. At the same time, after cutting the call, Gu's mother glanced at the man and woman seated across from her. The man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, clearly had been summoned by Gu's mother on short notice. A steaming cup of tea sat before him, the rising mist obscuring his chiseled features. His demeanor was indifferent, his voice steady. Mom, what is your true purpose in summoning Wen Wan? Gu's mother bore a resemblance to Gu Jingshen, her features both striking and seasoned by time. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yuan before responding with a wry smile. Did you not claim that Wen Wan was not after your money? I will present her with conditions to compel her to divorce you. Do you think she will agree? As she spoke, the man slowly rose. Gu's mother's expression darkened as she commanded, Jingshen, sit down. He hesitated momentarily. Lu Yuan poured a cup of tea for Gu Jingshen, softly asserting, Jingshen, I understand you may not believe your mother, but what if Wen Wan truly is after your wealth? In that case, having her by your side would only pose a future threat. Gu Jingshen shot Lu Yuan a cold glance, lifting his teacup as he replied, she would not. Though he voiced this, he still took a seat. If Wen Wan were indeed after his money, he could consider divorce. Just then, a sound of a door opening from the adjacent room caught their attention. Gu's mother stood, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Jingshen, her eyes gleaming with determination. She aimed to reveal Wen Wan's true nature to Gu Jingshen, thereby facilitating their divorce. This would allow her to arrange for Lu Yuan to marry him. If it weren't for the Lu family 5 years ago, her husband would have long since passed away. With that, Gu's mother turned and entered the adjacent room. Inside, Wen Wan set down her bag, surveying the lavish surroundings of the 5-star hotel, where even the seating was upholstered in genuine leather. Before long, the door swung open, and Gu's mother approached Wen Wan, her demeanor cold as she scrutinized her before finally taking a seat opposite her. Wen Wan's gaze remained fixed on Gu's mother's face. Despite being over 50, Gu's mother had aged remarkably well. Time had left few marks, and at first glance, one might mistake her for being in her early 30s. Wen Wan gently rose, her voice soft as she greeted, Mother, you've arrived. Gumu stared directly at Wen Wan. Bypassing any pleasantries and addressing the matter at hand, Wen Wan, you needn't call me mother. You are well aware that our family disapproves of your marriage to my son. Once seated, Wen Wan nodded and replied quietly, I understand. Gumu had always harbored a disdain for Wen Wan, particularly disliking her eyes, which resembled those of a cunning temptress, seemingly filled with a voracious desire for wealth. She recognized the type of woman Wen Wan represented, one who, relying solely on her looks, sought to ascend social strata without effort. It wasn't that Gumu looked down upon such individuals. Rather, She wished they would exert themselves rather than rely on their allure for gain. Given Gu Mu's status, she needn't stoop to dealing with someone so materialistic. Yet, her son refused to heed her warnings, compelling her to unmask Wen Wan's true nature personally. Despite playing the role of a spiteful mother-in-law, Gu Mu maintained a perfectly poised smile as she stated, "Wen Wan, do not take offense. With your looks and figure, you could indeed attract a wealthy suitor, but our family will not permit your marriage." Wen Wan had likely surmised the reason for Gu Mu's visit and calmly responded, "But I am already married." Gu Mu's expression froze, nearly causing her to lose her composure at Wen Wan's words. After regaining her composure, Gu Mu continued, "I understand, but I can offer you 100 million, which would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence, provided you divorce my son. I will issue the check immediately." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and Gu Jingshen, in the adjacent room, listened intently. Lu Yuan, seated comfortably, was taken aback by Gu Mu's casual offer of 100 million. Truth be told, her family was also quite affluent, owning a company on the verge of going public. However, 100 million was still a substantial sum for her. Were she in Wen Wan's position, she too would find it difficult to refuse such an offer. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential if Wen Wan acquiesced. Lu Yuan could secure her position as the matriarch of the Gu family and thrive in the entertainment industry. Gu Jingshen's tea had grown cold, and he remained silent, listening to the exchange next door. Ever since his mother mentioned the 100 million, Wen Wan had grown quiet. Gu Jingshen's heart sank. It seemed his mother spoke the truth. Yet, in the next moment, a cool voice from next door pierced through the tension. Gu Jingshen was momentarily taken aback, tightening his grip on the cup. Lu Yuan was equally incredulous, exclaiming, "Jingshen, is Wen Wan doing this on purpose? How dare she demand 500 million? Gu Jingshen contemplated that Wen Wan, in her determination to avoid divorce, was intentionally challenging his mother with an exorbitant figure. Gu Mu shared this sentiment. Confused, she questioned whether her age had led her to mishear. Regaining her composure, she looked at Wen Wan and asked, "You want 500 million? Wen Wan nodded sincerely, affirming, "Yes, your son is worth that much." Gu Mu pondered this. It didn't occur to her that Wen Wan was genuinely interested in marrying Gu Jingshen, as she seemed to be setting an astronomical price to dissuade a divorce. "You truly adore Jingshen that much?"
Gu Mu inquired.
As a server entered with dishes, Wen Wan picked up her chopsticks, smiling as she replied, "I am deeply fond of him."
Gu Mu's brow furrowed deeply.
If Wen Wan were merely after her son's wealth, it would be easier to handle, but if she had genuine affection, that posed a complication. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshen, seated next door, couldn't help but smile slightly, an expression he himself was unaware of. Gu Mu took a deep breath, observing Wen Wan devour her food with abandon, entirely lacking the demeanor of a refined lady. Frustration welled within her as she declared, "At most, 500 million. One must learn to be content, Wen Wan." Wen Wan, however, was unwilling to relinquish her husband's inheritance of 500 million. To her, it was merely an appetizer. She smiled slightly, insisting, "No, it must be 500 million." Gu Mu had never encountered anyone so audacious as to demand such a sum to preserve their marriage. Struggling to suppress her agitation, she retorted, "You truly are infatuated with my son." Wen Wan, adjusting her grip on her chopsticks, tilted her head and said, "No, what I love is your son's wealth." Gu Mu scoffed in disbelief, thinking, "Keep pretending. You claim to love money, but in truth, you love my son." Gu Mu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that her carefully orchestrated plan had backfired. "Very well, you're part of the Gu family. After all, Lu Yuan is also your benefactor. Later, you will need to clarify your relationship with Jingshen online, claiming you were merely drunk and fell into his embrace, that you are just friends." Upon hearing Gu Mu's words, Wen Wan nodded in agreement outwardly, but inwardly scoffed. Is Gu Mu truly that naive? Lu Yuan's family orchestrated a car accident 5 years ago, only to stage a selfless act. Gu Mu, seeing Wen Wan acquiesce, began to leave, but paused at the door as a voice echoed in her ears once more. This time, Gu Mu turned to look at Wen Wan, who was engrossed in her meal and had said nothing. Yet, the voice continued to resonate. By aligning with the Gu family from a modest household, one can ascend to great heights. Gu Mu's expression darkened, and upon confirming the source of the voice, she was filled with disbelief. Wen Wan glanced at the fate of the Gu family and sighed. Is Lu Yuan's family truly so ungrateful? The Gu family has aided them immensely, yet after Gu Jingshen's demise, when the financial chain faltered, Lu Yuan's father not only failed to assist, but even acquired the Gu family's company. Gu Mu trembled, losing her composure entirely, and admonished Wen Wan. Dare you speak such nonsense again? Wen Wan, taken aback, pointed to her reddened lips, which were stuffed with food. Just then, the door to the adjoining room swung open. Gu Jingshen strode into the space occupied by Wen Wan. Observing his mother's shocked and furious expression, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder.
Gu Mu inhaled sharply.
Glancing at Gu Jingshen, as if asking with her eyes, "Did you hear that?" Gu Jingshen nodded slightly in response. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan emerged, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Gu Mu was certain that both she and her son could hear Wen Wan's heartfelt thoughts. However, she could not voice them, as it would be too outrageous. Lu Yuan pressed her crimson lips together, her eyes filled with frustration. She had initially thought that upon receiving the money, Wen Wan would choose to divorce. But to her surprise, Wen Wan had no intention of parting ways with Gu Jingshen. As Wen Wan turned, she was startled to find Gu Jingshen and Lu Yuan present. A flicker of panic crossed her face, fearing that Gu Jingshen had overheard her intentions regarding money and divorce. Yet, the man regarded her with an aloof disdain, casually stating, "Wen Wan, if you desire money, I can provide it, but if you seek my person, that I cannot offer." Wen Wan blinked several times in response. Lu Yuan, feeling dejected, departed with a heavy heart. She was aware of her father's intelligence. Had it not been for his meticulous planning, their family might have toiled for a lifetime without achieving their current standing. Upon hearing that Wen Wan was unwilling to divorce, her father's expression darkened. He remarked, "Though the Gu family is wealthy, they are foolish, singular-minded. Given that I am their benefactor, they will undoubtedly rid themselves of Wen Wan, and the position of Mrs. Gu will rightfully belong to you." Lu Yuan's spirits lifted considerably as she anticipated her father's words at Gu Jingshen's father's birthday celebration. After all, no matter how she spoke, the Gu family regarded her merely as the benefactor's daughter, but her father's words would carry weight. 2 years prior, her father had aspired to acquire a company but lacked the capability. It was the Gu family that intervened, assisting him. Although the company belonged to Wen Wan's family, the Gu family would choose her over Wen Wan as a daughter-in-law. The position of Mrs. Gu was trivial in comparison. In the car, Gu Mu took a moment to compose herself as thoughts of her husband's tragic accident 5 years ago surfaced. As she pondered, she inadvertently remarked, "That accident. It was clearly Lu Yuan's father who saved him. How could it be otherwise?" The man at the steering wheel paused. Using white phosphorus, a colorless, solid, highly toxic substance that ignites easily, if placed in a car during 40-degree heat, it would explode instantly. Gu Mu was taken aback, glancing at Wen Wan's nape. Though she harbored disbelief, she still inquired of Gu Jingshen, "Was it summer when your father's accident occurred?" Gu Jingshen affirmed with a simple Gu Mu thought it couldn't possibly be true. Even if it were summer, that would merely be coincidental. Vehicles are prone to spontaneous combustion in such heat. At that moment, Wen Wan overheard the conversation between Gu Jingshen and Gu Mu. As someone perpetually prepared for divorce, she had no plan to interject, only allowing her mind to wander. The narrative merely depicted how the Lu family orchestrated the accident, with Lu's father stepping in heroically, sacrificing a leg to save Gu's father. All these machinations were merely traps devised by Lu's father for his daughter's marriage to Gu Jingshen. Alas, she had outmaneuvered them. Wen Wan mused to herself, "Such a poisonous substance is not permitted for casual sale. Only chemical supply stores possess it, and one requires specific documentation to purchase it." Suddenly, the man driving broke the silence, stating, "Mom, it seems there's only one chemical factory in the city that sells white phosphorus." Upon hearing this, Gu Mu tightened her grip on her knees. She understood her son's implication, an inquiry into whether Lu Sheng had made any purchases from that factory 5 years prior. Wen Wan was still engrossed in the storyline transmitted by the system, oblivious to their investigation into the accident. At that time, Gu Jingshen had recently taken over the Gu group, and by the time he learned the incident, his father was already in the hospital fighting for his life. Fortunately, he was not gravely injured. However, Lu Yuan's father was the driver involved. He had been Gu's father's chauffeur then, and due to his act of saving Gu's father, he lost a leg and remained confined to a wheelchair ever since. Gu Jingshen was skeptical about the notion of someone orchestrating such a dangerous accident. Would anyone truly risk their life for such a scheme? Just as he finished pondering this, the bathroom door swung open, and Wen Wan emerged in her sleepwear, her hair partially dried. Leisurely taking a seat on the opposite side of the bed, she glanced at Gu Jingshen, then casually picked up a magazine from the bedside table. The cover featuring the male lead, Gu Xiaoran. The original character had consistently read this magazine because it was a resource she had procured for Gu Xiaoran through their social engagements. Wen Wan indeed had been infatuated, entering the entertainment industry for him. She had sacrificed much to secure resources for Gu Xiaoran, only for him to disdain her as a mere sycophant. Unable to suppress herself, Wen Wan muttered a curse word. Gu Jingshen, deliberately ignoring her, had been fixated on her since her exit from the bathroom, hoping she would exhibit some interest in him. Yet, she didn't spare him a glance, sitting resolutely at the other end of the bed. Was she playing hard to get? He had encountered this tactic before. A former secretary had often employed it, but he had swiftly reassigned her. However, moments later, he heard Wen Wan utter a profanity. Had she truly been upset over his brief disregard? Gu Jingshen chuckled softly and approached her, standing before her with unusual patience, asking, "What are you angry about? Is it because I had dinner with Lu Yuan today?" Wen Wan retorted, "When did you have dinner with her?" A frown creased her brow, confusion flickering in her eyes, which Gu Jingshen interpreted as displeasure. The man, while loosening his bathrobe, continued, "Come on. You just want me to pay more attention to you, don't you?" Wen Wan thought, the one who should be committed to a mental institution is Gu Jingshen. Before she could respond, his cold touch silenced her entirely. A day passed, and the birthday celebration for Gu's father arrived as scheduled. The event drew renowned entrepreneurs from across the nation, each arriving with lavish gifts to honor Gu's father. Notably, no media was invited to the celebration, which was held at a 5-star hotel owned by the Gu Group, with bodyguards positioned to prevent any media cameras from intruding. Wen Wan donned a flowing red silk gown, linking her arm with Gu Jingshen's as they entered the hotel. This marked her first visit to one of the seemingly insignificant subsidiaries of the Gu Group. Although Gu Jingshen was exceptional, his father was even more formidable. As the richest man, he had interests in numerous industries, prompting the Lu family to seek connections with him. Lu Sheng had even sacrificed a leg, orchestrating a perilous accident to gain favor before the magnate. Upon her arrival, Wen Wan's gaze instinctively roamed the room, soon landing on a middle-aged man beside Gu's father, who sat in a wheelchair. Despite Gu's father's wealth, he bent down to converse with him, maintaining a gracious smile that conveyed appreciation. Wen Wan recognized that the Gu family was, in fact, quite benevolent, always mindful of gratitude. However, their kindness sometimes veered into the absurd. For instance, her family's modest enterprise had been acquired and gifted to the Lu family as a token of gratitude from Gu's father. Wen Wan stifled a derisive laugh within. This mockery echoed in Gu Jingshen's ears. Following her gaze, he too turned to see that she was fixated on his father. He understood that Wen Wan held resentment towards his father, as it was he who had precipitated her family's downfall. Although Gu Jingshen had attempted to intervene, believing that as her husband, his father should not aid an outsider against his own family, his efforts were in vain. His father had proceeded with the actions regardless. Despite his attempts to thwart the situation, when Wen Wan tearfully inquired whether he had consented to her father's acquisition of her family's company, he nodded in affirmation. His reluctance to acknowledge it stemmed from a desire to prevent her from mistakenly believing he would accept her as his wife. He had thought that by reaching this point, Wen Wan would choose to divorce him. However, to his astonishment, a day passed and she unexpectedly reverted to her former self, never again mentioning the matter. This woman loved him to the point of madness. Wen Wan remained oblivious to Gu Jingshen's true thoughts. Suddenly, she noticed the middle-aged man lift his gaze towards her, his eyes imbued with a chilling intensity, exuding a perhaps ruthless aura. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his arm.
To speak candidly,
While Lu Yuan was indeed a wicked supporting character, her father was even more malicious. The narrative depicted that her divorce from Gu Jingshin was not solely due to Lu Yuan's frequent misdeeds being blamed on her, but also because Lu Yuan's father conspired behind the scenes. His ambitions extended far beyond merely being the assistant to the CEO of Gu's group. He sought to claim the entire conglomerate for himself. He strategized from the shadows, while Lu Yuan was the one who executed his schemes. Ultimately, she divorced him, and Gu Jingshin fell ill with cancer. Although there was a chance for recovery, Wen Wan received news of his passing while in a psychiatric hospital. Whether his death was a result of genuine illness or other causes remained a mystery, as the text provided no answers. Nevertheless, Wen Wan was indifferent. Her sole concern was to ensure her marriage could not be dissolved, and she eagerly anticipated her husband's demise, allowing her to inherit his fortune and lead a new life adorned with immense wealth. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived. Upon her entrance, Lu Sheng's icy demeanor softened somewhat, replaced by a flicker of warmth as he, alongside Gu Jingshin's father, turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan. Gu's father bypassed Wen Wan entirely to approach Lu Yuan, treating her as though she were his daughter-in-law, greeting her amiably. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Gu's father cast a glance at Gu Jingshin standing a short distance away, disregarding Wen Wan, and beckoned Gu Jingshin over, commanding him to greet Lu Uncle and Lu Yuan. Gu Jingshin furrowed his brow slightly, stealing a glance at Wen Wan's expression. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave Wen Wan behind and stride towards Lu Uncle and Lu Yuan. Wen Wan, meanwhile, took a glass of champagne from a server's tray. She sipped from it while observing the interactions among the group. Gu's father patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "You, my dear, are always so busy with your acting. It takes my birthday for me to see you." Lu Yuan offered an apologetic smile, responding, "Uncle, I am striving to stand on equal footing with Jingshin. Only then can I truly be worthy of him." Her tone shifted slightly, her voice dimming his friend. Upon hearing this, Gu's father's eyes brimmed with compassion. If it weren't for Wen Wan, Lu Yuan would have been his ideal daughter-in-law. At that moment, Lu Sheng interjected. "This child thinks that by performing well and winning an award, she can befriend Jingshin without drawing any gossip. But I know her heart is not set on mere friendship." Lu Yuan bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Dad, what are you saying? I have no ulterior motives. Jingshin is with Wen Wan." Gu's father witnessed the exchange, feeling a swell of guilt. Just then, a voice resonated clearly in his ear. Wen Wan, observing the father-daughter duo's performance, internally commended them. What a splendid act. Gu's father was taken aback, scanning the surroundings. The voice did not seem to belong to anyone else, but sounded like an inner monologue, strikingly familiar. Lu Sheng continued to ponder how to successfully eliminate Wen Wan from the picture, allowing his daughter to ascend to prominence. After all, securing Lu Yuan's position as the mistress of Gu's group would facilitate his own plans to extract confidential information from the conglomerate. Thus, Lu Sheng pressed on. "Who was it that wept at home upon hearing about Jingshin's scandal? Don't think I didn't notice." He understood that Lu Yuan harbored feelings for Gu Jingshin, but Wen Wan stood as an obstacle between them. Gu's father was about to advise Gu Jingshin to expedite his divorce when the voice interrupted him once more. "Though Lu Yuan is an actress, I believe her father possesses even greater potential." Gu's father was momentarily stunned, the voice clearer than before, recognizing it as Wen Wan's. His expression darkened. How audacious of her to speak so freely. He cherished his benefactor too much to utter harsh words, yet she casually spread rumors. Wen Wan observed the father-daughter performance, prompting the system to relay the unfolding plot. Soon, a stream of text filled her mind with astonishing revelations. Good heavens, Lu Yuan's father has orchestrated this whole scene today. Gu's father, however, was overwhelmed, the echoes of Wen Wan's thoughts reverberating in his ears. He glanced around at the others, engaged in cheerful conversation, as if he alone could hear her voice. What was she insinuating? Lu Sheng had always been his benefactor. Without him, he might have long since passed the 5th anniversary of his demise, let alone celebrate his 60th birthday. What did she mean by taking over Gu's group? On the other hand, Lu Sheng grew impatient with Gu's father's silence, realizing that a few words would not suffice in persuading Gu Jingshin to divorce Wen Wan. A dark glimmer crossed Lu Sheng's eyes as he devised a new plan to compel Gu to force Wen Wan into divorce. He summoned a server, who promptly presented him with a glass of wine. Lu Sheng did not drink from it himself, but instead offered it to Gu's father, stating, "Mr. Gu, on this special day, I raise a toast to you." Gu's father, dismissing Wen Wan's thoughts, accepted the glass and drank. As he swallowed, Wen Wan mused, after this drink, countless more will follow. Lu Yuan will ensure that Gu's father becomes thoroughly intoxicated, and then he'll be maneuvered into the driver's seat. Gu's father nearly choked on the wine he had just swallowed. Wen Wan continued, "Then, the paparazzi will be alerted, capturing the sensational news of Gu's father driving under the influence." Wen Wan's eyes widened as she read further into the plot. My goodness! Gu's father's DUI not only jeopardizes his career but also costs Gu Jingshan's company billions in market value. Gu's father's fingers tightened around the glass, turning pale. What was Wen Wan concocting? Did she truly wish harm upon her benefactor? Simply because he had acquired her father's company, did she harbor such resentment, hoping for his downfall? Upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts regarding Gu Jingshan's company, Gu's father turned to look at his son. The man's gaze was cast downward, his expression neutral. Yet since Wen Wan's thoughts had surfaced, he had clearly noticed Gu Jingshan glance in her direction. Gu's father felt a surge of alarm. The next moment, as Lu Sheng attempted once more to toast Gu's father, Gu Jingshan intervened, saying softly, "Dad's health is not robust. He should not drink excessively. Just one glass will suffice." The instant the words left his lips, Gu's father was convinced that his son had indeed heard Wen Wan's thoughts and believed them. How could this be? Lu Sheng was his savior. Why would he wish him harm, especially considering the injury to his leg was due to Gu's father's influence? Gu's father furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gu Jingshan. Gu Jingshan was also observing his father, subtly nodding in acknowledgement under his father's gaze. Gu's father inquired. Yet Lu Sheng remained oblivious to the underlying tensions, merely noticing Gu Jingshan intervening to shield Gu Zong from the drink he offered. A fleeting shadow crossed Lu Sheng's countenance, quickly replaced by a facade of contrition. "My apologies, Gu Zong. I merely thought it fitting to celebrate your birthday with a few more toasts in your honor." Lu Sheng, with an earnest demeanor and tan skin from years of driving for Gu father, possessed narrow eyes that barely revealed his pupils. Yet, his lips were perpetually adorned with a sincere smile, epitomizing the archetype of an unsuspecting simpleton. However, even the seemingly innocent can harbor formidable intentions. Lu Sheng sighed, patting his empty thigh. "If I still had my legs, I could stand and raise a toast for you, Gu Zong." Upon uttering these words, Gu father's guilt intensified. Ignoring the silent concerns of Wen Wan and his son, he accepted the drink Lu Sheng persistently offered. Gu father downed it in one gulp, proclaiming, "I shall drink to any toast you offer me." Lu Sheng's face momentarily reflected astonishment, as he replied, "Only if Gu Zong sees me as a person. Those executives regard me as nothing more than your servant. They wouldn't dare drink with me, let alone approach." Wen Wan, standing nearby, overheard Lu Sheng's words and couldn't help but mock internally. What a pity he isn't an actor. They avoid him not for his character, but because of his decrepit state and his alleged misconduct towards those elegant female executives. I truly am disgusted. While his body may be incapacitated, his mind remains sharp, Gu Jingshan remarked. While Gu father noted Wen Wan's unflattering thoughts about his benefactor and couldn't resist glancing at Gu Jingshan, saying, "Control your wife." Gu Jingshan's thin lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Father, only now do you remember she is my wife?" As soon as he spoke, Gu father's expression darkened. Was Gu Jingshan reproaching him for previously assisting Lu Sheng in acquiring Wen Wan's father's company, choosing to disregard his father? Gu Jingshan turned to stand beside Wen Wan, who looked at him with curiosity. At that moment, Gu's mother hurriedly approached. Although adorned in opulent attire, her hair elegantly styled and dressed in a form-fitting cheongsam, her steps betrayed a hint of disarray. Ignoring her husband celebrating his birthday, she rushed to Gu Jingshan's side, tugging at his arm and whispering urgently, "Come with me upstairs. I have something to discuss." Gu Jingshan nodded slightly. After 5 or 6 minutes, they sat down in a room on the second floor. Gu's mother's complexion was pale, her voice trembling with disbelief as she spoke. "It's true, all of it." Having a fragile emotional constitution, the revelation of Wen Wan's inner thoughts had already left her reeling, and she was still grappling with disbelief. A cursory investigation confirmed the veracity of her insights. Fumbling through her bag, Mother retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting one with trembling hands, inhaling deeply. I had someone look into the only factory selling white phosphorus 5 years ago. Lu Xing's name appeared in the sales record just a week before your father's accident. Such a highly toxic chemical requires stringent oversight in sales. This left a damning piece of evidence. Gu Jingshen's pupils merely constricted slightly as he absorbed this truth. Mother took another drag, seeking to steady herself. Lu Xing may seem honest, but he has committed numerous misdeeds. My investigation uncovered a wealth of information. He had driven for others before your father, and during that time, one employer suffered a fatal accident. Gu Jingshen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, attempting to calm his emotionally volatile mother. A flicker of guilt crossed her face as she extinguished her cigarette, saying, I owe Wen Wan an apology. Before confirming the truth, I often criticized her, cursing her for not bearing children. I must find a moment to express my remorse. Gu Jingshen's hand froze on her shoulder. His tone suddenly grave as he asked, before you apologize to Wen Wan, could you first apologize to me? Mother responded with a puzzled expression. Gu Jingshen's voice grew heavy. Isn't Wen Wan's child my child too? Following this, they deliberated on the necessity of keeping their newfound ability to hear Wen Wan's thoughts a secret. What if she discovered they could hear her inner musings? Wouldn't she cease to ponder anything at all? How then would they uncover the truth of certain matters? Moreover, this peculiar ability should remain concealed from others. Such an outrageous revelation could lead to them and Wen Wan being subjected to experimentation in a lab, perhaps even labeled as mentally unstable and confined. Consequently, Mother and Gu Jingshen tacitly agreed to maintain this secret. Meanwhile, Wen Wan, downstairs, indulged in a small cake, her gaze wandering. Entirely unaware of the discussions transpiring above her, Father continued to imbibe with Lu Xing and the entrepreneurs attending his birthday celebration. Observing her father downing drink after drink, Wen Wan sighed inwardly. How had he become the wealthiest man, so easily manipulated by a mere driver? Remarkably, Father had readily acquiesced to the idea of divorcing Wen Wan from Gu Jingshen, promising, my wife has always favored Yuan. If she hears me suggest Yuan marry Jingshen, she would be the first to agree. At this, Lu Xing exchanged an excited glance with his daughter, both eyes gleaming with determination. Lu Xing lowered his head, glancing at his remaining leg, his voice nasally. But Gu Xiao may not agree, right? Wen Wan listened intently to their conversation, her heart sinking. Father was still making promises, patting Lu Xing's shoulder. Rest assured. While Gu Jingshen may not always heed my counsel, he generally listens to his mother. With Father's assurances, Lu Xing felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Wen Wan's internal alarm bells rang. This was terrible. Everyone seemed intent on pushing her toward divorce from Gu Jingshen. If that were to happen, who would inherit the billion-dollar fortune? Just then, Gu Jingshen and Mother descended from the second floor, their faces somber, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Even upon reaching the ground floor, Mother's gaze remained fixed on Wen Wan. Sensing this, Wen Wan froze, recalling how Mother had previously offered her 5 billion to leave Gu Jingshen. Now, it seemed unnecessary to offer money, as both husband and wife were united in their desire to see her divorced. As the family of the wealthiest man, how easy would it be for them to orchestrate her separation? Soon after, Gu Jingshen beckoned Wen Wan to approach. With a heavy heart, she stepped forward, joining Gu Jingshen and Mother at Lu Xing's side. Lu Xing, seated in his wheelchair, fixed his sightless gaze upon Wen Wan, while Lu Yuan held a glass. Suppressing a smile, Father, having intended to address them, found the presence of his wife, son, and daughter-in-law fortuitous for discussing serious matters. Thus, Father Gu refrained from further remarks and got straight to the point. Ting. Tomorrow you will accompany Jingshen and Wen Wan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Rest assured, our Gu family will not mistreat her afterward. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was Mother Gu who first opposed the divorce. No, they cannot divorce at this time. The moment she spoke, disbelief washed over all except for Gu Jingshen. Even Wen Wan was included in the astonishment. Chapter 16. Pressured marriage. Father Gu was momentarily taken aback and then incredulously asked, why not divorce? Have you not always despised Wen Wan? You constantly speak of divorce. Mother Gu replied, and Wen Wan was so shocked that the small cake she was holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Mother Gu exchanged a glance with Gu Jingshan, wishing to reveal the truth she knew to her husband, but Gu Jingshan shook his head. They had just discussed in private that if they were to disclose that the accident had been orchestrated by Lu Sheng, even with evidence in hand, Father Gu, that stubborn mule, would not believe it. Father Gu only trusted what he could see with his own eyes. Wen Wan's gaze darted among the faces around her. She noticed the hesitation in Mother Gu's eyes and suddenly realized that perhaps Mother Gu had discovered something. In her mind, she gasped, "Could it be?" Wen Wan recollected that Mother Gu had mentioned the accident in the car last time. Could she have found a clue and begun to investigate, leading her to the truth? Did Mother Gu uncover that the accident was man-made? Instantly, the three members of the Gu family turned their attention to Wen Wan. Father Gu's expression darkened further. What accident? What man-made? Wen Wan, lost in thought, remained oblivious to the family's intense scrutiny. She continued to ponder. Could it be that Mother Gu discovered that 5 years ago, Lu Sheng purchased white phosphorus and placed it in the car, causing it to appear as if it spontaneously combusted? Father Gu gasped in shock. What? What white phosphorus? His gaze fell upon his wife, who indeed nodded in affirmation, clearly having heard Wen Wan's thoughts. Even like Gu Jingshan, she believed in Wen Wan's insights. Yet, Father Gu was unconvinced. He had investigated the cause of the accident when it occurred, concluding it was due to excessively hot weather leading to spontaneous combustion. Such incidents were commonplace during summer heat exceeding 30 degrees. Why would they trust Wen Wan's thoughts over the findings of the relevant authorities? Absurd. Utterly absurd. At that moment, Wen Wan flipped through the pages of the narrative, realizing that Father Gu could indeed be deceived by Lu Sheng. Oh. It turns out that Father Gu is not the naive fool I believed him to be. The three members of the Gu family remained silent, listening to Wen Wan's musings. Father Gu's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, his complexion alternating between ashen and flushed. Lu Yuan and Lu Sheng exchanged puzzled glances, observing the sudden silence from the Gu family. Lu Sheng, anxious at heart, had originally planned to use this moment to expel Wen Wan from the Gu family and marry his daughter into the Gu clan. However, what he thought was a done deal now had the Gu family remaining tight-lipped. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to shed tears, sobbing, "Dad, Uncle Gu will surely take good care of me." Father Gu's attention was drawn to the Lu father-daughter duo, and he was about to assure them of his care when Wen Wan's thoughts echoed once more. No wonder. No wonder the investigator after the accident was Lu Yuan's biological brother, who, in order to elevate his family, did not hesitate to breach the law and conceal the truth of the accident. Father Gu was momentarily stunned, unable to recover. He did not trust Wen Wan's thoughts. Yet it was true that Lu family had a son who previously worked in the relevant department. However, he had gone abroad 2 years ago, and few knew that the Lu family had a son aside from Lu Yuan, except for the Gu family. It was not surprising that Wen Wan knew this. After all, it was highly likely that Gu Jingshan had shared this information with her. Father Gu, that fool, would soon agree. Yet minutes passed, and Father Gu remained silent. Then, Lu Sheng spoke, steering the conversation toward his previous selfless act of saving another, reminding the family that the Lu family was their benefactor, deserving of their gratitude. "Mr. Gu, Ting Ting, it's all right. Even if my health fails, I won't trouble you to take care of me. As you know, my son went abroad because of the previous accident, focusing entirely on this matter and consequently lost his job." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Wan suddenly had a revelation and began to repeat in her mind, "Negligence? Indeed, it is negligence." He dared to conceal the true cause of the accident, likely fearing exposure, and hastily resigned. Lu Sheng awaited Father Gu's response, having mentioned his son, believing that Father Gu could no longer remain silent. His son had been tirelessly involved in the matter surrounding Father Gu's accident. Father Gu's mind was in turmoil. Who was he to trust? He naturally did not believe Wen Wan's thoughts, but his son and daughter-in-law were family, while Lu Sheng was his savior. At that moment, Wen Wan glanced at Lu Yuan and Lu Sheng, noticing their calculating expressions, and thought, if I want to make Gu Jingshan's father believe everything, I must play along. Seeing is believing, far more credible than mere words. Suddenly, Gu Jingshan, who had been silent, spoke softly, calming Lu Sheng's anxious heart. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, though it went unnoticed due to their size. Lu Yuan, however, turned pale, realizing that the group had not addressed her father's comment about Wen Wan's divorce. She hesitated to speak, ultimately silenced by a tug on her sleeve from her father. The group then disregarded Father Gu and turned to greet the guests. Father Gu, having consumed considerable alcohol, appeared flushed and somewhat unsteady, as if reeling from a blow. He felt disoriented, yet he remained unconvinced by Wen Wan's thoughts. Lu Sheng had sacrificed a leg to save him, paying the ultimate price. How could he have orchestrated a scheme to make him drink and drive? Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan nodded, supporting the swaying Father Gu outside and placing him in the passenger seat. Lu Yuan maintained a gentle smile, speaking tenderly. "Uncle, I've turned on the air conditioning for you. Please rest for a moment while I help my dad into the car, as it's not very convenient for him in a wheelchair." Father Gu closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Lu Yuan closed the car door, her smile vanishing completely upon turning away. She approached Lu Sheng, bending down and speaking irritably. "Dad, why are we leaving when this matter has yet to be resolved?" Lu Sheng smirked, saying, "I have my methods." Leaning in close, he whispered a few words to Lu Yuan, who, previously pale, now radiated with excitement upon hearing her father's plan. Her father was indeed wise. Though the plan was somewhat risky, it was worth the gamble, turning a modest fortune into a lavish one. Meanwhile, Wen Wan remained perplexed, unable to grasp why the middle-aged woman who had insisted on her divorce just moments ago was now adamantly opposing it. The same woman who had looked at her with deep remorse just a moment ago. Wen Wan tugged at her long hair, utterly bewildered. As the birthday celebrant departed and the guests exchanged pleasantries before leaving, late into the night, Gu Jingxin finished his shower and entered his room. He had arranged everything. Should news of his father's drunk driving scandal arise, it would swiftly dissipate without affecting the company. Gu Jingxin felt a stirring within. Wen Wan was indeed obedient. To win his affection, she was willing to bear the scandal of riding on his coattails, clarifying their relationship. Gu Jingxin's voice was low and husky. "No need."
Wen Wan's face registered surprise. Why?
Why not clarify? She herself had no desire to be associated with Gu Jingxin. The previous scandal had at least brought her into the public eye. This was sufficient. She did not wish for anyone in the industry to learn of her marital status. After all, the entertainment world is quite pragmatic. Married women often find it challenging to secure quality scripts, as such a status imposes certain limitations. Gu Jingxin observed the woman's pallid complexion and sighed inwardly. Was Wen Wan truly suffering? Although she had married him, she still felt compelled to heed her parents' wishes. Feigning indifference towards him, as his thoughts lingered, he noticed a flicker in his deep-set eyes. How considerate his wife was. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Gu's mother hurriedly approached, panting heavily. After catching her breath, she exclaimed, "Your father has been in a car accident." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingxin sprang to his feet, his tone growing grave. How could this happen? Wasn't it merely a case of drunk driving planned by Lu Sheng? Apart from some paparazzi snapshots, such an outcome seemed improbable. Gu's mother glanced at Wen Wan before turning her gaze back to Gu Jingxin, speaking urgently. It was indeed a drunk driving incident. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, Lu Sheng has taken the blame, claiming it was Lu Yuan who was driving. She had stopped for a restroom break, causing a blockage for the vehicles behind, prompting her father to momentarily take the wheel." Gu Jingxin fell silent, momentarily taken aback. His mother added, "In that fleeting moment of moving the car, he collided with the vehicle ahead. Fortunately, there were no significant injuries." Lu Sheng insists it was Lu Yuan who was driving, which sharply contradicts Wen Wan's inner thoughts. Although Gu's mother did not voice this last part, Gu Jingxin understood entirely. They both turned their attention to Wen Wan. After a few seconds of silence, Gu's mother said, "Your father is downstairs now, along with Lu Yuan and her father. Let us go and discuss this matter." Wen Wan thought she could excuse herself from involvement. However, just before Gu's mother descended the stairs, she suddenly turned to Wen Wan, who was preparing to lie down, and insisted, "You must come with us." Wen Wan was taken aback, her face displaying surprise. "I don't wish to go." Gu's mother's tone brooked no argument, her authoritative demeanor evident as she declared, You are the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. How can you not participate? Wen Wan was further astonished. Gu's mother continued to look at her, her gaze urging her to hurry. Reluctantly, Wen Wan followed her downstairs. The old residence was expansive, with the living room occupying over 100 square meters. Upon her arrival, Wen Wan glanced at Gu's father seated on the sofa, alongside Lu Yuan and her father. Lu Sheng sat in a wheelchair, his face notably pale. His voice trembling as he said, "I understand that your father's drunk driving incident has substantial repercussions." The moment the reporters arrived, "I had Yuan take the blame for everything." Gu's father, feeling agitated, had already smoked several cigarettes, though he was not in the mood to smoke. He wanted to confront Gu Jingshan. How could such an astute son believe in Wen Wan's inner thoughts, asserting that he must bear the scandal of drunk driving? It was clear that the Lu family had orchestrated the entire situation. Just as Gu's father contemplated reprimanding Gu Jingshan, Wen Wan's thoughts echoed in his mind once more. She was still reviewing the narrative provided by the system earlier. It was evident that the paparazzi, arranged by Lu Sheng, had captured the scandal of Gu's father's drunk driving, resulting in significant financial losses. Yet, how had the storyline shifted? She lowered her head in contemplation, suddenly enlightened. Could it be that he altered his strategy? Perhaps an hour ago, he suggested I divorce Gu Jingshan, but both Gu's mother and Gu Jingshan outright refused. Consequently, in a fit of desperation, he decided to stage a significant incident? Is the next step to exploit Lu Yuan's tarnished reputation, preventing her from entering the entertainment industry and then pressuring for marriage? Gu's father's hand trembled as he held the cigarette. He had always harbored doubts about Wen Wan's inner thoughts, and now they resurfaced, further besmirching his benefactor. Had it not been for the car behind him, he would not have been so befuddled. Lu Sheng's actions seemed devoid of any meticulous planning. Rather, they stemmed from his inherently benevolent nature. Before Gu's father could finish his thoughts, Lu Sheng sighed deeply and expressed, "Alas, although Yuan assisted your father, the entertainment industry will not accept such a scandal. What will she do now?" Gu's father pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to offer Lu Yuan a position in his company or to resolve the scandal financially. However, Lu Sheng suddenly turned to Wen Wan, his expression darkening before he lowered his head and said, "Gu Laoyi, Yuan has always loved Jingshan. Her life has been ruined by taking the blame for you. Perhaps it would be best for her to marry Jingshan, ensuring her future is secure." Gu's father's hand trembled once more, his eyelids fluttering. Chapter 17. How did the innocent and foolish CEO align with Wen Wan's inner thoughts? Gu's father felt a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this predicament was of his own making, and he owed the Lu family an explanation. He did not glance at Gu Jingshan nor wait for his consent, prepared to acquiesce on Gu Jingshan's behalf. Wen Wan internally scoffed. What nonsense! This is undoubtedly a fabrication. The paparazzi are not genuine, they are actors in a staged performance. And even the car relocation was orchestrated. I should not have referred to Lu Sheng as an actor. He is the director, so adept at orchestrating drama. He should pursue filmmaking instead. Lu Yuan, growing impatient, had listened to her father's suggestion and insisted that all of this was fabricated, asserting that she would not be affected in the entertainment industry. The paparazzi were merely actors, and the car relocation was staged. Once she married Gu Jingshan, everything would fall into place. As the wife of the president of the Gu Corporation, she would have access to any resources she desired in the industry. To evoke more guilt from Gu's father, she lowered her head to sniffle, saying, "With such a scandal, I certainly cannot survive in this circle. I simply wish for a source of support. Jingshan, would you be willing to divorce and marry me?" Gu Jingshan remained silent. Gu's father stayed quiet, remaining so until the cigarette burned down to his fingers, causing a sting before he reacted. But he understood that this was fundamentally his dilemma, and he ought to repay the Lu family. Wen Wan nestled into the sofa, her mind blank yet racing with thoughts. Is Gu Jingshan's father attempting to morally manipulate him? He is merely shifting the burden onto Gu Jingshan. Gu's father interjected. What is Wen Wan saying? Gu Jingshan turned to his father, even nodding in agreement with Wen Wan's inner thoughts. Gu's father's expression darkened.
Wen sight.
If you are so intent on repaying this theatrical family, why not have Gu Jingshan Gu's father marry Lu Yuan. Gu's mother choked on her tea. Lu Sheng believed he had orchestrated everything flawlessly, certain that events would unfold as he envisioned. Yet, the family fell into silence, ignoring his remarks entirely. Gu's mother considered Wen Wan's reasoning. Aside from proposing for her husband to marry Lu Yuan, she acknowledged that it was not Gu Jingshan's fault, and he should not be burdened with repayment. She had always maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters, regardless of whether Wen Wan's inner thoughts held truth. Gratitude could manifest in other forms. Gu's mother pondered aloud. This matter indeed requires our gratitude to both of you. Perhaps I could provide you with a sum of money sufficient for Yuan to sustain herself in the entertainment industry. As soon as she finished speaking, both Lu's father and Lu Yuan's expressions shifted noticeably. Gu's father noticed Lu Sheng's seemingly innocent demeanor momentarily flicker with a hint of malice before it quickly vanished. A sense of unease crept into Gu's father's mind. However, Lu Sheng reverted to his usual honest appearance, leaving Gu's father uncertain if it had merely been an illusion. Wen Wan, having overheard their conversation, mused, "A sum of money? How could that possibly compare to the position of the Gu Corporation's matriarch? After all, once Lu Yuan becomes Gu Jingshan's wife, she could provide Lu Sheng with confidential information about Gu Jingshan's father's company. If Gu's father does not acquiesce, Lu Sheng will likely resort to desperate measures." Gu's father fell silent once more. Lu Sheng, sensing their silence, grew anxious and trembled as he rose from his wheelchair, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Gu's mother and Gu Jingshan exchanged glances, both refraining from assisting Lu Yuan's father. Lu Sheng, with only one leg, appeared woefully pitiable as he knelt before them. Lu Sheng lowered his head, tears cascading down his cheeks as he choked out, "I understand that you all look down on Yuan, deeming her merely a family chauffeur in the past, believing she lacks any qualifications. However, Yuan genuinely admires Jingshan. Her willingness to bear these burdens is entirely due to her affection for him." Wen Wan interjected, "The money." Gu Jingshan cast a glance at Wen Wan. Just as Gu's father reached out to assist Lu Sheng, the phone resting on the coffee table suddenly rang. Lu Sheng's voice faltered. Wen Wan suddenly recalled something. Her heart racing. It must be the actors asking for their payment. Lu Sheng is just as miserly as described in the book. The actors were only paid a deposit, claiming they would receive the remainder once everything was settled. Yet Lu Sheng has no intention of paying the balance. Gu's father, skeptical of Wen Wan's words, turned to retrieve Lu Sheng's phone instead. In that instant, Lu Sheng abruptly pushed himself up, snatching the phone from Gu's father's grasp with swift, almost ruthless determination. Gu's father stared blankly at his empty palm for several seconds before shifting his gaze to Lu Sheng, who was now staring at the phone, his expression a mixture of confusion and anxiety. Gu's father struggled to comprehend the situation. In an effort to disprove Wen Wan's words, which he deemed utterly untrustworthy, he disregarded Lu Sheng's wishes and seized the phone once more. He shot a determined glance at Wen Wan, then directed his gaze to Gu Jingshan and his wife, as if silently conveying that it was all a fabrication. The next moment, the call was answered, and in an attempt to convince his wife and Gu Jingshan of Lu Sheng's integrity, Gu's father activated the speakerphone. Immediately, a strange voice resonated through the receiver. "Mr. Gu, we have followed your instructions. Isn't it time to transfer the remaining payment?" As the words fell, Gu's father's hand trembled around the phone, disbelief washing over him as he turned to look at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with guilt, but he quickly regained his composure, snatching the phone back and pressing the hang-up button. With a grave tone, he clarified, this was a previous conversation with the person in charge of the company. They haven't received the remaining payment since our collaboration. Gu's father's emotions were now a tumultuous mix of confusion and uncertainty. At that moment, Wen Wan, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a surge of excitement. I guessed correctly. Surely the Navi CEO won't believe Lu Sheng's words now? Gu's father's expression darkened further. What did Wen Wan just call him? Navi and sweet? Yet Gu Jingshan and Gu's mother merely lowered their heads, suppressing their smiles. Chapter 18. The Great Wronged One. Wen Wan shifted her position on the leather sofa, sitting cross-legged with a languid and carefree demeanor. Her internal monologue had never been quiet. If they don't believe me, Tomorrow we'll see if the internet erupts with news of Lu Yuan's DUI scandal. Lu Sheng realized he had been too hasty. Witnessing Gu Jingshen and his mother counter Gu's father's divorce proposal ignited a sense of urgency, prompting him to concoct this marriage coercion scheme. However, haste makes waste. He had ample time to dismantle Wen Wan, the obstacle in his path. Lu Sheng forced a smile, bitterly conceding, "All right, we shall discuss this at the company tomorrow." After they departed, Gu Jingshen, his expression impassive, leisurely retrieved his phone to call his assistant, instructing them to investigate Lu Sheng's recent call records. Once the call ended, he glanced at his father, who was slumped on the sofa, his countenance vacant and his clothes wrinkled, resembling the naive and sweet CEO Wen Wan had described. Gu Jingshen's lips curled slightly in a barely perceptible smile. He then remarked nonchalantly, "Mom, perhaps you should discuss this matter with Dad, so he can be prepared." His mother nodded in agreement, suggesting, "You and Wen Wan should turn in early." Gu Jingshen acknowledged her with a subtle nod, then turned to embrace the woman, guiding her upstairs. Wen Wan remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, but understood that Gu's father had not acquiesced to Lu Sheng's request for her to divorce and marry Gu Jingshen. To be honest, she was quite surprised. Having witnessed the devious plans of Lu Sheng's father, she had braced herself for the prospect of divorce. Yet, without taking action, Gu Jingshen had dismissed them, and Gu's father had not retained them either. It was perplexing. Despite her inaction, events had unfolded favorably. Downstairs, Gu's mother presented the evidence she had collected previously before her husband. Had today's events not transpired, even with this documented purchasing record before him, he would have dismissed it outright. However, after the recent phone call and Wen Wan's heartfelt expressions, he found himself questioning his previous beliefs, if only slightly.
Now,
all he could do was await the results of Gu Jingshen's investigation and see if news of Lu Yuan's DUI would trend. Thus, Gu's father closed his eyes, burdened with worry. The following day, as Gu's father arrived at the company, he, like a youth, scoured Weibo for trending news, only to find no mention of Lu Yuan's DUI scandal. A wave of confusion washed over him. Had he misjudged Wen Wan? Were her sentiments indeed genuine? Rising to visit the restroom to splash some water on his face and clear his mind, he was suddenly met by Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen, who had come to his office. The reason for their visit was Lu Sheng's overly meticulous approach. Gu Jingshen had found no flaws in Lu Sheng's dealings, save for the record of white phosphorus purchases. Gu Jingshen intended to clarify matters directly with his father. As Gu's father exited his office, he encountered Gu Jingshen and Wen Wan. Wen Wan naturally greeted him as Dad, while Gu's father's expression grew increasingly complex. Glancing at her watch, Wen Wan thought to herself, "It's time." This internal sentiment resonated with both Gu's father and Gu Jingshen, prompting them to exchange a moment of bewildered eye contact despite their adeptness in the business realm. Just as she concluded her thoughts, she noticed Gu Jingshen's gaze darting toward the elevator. Simultaneously, Wen Wan turned her attention to the ascending elevator, recalling, "I remember the executive on the 8th floor, though beautiful, is the daughter of Gu's father's comrade." In an instant, Gu's father hurried towards the elevator, disregarding the authenticity of Wen Wan's intuition. For the death of his comrade had left a responsibility to care for his daughter. There could be no room for error. Though Wen Wan was unaware of Gu's father's sudden urgency, she was determined to rescue a woman long subjected to harassment, thus joining him in the elevator, with Gu Jingshen following suit. Gu's father seldom visited that floor, but as he stepped out of the elevator, muffled voices reached his ears. He prayed that Wen Wan's intuition was unfounded. Yet, as he approached the office door, the usually honest Lu Sheng's voice emerged, laced with threats and lewdness. "I've been too preoccupied with my daughter's affairs to attend to you. I hear you intend to report to Gu's father that I've used my position to harass you? You should reconsider your place. A parentless worker like you dares to bypass me and go to Gu's father? I assure you, Gu's father listens to me, and this company will eventually be mine." Gu's father, standing outside, felt his anger swell as he listened, his face darkening with each passing moment. Inside, the sound of his comrade's daughter weeping and pleading for restraint only fueled his fury. As Wen Wan's expression darkened, she dismissed any concern regarding the door's worth and kicked it open with surprising strength. Instantly, Lu Sheng's previously excited demeanor turned pale. Once Master Gu had dealt with Lu Sheng's matter and glanced at Wen Wan, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. As Wen Wan prepared to leave with Gu Jingshin, he discreetly slipped her a card worth 3 million, suggesting she use it for luxury items like handbags. Wen Wan paused in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Master Gu, misinterpreting her reaction as dissatisfaction with the amount, lowered his voice, saying, "Don't tell Jingshin. All my money is managed by his mother, and I cannot freely access the company as funds. This is almost my private stash, so please do not find it lacking." Wen Wan pushed back, insisting it was unnecessary, yet her hand accepted the card. Thus, she set off with an unexpected windfall to join Gu Jingshin, who was waiting for her not far away. The following day, Lu Yuan awaited good news from her father, but instead, she received distressing news. Her father, having offended Master Gu, was now facing a lawsuit. Consequently, she too was affected, as her agent informed her that all her previous projects had been cancelled. Lu Yuan felt as though she were a mere shell of her former self, yet in this moment, she recalled a certain individual, the young director who had given her the script originally meant for Wen Wan. This director had chosen her over Wen Wan and harbored a strong dislike for the latter. Relieved, Lu Yuan thought that at least she would still have a role to play. On that day, Wen Wan attended a parent-teacher conference for Guzhen. Arriving early, she found the classroom nearly empty and made her way to the seat marked with Guzhen's name, a solitary spot in the back row. Furrowing her brow, she felt a twinge of embarrassment but took her seat nonetheless. Moments later, a tall man sat down in front of her and suddenly turned to glance at her. Sensing his gaze, Wen Wan looked up abruptly, locking eyes with him for an instant. Startled, she thought, "Is this the disgruntled director?" Before he could speak, a voice suddenly emerged nearby. He paused, looking at Wen Wan for a moment, before regaining his composure and politely greeting her. "Wen Wan, it has been a long time." Wen Wan observed the plot unfolding, realizing that this Shin Yi-han was Lu Yuan's benefactor. And the reason Lu Yuan was thriving in the entertainment industry and competing for place alongside the lead actress was closely tied to this talented young director. Wen Wan smiled and extended her hand for a handshake, saying, "Hello, Director Shin." Shin Yi-han glanced at her outstretched hand, smiled politely, but did not reciprocate. He harbored a certain aversion towards Wen Wan, given her prior negative reputation in the industry, often linked to rumors of attending late-night gatherings with various directors. Previously, when she had sought his involvement for a project, they had even sparked rumors, which he had rebuffed, ultimately giving the script to Lu Yuan. Although they were of similar caliber, he preferred to offer his script to the virtuous Lu Yuan rather than to an actress who could easily succumb to the director's whims. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, that particular project had faced continuous delays. Shin Yi-han's polite smile suddenly faltered. It became evident that Wen Wan was privy to information she should not have known. Wen Wan, seething with resentment but maintaining a smile, remarked, "Lu Yuan never valued director Shin's script, deeming it beneath her. Yet, she simply refused to let me perform. Shin Yi-han, you truly are quite foolish." Startled, Shin Yi-han asked Wen Wan, "Do you dislike me?" Wen Wan blinked in surprise, genuinely responding, "How could that be? You are the most talented director in the industry." Internally, however, she thought, "I do not dislike you. I loathe others." Shin Yi-han felt momentarily disoriented. The woman before him wore a smile and expressed respect. Yet her thoughts were filled with disdain. His expression shifted between hues of confusion. Struggling to regain his composure, he turned away, attempting to calm his emotions. Unbothered by Shin Yi-han's demeanor, Wen Wan continued to examine the plot regarding Guzhen. It became clear that Guzhen held a significant respect for his father. His rebellious behavior, fighting at school, skipping classes, and neglecting his studies, was all an effort to gain Gu Jingshin's attention. However, Gu Jingshin, burdened with work, could only provide financial support, leaving emotional connections unmet. More troubling was Guzhen's perception of his stepmother, Lu Yuan, who seemed intent on driving a wedge between him and Gu Jingshin. Eventually, the storyline hinted at a divorce, with Guzhen playing a crucial role in that outcome. With a slight scoff, Wen Wan dialed Gu Jingshin's number. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshin was immersed in work, seated at his desk with an indifferent expression as his subordinates reported on various matters. Although accustomed to his cold demeanor, his subordinates felt a surge of anxiety.
Suddenly,
Gu Jingshin's phone rang, and the tension in the room escalated as everyone braced for his inevitable disapproval of an interruption during work hours. True to form, Gu Jingshin's features darkened at the sound of the ringing phone. However, as he answered, a glimmer of joy flickered in his deep-set eyes, momentarily surprising his subordinates. Yet, as he spoke, his expression soured again. "What is it? Did we not agree not to contact each other during work hours?" From the other end, a melodious yet slightly sultry voice responded, "Today is Gu Zhen's parent-teacher conference. Could you come?" Gu Jingshin pressed his lips together, contemplating. "Is it impossible for you to manage alone? Must you drag me into this embarrassment?" Quickly realizing Wen Wan's intent to present him as her legitimate husband to others, Gu Jingshin struggled to suppress a smile. Wen Wan continued, "I could manage, but you are Gu Zhen's father, and despite not being his biological parent, you have raised him for 10 years. A barely perceptible raise of his eyebrows indicated Gu Jingshin's acknowledgement of her cleverness in utilizing Gu Zhen as an excuse, masking her true intentions. "I am quite busy with work and cannot attend," he replied. Hearing this, Wen Wan's tone turned slightly despondent. "All right then." After hanging up, Gu Jingshin stared at his phone's dark screen, while his subordinates, having gleaned from the conversation that the woman on the line was the somewhat unwelcome Mrs. Gu, prepared to continue their report. Just as one of them began to speak, Gu Jingshin slowly rose from his chair, adjusting his tie. Wen Wan, on the other hand, tucked her phone into her bag, her eyes filled with disappointment. She had hoped for Gu Jingshin to personally attend the conference and confront Gu Zhen. Plans had gone awry, for this stepson harbored no affection for her, and she needed none in return. Moreover, her machinations aimed to sever his ties with Gu Jingshin. Not confronting him would be a minor victory. About half an hour later, parents gradually filled the classroom. Just as the last few arrived, a man sauntered in unhurriedly. Gu Jingshin's entrance elicited gasps from the other parents, who hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Wen Wan, momentarily stunned, was more surprised than anyone else present. Her voice trembled slightly. "What brings you here?" Gu Jingshin sat down beside her, his voice low and resonant. "You are the reason I am here. Thus, it was not my initiative to come." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Shen Yihan, seated in front of them, turned to glance at Gu Jingshin, politely offering a greeting, "Mr. Gu." Gu Jingshin was acquainted with Shen Yihan. Their families had long-standing ties, yet their paths had diverged, resulting in minimal interaction. However, there had always been an underlying tension between the two, primarily because Shen Yihan held Gu Jingshin in disdain, believing that his achievements were solely attributable to having a billionaire father. Rumors swirled that Wen Wan had met with Shen Yihan late at night, although subsequent clarifications revealed that their meeting was merely to discuss a contract with no further implications. Gu Jingshin felt a deep-seated discomfort. The root of his discontent lay in his reluctance to have a woman, whom he intended to marry, associated with scandalous gossip that could tarnish his reputation. Observing Gu Jingshin's aloof demeanor, Shen Yihan smirked internally, yet maintained a cordial facade. "Mr. Gu, I did not expect you to attend your son's parent-teacher conference. Typically, I have not seen you at such events when I attend for my younger brother. I assumed you might refrain from coming due to Gu Zhen's academic performance." Shen Yihan's words dripped with sarcasm. At his remark, Gu Jingshin's expression stiffened. Noticing the stormy look on Gu Jingshin's face, Shen Yihan's smile widened. Wen Wan, witnessing their exchange, inwardly scoffed. Although Gu Zhen may not excel academically, at least he possesses good character. Shen Yihan's younger brother, however, is a thoroughly rotten apple. Shen Yihan's smile faltered. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshin's lips curled slightly. Wen Wan glanced at the storyline in her book, learning that Shen Yihan's brother was actually an adopted child of Shen Yihan's father from outside the marriage. Chapter 20. Late-stage love brain. Shen Yihan was momentarily stunned. Wen Wan exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder his father is willing to let Shen Yihan act in the entertainment industry. It turns out he never intended for Shen Yihan to inherit the family business, but rather his brother. Gu Jingshin turned to look at Wen Wan, surprised by this revelation. He too was hearing it for the first time, and while surprised, he found a certain satisfaction in it. After all, Shen Yihan had always looked down on him, believing his successes were merely a result of his wealthy father. Yet, It appeared that Shun Yihan's father had no intention of passing on any part of the family fortune to him. When Wan sighed, his brother has clearly inherited their father's reckless genes. He already has had numerous girlfriends and even managed to impregnate one. Shun Yihan clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rising emotions. What nonsense was Wen Wan spouting? Gu Jingshan lowered his eyelashes, diverting his attention in an attempt to suppress a chuckle. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered, initiating the conference. In that moment, Wen Wan's internal musings abruptly ceased. Shun Yihan's thoughts were not focused on the parent-teacher meeting, but rather on the words he had just heard from Wen Wan. He did not believe her thoughts for a second. Just then, the previously absent inner voice resurfaced. Wen Wan glanced at Gu Zhen's report card. Unable to restrain her thoughts, how does one score a mere 6 in math? If you scatter a handful of rice on the test paper, even a chicken could answer better than he did. Gu Jingshan noticed Gu Zhen's report card as well, and upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, his brows furrowed. Wen Wan sighed deeply. How foolish. Doesn't he understand that in a multiple-choice test, the answer should be the longest option? Following that logic, he should have scored at least 6 or 7 points. Meanwhile, Shun Yihan, looking at his brother's nearly perfect report card, felt his anger dissipate entirely. It appeared that when Wan's thoughts were fabricated, his brother's impressive scores indicated he had no time for frivolous romantic entanglements. After the meeting concluded, both Wen Wan and Gu Jingshan wore displeased expressions, while Shun Yihan appeared quite pleased, intentionally dropping his report card on the floor for them to see. Once they noticed, he bent down to retrieve it, feigning a smile. Apologies, I couldn't hold on to it. Gu Jingshan's expression darkened as he seized Wen Wan's wrist, wordlessly brushing past Shun Yihan. However, Shun Yihan's smile faded quickly, for the homeroom teacher had specifically asked him to stay behind. Upon reaching the teacher's office, he found the teacher's face etched with concern, sighing heavily before ultimately deciding to disclose some troubling news. Your brother's grades are commendable, but his behavior is concerning, the teacher stated. Shun Yihan's expression froze. The teacher continued. During his time at school, he has had 10 girlfriends, and one of them is pregnant. Shun Yihan stood there, frozen in shock. His face turned pale as he struggled to process the information until the teacher invited him to leave the office, snapping him back to reality. Without even checking who was calling, he answered the phone, his mind in disarray. On the other end was Lu Yuan, a friend he had not spoken to in a long time. Their friendship had blossomed while they worked on a film together. Shun Yihan was taken aback by Lu Yuan's call. After collecting his thoughts, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Lu Yuan, aware of Shun Yihan's feelings for her, hesitated before seeking to leverage his resources to help her overcome the obstacles she faced due to her father's scandal. "Shinge, are you still looking for a role in your next project?" Shun Yihan intended to nod in affirmation, but suddenly, Wen Wan's thoughts echoed in his mind. Recalling a previously suppressed project, he tentatively inquired, "The production we collaborated on hasn't been released yet due to audit issues. There were reports made against it." Upon hearing this, an extended silence enveloped the conversation. Shun Yihan felt his heart sink further. He added, "No worries, I've already initiated an investigation to uncover who made the report." Suddenly, he sensed Lu Yuan drawing in a sharp breath. The next moment, she interrupted him. "There's no need to investigate. Knowing who reported it is no longer important. What matters is finding a way for the show to air." At that moment, Shun Yihan felt a profound chill. He remained silent for an extended period before responding. "My projects will always have roles available, but you are no longer needed. Please refrain from contacting me in the future." Despite Lu Yuan's persistent attempts to reach him thereafter, he chose not to answer. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. Wen Wan was quite curious to witness how Gu Jingshan would reprimand his rebellious son. Gu Zhen was a 6-year-old child Gu Jingshan had adopted during his university years, with the adoption process only completed a few years ago. Despite being an adopted child, Gu Jingshan had never treated Gu Zhen poorly, providing him with everything he desired. Yet, Gu Zhen managed to bring home a math score of 6. Just then, Wen Wan received a call from Director Zhang regarding an audition scheduled for the afternoon. She promptly agreed. After hanging up, she disregarded the man sitting on the sofa with a solemn expression and proceeded directly to the destination mentioned by Director Zhang. Upon arrival, she was surprised to see Lu Yuan at the audition. someone she had not encountered in quite some time. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback, believing Lu Yuan had vanished, only to find her still fighting to stay relevant. Lu Yuan scoffed, observing the astonishment on Wen Wan's face, the mockery in her eyes growing more pronounced. There were many contenders for the second female lead role. When Wen Wan entered, numerous eyes turned toward her. Despite her hiatus from the industry, her reputation lingered. Most assumed her return was merely an attempt to ride on the coattails of current events, as her past standing in the industry made her association with Gu Jingshin seem far-fetched. Additionally, rumors circulated that her departure from the industry was due to marriage, with Gu Jingshin being the likely husband. However, this speculation was soon clarified. Who would get married without wearing a wedding ring? Gu Jingshin once appeared on Lu Yuan's live stream, and there was not a single ring on his hand. Some individuals, upon seeing Wen Wan, could not conceal their mockery. Whispers circulated. Wen Wan is quite clever. She clearly retreated from the industry due to a lack of roles. Yet she concocted a reason for her marriage, and even leaked to the paparazzi that she wed Gu Jingshin. If she were truly his wife, would she even need to audition? She could just step right into the set. Another person nodded in agreement. Exactly, just riding the wave of popularity. I heard the scandalous photo was taken when Wen Wan threw herself into Gu Jingshin's arms. She is indeed quite scheming. Lu Yuan, sitting nearby, listened to their every word, a smirk playing at her lips. Even if Wen Wan were to marry Gu Jingshin, it mattered little. No one would believe it. Her audition was a desperate measure, and one must thank Director Zhang's wife for that. Previously, when Director Zhang's wife was caught entangled with his cousin, it was her few words that led to her forgiveness. She claimed, "I was seduced. Since you are often away, I could only see him as a substitute for you, seeking your reflection in him. Hence my infidelity. But the child is yours." Subsequently, she forged a paternity test, allowing Director Zhang to completely let go.
Now,
He severed ties with his cousin, but had yet to divorce his wife. Moreover, Director Zhang was somewhat infatuated. Upon learning that his wife viewed his brother as a stand-in, he believed it was his own fault that caused all this, leading him to keep her close at all times. This notion was her suggestion, exploiting Director Zhang's guilt. In gratitude, Director Zhang's wife ensured that he granted her an audition opportunity, even promising that the role of the second female lead was reserved for her. Wen Wan's audition was merely a formality. When Wen Wan took her seat, her gaze lingered on the woman nestled beside Director Zhang. The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an instinctive urge for protection. Wen Wan mused, has Director Zhang truly fallen into the throes of love? Director Zhang was bent over, discussing the audition schedule with his wife, when suddenly, Wen Wan's thoughts reached his ears. Chapter 21. It's you, Director Zhang abruptly faltered. Wen Wan's gaze flitted between him and his wife, feeling a pang of irritation. Is Director Zhang bewitched by his wife? His fingers tightened around the pen, his expression darkening. Wen Wan understood the underlying truth. It was entirely his fault that his wife strayed. Had he not been so preoccupied with work, would she have taken his brother as a surrogate? It was merely a testament to her deep affection for him. Director Zhang, maintaining his composure, called out, Wen Wan, it's your turn for the audition. Wen Wan's internal monologue ceased abruptly. She cast a puzzled glance at Director Zhang, sensing the weight in his tone, and rose to audition. Just then, the audition door creaked open, and a man entered slowly from outside. The previously tranquil atmosphere suddenly became charged. Confused, Wen Wan turned her head, only to see the tall figure of a man stepping in, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers. Yet his innate aura was impossible to overlook. A mere glance seemed to appraise those around him, radiating a sense of superiority, aloofness, and elegance. Wen Wan was taken aback. What is my seemingly short-lived husband doing here? Gu Jingshin paused, his gaze resting on her face for a few seconds before shifting away. Upon seeing Gu Jingshin, Lu Yuan's face lit up with surprise as she hurriedly adjusted her hair. Director Zhang rose quickly to greet Gu Jingshin, wearing a smile that exuded eagerness, saying, Mr. Gu, you truly came. I thought you wouldn't invest in this film after our last conversation. Gu Jingshin nodded slightly and took a seat in the vacant spot. Lu Yuan was the first to extend her hand, greeting Gu Jingshin. Jingshin, I knew you would invest in this drama. I mentioned it to you last time, and I'm thrilled you took it to heart. Instantly, the atmosphere buzzed again. as all eyes shifted between Lu Yuan and Gu Jingshan, including Wen Wan's. Gu Jingshan's expression stiffened momentarily. Gossip was one thing, but why was Wen Wan involved? It was already enough for these people, including director Zhang, to know that it was she who prompted Gu Jingshan's investment in the film. However, director Zhang interjected, "What are you talking about? I personally reached out to Mr. Gu several times to invite him." Lu Yuan tugged at director Zhang's sleeve, prompting him to silence. A few mocking laughs echoed in the air, leaving Lu Yuan pale. Director Zhang cleared his throat and said, "Wen Wan, let us begin." While others remained oblivious to the implications, Wen Wan understood completely. A knock indicated a count of 1 million, 3 knocks signifying 3 million. She had previously promised Gu Jingshan that she would refuse the role for 3 million. Wen Wan pondered the significance of money versus the role, ultimately concluding that money held greater importance. Wen Wan was to portray a fleshed-out female general, and she had spent considerable time studying the script. After a moment's reflection, she performed with only half her capabilities. The woman appeared quite ordinary in a loose white short-sleeve top, her slightly curled long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. She exuded a sense of languor and ease. Yet in the next moment, though she remained the same individual, her gaze transformed as if she were no longer herself. With a naturally cool voice that occasionally carried a lazy tone, Wen Wan shifted into seriousness, leaving only an air of coldness. Following the script, she envisioned Gu Jingshan as her scene partner. With a smirk gracing her red lips and a cold glare in her eyes, she spoke. "Traitor, how could you betray your country for a man?" Gu Jingshan thought to himself that this was indeed the first time he had encountered this side of Wen Wan. She advanced a few steps forward, positioning herself before him, hands resting on the edge of the table, looking down disdainfully at Gu Jingshan, scoffing. "How could I have such a disciple as you? Nonsense." Director Zhang's mouth dropped open in shock, almost rendering him speechless. Wen Wan had lost her mind. Was she not berating Gu Jingshan? This was disastrous. Gu Jingshan had been invited over at least 10 times before reluctantly agreeing to observe. To treat him merely as a tool for her performance was tantamount to driving away her benefactor. Just as director Zhang rose to intervene, he noticed Gu Jingshan slightly raising his hand to halt him. Stunned, director Zhang sat back down. Gu Jingshan propped his chin on his hand, his deep-set eyes watching Wen Wan with keen interest. Although he sat, the aura surrounding him projected a sense of disdain. Gu Jingshan suddenly realized that Wen Wan exhibited numerous facets. Not only did she seem to shrink in their home life, but she also maneuvered effortlessly in her acting. Gu Jingshan's gaze fixated on Wen Wan, noting the spirited sharpness in her eyes, her entire being radiating an air of nobility. His throat tightened. Director Zhang observed the entire scene, reflecting that Wen Wan had evidently found satisfaction in chastising Gu Jingshan. Was it possible that Mr. Gu had this peculiar taste? However, for director Zhang, while he acknowledged that Wen Wan's performance was commendable, it lacked authenticity. The traces of acting were too pronounced. He had initially promised his wife to reserve the role of the second female lead for Lu Yuan, feeling reluctant to deny Wen Wan. Yet, it seemed there was no longer a need for refusal. While Wen Wan might manage television dramas, her film performance left much to be desired. Gu Jingshan shared a similar sentiment. Wen Wan was perhaps overthinking things. As this transpired, there came a knock at the audition door and moments later, a staff member entered, delayed, holding a long sword. Upon realizing the audition had commenced, he regrettably found his props had arrived late. In a state of panic, the staff hastily tossed a long sword into Wen Wan's embrace. In a fleeting moment, she caught the sword with remarkable precision. With a flourish, she twirled the blade effortlessly, captivating the audience into silence. Her slender fingers made the once cumbersome sword seem as light as a feather, executing movements with a fluid grace that seemed almost ethereal. Director Zhang stood in a daze, his heart racing. This display was far too skilled. Wasn't she the very general adept at swordplay he had been searching for? Wen Wan lowered her lashes, her curls dancing gently in the breeze created by the sword's motion, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes surrounding her. This was muscle memory at work. For so long, she had played supporting roles in her own world, often devoid of substantial background, taking on any character for the sake of earning a living. Few were willing to accept roles that required combat scenes, yet she embraced them and diligently honed her craft, ultimately finding her niche in the entertainment industry. Upon lifting her gaze, she realized that all eyes were upon her. Startled, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Director Zhang swallowed hard, his mind racing, momentarily forgetting his promise to his wife, and blurted out, "You're the one." When Wan exclaimed, "Huh?" Director Zhang admired her dedication to the role and generously praised her efforts, noting, "It seems you have prepared extensively. Such professionalism is indeed rare." However, his compliments were abruptly halted by an overwhelming thought. Chapter 22. Manifest Genes. Gu Jingshin narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Wan, failing to recognize this remarkable side of her while she performed. Lu Yuan, positioned behind, wore an exceedingly dark expression. She glanced at the woman sitting beside Director Zhang and exchanged a knowing look. She could not afford to lose her sole opportunity to perform, having read the script. She knew the second female lead would garner considerable admiration. Once the film was released, her reputation would rebound due to her father's influence. Initially, she had not coveted this role, but after contacting Shun Yihan, who abruptly informed her that she would no longer be considered for his projects, she found herself bewildered. Previously, when she had requested that Shun Yihan give her the role intended for Wen Wan, he had readily complied. Why was this time different? Reluctantly, she settled for the least desirable script, and now, even that seemed at risk. Director Zhang's wife caught Lu Yuan's signal and abruptly interrupted the audition, saying, "Honey, the baby needs a diaper change." Director Zhang nodded but, recalling the presence of their financier, turned to seek his approval. Gu Jingshin inclined his head slightly. With a sigh of relief, Director Zhang's wife hurried outside, receiving the swaddled infant from an assistant and bringing the child back in. At the sight of the baby, Wen Wan froze for a few moments before rushing over to stand beside Director Zhang's wife, gazing at the infant for an extended time. Gu Jingshin's attention remained fixated on Wen Wan, noticing her excited expression. He furrowed his brow, pondering if Wen Wan was anxiously yearning to have a child with him. That would not do. Having already adopted Gu Jin, he felt one child was quite enough. However, a daughter could be acceptable, provided she bore a resemblance to Wen Wan, who was undeniably lovely, although she would need to inherit some of his genes as well. Suddenly, Wen Wan's internal thoughts pierced through Gu Jingshin's reverie. She had been observing the baby for quite a while when she suddenly discerned something amiss. Wait a minute. Director Zhang, preoccupied with amusing the infant, failed to acknowledge her thoughts. Meanwhile, his wife playfully nudged him and pointed at the child, seemingly offering a hint. Gradually, Director Zhang grasped the situation. He had promised his wife that the second female lead would go to Lu Yuan. Though Lu Yuan had previously sought to use his film as a stepping stone, his wife had risked her life to bear him a child. Perhaps, he thought, he should simply grant Lu Yuan this film as a reward for his wife's sacrifice. When Wan continued to feel that something was off, is this child not Director Zhang's? Instantly, both Gu Jingshin and Director Zhang's gazes turned toward her. Director Zhang's expression darkened. How could this not be his child? Genetic testing had confirmed it beyond doubt. Gu Jingshin, however, leisurely lifted his teacup. Observing both Director Zhang and Wen Wan while sipping his tea, Director Zhang turned to Wen Wan, his brow furrowed deeply. If looks could kill, Wen Wan would have been reduced to ashes. How dare she joke about his child? Director Zhang's wife glanced at Lu Yuan and then subtly gestured with her chin. Understanding the cue, Lu Yuan approached and began to compliment the baby. Director Zhang, this child resembles you remarkably. Just look at those eyes. As if carved from the same mold. Hearing Lu Yuan praise her child, while Wen Wan muttered nonsensical thoughts. Director Zhang became resolute in his decision to exclude Wen Wan from his film. Wen Wan scrutinized the baby's eyes and then glanced at Director Zhang and his wife, thinking, this doesn't add up. Director Zhang has single eyelids, and so does his wife. How could they possibly have a child with double eyelids? Let me think. If Director Zhang's cousin has double eyelids, then a combination of single and double could naturally result in a double. Director Zhang, despite his disbelief in Wen Wan's words, found his gaze fixated on the infant's eyelids. He recalled that his wife's cousin indeed had double eyelids. A chill swept through him, yet he hesitated to accept Wen Wan's thoughts, for the genetic test results were irrefutable. Director Zhang's wife exchanged glances with Lu Yuan, who continued to flatter. Look at that chin. It's so much like Director Zhang's. He will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. Wen Wan, following Lu Yuan's lead, examined the baby's chin. The moment she looked, she was taken aback. Goodness, that broad jawline is a strikingly dominant genetic trait. Director Zhang has a pointed chin, and so does his wife. When Wan clicked her tongue, Director Zhang's infatuation has clouded his judgment. Perhaps his wife manipulated the genetic tests to pull a fast one? Director Zhang stared blankly at the baby's wide jaw. It was indeed broad. Though the infant was still small, bone structure is determined by genetics and cannot be altered later. When Wan continued to observe the baby, declaring, "No need for genetic testing, those large European-style eyes and that prominent jawline." Director Zhang gazed at the infant, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face. Lu Yuan and Director Zhang's wife exchanged excited glances, believing that Director Zhang was so moved by the child that he would soon be driven to choose Lu Yuan for the film instead of Wen Wan. At that moment, Director Zhang lifted his tear-streaked face to his wife and, his voice hoarse, said, "Let us go for a genetic test." As soon as the words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the room. Director Zhang's wife turned pale, and Lu Yuan stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wen Wan casually pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, cracking them open while observing the unfolding drama. The other artists remained in stunned silence, unsure of what had transpired. Gu Jingshen, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Do you require a recommendation for a reputable testing center?" Even after enduring such humiliation, Director Zhang still expressed gratitude to Gu Jingshen, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Gu. I do need that." When Wan cracked a few more seeds, pondering, has Director Zhang suddenly gained clarity? How is he seeing things so clearly now? Director Zhang retorted, "Damn it, the one who opened my eyes is you, Wen Wan." What began as a straightforward audition had devolved into utter chaos due to this unforeseen turn of events. Zhang Dao's wife adamantly refused to go to the testing center, while Zhang Dao himself called for security, cradling the baby and rushing out of the audition company under their protection. They hurriedly departed in a vehicle, leaving the other auditionees in a state of bewilderment. When Wan stretched lazily, glancing at the nearly unsteady Zhang Dao's wife and the pale-faced Lu Yuan, raising an eyebrow as she tucked the remaining sunflower seeds into her pocket for future enjoyment. Her gaze briefly lingered on Gu Jingshen before she gracefully turned away. As she departed, Gu Jingshen slowly rose, preparing to leave. At that moment, an actor attempted to approach him for a casual conversation but hesitated, deterred by the aura emanating from the man, and ultimately retreated. The crowd gathered at the entrance, watching Gu Jingshen's diminishing silhouette. Just then, they noticed Wen Wan pause, as if waiting to engage Gu Jingshen in conversation like the others. Someone scoffed, saying, "Wen Wan can't possibly think she can charm Gu Jingshen like those male celebrities in the entertainment industry, can she?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. Does she not realize what kinds of women Gu always encounters?" As they spoke, they observed Wen Wan standing still, only to see a man stride over and wrap his arm around her waist, pulling her closer effortlessly. Wen Wan appeared bewildered. Frankly, she wished to distance herself from Gu Jingshen, at least in the eyes of the public. After a brief silence, she parted her lips, saying, "Jingshen, this isn't appropriate. I already have a notorious reputation, and if people discover I'm your wife, it could tarnish your reputation." Gu Jingshen paused, turning his head to gaze at her with intensity, responding, "Stop pretending. Were you not waiting for this moment? I'm offering you an opportunity." Subsequently, Gu Jingshen started the car, heading towards the old residence. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's mother's name, Wen Wan felt a wave of disorientation. Having read the novel, she was acutely aware of the Lu family's nature. Aside from Lu Yuan, the vicious female antagonist, and her malicious father, her mother was equally formidable. Wen Wan's father had once run a company that supported their family well, but ever since her marriage to Gu Jingshen, the Lu family had set their sights on her father's business, aiming to acquire it and leave Wen Wan destitute. This would facilitate Gu Jingshen's eventual decision to discard her, as she would possess no capital. The idea to take over her father's company originated with Lu's mother, who had a silver tongue and had become close friends with Gu's mother. In the storyline, her divorce from Gu Jingshen was not solely due to Lu Yuan and her father's machinations, but also Lu's mother's manipulations. Wen Wan pinched her brow, thinking how peculiar the Lu family was. An hour later, they arrived at Gu's old residence. After disembarking, Wen Wan received a text message from Zhang Dao. He confirmed her casting as the second female lead, expressing admiration for her acting skills and hope for a pleasant collaboration, but mentioned that due to numerous family matters, filming would not commence until November, allowing her to accept other roles in the meantime. Wen Wan was about to lock her phone when she noticed Gu Jingshen had exited the vehicle and was standing beside her, his gaze fixed on her phone screen. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her. She thought, "Oh no, I want 30 million and to act in Zhang Dao's film." Gu Jingshen remarked. "Are you not asking for a bit too much?" Wen Wan composed herself, pretending nothing had occurred, and took his arm with a bright smile, saying, "Shall we go inside?" Gu Jingshen nodded, and they entered the old residence together. Upon entering, Wen Wan spotted a particularly elegant middle-aged woman, whose youthful appearance surpassed even that of Gu's mother. Lu Yuan had clearly inherited her mother's genes, and so Lu's mother was not unappealing. As they walked in, Wen Wan assessed both Gu's mother and Lu's mother. Astonished to think, at first glance, I almost mistook Lu Yuan's mother for the wealthy matriarch. Gu's mother paused her tea drinking, her expression darkening. She maintained a close relationship with Lu's mother, often sharing confidences, especially at their age when their husbands and sons were preoccupied with work. After hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Gu's mother scrutinized Lu's mother more closely. Typically, Lu's mother did not dress so ostentatiously. Today, however, she had clearly made an effort to present herself beautifully. Nevertheless, it was not uncommon for women to enjoy looking good, and Gu's mother thought little of it. Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen settled into the living room, where the housekeeper was serving freshly brewed tea. As Wen Wan sank into the sofa, Gu Jingshen sat beside her and directly inquired, "Aunt Lu, is there something you need?" Lu's mother hesitated, then asked, "Is the old master still at work?" Gu's mother pondered for a moment before replying, "He will be a little late." Wen Wan, as languid as ever on the sofa, focused her gaze on Lu's mother, noticing a peculiar glint in her eyes when inquiring about the old master. She propped her chin up, beginning to contemplate. Is Lu Yuan's mother here to plead for a withdrawal of the lawsuit, or is she aiming to facilitate my divorce from Gu Jingshen? Could her motives be anything other than these? What else could it be? Previously, Gu's mother had not particularly favored Wen Wan. She desired a daughter-in-law with refinement, education, and depth, not someone like Wen Wan, who, aside from her looks and figure, had little to offer. However, after reflecting on Wen Wan's thoughts, she suddenly felt she had underestimated her. Wen Wan's intellect was sharper than she had assumed. Without Wen Wan, their family might have been deceived by Lu Yuan and her father indefinitely. Gu's mother held her breath, awaiting Wen Wan's forthcoming thoughts. After a moment of silence, Wen Wan unexpectedly fell silent, which piqued Gu's mother's curiosity. Finally, Wen Wan's thoughts emerged once more. Gu's mother held her breath, eager to listen. Gu's mother had intended to have the housekeeper pack up tea for Wen Wan to take home. The housekeeper nodded quickly and turned to prepare the tea leaves. Gu's mother observed her son, momentarily taken aback. She had never seen Gu Jingshen so proactive before. In the past, when she had been ill in the hospital, he would always prioritize work before coming to her side. To him, work was paramount. It was quite disheartening. Yet, after hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, he appeared so eager. Did Gu Jingshen have feelings for Wen Wan? Gu's mother felt a surge of alarm. Lu's mother smirked slightly before addressing the matter at hand. Ting Jia. My husband has indeed been quite unreasonable. I did not come here to plead for leniency. I was unaware of his despicable actions. I hope for a lengthy sentence, as a form of justice for the women he has harmed. Upon hearing this, Gu's mother's expression softened as she gazed at Lu's mother, her heart swelling with sympathy. She felt guilty for having anticipated Wen Wan's thoughts, thinking Lu's mother and Lu Yuan were as nefarious as Lu Sheng. Gu's mother had confidence in her judgment of character. She had known Lu's mother longer than Lu Sheng, let alone Wen Wan. In fact, she should trust Lu's mother's character even more. At that moment, Wen Wan pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Lu's mother. She recalled the plot concerning the Lu family. The novel depicted Lu's mother as not particularly virtuous. Yet today, her impressions seemed to diverge from that narrative. Could the book be flawed? Suddenly, the vanished system reappeared, patting its chest and declaring, "How could that be?" After uttering this, the system promptly logged off. Wen Wan thought, since there are no discrepancies, there must be something amiss. Gu's mother sat beside Lu's mother, gently patting the middle-aged woman's shoulder. With earnestness, she reassured her, rest assured, Lu Sheng will pay the price she deserves. If you wish to divorce, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Lu's mother, touched, sniffled slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Gu's mother continued, Lu Sheng is quite cunning. While I can help you with a divorce, I cannot guarantee a substantial division of assets. Wen Wan, observing the description of Lu Yuan's mother in the book, thought to herself that she was even more miserly than Lu Sheng. The one who coveted the Gu family's wealth the most was Lu's mother. Yet, Lu's mother nodded in agreement, echoing Gu's mother's sentiment. As long as I can divorce such a person, I wouldn't ask for a single penny. Wen Wan was taken aback. Gu Jingshen, looking at Wen Wan, noticed her expression of astonishment linger for a few seconds. At that moment, the housekeeper brought over tea leaves, which Gu Jingshen took and casually handed to Wen Wan. Only then did Wen Wan fix her gaze on the tea leaves in his hand, surprised. Is this for me? She blinked a few times. Aren't you the one who dislikes tea? Gu Jingshen scrutinized her for a moment, pondering how his wife could forget his preferences. He decided to give her a chance to remember his likes. It was understandable, as he seldom spent time with Wen Wan. Aside from their nightly intimacies, they had little interaction. I like it, Wen Wan nodded. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she thought, could it be that Lu's mother today has her sights set on Mr. Gu? Upon this thought, Gu's mother's comforting words to Lu's mother abruptly ceased. Chapter 24. Subtle innuendos. As Mr. Gu returned home from work, fatigue etched on his face due to his advancing age. He felt increasingly out of sync with his body. As he stumbled through the door, Wen Wan's inner voice jolted him awake. Gu's mother understood that although Wen Wan had unraveled Lu Sheng's scheme, it did not imply that Lu Sheng's wife, her friend, was of the same character. Exercising restraint, Gu's mother refrained from admonishing Wen Wan and merely suggested she go upstairs. However, a casual glance revealed that upon seeing Mr. Gu enter, Lu's mother's previously melancholic demeanor suddenly brightened. Gu's mother felt a weight in her heart, yet relaxed slightly, reasoning it was merely excitement over Lu Sheng's legal troubles. Mr. Gu removed his coat, which the housekeeper promptly took. As he walked toward the sofa, he rubbed his temples and remarked, there's no chance of winning. Lu's mother let out a sigh of relief, whispering, if there's no chance of winning, it will be easier for me to divorce. Upon noticing Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen, Mr. Gu felt a twinge of discomfort. He harbored a sense of guilt towards Wen Wan, viewing this as a form of compensation. Wen Wan feigned surprise and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Dad. Mr. Gu's guilt lessened slightly, but as he sipped his tea, Wen Wan's inner voice surged forth. Internally, she protested, what nonsense. This is my father's company. How is it a good deed on his part? Mr. Gu choked on his tea, coughing several times. Wen Wan anxiously urged, Dad, take your time. After exhaling deeply to quell his frustration, Lu's mother swiftly produced a tissue, presenting it to Mr. Gu with a smile that belied a captivating glint in her eyes. Sir, wipe your mouth. Wen Wan's gaze fixated on Lu's mother, her mind racing, heart pounding with excitement. Here it comes. Gu's mother furrowed her brow, pondering, what is coming? Lu's mother's actions appeared entirely ordinary. It was well known that Lu Yuan's mother was gentle and attentive. Wen Wan mused, Lu Yuan's mother is even more cunning than Lu Yuan. She's preparing to seduce Mr. Gu, aiming to become a mistress. Gu's mother, silence. Gu Jingshen cast another glance at Wen Wan. Lu's mother hesitated, her hand clenching the tissue tightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Her daughter was inept and incapable of marrying into the Gu family. It was up to her to take the lead. Noticing Mr. Gu had yet to take the tissue, her palms grew sweaty, and her eyes reddened as she said, after my divorce from Lu Sheng, I'm not sure if I can support Yuan. After speaking, Lu's mother gazed hopefully at Mr. Gu, fully aware of his good nature. Surely, upon hearing this, he would allow her and Yuan to reside in the old mansion, providing for their needs. Though strong-willed, Zhang Jiting was kind-hearted and loyal. Yet, before either could speak, Wen Wan's inner voice chimed in first. She scoffed internally, oh, the audacity. Lu Yuan is not a hand or a leg. Can't she earn her keep in the entertainment industry, making over 2 million a day? Can't she support her mother? Gu's mother's mouth opened and closed again. Based on her understanding of these two, they should have nodded by now. Just then, Gu Jingshin, who had been silent, spoke up. Aunt Lu, I recall that Lu Yuan's pay is quite substantial. Are you implying that your expenses are so great that your daughter cannot take care of you? Lu's mother was taken aback, looking up at Gu Jingshin, whose eyes narrowed with depth. Unable to suppress a swallow, she replied, No, Yuan is unable to find work due to her father's issues. Wen Wan internally sneered, So, you want the Gu family to bear the burden? The Gu family may be foolish, but they are not brainless. The three members of the Gu family felt the weight of her insinuation. Gu Jingshin smirked slightly, his voice low and gravelly. Oh, isn't Lu Xing's predicament a consequence of his own actions? It would be a miracle if our family did not demand compensation from him. Do you expect us to bear the consequences of Lu Xing's choices? His words left Lu's mother speechless. Wen Wan exclaimed, My husband is a breath of fresh air in the Gu family. Gu Jingshin, I merely wish to prove that he is not foolish. Lu's mother faltered, her heart racing with anxiety. She turned her gaze toward Gu's mother, her expression pleading, as if to convey that her son had misspoken and sought her intervention against Gu Jingshin. However, Gu's mother avoided Lu's mother's gaze, lowering her eyes. Lu's mother felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, her voice dropping to a whisper. You misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. I simply wish to find a job at the Gu family mansion after my divorce from Lu Sheng, as I haven't worked for nearly 20 years. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the older housekeepers in the Gu household. They had ample opportunities to be close to Mr. Gu, such as now, when one approached to refill his tea. These housekeepers were older, and thus held no allure for Mr. Gu. She aimed to secure her position first. Gu's mother contemplated for a moment, leaning back slightly and relaxing her guard. Oh, is that your intention? In that case, why not come to work the day after tomorrow? We could use another housekeeper, and you can keep me company. Mr. Gu had always been indifferent to domestic affairs, preoccupied with his company. Lu's mother's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude. Great. I will take good care of both you and the old master. Wen Wan witnessed the entire exchange, internally giving a thumbs up, impressive, retreating to advance. Wen Wan was acutely aware of Lu's mother's intentions. She cradled a box of tea leaves, her gaze fixed on Lu's mother, contemplating. So, Lu Yuan's mother isn't aiming to be a mistress. As Gu's mother discussed the housekeeper's role with Lu's mother, Wen Wan's inner voice echoed in her ears, this time with favorable sentiments. Wen Wan's assertion that Lu's mother did not wish to be a mistress brought her relief, allowing her to welcome Lu's mother into their home for work, effectively alleviating her own boredom. At this moment, however, Wen Wan's thoughts took a turn. Could it be that she directly aims to supplant Gu's mother, aspiring to become the wealthy young mistress? Chapter 25, The Consequence of One's Own Actions, What Grand Ambition. Gu's mother's voice faltered. Gu Jingshin observed the pallor of his mother's face and her incredulous gaze before shifting his attention back to Wen Wan. However, the notion of aspiring to be a wealthy lady extinguished the smile from Gu Jingshin's face abruptly. He turned sharply to Lu's mother, a shadow crossing his eyes. Wen Wan pondered sympathetically, considering how advanced in age Mr. Gu is. Can he truly endure this? Mr. Gu trembled slightly as he lifted his teacup, while Mrs. Gu scrutinized Lu Mu, seemingly discerning something in her eyes. Wen Wan appraised Mr. Gu carefully, mused, a man at 60 should be past his prime. Mr. Gu's face flushed crimson, and he was beset by a series of coughs. Suddenly, Gu Jingshin's deep voice broke the silence. Wen Wan, have some tea. Wen Wan halted her wandering thoughts, raised her teacup, and took a sip. A wave of awkwardness washed over Mrs. Gu's face. Gu Jingshin believed that by urging Wen Wan to drink tea, he could silence her inner musings, yet he was mistaken. As she sipped, Wen Wan thought, indeed, he is not well. The persistent coughing is telling. Lu Mu's strategy is quite clever. Working right under Mr. Gu's nose, she certainly has ample opportunities to ingratiate herself. Soon enough, Gu Jingshin may find himself with a new mother. The Gu family of three, Mr. Gu, now too intimidated to cough, forced himself to suppress the urge. After ruminating on her thoughts, a twinge of panic surged within Wen Wan. If Lu Mu were to successfully ascend, her first act would undoubtedly be to arrange for Lu Yuan to marry Gu Jingshan. That would spell the end of her inheritance worth billions. Wen Wan could no longer sip her tea, resolving, I must prevent this from unfolding. Before Wen Wan could intervene, Mrs. Gu spoke first, overturning her previous promise. Lan, I just remembered that we might not need a housekeeper. If you're in need of work, how about I introduce you to a lovely opportunity as a nanny? The smile on Lu Mu's lips froze, her eyes flickering with malice. This time, Mrs. Gu did not miss the emotion in Lu Mu's gaze. Even if Lu Mu returned to her usual gentle demeanor, Mrs. Gu would trust her instincts. Lu Mu hesitated before saying, but Mrs. Gu interrupted. I understand it has been a while since you've worked, and you may feel unaccustomed. However, what I have in mind is a position with a friend of mine. They are in need of a housekeeper and offer a higher salary than ours. Given your experience caring for your disabled husband, I believe you would excel as a nanny and adapt quickly. Wen Wan was taken aback by Mrs. Gu's words, thinking, Mrs. Gu has quite a talent for subtle barbs. Lu Mu's complexion turned ashen. She instinctively recognized the underlying message in Mrs. Gu's words, that she was destined to serve. Lu Mu's hands clenched tightly. Though she did not understand why everything felt beyond her control, she knew she mustn't act too hastily. A glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes as she replied, All right. Thank you, Ting Ting. I will certainly perform well in this position. Mrs. Gu was momentarily stunned. It appeared that Lu Mu genuinely required a job and agreed, without the resentment Wen Wan had anticipated. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Mrs. Gu. After a brief pause, she said, You. In Wen Wan's mind, she had absorbed the entirety of the book's contents. As she mentally scanned through it, her pupils dilated in disbelief. Wait. Lu Yuan is not the biological daughter of Lu Sheng. Instantly, the Gu family sat up straight, each holding their breath. Wen Wan recalled that Lu Yuan eventually discovered the identity of her real father, which granted her the strength to contend with the female lead. Wen Wan gasped, Oh my. Lu Yuan's mother is incredibly astute. Lu Yuan is the product of her mother's secret liaison, and the father is. What a revelation! Wen Wan, still holding her teacup, found herself stunned by the unfolding narrative, her mind racing. So engrossed was she in her thoughts that she failed to notice the Gu family's unwavering gazes fixed upon her. Wen Wan reflected, upon learning of her pregnancy, Lu Yuan's mother must have secretly sought a provider, this person being Lu Sheng. She did not reveal this to anyone, gave birth to Lu Yuan, and intended to reclaim her lineage. No wonder Lu Yuan's mother would want Lu Sheng imprisoned. Mrs. Gu's mouth fell open slightly, her previous composure dissipating into thin air. Mr. Gu listened intently, oblivious to the cigarette burning down in his hand. Gu Jingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling that his visit had not been in vain. Wen Wan inhaled sharply, and Lu Yuan's biological father is the illegitimate child of Mrs. Gu's sister's husband. The gossipy expression on Mrs. Gu's face evaporated, replaced by a look of shock. Wen Wan remarked, This is quite the direct assault on Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu blinked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mrs. Gu's face turned pale. She abruptly stood and hurried upstairs, retrieving her phone, disregarding the situation below, and dialed her sister's number. The Zhang family was also of noble lineage. Mrs. Gu urged herself to remain calm, not to succumb to Wen Wan's insinuations. Once her sister answered, Mrs. Gu panted, Sister, did brother-in-law have an affair? As soon as the words left her lips, the woman on the other end hesitated, momentarily stunned, and instinctively asked, How do you know?
Mrs. Gu's heart sank.
Her sister sounded even more alarmed, asking, Did his mistress contact you? I've told no one, feeling it was too embarrassing. Did you hear it from her? Mrs. Gu struggled to maintain her balance, bracing herself against the table, barely managing to stand upright. Sister, from this moment forth, you must listen to me. Divorce brother-in-law. If you do not, he will drain our family's wealth. Her sister gasped several times, urgently asking what had transpired. Mrs. Gu, unsure of how to explain, suggested they discuss it in person. After cutting the call, she descended the stairs, casting a cold glance at Lu Mu still seated below, her heart heavy. With a stern expression, she addressed the butler. Zhang, please escort our guest out. Lu Mu, engrossed in texting Lu Yuan to advise her to behave herself in the coming days, was taken aback by Mrs. Gu's abrupt dismissal. Before she could protest, The butler escorted her out. When Wan found her tea had grown cold, watching the scene unfold with a sense of confusion. Lu Mu glanced at Wen Wan and, before exiting, told Mr. Gu, "Dear, not only must you return Wen Wan's father's company to her family, but you should also enhance the contracts, ensure they yield better profits than before the acquisition." Chapter 26. The approach was flawed. Mr. Gu was under his wife's thumb. Whatever she said was law. He nodded in agreement, understood. Wen Wan was taken aback by this turn of events. Gu Jingshen accompanied her through the door. Shortly, they encountered Gu Zhen, who was engrossed in a game. Hearing the door open, he hastily opened it. Gu Jingshen watched as Gu Zhen retreated to his bedroom, his expression darkening. Recalling the dismal scores on Gu Zhen's exams, his countenance grew grim. Wen Wan intended to brew some tea, but before she could take a step, Gu Jingshen encircled her waist from behind. His voice, low and smooth, brushed against her ear like a feather. "Do you wish to star in a film by Zhang Heng?" Wen Wan nodded. Gu Jingshen narrowed his eyes. "Very well." Wen Wan's lips curved into a smile, but before she could revel in her joy, he added, "You must tutor Gu Zhen. If he passes any subject in the upcoming monthly exam, I will permit you to go." Gu Zhen, having stealthily opened the door, caught the faint echo of his father's words. Unable to contain himself any longer, he flung the door wide open, his tone filled with annoyance. "I don't need that." Gu Jingshen paid no heed to Gu Zhen's protests, instead focusing on Wen Wan, his lips curling slightly. "Does this agreement work for you?" Wen Wan appeared eager, replying, "Absolutely." Gu Zhen scowled, his delicate features twisted in displeasure as he glared at Wen Wan. This woman, in her quest to secure her position as a wealthy matron, had set her sights on him. In his heart, the only suitable stepmother was his sister, Lu Yuan. Gu Zhen observed Wen Wan's anxious and impatient demeanor, snorting softly. Yet the next moment, a thought struck him. Wen Wan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Perhaps it would be better to end my life. Gu Zhen was taken aback, staring at Wen Wan for a long moment, but her lips remained tightly sealed, offering no words. Gu Jingshen smiled faintly. "Go ahead." He deliberately wanted to prevent Wen Wan from leaving, assigning her an impossible task to dissuade her. With heavy steps, Wen Wan entered Gu Zhen's bedroom, followed closely by Gu Zhen, who fixated on the back of her head, contemplating whether he truly heard her innermost thoughts just moments ago. Wen Wan surveyed the room, taking in the wall adorned with figurines, a desk devoid of books save for a solitary laptop, and a mobile phone displaying a gaming interface. She casually selected a chair to sit in and picked up a comic book that Gu Zhen had left half-read, flipping through its pages. Gu Zhen anticipated that Wen Wan would teach him, providing him an opportunity to utter harsh words and eject her from the room. However, upon her arrival, she ignored him entirely and immersed herself in the comic. This irked Gu Zhen greatly. He slumped into a chair, cast a glance at Wen Wan, and began playing on his phone. As Wen Wan became engrossed in the comic, she almost forgot her obligation to tutor Gu Zhen. It wasn't until Gu Zhen, unable to contain himself, abruptly set his phone down and hurried toward her, snatching the comic from her hands, exclaiming fiercely, "Wen Wan, do you disregard my father's words?" Wen Wan shot him a glance, coolly retorting, "Your father never intended for me to tutor you. He merely concocted an excuse to prevent me from acting." "You?" Wen Wan stretched her limbs and said, "You want me to teach you?" Gu Zhen scoffed, "In your dreams. It's only a matter of time before you divorce my father. You're merely 8 years my senior, and let me tell you, do not seek validation in front of my father. I'm going back to my game." Wen Wan feigned disappointment, saying, "Gu Zhen, do you dislike me so much? I only wish for you to study diligently." Upon hearing her reveal her true feelings, Gu Zhen's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. "Teach me? Not a chance." Wen Wan sighed, "Your treatment of me saddens me." The more sorrowful Wen Wan appeared, the more at ease Gu Zhen felt, even invigorating his gaming experience. Subsequently, as Wen Wan departed, she pondered, "No studying? How splendid! That way, Gu Jingshen, this useless adopted son, cannot inherit the Gu family's assets. It will all be mine." Gu Zhen's gaming hand faltered, and upon realizing Wen Wan's thoughts, he paused momentarily. Then, he hastily set aside his phone, disregarding the chaotic gaming screen and his teammates' expletive-laden remarks. Turning to Wen Wan's retreating silhouette, he clenched his jaw and declared, "I will study." Wen Wan halted, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Gu Zhan locked his phone, silencing the cacophony of his teammates. He retrieved a textbook, placed it on the table, and patted it with his hand. Wen Wan stared at him in confusion for a few seconds before moving closer to sit in the chair beside him. Soon after, she opened a page, her gaze landing on the numerous scribbles defacing the text, and her eyelids twitched. Let's start from here. Gu Zhan nodded. At midnight, after dealing with matters concerning her sister, Gu Zhan's mother arrived at her son's villa, her emotions a whirlwind. She had inquired about her sister's infidelity and discovered that over 20 years ago, her brother-in-law had cheated, and upon investigation, it turned out that the other party was Lu Yuan's mother. Without delay, she instructed her sister to file for divorce the following day. Her sister revealed that she, too, was contemplating divorce but lacked evidence, which would significantly affect the division of assets. Hence, she sought Gu Jingshen's counsel. Upon entering the living room, Gu Zhan, his son, and Wen Wan seemed to still be awake. Gu Jingshen was working in his study. Upon hearing the housekeeper announce his mother's arrival, he paused his work, opened the door, and took the elevator downstairs. Gu Jingshen and his mother sat in the living room, staring at each other in silence, neither willing to speak. Both were taciturn by nature. Suddenly, Gu Zhen's mother asked, "Where is Wen Wan?" Gu Jingshen replied, "She is tutoring Gu Zhen." At this revelation, surprise flickered in his mother's eyes, disbelief etched into her features. Those two can coexist peacefully? Gu Jingshen replied, "They cannot." Gu Zhen's mother slowly rose, stating, "I shall go and see." With that, she headed toward Gu Zhen's bedroom, followed closely by Gu Jingshen. He could already envision the tense standoff between Wen Wan and Gu Zhen in the bedroom. This might be beneficial, allowing Wen Wan to realize the futility of her efforts and abandon Zhang Dao's play. Gu Zhen's mother was equally anxious, fearing a confrontation, and had even prepared to summon the family doctor. Quickening her pace, she pushed open Gu Zhen's bedroom door. Reflexively, she exclaimed, "Don't fight. We are all family, aren't we?" However, upon fully opening the door, both she and Gu Jingshen stood frozen in place, the corners of Gu Jingshen's mouth twitching upwards as he observed the two figures seated together in study within. Inside the bedroom, Wen Wan rested her chin on one hand, the other pressing down on a test paper, softly murmuring something as her eyes remained lowered. Gu Zhen occasionally rolled his eyes at her, but simultaneously listened to her words, diligently marking key points on the paper. The scene appeared both peculiar and harmonious. Gu Zhen's mother drew in a sharp breath, reflecting, surely, her approach had been misguided. Chapter 27. Does he not know me? After a brief pause to regain her composure, Gu Zhen's mother pushed the door open again. At this moment, Wen Wan and Gu Zhen turned their heads towards the entrance. And upon seeing Gu Zhen's mother and Gu Jingshen, Wen Wan yawned and slowly rose, saying, "It's too late. Let's call it a night." With that, she made her way out, catching sight of the man's darkened expression, prompting her eyebrows to rise slightly. Meanwhile, Gu Zhen excitedly leaped into his grandmother's embrace, exclaiming how he missed her dearly. Gu Jingshen, however, remained fixated on Wen Wan's ascending figure as she entered the elevator, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At 2 a.m, after strategizing with his mother, Gu Jingshen escorted her to the door. Meanwhile, Wen Wan nestled under her covers, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep, only to be roused from her dreams by an incoming call. Suppressing her irritation, she answered, only to be met with a voice that completely drained her of energy. It was Shen Yihan. His tone conveyed weariness as he inquired, "Wen Wan, do you have time in the next 3 months?" Taken aback, Wen Wan pondered for a moment. Zhang Dao's play was set to commence in 3 months, and she indeed had an open schedule. "Yes." Shen Yihan sighed. "That's perfect. I have a modern urban drama, and if you are willing, I can offer you the role of the third female lead." Wen Wan bolted upright in bed. The third female lead? She recalled that Lu Yuan had participated in this urban drama, portraying the same character, which had catapulted her to stardom. How had this fortunate opportunity, originally meant for Lu Yuan, fallen into her hands? Moreover, wasn't Shen Yihan infatuated with Lu Yuan? Wen Wan exclaimed, "I can, but what about Lu Yuan?" The mention of Lu Yuan triggered thoughts of Wen Wan's silent musings in Shen Yihan's mind. He had been preoccupied with family matters and investigating why his previous drama had failed to pass review. Ultimately, He uncovered that his adopted brother was the offspring of a mistress and found that the drama's failure was due to an anonymous report. While determining the identity of the informant proved challenging, through Wen Wan's silent thoughts, it was apparent that Lu Yuan was the culprit. Shen Yihan's voice was heavy with fatigue as he stated, "I have no relationship with her. If you confirm your participation in this drama, filming begins tomorrow." Wen Wan replied, "Oh, that's fine." Shen Yihan ended the call after uttering a brief affirmation. As Wen Wan placed her phone on the bedside table, she glanced up to find Gu Jingshan standing at her bedside, looking down at her with a displeased expression. Hesitating, she said, "I just received a call from Shen Yihan. He wants me to act in his drama." Gu Jingshan grunted noncommittally. "Oh." Then, seemingly uninterested, he lay down beside her, pulling the covers over himself and drifting off to sleep. Wen Wan understood that Gu Jingshan harbored no affection for her. Thus, he would not interfere with her life. His refusal to allow her to star in director Zhang's production likely stemmed from his intent to invest, believing that her involvement would jeopardize his returns. In any case, Gu Jingshan was not investing in Shen Yihan's project. With her eyes closed, Wen Wan drifted into slumber. At the very moment she fell asleep, Gu Jingshan lifted his eyelids, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. It was clear to Wen Wan that he was at odds with Shen Yihan, yet she chose to partake in his production. Was this a deliberate attempt to draw his attention? Gu Jingshan mused, but he assured himself he would not be concerned. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to sleep, while the woman beside him breathed evenly, clearly in a deep slumber. He pinched the bridge of his nose, grasped his phone that lay on the side, and swiftly typed a message to his assistant. The assistant, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the ringtone he had set specifically for his boss. Startled, he rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness. Accustomed to receiving messages from his boss at odd hours, he retrieved his phone only to grimace at the content.
So,
in the middle of the night, he was being tasked with investigating the role Wen Wan played in Shen Yihan's drama. The following day, Wen Wan arrived at the filming location. She signed the contract swiftly, and the system in her mind presented her with a new task. In the original plot, Lu Yuan played this role, which entangled her with the male and female leads. You are to replace Lu Yuan and obstruct the leads. Wen Wan acknowledged this with an O. She had skimmed through the script before, which featured the protagonists and a malicious female antagonist. Despite not being cast in this drama, it was during the filming that her divorce from Gu Jingshan occurred. The book did not explicitly state the reason for their separation, but it could be inferred that it was closely tied to Gu Xiaoran. Gu Xiaoran could be absent, but her inheritance must remain intact. Lost in thought, Gu Xiaoran approached with his manager, positioning himself behind Wen Wan. He recognized her silhouette immediately, and a mocking smile crept across his lips. The manager cautioned, "I secured this role for Shen Yihan after 3 days of drinking. If the previously confirmed male lead hadn't been embroiled in a scandal, Shen Yihan wouldn't have agreed, even if I bled for my stomach." Gu Xiaoran replied dismissively, "I understand." Their gazes were fixed on Wen Wan's figure ahead, and Gu Xiaoran scoffed, "Is Wen Wan playing my first love?" The manager nodded. It seems so. The mockery in Gu Xiaoran's eyes deepened. He knew that Wen Wan would not relent. She had humbly sought this role from Shen Yihan, not merely to fulfill an unrealized wish, but to spark some connection with him through the drama's filming. With a derisive snort, Gu Xiaoran stepped in front of Wen Wan and, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, "Wen Wan, is this really necessary?" Wen Wan turned to face the man towering over her, confusion flickering in her gaze. The system reminded her, Gu Xiaoran. Although the words were ornate, she recalled only a few, a face as sharp as a knife. Wen Wan swallowed hard and muttered, "I could go for some knife-cut noodles." The system. Gu Xiaoran stared at Wen Wan for a prolonged moment, then rubbed his ears. What were knife-cut noodles? Had Wen Wan spoken again? Disappointment welled within her. She had anticipated the male lead to be more charming, yet upon closer inspection, he was rather ordinary. Just then, Shen Yihan approached from a distance. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and simple black trousers, he exuded a subtle warmth, though the shadows under his eyes were quite pronounced. The man drew nearer, casting a deep gaze at Wen Wan. Taken aback, she sensed a discrepancy between his eyes and the narrative of the book, leaving her somewhat astonished. According to the plot, Shen Yihan despised her. being one of the few who truly disliked her aside from the male lead, as he harbored feelings for Lu Yuan, naturally leading to his disdain for her. Gu Xiaoran straightened, his usual arrogance somewhat diminished. In truth, he respected Shen Yihan, a figure comparable to his wealthy and powerful uncle. At around 30, Shen Yihan had amassed a plethora of awards, a testament to his talent. Shen Yihan had always been aloof, unlike other directors in the industry. Despite past rumors linking him to Wen Wan, he had publicly clarified his single status the following day, effectively slapping down any attempts she made to leverage their connection for a role in his production. However, what Gu Xiaoran was unaware of was that the rumors had arisen not from Wen Wan's desire for the leading role, but rather from request for a foothold in the industry, seeking a role that could establish her presence. The manager tugged at Gu Xiaoran's sleeve, signaling that it was time for him to greet Shen Yihan. Understanding, Gu Xiaoran smiled. Mr. Shen, thank you for the opportunity to play the male lead. I assure you I will not disappoint. Shen Yihan's gaze shifted from Wen Wan's face to Gu Xiaoran, his expression perplexed. And you are? Gu Xiaoran realized it was hardly surprising that Shen Yihan did not recognize him, given that he was merely a third or fourth-tier male star in the industry, and the role had been secured through his manager's efforts. As he extended his hand in preparation for a handshake, Shen Yihan bypassed him entirely, striding directly to Wen Wan. With a gentle touch on her shoulder, he abandoned the cold demeanor he had exhibited towards Gu Xiaoran, speaking softly. I haven't shown you the script yet, have I? Come with me. Let me explain some of the scenes. Wen Wan nodded appreciatively, replying, Thank you. Though she was uncertain about Shen Yihan's sudden change in demeanor since the parent-teacher meeting, she chose not to dwell on it, preferring to avoid overthinking. Together, they entered the production team, leaving Gu Xiaoran bewildered in their wake. His eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to his manager, asking, Shen Yihan, doesn't he recognize me? Yet he knows Wen Wan, who has been out of the industry for 2 years. Chapter 28. The top star on the sewing machine. The manager, equally perplexed, quickly came to a realization and advised, Wen Wan was quite popular before her hiatus. And now that she's making a comeback, you should seize this opportunity. Don't treat her with indifference as before. If it weren't for her, do you think you would have debuted smoothly? Gu Xiaoran's expression darkened. What did the manager imply? Did he look down upon him? Although Wen Wan had aided his debut, it was her choice to do so, and without her, he might have fared even better than he currently did. Observing Gu Xiaoran's grim countenance, the manager shook his head. Wen Wan entered what was ostensibly an office, a makeshift structure set up by the production team. Shen Yihan casually pulled a chair in front of her and took a seat opposite her. After she settled in, Shen Yihan handed her the script for the drama. Flipping through a couple of pages, she realized that her role had limited dialogue, but her character was quite endearing. In the story, she was the male lead's first love, someone he thought of fondly in times of difficulty, providing him with the confidence to overcome his challenges. Wen Wan's thoughts, however, were not entirely focused on the script. They lingered on Gu Xiaoran. Perhaps a tinge of the original owner's resentment lingered within her, causing her discomfort. In truth, Wen Wan had been a devoted admirer, and it could be said that all the rumors surrounding her were merely efforts to cater to Gu Xiaoran's needs. Yet, Gu Xiaoran remained oblivious to her kindness, convinced that everything he had achieved was entirely unrelated to her. Even during the filming of this drama, Gu Xiaoran encountered the female lead and developed feelings for her. He feared that Wen Wan might exploit her relationship with his uncle to exert coercive pressure on him, so he gathered substantial evidence and presented it to Gu Jingshan. Upon learning that Wen Wan had married him for Gu Xiaoran's sake, Gu Jingshan, a man of immense pride, wasted no time in divorcing her after realizing he had been deceived. From that moment on, Wen Wan's life turned into a nightmare. She began to comprehend the entanglement between herself, Gu Xiaoran, and Gu Jingshan, a sardonic curve playing at the corners of her lips. Gu Xiaoran, just you wait. Hearing this inner voice, Shen Yihan, who was explaining the script to Wen Wan, paused, lifted his gaze, and admonished her. Do not let personal emotions interfere with your work. Shen Yihan scrutinized her for a moment longer. For the past few days, he had been contemplating whether to reveal to Wen Wan that he could hear her thoughts. However, after much deliberation, he chose to keep this peculiar secret to himself, recognizing its absurdity. After all, He was the only one privy to her inner musings. Should he divulge this, she would likely dismiss it as madness. Wen Wan tilted her head, gazing at Shin Yi-han in surprise, and inquired, "Director Shin, why do you keep looking at me?" Just as Shin Yi-han was about to respond, Wen Wan's thoughts spiraled. Could he be viewing me as a substitute for Lu Yuan? Is he aware that Lu Yuan has feelings for my husband and is seeking solace through me for the affection she cannot receive from him? Shin Yi-han's mind raced. What? Lu Yuan likes Gu Jingshin? And she is still trying to involve herself with him despite knowing he is married to Wen Wan? Lu Yuan was indeed a complicated character. Wen Wan bit her lip, continuing her train of thought. No wonder she suddenly wanted me to portray her first love. I can think of no other rationale. Shin Yi-han pinched the bridge of his nose and earnestly stated, "Lu Yuan and I have no relationship beyond friendship." He added pointedly, "In fact, we are no longer even friends." Yet internally, he questioned, "Why do I need to explain myself? My husband goes out drinking with Lu Yuan without providing any explanation to me, his wife." Initially, Shin Yi-han intended for Wen Wan to review the script on her own, but upon hearing her thoughts, he paused, staring at her for an extended moment, a surge of sympathy rising within him. It was common knowledge among their circle that Gu Jingshin did not harbor affection for Wen Wan. Moreover, he was married, yet maintained a close relationship with Lu Yuan. Shin Yi-han's tone softened considerably as he gently said, "Next, I will outline some important considerations for you." Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Gu Corporation, the assistant had already investigated which role Wen Wan would be playing in Shin Yi-han's script. After delivering his report, the assistant glanced up at Gu Jingshin, who was diligently focused on his work, his eyes cast downward. Clad in a tailored black suit, Gu Jingshin wore gold-rimmed glasses, seemingly designed to block radiation, though they had no prescription. The assistant cleared his throat. "Mr. Gu, regarding the information you requested last night, I have found that your wife is set to star in a script created by Shin Yi-han over the past year." Gu Jingshin shot a cold, indifferent glance at his assistant. He was preoccupied and had no time for trivial matters. Just as he was about to instruct the assistant to attend to other tasks, the assistant's voice chimed in again. "This script has absorbed a significant amount of Shin Yi-han's effort. It can be said to be based on his own experiences. And your wife will portray Shin Yi-han's first love." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingshin's grip tightened around his pen, his fingers turning pale, and a fleeting shadow of anger crossed his face, though it quickly dissipated. His voice remained steady. "Understood. You may leave now. I need to continue my work." The assistant nodded, aware that Gu Jingshin had sent a message late last night expressing minimal concern for his neglected wife. He turned to exit, preparing for the upcoming meeting. After finishing his tasks, the assistant checked the time and hurried back to the CEO's office to summon Gu Jingshin for the meeting. He opened the door while respectfully announcing, "Mr. Gu, the meeting is about to commence. The vice president and shareholders are waiting." Upon entering, the assistant was taken aback to find the office utterly deserted. After completing her script rehearsal with Shin Yi-han, Wen Wan was ushered by the makeup artists and stylists to prepare for her role as the male lead's first love. By the time she emerged from the makeup room, the filming was ready to commence. When Shin Yi-han spotted her, he nodded, signaling that she could proceed. Wen Wan approached the camera, while Gu Xiran stood behind it, observing the unfolding scenes. The actor sharing the screen with Wen Wan was currently one of the hottest male celebrities, a member of a boy band, who was eager to transition to acting despite taking on a supporting role. He was indeed grateful for the opportunity, as this prominent actor's fame would undoubtedly draw attention to the project. As the star prepared to step in front of the camera, Gu Xiran greeted him with a friendly nod. The actor appeared momentarily astonished, then shyly returned the gesture, scratching the back of his head and murmuring, "Brother Xiran, please don't laugh at me if I don't perform well." Although Gu Xiran and the actor were not deeply acquainted, they had crossed paths a few times. The reason this actor had achieved stardom was not only due to his striking looks and physique, but also his refreshing personality in the entertainment industry. He had never been embroiled in scandal and was charmingly innocent, easily blushing in the presence of others. Gu Xiran shook his head. "Not at all, just your best." Subsequently, before the actor began, he bowed to everyone, carefully stating, "Thank you for your hard work." Shin Yi-han, sitting behind the camera, glanced up at the star, gently encouraging him, "It's no trouble at all. Just focus on your performance. I believe this role will mark a successful transition for you." The actor shyly smiled before turning to face the set. However, as he turned, a glint of mockery flickered in his gaze, landing squarely on Wen Wan. Sensing the stare, she looked up and furrowed her brow, feeling that something was amiss about him. Shen Yihan was particularly invested in this production, ensuring that each cast member was meticulously chosen. The original male lead had been replaced due to infidelity, leading to the selection of an actor with a less prominent status, but an impeccable reputation. Even the second male lead was a highly regarded top-tier actor with an excellent public image. As the top-tier actor approached her, he leaned close to Wen Wan when no one else was watching, whispering with a hint of malice, "If you don't want Gu Jingshen to find out why you married him, come to my room tonight." Afterward, he stood upright, shedding the mockery from moments before, his handsome features tinged with a hint of blush as he announced to everyone, "Earlier, I asked Sister Wen to take good care of me." Wen Wan's pupils dilated, staring blankly at the actor for a few seconds. At that moment, Shen Yihan smiled and interjected, "Zhang Zian, it's all right. Wen Wan has been out of the industry for 2 years. It should be you taking care of her." Upon hearing the name of the male star, Wen Wan quickly reviewed the plot in her mind. Chapter 29. Among Dragons and Phoenixes. Not only did Shen Yihan's complexion pale, but Gu Xiaoran, who was watching from behind the camera, also rubbed his ears and then his eyes. Hadn't Wen Wan just been silent? How did he hear her voice? Could this possibly be her inner thoughts? Gu Xiaoran gasped in astonishment. Just as Gu Jingshen arrived on set, he had not yet spotted Wen Wan when he heard her familiar voice echo in his ears. Though he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, internally he mused, "I have arrived." Shen Yihan and Gu Xiaoran remained oblivious to Gu Jingshen's presence, both captivated by Wen Wan's thoughts. Only the deputy director and the screenwriter noticed Gu Jingshen's arrival, their faces reflecting astonishment. What wind had blown the CEO here? The assistant director hurriedly arranged for someone to bring tea to Gu Jingshen, only to be unexpectedly interrupted by a man's inquiry. "Do you have any sunflower seeds?" The assistant director was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, the man quietly added, "Never mind. It's not necessary." Wen Wan felt an intricate turmoil within her. She had not anticipated encountering an adversary in this place.
Zhang Zian.
Although a minor character in the novel, had a rather gratifying conclusion, wielding his handsome appearance to exert influence in the industry. He had even harassed Wen Wan in the past, threatening her several times once he discovered the reason she married Gu Jingshen. Yet, each time, she had firmly rejected him. Before Gu Xiaoran revealed the reason for Wen Wan's marriage to Gu Jingshen, Zhang Zian had disclosed the truth at a party. Gu Jingshen's decisive decision to divorce Wen Wan could not solely be attributed to Gu Xiaoran's account, as Zhang Zian had played a role in this as well. Wen Wan recalled the various actions of Zhang Zian in the book, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, this man appears to be a pure-hearted gentleman on the surface, yet secretly has both female and male companions, and even suffers from some ailment." It was the sweltering heat of late August, yet Shen Yihan felt an inexplicable chill. Gu Xiaoran was increasingly convinced that he had heard Wen Wan's innermost thoughts, and they were indeed explosive. But could it be true? How could Zhang Zian, who was so easily embarrassed, possibly be involved with multiple people? Turning around, Gu Xiaoran was surprised to see his uncle had arrived. "Uncle, what brings you here?" he asked hastily. Gu Jingshen shot him a sidelong glance, slightly furrowing his brow, seemingly displeased with the question. "To see Wen Wan," he replied. Gu Xiaoran was momentarily stunned. "To see Wen Wan? Surely, I must have misheard. I thought Gu Jingshen despised her." The day's events were surreal, leaving Gu Xiaoran in need of time to process. Shen Yihan suddenly gestured for a pause. "Let's take a break. I believe there are issues with the script. I need to confer with the assistant director. Everyone, please rest for a moment." The crew halted their actions, and Wen Wan exhaled in relief. Acting alongside such individuals felt like a workplace injury to her. Shen Yihan needed to verify the authenticity of Wen Wan's sentiments. Finding an actor with no scandals who would not affect the subsequent airing of the drama was challenging. If it were true, he would immediately terminate his contract with Zhang Zian. If false, he would need to reconsider the validity of Wen Wan's thoughts. Once everything was paused, Wen Wan sought a place to sit and rest. However, after taking just a few steps, she was suddenly confronted by Zhang Zian. With a slight frown, she impatiently inquired, "Is there something you need?" Zhang Zian, noticing that everyone else was preoccupied, shed his pretense. He scrutinized Wen Wan with a mocking expression, stating, "Wen Wan, it's been years, and you look even better." Wen Wan glanced behind him and was startled to see Gu Jingshan had also arrived. She needed to silence Zhang Zian's loose tongue to safeguard her inheritance. Noticing her silence, Zhang Zian grew bolder. "What? Are you afraid now that your husband is here? Do you realize that a single word from me could shatter your dreams of being with Gu Jingshan?" Wen Wan took a deep breath, initially wanting to lash out. But then recalling that Zhang Zian would soon find himself imprisoned, a smirk flickered in her eyes as she retorted, "I think you should be the one who is afraid." Zhang Zian was taken aback, his demeanor darkening as he realized she was unyielding. Then, as if struck by a thought, he warned, "I advise you to heed my words. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to keep this role." Wen Wan paused, puzzled by Zhang Zian's confidence. If he were to inform Gu Jingshan of her true reasons for marrying him, the worst consequence would be a divorce. He could not possibly jeopardize her role. Perhaps there was something she had yet to uncover? Shen Yihan's previously pale complexion brightened upon receiving news, and he stood up. Wen Wan suddenly grasped the essence of the situation, glancing at the new plot details provided by the system, astonished. So Shen Yihan does not actually like Lu Yuan. They are merely friends. Is this his first love making an appearance? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Shen Yihan halted mid-motion. How could he be aware that his first love was coming? Moreover, he had never disclosed this to anyone. His first love was a childhood companion he had pursued several times, only to be met with her insistence on not wanting to distract him from his work. Shen Yihan understood the implication. He was engrossed in filming and had little time for romance. He preferred to support his first love silently until he could devote time to her. With this thought, Shen Yihan's gaze softened, and he felt invigorated. He prepared to step outside the set to greet his first love. At that moment, Zhang Zian, who had been obstructing Wen Wan, glanced at his phone and ceased his pursuit of her, leaving behind a warning. "I keep my word. If I don't see you at the hotel tonight, you know the consequences." After delivering this statement, Zhang Zian shot Wen Wan a warning look before heading toward the restroom. Wen Wan rolled her eyes and disregarded Gu Jingshan's presence as she followed Shen Yihan's figure. As she trailed behind, she mused, "It seems there will be more gossip to indulge in today." Unexpectedly, Gu Jingshan, who had not intended to follow Wen Wan, decided to accompany her. Gu Xiaoran, intrigued by Wen Wan's thoughts, trailed behind them, curious. The night before, he had asked his childhood companion if she was free, to which she had replied that it depended and she might not make it to a ceremony. Little did he expect her to arrive today. Shen Yihan's steps felt lighter. Yet upon hearing several footsteps behind him, he turned to see Wen Wan, Gu Jingshan, and Gu Xiaoran following closely. He frowned slightly, but did not hinder their approach. Shen Yihan resumed his path toward the exit, while Wen Wan reflected on Shen Yihan's urgency, thinking to herself, Shen Yihan's first love is truly remarkable. A smile crept onto Shen Yihan's lips, thinking that if his first love were not extraordinary, he would not have been drawn to her. Observing the unfolding narrative, Wen Wan remarked, deceiving for money, for emotions, truly a dragon among men. Shen Yihan's demeanor faltered for a moment. Though he acknowledged that Wen Wan's sentiments held some truth, it did not imply that he could trust them entirely. Moreover, Wen Wan was casually belittling his first love. Shen Yihan restrained his emotions, hastily proceeding outside, anticipating that once Wen Wan and the others encountered his first love, they would realize her sentiments were mere fabrications. Gu Jingshan lowered his eyelashes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seemed his visit today was indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran remained puzzled, wondering how much of Wen Wan's claims were genuine. Upon arriving outside, they found no sign of the first love but were greeted instead by numerous fans of Zhang Zian, waving banners to cheer for their idol, eager to showcase his popularity. Wen Wan gazed at the young girls, their faces flushed from the sun, shouting Zhang Zian's name. She felt a pang of sympathy for them, thinking, alas, a scoundrel like Zhang Zian does not deserve their admiration. Shen Yihan cast a glance at Wen Wan before lowering his head to check his phone, messaging his childhood companion to inquire about her arrival. Wen Wan peeked at his screen, scoffing, 20 minutes? You could accomplish so much in that time. Shen Yihan shot her a warning look, his eyes conveying a silent admonition to refrain from speaking carelessly. However, in the next moment, a man stood before him, gazing down with an air of superiority. His eyes were deep and cold, sending a chill through Shen Yihan as he looked at him. Shen Yihan merely frowned, turning his face away, unwilling to glare at Wen Wan any longer. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder what Gu Jingshen was pretending at this moment, as he had no affection for Wen Wan. Yet, he was not bold enough to provoke Gu Jingshen. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, Wen Wan's face flushed under the sun, her already fair skin taking on a rosy glow. She grew impatient, but did not wish to miss the unfolding drama. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she recalled a plot twist. What the hell? Shen Yihan's first love actually had an affair with Zhang Ziyan. Instantly, Gu Jingshen turned his gaze towards Wen Wan, suppressing his excitement and averting his eyes. Shen Yihan's expression darkened, his fingers clenched tightly at his sides. Wen Wan meticulously reviewed Zhang Ziyan's storyline. Zhang Ziyan is hard to assess. His rise to this position was not just due to his looks, but also because he sold his body. Not only did he seduce wealthy women, but he even targeted Shen Yihan's first love. Without her endorsement, he probably wouldn't have landed this role. Shen Yihan's clenched fist relaxed, shock flickering in his eyes. How did Wen Wan know that his choice of Zhang Ziyan stemmed from his understanding of Zhang Ziyan's hard work and good character? Gu Jingshen lowered his head, stifling a smile. Work was far more entertaining than this. Gu Xiran's eyes widened, his already large peach blossom eyes growing even larger. Wen Wan scanned the crowd, searching for Shen Yihan's first love, but she could not find her. She thought, logically, the first love should have arrived by now. Where could she be? At that moment, Shen Yihan, unwilling to hear Wen Wan's musings, pinched the bridge of his nose in exhaustion and said, "Why are you all out here?
Go.
Why don't you go rest in the air-conditioned room? It's too hot." Upon hearing this, the man reached out and took hold of Wen Wan's wrist, leading her towards the air-conditioned room of the film crew. At this moment, Wen Wan suddenly realized, her slender, enchanting eyes sparkling. Oh right, the restroom. After this thought, she pulled her hand from the man's grasp, pointed towards the restroom, and quietly said, "I need to use the restroom." Then, she hurried off, almost running towards it. Excitement bubbled within her. The restroom? Is it really that dirty? Also, Zhang Ziyan is inherently unclean. The restroom is much cleaner than him. Gu Jingshen followed suit, his long legs quickly catching up with Wen Wan. Upon seeing Gu Jingshen, her face registered surprise. He murmured, "I need to use the restroom too." Wen Wan nodded. Soon after, Gu Xiran joined them, echoing the same sentiment. Wen Wan exclaimed, "Huh?" Within moments, Shen Yihan had also appeared beside her. She gasped, so many people. But there was no time to dwell on that. If they delayed, they would miss the thrilling spectacle. Wen Wan was anxious, and the others shared her urgency. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the film crew's shared restroom. Given that the crew was hastily assembled, the facilities were limited, and the restroom was unisex. Wen Wan pushed against the door, but it would not budge. It was evidently locked from the inside. Logically, they all came to use the restroom, and upon discovering it locked, they should have knocked or complained. However, the 4 of them fell into an unexpected silence, deliberately softening their breaths. Shen Yihan suddenly realized what he was doing, unintentionally following Wen Wan's thoughts. He felt insane for this and turned to leave, but at that moment, a brief cry emerged from the restroom, causing him to stumble. Wen Wan rubbed her hands in anticipation. It's happening. Zhang Ziyan, whether in the presence of men or women, always appeared as a shy, naive college student. Even when the crew or director made suggestive jokes, they did so discreetly, fearing they might tarnish the image of this innocent young man. However, just behind the door, the innocent boy was no longer so. Instead, he spoke provocatively, revealing himself to be quite the seasoned player. Did Shen Yihan's unattainable woman show such signs of desire in front of me? Wen Wan glanced at Shen Yihan, her eyes flashing with sympathy. Shen Yihan's face turned pale as he braced himself against the doorframe to steady himself. His first love laughed lightly. He acts like a wooden block. Apart from being wealthy and somewhat talented, he can't compare to you. By the way, you mentioned rewriting the script last time. I'll talk to him today and try to get him to change the role of the second male lead to that of the male lead for you. Following this, sounds of heavy breathing and suggestive murmurs reached the ears of the four outside. Human sorrows and joys do not resonate with each other. For instance, while Wen Wan and Gu Jingshan stifled laughter, Gu Xiran was still in shock, and Shen Yihan's complexion shifted between pale and dark. It was quite the spectacle. Wen Wan sighed inwardly. So, Shen Yihan has written so many romance scripts, yet he is still a love-stricken fool. His first love isn't here to celebrate his launch. She is here to help Zhang Ziyan revise his role. I feel a bit sorry for Director Shen. Gu Jingshan pressed his fingers against his brow, attempting to divert his attention and suppress his laughter. Shen Yihan gritted his teeth. However, he was relieved that only he could hear Wen Wan's thoughts. Otherwise, where could he hide his face? Chapter 31. Connecting with his own billion-dollar asset, Zhang Ziyan's voice, heavy with breath, said, "Help me out later. Make sure Shen Yihan fires Wen Wan." At that moment, his first love, still basking in joy, did not fully comprehend what he meant and vaguely nodded. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingshan's expression darkened. Soon after, the voices inside gradually quieted. Wen Wan couldn't help but comment, "It's only been 5 minutes. He is not even as good as my husband." Suddenly, Gu Jingshan pressed down on the woman's waist, abruptly halting Wen Wan's internal thoughts. Gu Jingshan felt fortunate that he was the only one who could hear her. Gu Xiran, on the other hand, wore a complex expression. He had appreciated Zhang Ziyan and was taken aback by the latter's desire to change his role. Shen Yihan inhaled deeply, lifted his foot, and kicked the door open from the outside. Luckily, the materials used to construct the crew setup were not of high quality, making the door easy to break down. Wen Wan stepped back, watching as the door swung open, unable to resist rising onto her toes to glimpse the scene inside. She was momentarily stunned. The sight before her was obscured by Gu Jingshan, preventing her from seeing the couple inside, who, in their haste, had not even managed to put on their clothes. Staring flustered at the four of them outside, all she could hear was Shen Yihan's trembling voice. "Zhang Ziyan, my crew cannot accommodate you. We are terminating our contract." Once Gu Jingshan's hand was removed from her eyes, she saw that Shen Yihan's first love and Zhang Ziyan had managed to dress, their expressions frantic. Especially the first love, who rushed over to grasp Shen Yihan's arm, only to be shrugged off. When Wan observed Zhang Ziyan and Shen Yihan's first love, their faces still flushed. Zhang Ziyan shot Wen Wan a fierce glare, seemingly blaming her for leading Shen Yihan and the others to this location. However, what Zhang Ziyan did not realize was that Wen Wan simply wished to witness the unfolding drama. This was the only reason behind their sudden restroom visit. The first love was almost in tears, yet still pleaded for Zhang Ziyan. "Yihan, considering we grew up together, please don't fire him." Wen Wan was taken aback, unable to resist thinking, so she genuinely likes Zhang Ziyan. The first love continued. "Ziyan and I are now in a romantic relationship. What we did is not illegal." Wen Wan's gaze fell upon Zhang Ziyan, noticing the fierce look he had worn earlier had vanished, replaced by a pale, pitiful expression. It is likely that the first love is entirely unaware of Zhang Ziyan's clandestine affairs with numerous women. Indeed, the young lady is quite innocent. A mere flattery from a man can easily ensnare her. One wonders if she has been ensnared herself. In subsequent events, Zhang Ziyan faces a downfall, with a brief mention of a wealthy heiress who committed suicide seemingly due to him, even going so far as to tattoo his English name on her chest. When Wan furrowed her brow thoughtfully, contemplating, "Perhaps I should devise a plan to unveil the true nature of this scoundrel to the young lady. Otherwise, she may ultimately succumb to despair." Upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Shen Yihan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had just overheard a conversation between his first love and Zhang Ziyan that left him disheartened and had relinquished his feelings for her, he could not stand idly by while someone he had grown up with faced such a dire fate. Before Shen Yihan could formulate a response, Wen Wan spoke first. "How did the two of you come to know each other? It seems you do not share the same social circles. Was it a case of one enticing the other?" Shen Yihan fell silent, his gaze fixed on Wen Wan. Zhang Ziyan's mind was in disarray. At 24, he could no longer continue down the path of a mere idol. He needed to pivot his career to maintain his livelihood. Shen Yihan's role was something he had painstakingly acquired, and he could not afford to lose it. Moreover, This naive woman was wealthy, but singularly focused. If he could secure this resource, he would later be able to enlighten the innocent heiress, thereby also teaching Wen Wan a lesson about incurring his wrath. Zhang Ziyan lowered his eyelashes, appearing meek and vulnerable. Just as he was about to speak, his first love interjected, attempting to preemptively claim that she was the one who had pursued Zhang Ziyan, hoping to protect his resources. Knowing full well that he loved her and would never allow her to be placed in an embarrassing situation. After all, Zhang Ziyan understood that a woman's reputation was paramount. The first love's pupils dilated slightly as she looked at Zhang Ziyan in disbelief. Shen Yihan, upon hearing her response, couldn't help but smirk inwardly, though he maintained a stoic exterior as he queried, "And how exactly did she entice you?" Zhang Ziyan, under the impression that no one was aware of his true nature, feigned victimhood, stammering, "She is my fan, reached out to me on Weibo, and frequently sent me provocative photographs. I have never been in a relationship, so I made a mistake." Wen Wan scoffed derisively, "Nonsense. Surely, this is merely your own doing," projected onto the young lady. The first love stood frozen, torn between words, as she observed Zhang Ziyan shamelessly attributing his own actions to her. It was he who had initiated contact on Weibo, claiming a desire for friendship, who had pursued her, professing his everlasting devotion. Had Zhang Ziyan admitted to being the one who had pursued her, she would have willingly accepted all blame. Given her father's connections with Shen Yihan's mother, she could have easily shielded him. Why, then, did he show no hesitation at all? Tears began to well in the corners of the first love's eyes. Zhang Ziyan believed that he had sufficiently swayed Shen Yihan, but to his surprise, while Shen Yihan's tone remained as gentle as ever, his gaze was frigidly unforgiving. "Whether it is true or false, I will ascertain the facts." Zhang Ziyan felt his resolve weaken. He was acutely aware of the power behind Shen Yihan, who, despite not matching Wen Wan's husband in stature, was still formidable. A simple inquiry would leave him with no escape. Zhang Ziyan turned to the heiress, his eyes pleading for help. Yet, the typically naive young lady averted her gaze. Ignoring his silent plea, Zhang Ziyan's spirits plummeted. Suddenly, he shot a glare at Wen Wan, his eyes now icy, abandoning his previous timidity. The entire situation had arisen because of her. Were it not for her question about who had enticed whom, this predicament would not have occurred. Zhang Ziyan snapped, "Wen Wan, was this your intention?" Wen Wan unabashedly replied, "Indeed." Zhang Ziyan was about to retort when Gu Jingshan, with a slight frown, scrutinized Zhang Ziyan with a chilling tone. "How dare you address my wife in such a manner?" Zhang Ziyan was stunned, momentarily dazed, before a mocking smile crept across his face as he retorted, "Mr. Gu, are you truly unaware of why Wen Wan married you?" Gu Jingshan replied, "I am well aware. Why don't you enlighten us as to her reasons for marrying me?" Wen Wan's heart raced, panic flashing across her face. "Oh no! How did I end up aiding a love-struck fool, potentially jeopardizing my vast fortune?" Just as Zhang Ziyan was about to unveil Wen Wan's true nature, the previously silent heiress erupted, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Ziyan's face, silencing him completely. Zhang Ziyan stood in shock, the force of the slap causing his face to throb and his ears to ring. The heiress had been contemplating her affection for Zhang Ziyan, but why had he disregarded her reputation and shifted the blame onto her? As she pondered, clarity began to dawn upon her. Ever since they began dating, he had often lamented his financial struggles, and she had given him millions, even borrowing substantial sums from Shen Yihan due to her limited allowance. It dawned on her that he had only sought her for her wealth. Shaking with rage, the heiress declared, "You vile creature, just wait. I will have my father deal with you." With that, she stormed off, leaving Zhang Ziyan with no inclination to expose Wen Wan's motives. Fearing the heiress's threats as he hurried after her, Wen Wan was left in a state of shock. What? So, even a lovesick individual can have moments of clarity. She mused, curious. But who is her father? Gu Jingshan approached, observing Zhang Ziyan and the heiress's retreating figures, and casually remarked, "If the mayor learns that his daughter has been deceived," Wen Wan gasped. "The mayor? The one who dotes on his daughter to the extent of neglecting reason? Zhang Ziyan is doomed." A hint of schadenfreude lingered in her thoughts. Gu Jingshan glanced at Shen Yihan and inquired, "Are we still filming today?" Shen Yihan, appearing fatigued, replied, "Not today. I have matters to attend to." Gu Jingshan nodded slightly, then I shall take care of the situation. Without waiting for further reactions, he wrapped his arm around the woman and departed the set. Gu Xiaoran remained astonished, having just witnessed a significant revelation. Has Wen Wan somehow bound herself to a system? He pondered. Otherwise, how could she have heard Wen Wan's thoughts? Having once been an internet addict, he had consumed every anime and web novel but was now struck by the absurdity of his own thoughts. This was reality. There was no such system. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that allowed him to overhear Wen Wan's musings. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, concern welled up within him. His uncle seemed to be quite taken with Wen Wan. This could not continue. He had to prevent any further developments. Otherwise, Wen Wan would leverage her position as his aunt to exert undue pressure on him. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to reveal Wen Wan's true nature to his uncle, ensuring their separation and allowing him to breathe easier. In the car, Wen Wan requested the heiress's contact information from Shen Yihan, subsequently identifying herself over the phone and advising the heiress to quickly take emergency contraception. The heiress, interpreting Wen Wan's words as mockery, angrily hung up. Moment latte. Shen Yihan called her, conveying the same message. The heiress paused, asking, "Did you consult with Mr. Gu's wife about this? Why is everyone insisting that I take emergency contraception?" In these brief moments, Shen Yihan came to a profound realization regarding his feelings for Qing Mei. Upon discovering her association with the unscrupulous Zhang Ziyan, he first felt a chill in his heart, followed by an understanding of Qing Mei's innocence. Beyond that, he did not experience the pangs of heartbreak. Shen Yihan was aware that Jiang Yu had been spoiled by her family and lacked social experience. After some contemplation, he decided against beating around the bush and stated plainly, "Zhang Ziyan has a chaotic romantic life and may very well have health issues in that regard. Do you understand?" Jiang Yu gasped several times, hastily driving towards the hospital while expressing her gratitude. After a brief silence, Shen Yihan added, "You should thank Wen Wan when you have the chance. She was the one who enlightened me." Jiang Yu was taken aback for a few moments, somewhat familiar with Wen Wan's reputation, which was not particularly favorable. However, one should not judge a person based on external rumors. She nodded affirmatively. "All right, if she needs anything, I will assist her." After ending the call, Jiang Yu felt compelled to act quickly. Zhang Ziyan had masked his true self so adeptly that even the company believed him to be an innocent romantic. With a sigh of indignation, he lamented, "I cannot blame Manager Shin. Artists without any background are seldom treated well in this industry." His agent, visibly frustrated, retorted, "That does not justify dismissing you outright. Has something unfortunate occurred?" Zhang Ziyan shook his head, asserting, "Nothing has happened." The agent, trusting Zhang Ziyan's character, vowed, "Rest assured, I will seek justice for you." Immediately, the agent contacted the PR team, revealing that Shen Yihan had been mistreating artists on set, even resorting to slapping them, which led to psychological issues. They even went so far as to circulate a photo of the red slap mark on Zhang Ziyan's face. Zhang Ziyan cooperated with his agent until the latter departed, at which point his compliant demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of coldness. He scoffed, determined to make Shen Yihan aware that despite his lack of connections, his formidable company would ensure that Shen Yihan bore the brunt of scandal, potentially jeopardizing his career, and would also make Wen Wan pay the price. At that moment, Wen Wan was en route with Gu Jingshin to the residence of Gu's mother and sister. As they stood before the villa, just as Wen Wan was about to ring the doorbell, it swung open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, yet remarkably well-preserved, without the typical signs of middle age, such as a paunch or balding, greeted them. His physique suggested a commitment to fitness. Upon seeing the two, he fixed a friendly gaze on Gu Jingshin and said, "You've arrived. Please come in." However, when his eyes fell upon Wen Wan, a hint of derision crept into his expression as he remarked, "So, you're here too." Wen Wan frowned slightly, sensing the hostility in his gaze. In the living room, Gu's mother called for Gu Jingshin, who promptly changed his shoes and approached her. Wen Wan pondered for a moment, replying, "Given my long legs, how could I not come?" It was only then that she began to realize the identity of the middle-aged man before her. ISNT this Lu Haiqiao, the biological father of Lu Yuan. In that case, his disparaging remarks imply that Lu's mother has approached him, twisting the truth to claim that I have usurped the identity of his daughter, Mrs. Gu. After Lu Haiqiao finished speaking, his inner anger subsided somewhat. This vixen had rendered his daughter unable to act in any roles. Yet, Wen Wan merely smiled and replied, "Surely, our family's strength surpasses that of a so-called phoenix man?" This statement struck a nerve with Lu Haiqiao, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wen Wan then bypassed him and made her way into the living room. Gu's mother, sister, and Gu Jingshen were seated together, each absorbed in their own thoughts, not disturbing one another. The sister had summoned her sibling and nephew to discuss how to approach Lu Haiqiao about divorce, but little did they know that the sister had brought Wen Wan along. Moreover, Lu Haiqiao had no intention of leaving the house that day. In truth, upon seeing his wife unexpectedly host members of the Gu family, Lu Haiqiao likely began to piece things together. He glanced at Wen Wan, settled onto the sofa and remarked, "Dear, it's quite late. Why don't you, Jingshen, and Tingting chat for a while before resting?" His voice was particularly gentle. For reasons unknown, despite Lu Haiqiao's infidelity, she found it difficult to deny him a clean break. Perhaps it was the bond forged over nearly 30 years of marriage. Lu Haiqiao scanned the room and noticed the housekeeper struggling with heavy items on her way upstairs. He immediately rose to his feet, gentlemanly and proactive, offering to assist her. "Allow me to help. You can serve tea to our guests," he said with a smile. The others on the sofa turned their attention to Lu Haiqiao. Sister Zhang sighed deeply. Though Haiqiao has strayed, he is inherently a good person and never looks down on the housekeeper. Gu's mother understood why her sister had married a man of humble beginnings. She recalled that Lu Haiqiao had never seemed the type to cheat. Had wealth corrupted him? Wen Wan observed Lu Haiqiao assisting the housekeeper and prompted the system to relay the storyline concerning him. In the narrative, Lu Haiqiao was the biological father of the malicious female antagonist, Lu Yuan, which meant there were numerous plotlines involving him. As the information came through, Wen Wan noted with a silent exclamation, how audacious to bring one of his mistresses into the household. Instantly, Gu Jingshen and Gu's mother turned their gaze towards Wen Wan. The sister, perplexed, noticed the sudden interest from the two and directed her attention to Wen Wan for a few seconds. Truth be told, she did not harbor any dislike for Wen Wan. Previously, her sister had claimed that Wen Wan's background was unworthy of her nephew, yet she found Wen Wan quite beautiful and had even followed her dramas, which were far superior to those of many other artists in the industry. With this in mind, Gu's sister offered Wen Wan a piece of fruit. Surprised by the gesture, Wen Wan accepted it with a thank you. Gu Jingshen, momentarily taken aback, directed his gaze towards Lu Haiqiao's back, his expression darkening. Gu's mother inhaled sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Haiqiao was indeed reckless, having engaged in infidelity for over 20 years while keeping a mistress under his roof. Sister Zhang's thoughts were solely focused on Lu Haiqiao as she bit her lip and lowered her voice. Aside from his infidelity 20 years ago, he seems to have no other flaws. Hearing this, Gu's mother was filled with indignation. "Sister, have you lost your mind?" Sister Zhang opened her mouth but then lowered her eyes, mumbling, "We've been married for 30 years. He has treated me well." Wen Wan shook her head, letting out a deep sigh. "His kindness is merely a means to support his mistress with your money." Gu's mother and Gu Jingshen could not help but resonate with Wen Wan's sentiments. Gu's mother was resolute. Divorce is imperative. Gu Jingshen's gaze fell upon his mother. She did not divulge her knowledge to Sister Zhang, for as an outsider in their marriage, without evidence, revealing the truth could render her the villain. Moreover, it was an event from long ago. Sister Zhang reluctantly nodded. "All right, divorce is acceptable, but I do not wish for him to leave empty-handed. He is getting older, and how can he survive without any money?" Gu's mother responded. As of now, Lu Haiqiao has already helped the housekeeper with the heavy items. Although his wife had aged, her skin no longer smooth like that of younger women, and her figure had changed, she was still wealthy, which naturally attracted him to consider leaving her for a younger partner, but he intended to delay until he took over the company. As Lu Haiqiao approached them, his eyes no longer held the earlier cunning. Instead, he spoke amicably. "Why don't we head upstairs for a tour? Jingshen, Madame Gu, and Wen Wan, I believe none of you have visited our new villa?" Gu's mother nodded, eyeing Lu Haiqiao, curious to see what schemes he had in store. Lu Haiqiao smiled gently, saying, "Then I shall accompany you all for a tour around the villa." Gu's mother initially intended to refuse, but Wen Wan spoke up first, agreeing with a soft okay. Surprised by their quick acceptance, Lu Haiqiao's expression flickered with astonishment. He had anticipated a prolonged effort to convince them of his devotion to his wife, hoping it would aid in persuading her not to pursue divorce. Lu Haiqiao composed himself, gesturing for them to proceed. The group followed Lu Haiqiao as he guided them through the villa. Though she had resolved to divorce, she did not wish for Lu Haiqiao to leave empty-handed after all. A day as husband and wife carries 100 days of kindness, especially after 30 years together. Lu Haiqiao invited them into their bedroom. Upon entering, he approached a cabinet, opened its doors, and with a smile pointed to a necklace worth hundreds of thousands, saying, "This is a wedding anniversary gift I presented to my wife after 10 years of marriage." As he picked up the necklace, his gaze softened, reminiscing about a time when he had not strayed. Gu's mother sighed inwardly, recalling how Lu Haiqiao had once genuinely loved her sister. Her expression darkened suddenly. Wen Wan thought to herself, I bet Lu Yuan's mother is regretting her choices. This necklace will appreciate tenfold in 20 years. Chapter 34. Let us divorce, typically content to enjoy gossip while beside Wen Wan. Gu Jingxin found no amusement when the drama unfolded within his own family. Gu's mother trembled with rage upon discovering Lu Haiqiao's infidelity, realizing he had bestowed upon her sister a necklace that was unwanted by another. Determined to find evidence to awaken her sister's awareness, she was interrupted when Wen Wan turned to the display stand holding the necklace, paused for a moment, and feigned shock. Is that the last 2 letters of Auntie's name? Lu Haiqiao snapped his gaze toward Wen Wan, nearly losing his composure to shout at her, but managed to restrain himself. Lowering his voice, "Do not speak nonsense, Wen Wan. Do you not know my wife's name?" Of course, Wen Wan knew. Zhang Yun was the name of Lu Yuan's mother. Lu Haiqiao refused to admit it, insisting, I have stated that she seduced me. Why bring her up now? Turning his attention back to the meddlesome Wen Wan, he could no longer maintain his facade and chastised. Wen Wan, why do you seek to sow discord between me and my wife? Gu Jingxin furrowed his brow and embraced Wen Wan protectively. Although she was not the woman he truly wished to marry, his wife was solely his to guide. His tone was grave as he remarked, she did not instigate anything. The side of the display stand is inscribed with 2 letters. Lu Haiqiao's complexion drained of color as he disbelievingly reached for the display stand. This jewelry brand, known for its romantic themes of love and commitment, engraved the names of the recipients on the stands as a surprise for the giver. Lu Haiqiao, having numerous affairs, had never thought to investigate these details. As he discovered the small letters engraved on the side, his body swayed slightly, almost losing his grip on the necklace. Gu's mother sneered Lu Haiqiao. So you have been unfaithful all along. Were you involved with Zhang Yun while marrying my sister? Lu Haiqiao remained unfazed, even with evidence confronting him. He adamantly swore. Absolutely not. If it were true, I would be struck by a car. Wen Wan rolled her eyes internally, typical of a scoundrel to make vows. Zhang's sister's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze on Lu Haiqiao. Deep down, she wanted to believe him. But it was hard to accept after 30 years of history. Zhang's sister took a deep breath. Haiqiao, let us divorce. Lu Haiqiao's pupils constricted as he attempted to explain. Please hear me out. Zhang's sister immediately covered her ears, refusing to listen. Wen Wan thought, what a futile effort. Gu's mother and Gu Jingxin, feeling somewhat lighter due to Wen Wan's sentiment, exchanged glances, though Gu Jingxin quickly suppressed a smile, sensing the atmosphere was still tense. Zhang's sister, still covering her ears, choked out, after the divorce, I will give you 3 million as your survival fund. At this, Lu Haiqiao sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face, pleading, wife, have you forgotten our 30 years together? You trust this outsider over me? Gu's mother was the first to object, coldly declaring, Wen Wan is my daughter-in-law, while you, Lu Haiqiao, are merely an outsider. Lu Haiqiao's gaze turned venomous. Gu's mother continued, if you refuse to accept the 3 million for the divorce, do not blame me for pursuing legal action to ensure you receive nothing. Realizing he could no longer resist, Lu Haiqiao decided to comply. Knowing he would have a chance once they departed, he noticed the lingering affection in his wife's eyes, indicating she still held feelings for him. Rising and wiping his tears, he conceded, I understand. Wen Wan, puzzled by Lu Haiqiao's sudden compliance, quickly deduced his motives. Suddenly, Noises from outside caught their attention. What sounded like a boy's cries echoed into the room. They all stepped out of the bedroom, where a 30-something nanny entered, leading an 8-year-old boy upstairs. The nanny, taken aback by the unexpected company, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I just picked him up from school. And he has been a handful due to his overwhelming homework." Lu Haiqiao glared at them darkly, while Gu Jingshen had his own concerns. Wen Wan remained unfazed. Gu's mother said, "If you need anything, just call me. We shall take our leave now." After casting a worried glance at her sister, she turned to exit. Wen Wan followed suit. At that moment, the 8-year-old boy pushed past the nanny and rushed toward Wen Wan, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he tugged at her skirt. Before Wen Wan could react, the boy playfully lifted her skirt again, grinning white. Wen Wan's expression darkened suddenly. Before she could respond, Gu Jingshin swiftly moved in, preventing the boy from lifting her skirt once more, his voice colder than the air conditioning in the room. "Let go."
The boy,
intimidated by Gu Jingshen's imposing presence and having been warned by his mother to avoid him, immediately released his grip. The nanny hurried over, grasping the boy's hand and pulling him back, quickly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I haven't educated him properly due to my busy work schedule." Wen Wan forced a smile, saying nothing, yet internally seethed. "This child is truly unbearable. I wish I could reprimand him. I really dislike children." Indeed, she found this age group insufferable, noisy, and lacking manners, a product of negligent parenting. Wen Wan furrowed her brow slightly, while Gu Jingshen observed her expression, realizing her displeasure towards children. He pondered, why then did she wish to have children with him? Had Wen Wan been able to hear Gu Jingshen's thoughts, she would have rolled her eyes dramatically. The nanny tugged at the boy's clothing, softly scolding. "Wu Wanjun, apologize to the lady." Upon hearing the name, Wen Wan felt an odd familiarity and quickly flipped through her book. It finally clicked, and she mused, "Wu Wanjun, such a familiar name." Gu's mother halted, staring intently at Wen Wan, and Gu Jingshin turned his gaze toward her as well. Lu Haiqiao stood at the threshold of the bedroom, the sorrow that had once adorned his face now replaced by an air of resolute determination. He gazed intently at the figures of the Gu family, a derisive snort escaping his lips at the thought that once these individuals departed, he could shut the door and devise a way to salvage this marriage. Lu Haiqiao brimmed with confidence. After 30 years of marriage, how could he be unaware of the composition of his wife's thoughts? Once these three left, he could swiftly transform his predicament into safety. Wen Wan cast a glance at Wu Wanwan, the 8-year-old boy whose eyes were filled with an intensity far beyond his years. She couldn't help but muse, isn't Wu Wanwan merely the half-brother of Lu Yuan? Hearing Wen Wan's silent thoughts, Gu Mu realized, oh, so he is indeed the half-brother of Lu Yuan. Wait a moment, half-brother, Lu Yuan, doesn't that imply Wu Wanwan is Lu Haiqiao's illegitimate child? Chapter 35. A resounding slap suddenly. Gu Mu turned on her heel and confronted Lu Haiqiao with an angry expression. Lu Haiqiao, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "Did you forget your bag or your phone?" Gu Mu retorted coldly, "I forgot to slap you." Before Lu Haiqiao could react, she raised her hand and, with all her might, struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the villa, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Only Wen Wan's thoughts echoed in the ears of Gu Jingshin and Gu Mu, strikingly clear. Well done. A masterful strike. Sister Zhang stood frozen, bewildered. Gu Jingshen's gaze darkened as he turned towards Lu Haiqiao, while Gu Mu struggled to maintain her balance, realizing her sister had once been pregnant. Wen Wan clenched her teeth, reflecting, Lu Haiqiao is truly despicable. The reason my sister miscarried was due to his late nights out and her fall in the rain while searching for him, leaving her with lingering health issues and unable to conceive again. Gu Mu trembled as she listened, realizing the depth of her sister's suffering had been due to Lu Haiqiao. After receiving the slap, Lu Haiqiao's expression soured, and he rubbed his face, glaring fiercely at Gu Mu. She was taken aback, astonished at Lu Haiqiao's audacity. The company of her sister's husband was already quite prestigious. Any hint of scandal could cost them billions. Sister Zhang timidly suggested, "We are all family. Let's just let this go." Lu Haiqiao scoffed, "Now you acknowledge we are family? If you want me to relent, we'll divorce at the end of the year." Sister Zhang, without a second thought, prepared to agree. thinking this would help preserve her marriage. Lu Haiqiao smirked. Those barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. Go ahead and lead. When the time comes, I will post the video online and your Gu family will lose billions. Gu Mu's eyes darkened as she trembled with anger at Lu Haiqiao's words. Wen Wan witnessed the unfolding drama, contemplating, if only we could check Wen Wan's genes. It would save us from lawsuits and scandals. After all, striking a man who is strayed while having his wife raise his illegitimate child is a justified action. Gu Jingshan nodded in agreement, sending a meaningful glance to his mother. Gu Mu surveyed the area, her gaze landing on the 8-year-old boy named Wen Wan, who stood not far away, defiantly raising his middle finger at Wen Wan. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mu strode over, grabbing Wen Wan from behind the nanny, and angrily declared, "Come, we're going to get a gene test." Just as she spoke, Gu Jingshan, seizing the moment while Lu Haiqiao was still in shock, plucked a hair from Lu Haiqiao's head, clutching it tightly in his hand. Wen Wan's mouth fell open slightly, confused as to how the situation had taken a positive turn. However, for her it was still a welcome development. Lu Haiqiao was rendered speechless. His previously smug demeanor drained away. Although Wen Wan was the nanny's son, he enjoyed the privileges of a young master in this household and had never faced any hardship. Upon feeling someone tugging at him, Wen Wan began to kick and punch at Gu Mu, shouting, "Let me go, you old hag." Gu Mu responded with a slap, exclaiming,
How dare you speak to me like that?
The nanny, pale-faced, rushed forward to rescue her son, but Wen Wan blocked her path. The nanny instinctively looked to Lu Haiqiao for help, her eyes pleading. Yet, Lu Haiqiao remained paralyzed, unable to act. In that moment, Wen Wan wriggled free from Gu Mu's grip and threw himself into Lu Haiqiao's arms, crying, "Daddy, save me." The villa fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Wen Wan's sobs. Sister Zhang stood in shock, watching the boy she had considered family suddenly call her husband daddy, feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Lu Haiqiao's face turned an ashen shade. Should his wife discover that he had been raising his illegitimate child at home, not only would he face divorce, but he would also lose everything. He pushed Wen Wan away, coldly warning, "Who is your father? Stop calling me that." Wen Wan fished out some leftover sunflower seeds from her pocket, initially intending to munch on them while watching the unfolding drama, but it now seemed inappropriate. Wen Wan's cries grew louder, confused as to why his father, who had previously instructed him not to call him daddy in front of others but could do so in private, was now abandoning him in his time of need. Wen Wan raised her thumb in approval. What a devoted son. Sister Zhang, hearing this, struggled to maintain her composure, gripping the railing for support. After a long pause, Sister Zhang lifted her head, fixing Lu Haiqiao with a penetrating gaze, and spoke. "Didn't you say you didn't want a divorce? I'm giving you a chance." Lu Haiqiao was taken aback, his heart leaping with joy. Meanwhile, Gu Mu furrowed her brow deeply, convinced her sister was beyond saving. Gu Jingshan, however, felt uncertain as he noticed the smirk playing on Wen Wan's lips, hinting at her awareness of something. Sister Zhang paused before continuing. "You will undergo a gene test with Wen Wan. If he is not your child, we will not divorce. If he is your son, not only will I divorce you, but I will also sue you for infidelity." The tension in Gu Mu's furrowed brow rapidly eased. Wen Wan raised an eyebrow, thinking, "My intuition has been validated." Gu Jingshan, initially in a foul mood, found his spirits lifting slightly at the sight of Wen Wan's smile. Upon hearing her words, Lu Haiqiao felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. Chapter 36. The divorce panic filled his eyes as Sister Zhang, seeing the fear in Lu Haiqiao's expression, regained her clarity and pointed towards the door, commanding leave. "Come tomorrow morning to get the divorce certificate. You won't take a single penny from me, and I will also sue you for your infidelity." Lu Haiqiao attempted to argue, but Wen Wan clung to his leg, crying and shouting. In frustration, he kicked Wen Wan away, the small boy collapsing to the ground and unable to rise. Wen Wan clicked her tongue. "Oh, is the little boy unwell?" Gu Mu's expression darkened, realizing Lu Haiqiao's true nature. He cared only for money and himself, showing no love for the child. Eventually, Gu Mu called for an ambulance, merely arranging for help. As the chaotic scene came to an end, Wen Wan felt a sense of satisfaction. That night, she lay in bed, as was her custom, playing on her phone, while Gu Jingshin occupied the opposite side, engrossed in a financial magazine. The two remained oblivious to each other. Today, Wen Wan had not closely followed the trending news, but upon checking, she realized she had missed several significant events. One trending topic mentioned Shin Yi-han, Zhang Ziyan, and herself, with marketing accounts claiming Shin Yi-han had unilaterally breached their contract, dismissing Zhang Ziyan and even slapping him on the spot, which had led to Zhang Ziyan experiencing emotional distress and difficulties at work. In an instant, Shin Yi-han's account came under attack from fans of Zhang Ziyan, which also led to an influx of insults directed at Wen Wan's long-dormant account. This uproar was fueled by marketing accounts revealing that Wen Wan had been present at the scene. The bullying of Zhang Ziyan could potentially be linked to Wen Wan. She bit her lip, feeling a surge of displeasure. Shin Yi-han was still searching for a male lead, unable to finalize a choice, and now this incident had erupted unexpectedly. The plot of this drama in the book served as a stepping stone for Liu Yuan's ascent to prominence. Wen Wan was determined to prevent any mishaps with the production. Should anything go awry, her hopes of redeeming her reputation through this project would be dashed, along with her chances of smoothly inheriting Gu Jingshin's legacy. Wen Wan scrolled through the comments section of her Weibo. The insults were harsh. What exactly does Wen Wan intend? Why is it that wherever she goes, chaos ensues? I can't help but suspect that she is stirring trouble because she failed to entice my top-tier brother, prompting Shin Yi-han to dismiss him. The speculation above could hold some truth. Wasn't there a rumor about Wen Wan and Shin Yi-han before? Could it be that these two are involved, and Shin Yi-han is resorting to such antics to win her favor? Wen Wan, just leave. Why must you make a comeback? What chaos are you causing in the entertainment industry? Wen Wan scoffed. It seemed as though Zhang Ziyan's fans were all blaming her, convinced that she was the instigator behind Shin Yi-han's actions toward Zhang Ziyan. Gu Jingshin glanced at her phone, noticing the profanities, his brow furrowing momentarily before he reached out to press down on Wen Wan's phone. In a low voice, he said, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have already contacted the mayor, who has promised to resolve it." Wen Wan nodded, placing her phone beside her pillow. She thought, even if Gu Jingshin does not intervene, the mayor would not let Zhang Ziyan off the hook, especially since his precious daughter has been bullied by such a scoundrel. He would surely seek justice. Gu Jingshin's expression darkened. Did Wen Wan think he was meddling? He added, "I merely wish to prevent your scandal from affecting me." Wen Wan turned to him, asking, "Are we not public?" Gu Jingshin replied, "Are you blaming me for not making our relationship known?" For some reason, Wen Wan detected a shift in his tone, one that was markedly different from his usual cold demeanor. After all, she not only refrained from blaming him, but also hoped he would maintain this demeanor. The man observed Wen Wan's small face nestled within the covers, deep in thought. Had he hit the mark? Was Wen Wan feeling shy? Gu Jingshin set aside his magazine, turned off the light, and lay on his side, gazing at Wen Wan's dark hair. The following morning, while Wen Wan was still in slumber, she felt someone pinch her cheek. Groggily, she raised a hand to block it and slowly opened her eyes to find Gu Jingshin's face mere inches away. Instantly awake, she hesitated before asking, "Did you just pinch my face?" Based on her understanding of Gu Jingshin, he had no fondness for her. Gu Jingshin replied indifferently, "No." "Are you still dreaming?" Wen Wan rubbed her eyes, realizing she might have been dreaming, but if she looked closely, she would see a flicker of guilt in his eyes. As she got up, Gu Jingshin casually remarked, "Lu Haiqiao has divorced my aunt." Wen Wan paused mid-step, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise.
What?
She stammered, muttering, "That's quite unfortunate." Yet internally, she chuckled, thinking, "I brought this upon myself. It's deserved." Gu Jingshin's lips curled slightly before he vanished from sight. Wen Wan had yet to freshen up when her phone rang. She answered the call, bringing the phone with her into the bathroom while activating the speaker. Shin Yi-han's voice came through clearly, instructing her to remember the new drama's press conference in 2 hours. "Okay," she replied. After a moment's thought, Shin Yi-han added, "By the way, there will be many reporters at this press conference, and they will likely ask about the events that have been trending these past few days. Be prepared." Wen Wan, squeezing toothpaste, mumbled, "Got it." After hanging up, she looked up to see the formally dressed man leaning against the bathroom doorframe, his expression dark as he met her gaze in the mirror. "Is there something you need?" she asked while brushing her teeth. Gu Jingshin replied impassively, "Nothing." After a brief pause, He lingered for 2 seconds, hoping Wen Wan would notice his unusual emotions and understand why Shin Yihan had cautioned her so. However, 3 minutes passed, and as Wen Wan finished brushing her teeth and began washing her face, she remained silent. Gu Jingshen's expression darkened further, and he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, his cold demeanor would not go unnoticed. After completing her morning routine and applying makeup quickly, Wen Wan headed to the wardrobe to select a dress. As she prepared to leave, she noticed Gu Jingshen standing up from the couch in the living room. She blinked in surprise. "It's the weekend. Are you going to work?" Gu Jingshen replied flatly, "I'm attending Shin Yihan's press conference. He invited me." Wen Wan nodded, refraining from asking further questions as she entered Gu Jingshen's car en route to their destination. Upon arriving at the press conference venue, Wen Wan peered out the car window to see a throng of people, predominantly fans of Zhang Ziyan. As a top-tier celebrity, he wielded considerable influence. Early that morning, he had posted a single statement on his 30 million follower account, "I seek justice." With this declaration, his fans raised banners in support of their idol, shouting at the reporters, "We demand an explanation from the City Above production team." Wen Wan, get out of the production team. Shin Yihan apologized to Zhang Ziyan. Chapter 37. Hatred Born of Love. Wen Wan shook her head at the scene unfolding outside. Moments later, a few bodyguards approached to open the door for her. She exited the vehicle swiftly, as if eager to conceal the identity of the driver, shutting the door quickly behind her. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She made no effort to display any connection between herself and the man inside. Surrounded by bodyguards, Wen Wan made her way towards the press conference. However, reporters and fans alike attempted to block her path, demanding to know what she had done to precipitate Zhang Ziyan's current state of being blacklisted. The production team could not enter, the concert was on hold, and all advertisements had been withdrawn. Some reporters even began live streaming, directing their cameras at Wen Wan. In the live chat, Zhang Ziyan's fans echoed the sentiments of those present. "Wen Wan, get out of the entertainment industry. Wen Wan, I curse you and your family. Give me back my brother. I refuse to watch any drama featuring Wen Wan, and I'll report her as well." Not only Zhang Ziyan's fans were watching, but even Zhang Ziyan himself was following the live stream. Nestled on his sofa, he observed as his fans, driven by his influence, launched their attacks on Wen Wan. Feeling rather pleased with himself. In recent days, he had been informed by his agency to suspend all activities, yet he was assured it was only temporary. As the mayor had applied pressure, his agency was doing everything to protect him, advising him to remain calm, assuring him that the matter would be resolved within a month. He felt grateful to Shin Yihan and Wen Wan for granting him a paid vacation, allowing him to witness Wen Wan's failure in her comeback. Once Wen Wan was escorted inside, the journalists, who had been seated, suddenly turned to face her in unison. Shin Yihan waved her over, a smile playing on his lips. "We still have a while before it begins." Wen Wan nodded and naturally took a seat at the table marked with her name. As the two sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of other artists, Shin Yihan leaned closer to whisper the name of the actor he had chosen for the male lead. Lu Yu, the male lead. Wen Wan stared at Shin Yihan in astonishment, confusion evident in her eyes. "Why tell me and not the reporters?" Wen Wan remained silent, as she continued searching for the name Lu Yu in the book. She had yet to find it when Gu Xiu Ran, Zhou Chu Chu, and Lu Yu all arrived in succession. Wen Wan lifted her gaze to assess the individuals before her. It seemed that the actress who originally played the leading female role in the book had encountered issues later on, resulting in a change of the female lead. As the actors gradually gathered, the press conference commenced. Shin Yihan was compelled to muster his spirits, facing a barrage of inquiries from journalists regarding the dismissal of Zhang Ziyan. However, to Shin Yihan's astonishment, the reporters appeared to have conspired, as they directed their questions predominantly at Wen Wan. One reporter queried, "Wen Wan, many netizens are eager for me to ask you, are you returning to the industry at the expense of Zhang Ziyan? Has he offended you? Is it true that you failed to establish a connection with Zhang Ziyan, leading to a vengeful scheme that prompted director Shen to terminate him?" As these words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Shin Yihan immediately nodded in agreement with Wen Wan's response. As comments flooded in, "Stop joking, don't project your issues onto my brother." Wen Wan not only enjoys stirring rumors with male directors, actors, and financiers, but also has a penchant for deceit, This woman is a disaster. With such a talent for deflection. Perhaps she should consider a career as a chef instead of an actress? The vitriol was not limited to Zhang Ziyan's fans. Even bystanders expressed their disdain for Wen Wan in the live broadcast. Gu Jingshan parked his car in the lot and opened the journalist's live stream, only to be met with a deluge of attacks directed at Wen Wan. Some even went so far as to curse her family, darkening the man's expression. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang. It was his assistant on the line, speaking with a tone of respect. "Mr. Gu, all the evidence has been compiled, and I have funded its promotion." Gu Jingshan merely acknowledged with a faint HM before ending the call. He then switched back to the live stream, noticing a few supporters of Wen Wan. "Perhaps what Wen Wan said holds some truth," one comment read. Gu Jingshan observed this remark being met with hostility and, with a slight flick of his finger, liked the comment. Wen Wan actually has fans. This is hilarious. Come on, how much does a paid comment go for? Faced with such disparaging remarks, Gu Jingshan's expression darkened, and he exited the live stream, oblivious to the whiteness of his knuckles as he gripped his phone, seemingly affected by the barrage of comments. A reporter mentioned her relationship with Gu Jingshan, to which Wen Wan reflected briefly before stating, "Friends." At that moment, the long-absent system made an unexpected appearance. Just friends. Wen Wan? Both Shen Yihan and Gu Xiaoran were aware of their relationship, but chose not to contradict Wen Wan's statement. Particularly Shen Yihan, whose gaze softened with a hint of pity as he regarded Wen Wan, perhaps pondering whether Gu Jingshan had warned her against revealing their connection in public. Especially since he did not harbor feelings for her. Gu Xiaoran refrained from disputing her claim, believing that Wen Wan and his uncle would inevitably part ways, making the label of friends a convenient cover to avoid future clarifications. It was Zhou Chu, the lead actress of this production, who interjected, propping her chin on one hand, and seemingly casually remarked, "Sister Wen Wan, Ziyan contacted me last night, expressing concern about your well-being after such events. He wishes to know if you both can still be friends." This statement thickened the atmosphere with tension. Wen Wan turned to Zhou Chu, her eyes reflecting surprise. She recalled that she was not particularly close to this Zhou Chu. However, upon glancing at the storyline in the book, she suddenly understood. So Zhou Chu was also one of Zhang Ziyan's girlfriends.
Shen Yihan froze momentarily, hastily casting a glance at Zhou Chu.
The latter's gaze towards Wen Wan was laced with frost. Her impression of Wen Wan was far from favorable. When she entered the industry, Wen Wan had already withdrawn. And although they had little interaction, rumors about Wen Wan often reached her ears, alleging that any drama she had participated in was marred by inappropriate relationships with directors or leading actors, as if some unspoken rules had granted her those opportunities. Despite her dubious reputation, Zhou Chu frequently encountered the name Wen Wan from her boyfriend. With a slight smile curling her lips, Wen Wan responded, "I'm sorry, but I do not associate with scoundrels." The declaration elicited gasps from the audience, and the reporters regarded Wen Wan with increasing disdain. Not to mention the fans of Zhang Zi, and in the live stream, who did not hesitate to hurl insults at Wen Wan. Scoundrel? Look in the mirror. Ziyan is a pure gentleman in this industry, with no scandals. If anyone is a scoundrel, it's you, Wen Wan. At that moment, a verified account from a relevant governmental department released a statement regarding a certain male artist surnamed Zhang, implicated in issues involving minors and tax evasion, announcing that an investigation had commenced, and if proven true, it would lead to incarceration. Many netizens speculated which Zhang was being referred to, as the name was common in the industry. They guessed but could not connect the dots to Zhang Ziyan. Thus, the outcry against Wen Wan continued unabated. However, the official account, to prevent any innocent Zhangs from facing unwarranted backlash, ultimately revealed the identity of the lawbreaker. Wen Wan smiled knowingly. Yet, the comments remained fervently active. "I'm now a fan of Zhou Chu. Chu truly embodies loyalty as Ziyan's friend." Just then, the reporters began to glance at their phones, followed by a wave of restlessness as they whispered among themselves, completely forgetting to pose sharp questions at this critical moment. The online audience had anticipated the journalists to confront Wen Wan, placing her in a position of discomfort, perhaps seeking some small measure of revenge for Zhang Ziyan. But the reporters received information faster than the viewers. They stared at their phones in disbelief for several moments. Minutes later, Amid a flurry of praises for Zhou Chu Chu and insults towards Wen Wan, a discordant comment floated in. What the hell? It seems Wen Wan was right. The police just issued an arrest warrant for Zhang Zi, and fans initially dismissed it as a fabrication from Wen Wan supporters until more similar comments emerged, prompting them to check Weibo. To their shock, the revelations silenced them. Chapter 38. Second Marriage. Meanwhile, the bystanders who had previously defended Wen Wan now felt emboldened. Everything Wen Wan said is true. Zhang Zi is indeed a scoundrel. In contrast, Zhou Chu Chu, associating with such a person, should be the one to exit the entertainment industry. Observing the sudden silence among the reporters, Wen Wan wore a perplexed expression, having prepared herself to battle the journalists to the very end. Shen Yihan's phone buzzed with news as well. They looked down at their devices, their expressions varying. Zhou Chu Chu, in particular, wore an air of arrogance, casually glancing at Gu Xiaoran's phone screen. Soon after, she witnessed the verified account detailing Zhang Zi's crimes, leaving her in a state of disbelief for a long while. Noting that the reporters had abandoned any intention of inquiring about the drama, Shen Yihan slowly rose, stating, "This press conference is concluded. Thank you all for attending." With that, he hurriedly departed. Wen Wan followed suit, leaving the venue. Only Zhou Chu Chu found herself unable to escape, as reporters swarmed her, transferring the sharp inquiries they had directed at Wen Wan to her instead. Even more pointed than before. As Zhang Zi's friend, you surely know his character. How can you continue your friendship with someone involved in such matters? Were you also one of those entangled in his chaotic relationships? Zhou Chu Chu's face turned pale, and she found herself at a loss for words in response to the reporters' questions. Zhang Zi's fans attempted to mount a final resistance, but all public platforms had banned his account, rendering it a mere string of random numbers. Even if the fans remain oblivious, the truth stands undeniable and irrefutable. Furthermore, Wen Wan's assertion that one should not sleep when it is inappropriate and must pay taxes where due resonates perfectly with Zhang Zian. Thus, it is clear that Wen Wan was already aware of Zhang Zian's character, perhaps even before the relevant authorities. Consequently, Zhang Zian's fans no longer dare to criticize Wen Wan, as many netizens have begun to champion her cause. The following day, while seated in her car, Wen Wan received a call from Shen Yihan, informing her that filming would commence the next day and advising her to rest well today. After hanging up, she turned to Gu Jingshin, who was sitting beside her, and inquired about their destination. Gu Jingshin closed the notebook resting on his lap and replied in a calm tone, "To my brother-in-law's house." Wen Wan nodded, realizing that rest would likely be a luxury she could forgo today. Gu Jingshin's brother-in-law, of course, was Gu Xiaoran, his father. Leaning against the leather seat, Wen Wan's expression revealed her fatigue. She had stayed up late the previous night tutoring Guzhen and, to be honest, she wished she could peer into Guzhen's mind to see if there were any fish swimming about. Gu Jingshin, rarely displaying tenderness, remarked, "If you're tired, you can rest in the car." However, he still preferred that Wen Wan accompany him, as his brother-in-law's adopted daughter could be somewhat bothersome and tended to push her luck further. After a pause, Gu Jingshin added, "Gu Jingjing will also be there." Wen Wan was about to nod in agreement when suddenly the system transmitted today's plot to her, extinguishing any remnants of sleepiness. Today, Gu Xiaoran would directly reveal to Gu Jingshin her motives for marrying him, leading to her divorce. Startled, Wen Wan sat up straight, swallowed hard, and declared, "No need for rest. You must marry me, or people might mistakenly believe our marriage is less than harmonious." A slight smirk crossed Gu Jingshin's lips as he regarded her intently. Wen Wan found herself momentarily entranced by his gaze. As they approached their destination, she carefully reviewed the details of today's plot. After a few moments of stunned silence, she couldn't help but think, it seems a significant revelation is on the horizon. Minutes later, Gu Jingshin's car came to a stop outside Gu Xiaoran's residence. It was said that today marked the day of Gu Xiaoran's father's second marriage. Gu Xiaoran's father had married into the Gu family, while Gu Xiaoran bore his mother's surname. His mother had previously divorced her husband, yet the Gu family maintained a connection with Gu Xiaoran's father due to past assistance, even closer than with Gu Xiaoran's mother. Having completed her review of the plot, Wen Wan arrived at the destination. Even before the car door opened, the sounds of drums and gongs echoed from outside. The driver exited to open the door for Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen, who stepped out slowly. The entrance was adorned festively, bustling with activity. As the son of the groom, Gu Xiaoran stood at the entrance to welcome guests, while Gu Jingjing stood beside him, greeting everyone with a smile. Upon spotting Gu Jingshen's arrival, Gu Jingjing's eyes lit up, and she prepared to approach him. But the woman who gradually emerged to stand beside him darkened her expression. Gu Jingjing bit her lip, glaring at Wen Wan, yet forced a smile to conceal her true feelings. As the two approached, Gu Jingjing sighed deeply, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Brother, why hasn't he uncle divorced Wen Wan yet? Isn't she just after his money?" Gu Xiaoran, already in a foul mood due to the presence of a stepmother close to his age, gazed at Wen Wan with a hint of derision. He replied, "It's not just for money." Gu Jingjing misinterpreted his words, believing he meant that she also coveted Gu Jingshen. Her countenance soured further. Biting her lip, she implored, "Brother, you must inform uncle that Wen Wan is not a good person. They should get divorced." Gu Xiaoran nodded without hesitation, already intending to expose Wen Wan's true nature today. Shortly thereafter, Wen Wan approached, clad in a flowing black gown, her slender straps accentuating her delicate shoulders, her fair skin glowing warmly in the sunlight. Beside her, Gu Jingshen, towering over her in a tailored suit, exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Wen Wan linked her arm with his, standing leisurely before them. Gu Xiaoran quietly addressed Gu Jingshen, "Uncle, they've arrived." Gu Jingshen nodded slightly. However, Gu Xiaoran refrained from referring to Wen Wan as aunt, for he believed she did not deserve that title. Having seen today as plot, Wen Wan regarded Gu Xiaoran with a hint of sympathy as well as a touch of schadenfreude. To Gu Xiaoran, this exchange took on an entirely different meaning. With Gu Jingshen and Wen Wan standing together, it seemed to him that Wen Wan audaciously coveted him. To demonstrate his disdain for Wen Wan, Gu Xiaoran inwardly scoffed, yet feigned a smile as he jested. "Wen Wan, you look quite beautiful today, though I believe Jingjing is even more charming." Gu Jingjing, the adopted daughter of Gu Xiaoran's father, was indeed a striking beauty, embodying the youthful innocence of a first love. In stark contrast to Wen Wan's more seductive allure, Gu Jingjing blushed shyly, lowering her gaze as she replied, "Please don't say that, otherwise Sister Wen might get upset." Gu Xiaoran secretly relished the thought of Wen Wan becoming upset. He had always detested women like her, preferring the untainted simplicity of his sister. At that moment, Gu Xiaoran's father, dressed in the groom's attire, emerged to greet Gu Jingshen personally. He smiled, patted Gu Jingshen on the shoulder twice, and said, "I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Your parents are already waiting inside for you." Gu Jingshen nodded and, with Wen Wan, proceeded toward the entrance. Gu Xiaoran's father watched them enter, and as Wen Wan's figure disappeared from view, his kindly demeanor faded, replaced by a slight frown. He then lowered his voice to inquire of his son, "They haven't divorced yet?" "No, Dad," Gu Jingjing replied, still observing Wen Wan beside Gu Jingshen. Gu Xiaoran, however, ignored his father and continued into the house. He trailed behind Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward, intending to have a private conversation with his uncle to reveal the reasons behind Wen Wan's marriage, hoping to clarify her true character. As he approached them, Wen Wan's inner thoughts suddenly resonated in her mind. Walking alongside, she reflected on today's plot, pondering, given Gu Xiaoran's demeanor, he likely remains unaware that his dear sister has entangled herself with his father. Gu Xiaoran halted, his pupils dilating in shock, nearly losing his footing. Chapter 39. A tangled relationship. Gu Jingshen also abruptly stopped, frozen in place. While Wen Wan continued to examine the plot, oblivious to the unusual expressions of those beside her, she mused. Although Gu Jingjing is adopted by Gu Xiaoran's father, her ambitions are astonishingly vast. As someone seasoned in the business world and accustomed to various social situations, Gu Jingshen found himself rendered speechless by Wen Wan's revelation. This was even more surprising for Gu Xiaoran, who had always regarded Gu Jingjing as a younger sister, believing her to be pure and untainted. Unlike the women he had encountered before, Gu Xiaoran's expression darkened. He could accept Wen Wan's criticism of others, but not of his sister. This jealousy only solidified his resolve to expose Wen Wan's true self. It was at this moment that Wen Wan noticed Gu Xiaoran standing beside her. His demeanor decidedly grim. Gu Mu and Old Master Gu had finally squeezed through the crowd, approaching them leisurely. Gu Mu greeted Wen Wan with a warm smile, her voice softer than usual. "Wen Wan, you look a bit tired. Did you not rest well last night?" Wen Wan shook her head on the surface. Yet a wave of melancholy washed over her heart. Can things really get better? Gu Zhen's intellect makes tutoring him an arduous task, leading me to suspect that Gu Jingshen is intentionally tormenting me. This unvoiced sentiment reached the ears of Gu's mother, Gu's grandfather, and Gu Jingshen. Gu Jingshen merely curled the corners of his lips, contemplating that this might hasten Wen Wan's abandonment of the idea, consequently sparing her from starring in director Zhang's film. However, his mother furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze laden with dissatisfaction as she fixed it upon him, even warningly remarking, "Jingshen, do you lack the funds to hire a tutor for Guzhen? If not, perhaps we should bring him to my place, and I shall find someone to assist him with his studies." Gu Jingshen paused, as though seeing his mother for the first time, and stared at her for a long while. He was taken aback to realize that, at some point, his mother had aligned herself with Wen Wan. Even his father nodded in agreement. The amusement that once graced Gu Jingshen's lips faded, and he resolutely replied, "No need." At that moment, Wen Wan's attention was drawn to the arrival of Gu's brother-in-law and Gu Jingjing, completely unaware of the conversation among the three members of the Gu family. Gu Jingjing entered with her brother-in-law, engaged in lively banter, appearing to share a bond akin to that of a father and daughter, devoid of any inappropriate behavior. Gu Jingjing even casually greeted her brother-in-law, saying, "Dad, happy wedding." The brother-in-law nodded, affectionately tousling Gu Jingjing's hair, though a hint of something unusual flickered in his eyes. When Wan glanced at the unfolding narrative, her heart racing. This relationship is more convoluted than my menstrual cycle. Wishing my father joy in his new marriage while sharing a bridal chamber with him tonight, leaving the bride alone in the wedding chamber. In an instant, the three members of the Gu family turned their astonished faces toward Wen Wan. Gu Jingshen maintained a semblance of calm. Gu's mother and grandfather exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoran, standing beside Wen Wan, scoffed disdainfully, entirely dismissing her musings. He offered a brief greeting to Gu's mother and grandfather before turning his back to welcome other guests. The Gu family, along with Wen Wan, casually found a place to sit. Wen Wan settled onto the sofa, casting her gaze around the room. Gu Xiaoran's father was not particularly wealthy. He merely capitalized on the Gu family's fortune to carve out his own slice of prosperity. Yet, once wealth is acquired, one's mentality shifts. After acquiring wealth, Gu's brother-in-law squandered it extravagantly, either engaging in extramarital affairs or indulging in reckless behavior, even casting aside the original spouse who had supported him through his rise. His current standing was solely due to the backing of his original wife and Gu's grandfather. However, rather than expressing gratitude, he felt that Gu's grandfather's financial support was insufficient. Despite Gu's grandfather being the richest in the brother-in-law's eyes, he would never measure up. Yet, he maintained a facade of refinement, while his heart was filled with pettiness. Gu's grandfather remained oblivious to his true nature, thus continuously falling victim to his exploitation. Gu's mother also pondered the character of Gu Xiaoran's father. He was congenial, and even after a decade of divorce, he had not sought another partner until this year when he found a young and beautiful woman. Gu's mother thought it reasonable to seek a younger companion. After all, who does not appreciate beauty? Thus, on the surface, he appeared to have no issues. Gu's mother remarked, he seems all right. Otherwise, how could he have raised such a considerate son as Xiao Ran? Even Gu Jingshen, who was surrounded by admirers, overheard Wen Wan's thoughts. Wen Wan expressed her astonishment. In truth, that is trivial. What is more shocking is that his father actually slept with Gu Xiao Ran's ex-girlfriend, which irrevocably shattered their relationship. Gu's mother and grandfather wore expressions of bewilderment, seemingly stunned by Wen Wan's revelation. Wen Wan observed the storyline in the book, gaining insight into Gu Xiaoran's experiences, which illuminated the reasons behind his animosity toward her. Although Gu's mother and grandfather harbored doubts about Wen Wan's thoughts, they could not help but sympathize with Gu Xiaoran's plight, as he was still part of the Gu family. They exchanged a glance, resolved to support Gu Xiaoran with additional resources to help him escape his predicament. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Wen Wan's inner voice resurfaced. She reflected on Gu Xiaoran's narrative arc with irritation. Isn't Gu Xiaoran being a bit ungrateful? Choosing to plot against Gu Jingshan's company instead of offering assistance when Gu Jingshan fell ill? Chapter 40. A Wedding Disruption. Upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Gu's mother and grandfather entirely abandoned their plans to assist. Meanwhile, Gu Jingjing welcomed her friend, ushering her into the villa. The friend, a social media influencer and former classmate of Gu Jingjing, entered with an expression of envy, exclaiming, "Jingjing, your family is truly wealthy." Gu Jingjing feigned modesty, replying, "It's nothing special," while internally reveling in her pride. She had never disclosed that she was the adopted daughter of the Gu family, leading her friends to believe she was a genuine heiress. The friend, spotting Gu Jingshan in the distance, was stunned for a few seconds before excitedly exclaiming, "Jingjing, Gu Jingshan is here. I just realized you're his niece." Gu Jingjing nodded. The friend cautiously inquired, "Has your uncle gotten married yet?" Gu Jingjing fell silent for a few seconds, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the friend grew even more thrilled, cautiously asking, "Can I do a live stream?" Gu Jingjing smiled and nodded, "Of course." The friend eagerly activated the live stream, praising Gu Jingjing, "You are truly the kindest heiress I have ever met." At that moment, Gu Xiaoran approached. The friend was momentarily captivated by his appearance. Gu Xiaoran smiled slightly, his looks leaned toward a contemporary rugged charm, and his suit added an air of seriousness. Gu Xiaoran said, "Jingjing, take your friend to find a place to rest. The wedding will commence shortly." Gu Jingjing nodded, settling her friend before hastily asking Gu Xiaoran, "Brother, do you think uncle can divorce Wen Wan today?" Gu Xiaoran confidently replied, "Absolutely." Gu Jingjing sighed in relief. At this moment, Wen Wan stood quietly behind them, holding a glass of wine, listening to their every word. As the plot foretold, Gu Xiaoran was indeed poised to sever her ties to the inheritance of $1 billion fortune. Suddenly, the previously serene and amiable atmosphere of the wedding was disrupted by the arrival of a woman, causing a stir among the guests. The middle-aged woman, clad in a qipao, exuded elegance and grandeur. When Wan recognized her instantly, she was Gu Xiaoran's biological mother, the original wife who had been cast aside by Gu's brother-in-law. The attendees exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly taken aback by the original wife's unexpected presence at the wedding, particularly Gu Xiaoran, whose face bore an expression of shock. However, Gu Jingjing's complexion paled, her eyes betraying a sense of guilt. Gu Xiaoran, astonished by his mother's arrival, failed to notice Gu Jingjing's distress. Upon seeing the original wife, Wen Wan's excitement contrasted sharply with the shock of others. Gu Jingshan strolled leisurely to Wen Wan's side, and as he approached, Wen Wan's thoughts reached his ears. She quickly glanced at the narrative in the book, her excitement palpable. The original wife has come to disrupt the wedding. Gu Jingshan paused, raising his head to discover that his cousin had arrived without his notice. Meanwhile, the wedding was on the verge of commencing. As he observed the narrative relayed by the system regarding the original wife, he realized that she had long been aware of the sordid affairs involving her adopted daughter, Gu Jingjing, and her ex-husband. In the narrative, the original wife creates a scene at the wedding, unveiling the shroud of shame at her ex-husband's ceremony. However, her actions prove futile as no one believes her, not even her son, who dismisses her claims as nonsense. Deceived by the tear-streaked face of Gu Jingjing, he inadvertently sends his mother to prison on charges of slander. Consequently, with unwavering resolve, she confides in Gu Jingshan that she, Wen Wan, is in love with Gu Xiaoran and only married him to exploit her identity as his aunt. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Wen Wan and Gu Jingshan take their seats at the designated table opposite Gu Xiaoran and Gu Jingjing, who have just settled in. Gu Xiaoran casts a cold glance at Wen Wan. Soon after, Gu Xiaoran's biological mother, the original wife, joins them at the table, fixing her gaze intently on Gu Jingjing. Gu Jingjing feigns innocence, casually sipping from her glass. Wen Wan, with her striking eyes darting about, desires to ensure the original wife's visit is not in vain and hopes to incite her to disrupt the wedding. Acting nonchalantly, she retrieves her phone. her slender fingers gliding across the screen before feigning surprise as she exclaims to Gu Jingshan about a scandal involving a wealthy heir and his peculiar predilections. Gu Jingshan turns to glance at the phone she holds, only to find the home screen displayed. His brow furrows slightly, and as he contemplates in confusion, he realizes Wen Wan's intention to project an image of their affectionate relationship to outsiders. He silently scoffs at her cleverness. Gu Jingjing, observing Gu Jingshan leaning towards Wen Wan, furrows her brow in disapproval. She cannot allow a woman like Wen Wan to marry her uncle, especially given her uncle's wealth, which she once coveted as a means to solidify her status in the Gu family. Despite her plans, Wen Wan has preempted her. However, this does not signify her relinquishing her aspirations of becoming the future matriarch of wealth. The original wife, taken aback by Wen Wan's statement, instinctively glances at the phone left on the table by her ex-husband, who had just taken the stage. Seizing a final glimmer of hope, she stealthily approaches the wedding platform and swiftly retrieves the phone. Wen Wan, realizing that Gu Jiesho has a poor memory and a simple password, recalls that in a later chapter, Gu Xiaoran inadvertently unlocks his father's phone, discovering scandalous videos that lead him to realize he has been deceived by Gu Jingjing. He ultimately apologizes to his mother, who forgives him, while the original wife later marries a director from the entertainment industry, securing a role for Gu Xiaoran and propelling him to stardom. As the wedding commences, a symphony plays as Gu Jiesho ascends the stage, the bride at his side, and the guests erupt in applause. Gu Jingjing's friends, live streaming the event, turn the camera towards the ceremony. Just as Gu Jiesho and the bride are about to share a cup of wine, the original wife unexpectedly strides onto the stage, seizing the microphone from the MC. The crowd gasps in astonishment, while Wen Wan silently anticipates the revelation of her ex-husband's indiscretions with his adopted daughter. This expectation resonates with both Gu Jingshan and Gu Xiaoran, the latter's expression darkening with fury directed at Wen Wan, who he believes is slandering his sister. With a deep exhale, he addresses Gu Jingshan in front of everyone, stating, "Uncle, I must speak the truth." Chapter 41. Is Wen Wan the other woman? As Wen Wan relishes the unfolding drama, she is startled by Gu Xiaoran's words. Realizing the attention has shifted towards her, Gu Jingshan turns his gaze from the stage to Gu Xiaoran, inquiring softly, "What do you mean?" Gu Jingjing struggles to contain her amusement, recognizing her brother's plan to oust Wen Wan from the Gu family. Gu Xiaoran grits his teeth, attempting to speak, but is drowned out by the original wife, who proclaims, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today to reveal that my ex-husband is having an affair with the daughter I raised." The revelation sends the crowd into chaos, guests exchanging stunned glances, their sumptuous meals forgotten amidst the scandal. Gu Xiaoran is momentarily taken aback, his thoughts consumed by his mother's unexpected confrontation as he watches his father grapple for the microphone, alongside the astonished MC and bride. Gu Jingjing's smile falters, her eyes widening in fear, while the influencer live-streaming the event trembles in astonishment at the shocking revelation. A momentary slip reveals a glimpse of a man clad in black attire near the stage, igniting a flurry of comments online. "Is that Wen Wan? Am I seeing this correctly? That must be her, and isn't she seated next to Gu Jingshan? Why is Wen Wan everywhere?" The influencer, buoyed by the rising comments, zooms in on Wen Wan as viewers speculate about her connection to Gu Jingshan, questioning their marital status. Some viewers recall Gu Jingjing's earlier remarks, clarifying they are not married. As the commentary escalates, the atmosphere grows increasingly tumultuous. Gu Xiaoran's mind races. His mother, typically composed, has transformed into a whirlwind of chaos.
Meanwhile,
Wen Wan casually opens her purse, retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds to munch on, glancing at the stage and then at Gu Xiaoran, relishing his discomfort. Gu Xiaoran must be feeling quite miserable right now, she muses, taking pleasure in his distress. Gu Xiaoran, catching her gaze, is perplexed. As the man she loves but cannot have, he wonders why she appears so pleased rather than sorrowful. Soon, he concludes that Wen Wan's feelings have shifted from love to resentment. Yet, this is not the time for contemplation. He must ascertain the truth behind his mother's claims. Wen Wan's gaze narrows on Gu Jingjing's tear-streaked face, and she mentally counts down 19, 18, 7, 3, 2, 1. Time to cry. As Gu Xiaoran grapples with the situation, Gu Jingjing suddenly breaks down, tears streaming down her cheeks as she laments, "How can my mother think this of me? Brother, my mother is spreading rumors about me. I feel utterly desolate." Observing Gu Jingjing's distressed demeanor, Gu Xiaoran grasps the depth of Wen Wan's intentions, yet remains skeptical. He hands Gu Jingjing a tissue, reassuringly patting her shoulder. "It's all right. I will find a way to resolve this." Nodding, Gu Jingjing accepts the tissue. Gu Xiaoran rises and approaches his mother on stage. Wen Wan, feeling parched, lifts her glass for a drink, catching sight of Gu Jingxin's unwavering gaze upon her. Momentarily taken aback, she glances at the discarded sunflower seed shells before realizing he might perceive her as a source of embarrassment. Gu Jingxin furrows his brow slightly before redirecting his attention elsewhere. If Wen Wan were to hear Gu Jingxun's innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. For Gu Jingxun harbored a desire for Wen Wan to share in his sentiments, as he had long grown weary of this brother-in-law. Viewers of the online celebrity livestream were fixated on the wedding unfolding before them, particularly on Wen Wan's unexpected act of munching on sunflower seeds at such a moment. Moreover, Gu Jingxun's gaze remained steadfastly upon Wen Wan. In such a situation, indulging in sunflower seeds seems rather delightful. Gu Jingxun is so handsome. I can't even focus on the drama. I'm just watching him. Wait, isn't that this striking gentleman stepping onto the stage, Gu Xiaoran? Is today his father's second marriage? Gu Xiaoran's expression was dark as he glared at his mother and said, with a somewhat irritable tone, "Mom, stop causing a scene. Let's discuss this after my father's wedding." The first wife, tightly clutching the microphone, silently observed Gu Xiaoran before pausing for a few seconds and finally uttering, "Son, do not allow Gu Jingjing to deceive your father. They are both wretched individuals, conspiring behind my back." After making her claim, she awaited her son to take her side. However, after a prolonged silence, Gu Xiaoran's face turned even grimmer, and he reached out to snatch the microphone from the first wife, even expressing his disgust with, "Mom, enough. If you continue this nonsense, I will call security." Instantly, murmurs erupted among the guests. A netizen inquired whether Gu Jingjing was truly the biological child of the Gu family and questioned the veracity of the woman's claims. As Gu Jingjing was somewhat of a known internet personality, many recognized her. The influencer declared, "Of course, it's true. What I mean is, Jingjing is the Gu family's daughter, while this woman is spreading falsehoods." She even praised Gu Xiaoran's sense of responsibility, asserting that they would follow his future works. Only Wen Wan furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her indignation towards Gu Xiaoran. "If he were my son, I would be the first to eliminate him." The first wife seemed to hear Wen Wan's thoughts, her heart sinking completely as she slapped Gu Xiaoran and tossed the microphone to him. In the next moment, she hurriedly retrieved her phone and connected it to the large screen that was originally intended to display a sweet video of the bride and groom. Suddenly, two starkly white bodies began to roll across the screen in a continuous loop. The influencer's hand trembled as she recorded the video for her live stream, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my!" Not only was she astonished, but viewers of the live stream were equally stunned, their screens flooded with reactions. The other guests present were left speechless. The brother-in-law had initially disregarded the first wife's disruption at the wedding, knowing she lacked influence. Yet, he was taken aback when she managed to access his phone and connect to the video. Only then did he begin to panic. Gu Xiaoran stood frozen with a microphone in hand, his right cheek numb from the slap, and his scalp tingling. The entangled bodies on the big screen felt like the most crushing blow. Gu Jingjing's face was vividly displayed, and he had just belittled Wen Wan an hour prior, believing his sister to be virtuous, only to find that her so-called virtue was compromised by her involvement with their father. Gu Xiaoran nearly choked in disbelief. Down below, Gu Jingjing had not anticipated the situation would escalate in this manner and fainted from shock. Wen Wan could not help but nibble on more sunflower seeds. The viewers of the live stream felt as though they had stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Such a morally reprehensible affair occurring within a prestigious family, like the Gus, was beyond comprehension. Moreover, as others expressed their shock, only Wen Wan continued to munch on her seeds, as if she had prepared for this moment. Netizens who had previously praised Gu Xiaoran abruptly shifted their narrative, deriding him for not trusting his own mother, questioning how such an intellectually deficient man could thrive in the entertainment industry. Ultimately, it was the host who turned off the screen, bringing this farce to an end. After the wedding, as Gu's mother and the elder Gu exited the villa, their expressions were far from pleasant. The brother-in-law emerged from the villa, pale-faced, and his first act was to glare vehemently at Wen Wan. He had always been curious about how his ex-wife discovered the videos on his phone. After checking the hall's surveillance, he realized that Wen Wan had mentioned a news story about the video, which had alerted his ex-wife and led to her exposing him during the wedding. Although he was uncertain whether Wen Wan had stumbled upon this information inadvertently or knew something more, his hatred for her was palpable. Once the elder Gu helped him resolve this scandal, he would have ample time to deal with Wen Wan. The brother-in-law approached calmly, despite the humiliation he had just experienced, and said to the elder Gu and Gu's mother, "I apologize for not hosting you properly today." Gu's mother and the elder Gu exchanged complex glances, unsure of what to say, especially the elder Gu, who realized that his niece had been deceived all along. Yet, the brother-in-law acted as if nothing had happened, even going so far as to request the elder Gu's assistance in resolving this mess. He understood that he could not handle the scandal himself, but the elder Gu could. Sighing, the brother-in-law said, "I have made many mistakes in my life, but there is one thing I have never regretted." When one quickly reflected on the storyline regarding the male lead's father, musing inwardly, "Here it comes." Gu Jingshun glanced at Wen Wan, puzzled by the meaning behind her thoughts. Meanwhile, the brother-in-law's eyes began to redden as he continued, 10 years ago, when your company faced a crisis, I intervened to resolve it, even at great personal risk." The elder Gu understood his implication. He had helped him once during a company crisis, and today he sought his assistance again. Had it not been for the elder Gu's support 10 years ago, he might not have achieved his current success. The elder Gu's emotions were tumultuous, caught between the betrayal of his niece and the gratitude he felt. Wen Wan had learned from her reading about the crisis that had befallen the Gu family a decade ago, and she could not help but inwardly exclaim, "What do you mean he helped resolve a crisis?" It was clearly Gu Xiaorant's father who leaked confidential information about a new product to a rival company, leading to that crisis. The elder Gu was taken aback. Chapter 42. The reason behind his actions. Suddenly, Gu Jingshin paused, the crisis from 10 years ago vivid in his memory. He had been studying abroad at the time, and the company had nearly faced a financial breakdown due to that crisis. Gu's mother furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the brother-in-law for a long while. The brother-in-law appeared puzzled. He had sensed that the elder Gu was willing to help but had suddenly fallen silent. The elder Gu trembled with rage, breathing sharply. At that moment, he wished more than anything that Wen Wan's thoughts were unfounded. However, after several validations in the past, none had proven false. The brother-in-law grew increasingly anxious and spoke up again. Gu's mother cast a glance at the elder Gu and then stated, "Wen Wan, Jingshin, we should leave." Subsequently, the 3 members of the Gu family, along with Wen Wan, boarded a business vehicle, leaving Gu Xiaorant's father behind. Inside the car, the Gu family sat in silence. After a while, Gu's mother patted Wen Wan's shoulder and said, "You no longer need to tutor Guzhen. Also, regarding Zhang Heng's movie, you must participate. It is a blessing for my daughter-in-law to act in a film by Zhang Heng." Wen Wan was taken aback, overwhelmed by surprise. She drew in a sharp breath. Her company was merely a small enterprise, and now the Gu family was supporting her to go public, and it was indeed a contract from the Gu family. Wen Wan pondered, "Am I truly destined to become a wealthy beauty?" Gu's father and mother exchanged knowing smiles, while Gu Jingshin's eyes flickered with astonishment. The following day, when Wan arrived at the film set to shoot, while preparing for her makeup, she casually picked up her phone to scroll through her feed and discovered that her followers had increased. It appeared that a certain influencer had live-streamed the scene of her munching on sunflower seeds from the previous day. Curious viewers wondered if she had foreseen something, allowing her to remain so composed. They also inquired about the brand of sunflower seeds she was eating, noting how appetizing they looked. Yesterday, news regarding Gu Xiaorant's father and his adopted daughter spread across the internet. Beyond the astonishment at the chaotic lives of the affluent, some sought video links. Others criticized Gu Xiaorant, labeling him as a dutiful son who chose to assist an adopted daughter rather than his own mother. Additionally, revelations emerged about the Gu family's crisis from a decade ago, and the truth is now laid bare. Gu Xiaorant's father may soon face legal repercussions. Wen Wan set down her phone, contemplating that it appeared old Master Gu had not intervened. leading to the video's widespread circulation. It was quite unexpected. She had anticipated a calm day. Soon, filming was set to commence. Shin Yi-han was in a rather foul mood, primarily due to the presence of someone he detested most beside him, which dampened his spirits. He found it perplexing that Gu Jingshin had previously rebuffed his proposal for investment in this drama, yet now sought to invest and assumed the role of a financier. Despite his grim demeanor, Shin Yi-han knew that no one would turn down financial opportunities, so he smiled and inquired, "Mr. Gu, I've heard you enjoy tea. So I had my assistant brew a pot for you." He gestured towards the teapot on the table, indicating he would pour himself. However, Gu Jingshin merely cast him a sidelong glance, remaining motionless. Shin Yi-han's expression darkened momentarily as he swallowed his irritation and poured a cup for him. At which point Gu Jingshin finally lifted the cup to take a sip. Was Gu Jingshin regarding him as merely a subordinate? When Wen Wan emerged, she was taken aback to see Gu Jingshin seated next to Shin Yi-han. However, since filming had commenced, she merely glanced at them and hurried off to her scene. Her co-star, Lu Yu, was a moderately well-known actor. Wen Wan intended to have the system provide her with the plot details concerning Lu Yu. Yet, as the assistant director called for the start, she had to abandon that thought and focus on her performance. Nevertheless, after a mere 10 minutes, the assistant director halted the shoot 6 times. She couldn't discern if Lu Yu was doing this intentionally. She felt he was capable, yet constantly hesitated. The sweltering 30-degree heat made it unbearable, especially as they were filming autumn scenes while she was clad in a heavy coat, causing her face to flush and even feel faint. Lu Yu, striking in appearance, seemed to take pleasure in her discomfort as she perspired profusely. Unable to contain herself, Wen Wan urged the system to relay information about Lu Yu. This was the very person who had forced her withdrawal from the industry 2 years prior. Shin Yi-han and Gu Jingshin observed her closely. Shin Yi-han stood up, intending to investigate the sudden halt, when suddenly, Wen Wan's inner voice echoed in his mind. She glanced at the plot concerning Lu Yu, incredulously realizing, so it was him who schemed my withdrawal, not because of my marriage. Upon hearing her thoughts, Gu Jingshin tightened his grip on the teacup, while Shin Yi-han halted in his tracks. Wen Wan looked up at Lu Yu, noting his youthful visage, and thought, so his motive stemmed from an infatuation with Lu Yuan. Shin Yi-han let out a breath of relief, momentarily startled, fearing he had made another poor choice. It was entirely normal to have feelings for Lu Yuan, given her beauty. Just as Shin Yi-han contemplated this, Wen Wan's inner thoughts reached his and Gu Jingshin's ears again. Her mother is the one he truly fancies, Lu Yuan's mother. Shin Yi-han stumbled slightly. Gu Jingshin nearly dropped his cup. Lu Yu regarded Wen Wan for a long while, stifling a cold snicker within. His participation in this film was driven not only by monetary compensation but also by ulterior motives. Lu Yu harbored a secret unknown to anyone. He had developed feelings for a woman 30 years his senior, Lu Yuan's mother. Though nearing 50, she was tender and more considerate than any woman he had known. After nearly 3 years of pursuing Zhang Yun, their contact had dwindled. However, upon Shin Yi-han's announcement of this drama, where he was cast as the second male lead, Zhang Yun unexpectedly reached out to him, proposing they be together if he avenged Lu Yuan. She claimed that Wen Wan had usurped Lu Yuan's rightful place as Gu Jingshin's wife and demanded he expel Wen Wan from the production. If he accomplished these tasks, she would accept his proposal. While somewhat shocked that Wen Wan was Gu Jingshin's wife, he deemed it inconsequential. The crucial matter was that he needed to sever the bond between Gu Jingshin and Wen Wan to attain his own happiness, especially since Wen Wan had originally taken Lu Yuan's position. Shin Yi-han approached, his gaze fixed on Lu Yu, his expression slightly complicated. He began to self-soothe. It was fine. As long as it wasn't illegal, there was nothing wrong with liking a woman 30 years older. Yet, upon noticing the pallor on Wen Wan's face, he experienced a fleeting moment of blankness, abruptly standing to assist her. Wen Wan felt the familiar presence of the man beside her, turning to find Gu Jingshin standing close. At that very moment, a background actor, unable to withstand the heat, collapsed from heatstroke. Gu Jingshin's expression darkened, casting a cold glare at Lu Yu. His voice frigid. "If you do not wish to film, I can replace you at any time." In response, Wen Wan couldn't help but internally scoff, alas. The male celebrities in today's entertainment industry are either cheating or straying. Lu Yu merely has an affection for a significantly older woman. Gu Jingshan shot her a glance, pondering. Isn't this all to assist you? Lu Yu had initially considered how to teach Wen Wan a lesson, but the chill in Gu Jingshan's tone made him relent. Apologizing to everyone present. I apologize. I was not in character just now, but I am ready to adjust. Gu Jingshan's gaze darkened, fixating on him for an extended period. The ailing background actor was attended to by medical staff prepared by the crew to alleviate the heat. Gu Jingshan had expected that once Wen Wan began filming, she would immerse herself in the script, but he was mistaken. Despite her acting, her internal musings consistently reached his ears, often absurdly so. Lu Yu's head must be filled with nonsense. 3 years ago, Lu Yuan's mother orchestrated a chance encounter that ensnared him completely. Gu Jingshan was not surprised by Wen Wan's thoughts, having already witnessed the cunning nature of several members of the Lu family, making such behavior unsurprising. Shen Yihan, taken aback, monitored the footage while listening to Wen Wan's inner voice. He initially thought Wen Wan was not taking her acting seriously, appearing distracted. However, the monitor displayed her performance as remarkably natural, reminiscent of the perfect first love he had envisioned in his script, gentle, alluring, with soft eyes. Shen Yihan felt as though he were losing his mind. The woman on the monitor was his idealized first love. Yet the voice in his ears belonged to an excessively gossipy woman. How was Wen Wan managing this? Then, another of Wen Wan's inner thoughts surfaced. Lu Yuan's mother has already found a new partner, a wealthy businessman transitioning from Hong Kong to the mainland. It seems he is inviting my husband to dinner tonight. Shen Yihan abruptly turned to glance at Gu Jingshan, noticing him intently focused on his phone, seemingly receiving a call. Gu Jingshan stood and headed to the cruise lounge to take the call. Shen Yihan felt a swirl of emotions. On one hand, he was eager to uncover this gossip. Yet on the other, he hoped Lu Yu would not falter. By the afternoon, after Wen Wan had completed her scene, Gu Jingshan was nowhere to be found. She stretched languidly, noticing Lu Yu staring intently at her from a distance, his gaze as if she owed him a fortune. Upon reviewing the plot, she realized that her withdrawal from the industry 2 years prior had been a trap orchestrated by Lu Yu and Lu Yuan. Initially, when Wen Wan entered the industry, she had a reasonably good rapport with Lu Yu. While they were not close friends, they shared a cordial professional relationship. However, everything changed once Lu Yu became acquainted with Lu Yuan. Wen Wan believed that her relationship with Lu Yu was merely that of ordinary colleagues. However, Lu Yu had nearly become a puppet for Lu Yuan and her mother. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and Zhang Yun devised a cunning scheme, ensnaring her in a scandal involving the disruption of another's romance. At that moment, her phone rang, and the caller was Gu Jingshan. Upon answering, his deep voice resonated in her ear. I am at the hotel. Come over now. She contemplated a refusal, but suddenly recalled the day's events. Gu Jingshan was dining with a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong, who happened to be accompanied by none other than Zhang Yun. With a faint smile, she replied, All right, may I bring along the crew? After all, this is my first film since my comeback, and I would like to treat everyone. After a brief silence, Wen Wan heard Gu Jingshan mention her words in Cantonese, presumably to the wealthy businessman. A moment later, he returned to his usual tone. Once the call ended, Wen Wan placed her phone in her pocket and turned to the cast and crew who were wrapping up, smiling gently as she said, Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I would like to treat you all to dinner. Are you free? The staff and actors, exhausted from the day and having scarcely eaten, were quick to agree. Shen Yihan pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue evident as he told Wen Wan, I won't be going. Wen Wan nodded but felt a surge of excitement within. This isn't merely dinner. It's a spectacle. Instantly, Shen Yihan paused. Quickly retracting his initial refusal and feigning nonchalance, he said, Let us go. This meal is on me. Which hotel? After Wen Wan named the hotel, the entire crew, numbering over 30 individuals, made their way there. At the hotel, Gu Jingshan was engaged in conversation with the businessman when a waiter respectfully announced, Mr. Gu, your friends have arrived. Although there are quite a few of them. The door swung open, and the waiter inquired if they should switch to a larger private room. While those outside peered in, Lu Yu, initially disinterested, suddenly caught sight of Zhang Yun seated beside an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet of vibrant demeanor. His eyes lit up. Zhang Yun, however, recognized Lu Yu and was momentarily seized by panic. Wen Wan observed the exchange of glances between the two. Suppressing her own excitement, the show is about to begin. Chapter 44. Sweating profusely? Gu Jingshen had yet to spot Wen Wan among the throng but was first attuned to the sentiments of the woman. A barely perceptible arch of his brow indicated his response as he instructed the waiter, "Let us switch to a larger private room." The waiter nodded and hurriedly communicated with the manager via intercom. 10 minutes later, the group of over 30 settled into a spacious room with 4 tables, amply accommodating them. Wen Wan, Shun Han, and the cast members gathered at one table, which happened to be the same at which Gu Jingshen and the businessman were seated. The businessman, enjoying the lively atmosphere, beamed broadly as more guests arrived, while Zhang Yun struggled to muster a smile. Lu Yu positioned himself across from Zhang Yun, allowing him to see her easily. Wen Wan sat next to Gu Jingshen, and several waiters served tea, creating a delightful ambience. During the meal service, the assistant director fiddled with his phone, hesitating briefly before approaching Shen Han to ask, "Do you mind if I go live?" Shen Han remained silent for a few seconds, contemplating the ramifications of such a decision. Given the current circumstances, if they went live and Lu Yu's indiscretions were revealed, it could disrupt the filming schedule. Yet, maintaining his amicable demeanor was paramount, and knowing Gu Jingshen would likely disapprove, he decided to defer the choice to him. After inquiring, he was taken aback when Gu Jingshen nodded in agreement, much to the astonishment of Zhang Zian. With permission granted, the assistant director initiated the live stream. Initially, the audience count remained low, as he had modest recognition, typically drawing around 50 viewers who tuned in for behind-the-scenes tales. However, as the stream progressed and he switched the camera, viewership surged dramatically, reaching 2,000. Gu Jingshen, dressed casually in a simple white shirt with a collar slightly unbuttoned and sleeves rolled up to reveal his long wrists, presented a striking profile. Though the camera captured only his side, it was enough to elicit admiration from onlookers. The comments section exploded with remarks. Assistant Director, "Is this a crew dinner for Above the City? Oh, there's Wen Wan. Despite her controversies, she is undeniably beautiful. Wait, why is Wen Wan with Gu Jingshen again? Isn't it normal?" This project is funded by Gu Jingshen's company, and Wen Wan is a supporting role. Shortly after, fans of Lu Yu flooded the live stream. Given Lu Yu's rising fame, many viewers began inquiring about him. Unaware that the assistant director had gone live, Wen Wan's gaze flitted between Lu Yu and Zhang Yun. Some viewers, having followed the unfolding drama, sensed something amiss in her demeanor. "Wait, why does Wen Wan keep looking at Lu Yu? Is there something going on?" Lu Yu's fans quickly defended him. "What are you talking about? Lu Yu just graduated. What could he possibly be involved in? It seems Wen Wan is trying to seduce him. Everyone knows she would do anything for fame." Exactly. Lu Yu is nothing like Zhang Zian. He has always been true to himself and maintains a clean private life. The viewers engaged in a heated debate merely due to a fleeting glance from Wen Wan, drawing her into a controversy of which she was blissfully unaware. Observing the two, Wen Wan then glanced at the businessman and thought to herself, "Zhang Yun is quite clever. The businessman must be nearing 80. Is she planning to outlast him and inherit his fortune?" When her thoughts reached Gu Jingshen and Shun Han, both men instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhang Yun, who appeared pale, having not anticipated Lu Yu's arrival. Although she had little regard for fresh graduates like Lu Yu, who were poor yet had potential, she recognized him as the only person who could assist her daughter. With Lu Yu present, what if her plans unraveled? Wen Wan mused, the businessman is a significant figure, while Zhang Yun is 30 years older than Lu Yu. The cycle continues. Gu Jingshen's eyes lowered, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shun Han, however, was drenched in sweat, hoping nothing else would go awry. Wen Wan noticed that Lu Yu remained oblivious to the tension, his expression bright and cheerful. She sighed, contemplating. Does Lu Yu really think this old man is Zhang Yun's father? Shun Han believed Lu Yu, a graduate of a prestigious university, could not be that naive. Yet the next moment, Lu Yu stood, proactively pouring a drink for the businessman, smiling broadly as he said, "I'd like to propose a toast." Upon hearing this, Shun Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he truly be that foolish? Wen Wan's eyes sparkled. "I guessed correctly. The businessman, unaware of the underlying dynamics. Assumed it was a respectful gesture from a younger acquaintance and accepted the glass to clink with Lu Yu's. After drinking, the businessman inquired with genuine interest at your age. You must not have a girlfriend, right? Lu Yu, however, fixated on the woman beside the businessman, earnestly replied, I already have a girlfriend. Wen Wan had anticipated that Lu Yu would be more discreet, but his directness took her by surprise. In the live broadcast room, the fans were taken aback as their idol was caught in an unexpected situation. A moment of silence enveloped the space. Yet, one fan attempted to defend Lu Yu, saying, It's perfectly normal for a man in his 20s to be in a relationship. At least he has the courage to admit it, unlike Zhang Ziyan. Zhang Yun felt a shiver under Lu Yu's gaze and swallowed hard. The usually silent Gu Jingshin suddenly set down his cup and spoke softly. Is she here? Upon hearing this, Shen Yihan shot a piercing look at Gu Jingshin, his previously gentle expression darkening. He thought, is Gu Jingshin doing this on purpose? Lu Yu, lowering his head, replied, yes. The 30 or so people in the private room expressed their astonishment, curious about Lu Yu's girlfriend's identity. Could it be Zhou Chuchu? Or perhaps another actress? Surely not Wen Wan? The barrage of comments mirrored the speculation within the room. Fans typed in disbelief. If your girlfriend is Wen Wan, I won't support you anymore. What's wrong with Wen Wan? Is she not pretty or competent enough for Lu Yu? Of course she doesn't match. It must be Wen Wan who seduced him. Everyone knows her past. Gu Jingshin raised an eyebrow, choosing not to inquire further. Wen Wan glanced at the flustered Zhang Yun, relishing the drama unfolding, and thought, she must be sweating bullets right now. Chapter 45. The Fire Within Indeed. Zhang Yun was sweating profusely, her fingers nervously intertwining. Wen Wan, regretting not having brought sunflower seeds, mused, what a delightful scene to munch on. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingshin beckoned a waiter standing at the door and whispered something to him. Moments later, a plate of sunflower seeds appeared before Wen Wan. Unaware that they were from Gu Jingshin, she assumed they were a complimentary offering from the hotel, grabbed a handful, and began to crack them open while observing the others. Some viewers recalled seeing Wen Wan enjoying sunflower seeds at Lu Xiaoran's wedding. Comments flooded in. It seems Lu Yu really has a scoop. I can't believe people still support Wen Wan. Has her marketing been that excessive lately? It's so annoying, along with those mindless fans. The comments erupted once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun trembled, fearful of her secret being exposed. She had severed ties with a wealthy businessman and dreaded Lu Yu finding out, fearing he would no longer assist her. Adjusting her composure, Zhang Yun glanced at Lu Yu and exited the private room. Lu Yu received the cue and took his time before following her out. Wen Wan observed everything, thinking, Zhang Yun is playing both sides. She sipped her drink and suddenly asked the businessman, May I inquire about the relationship between you and that beautiful lady? Zhang Yun was indeed a beauty, her appearance nearly ageless despite nearing 50. The businessman, filled with tender hopes, spoke of Zhang Yun, his voice imbued with affection. She is my fiancée. Although she is more than 30 years my junior, finding true love at my age is rare. As I grow older, I plan to leave all my assets to her, ensuring her future happiness. Wen Wan felt a pang of envy and replied, How fortunate you are. Yet internally, she couldn't help but scoff. Why are there still love-struck old fools? Gu Jingshin was about to nod in agreement with Wen Wan's sentiment when she suddenly thought, but it's normal. After all, Gu Jingshin's father is equally foolish. Gu Jingshin noted that Lu Yu seemed to have calmed down considerably upon re-entering, avoiding any direct mention of his girlfriend. When others in the room pressed Lu Yu for hints about her identity, he deftly redirected the conversation. He raised his cup to drink, but only dared to sneak glances at Zhang Yun while doing so. Wen Wan felt a surge of urgency. She did not wish for the drama to end here. A night of unfulfilled curiosity loomed ahead of her. Suddenly, Wen Wan noticed the businessman lowering his arm beneath the table, and an idea sparked in her mind. She feigned a need to open a window, maneuvering her way to Lu Yu's side, and deliberately knocked over his chopsticks. The clatter was subtle, but enough to catch Lu Yu's attention. He glanced at Wen Wan, his expression unchanged, a faint smile still gracing his lips, indicating that Zhang Yun had likely sweetened his mood during their earlier encounter. Wen Wan raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. As Lu Yu bent down to retrieve the chopsticks, His casual glance beneath the table met a shocking sight. Zhang Yun's so-called friend was holding her hand, their fingers intertwined in an intimate grip. In an instant, Lu Yu's mind raced, his blood boiling. He assumed that this friend was forcefully grasping Zhang Yun's hand. He abruptly emerged from beneath the table, his urgency causing him to collide with its edge, rattling the surface and sending a glass crashing to the floor with a sharp sound. The businessman quickly inquired about Lu Yu's well-being, recalling his own grandson who had tragically passed away, a boy of similar age to Lu Yu. "Is your shoulder injured?" the businessman asked, momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Yu's fist swung toward him, and chaos erupted. Wen Wan quickly sought refuge in the safest corner, snatching a handful of sunflower seeds as she fled. She thought, "Let them fight, but please don't let it affect me. I just want to enjoy my snacks in peace." Gu Jingshen, attuned to Wen Wan's thoughts, also stood up, distancing himself a meter from the table. Shen Yihan felt a chill run down his spine and rushed to mediate the conflict, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, the other guests remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Frozen in place, with the assistant director's phone trembling in his hand, capturing Wen Wan's hasty exit from the table. Viewers flooded the comments with questions. Did Wen Wan know something all along? Look how quickly she bolted. Is Lu Yu unwell? Why is he suddenly throwing punches? Is he trying to ruin his career in the entertainment industry? Lu Yu's fans, equally bewildered, struggled to comprehend the sudden escalation but stood by their idol, asserting, "There must be a reason. Perhaps the old man provoked Lu Yu." The businessman, still reeling from Lu Yu's punch, was momentarily stunned until Zhang Yun intervened. Frowning as she asked, "Why are you hitting him?" Gasping for breath, Lu Yu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he replied, "He's holding my girlfriend's hand. Why wouldn't I hit him?" The room fell silent. The 30-some individuals in the private room exchanged glances, their minds racing to process the revelation. The assistant director, broadcasting live, felt the heat of the moment intensify. Finally, someone quietly remarked, "Wait, his girlfriend is Lu Yuan's mother? No way." Zhang Yun's face drained of color as she stared in disbelief at Lu Yu, her mind racing with confusion. Just moments ago, she had reassured Lu Yu outside, concocting a story that this businessman was merely a friend from the Hong Kong circle. How had Lu Yu uncovered the truth? Viewers watching the live stream absorbed the shocking scene, piecing together that the woman seated next to the businessman was indeed Lu Yu's girlfriend. The audience, reveling in the unfolding drama, expressed their astonishment and disbelief, while Lu Yu's fans felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Unable to contain themselves, they typed in the comments, "This is even worse than if his girlfriend were Wen Wan." Chapter 46. The spectators of drama. I shall refer to Wen Wan as the queen of spectators, for she seems to find joy in every unfolding drama, munching on her sunflower seeds, while Lu Yu's fans must now reconsider their stance. Can they not offer her an apology? "A large slice of melon has left me feeling satiated enough to forego dinner." The wealthy businessman, having accompanied Gu Jingshen for the meal, found himself in a predicament that necessitated Gu Jingshen's assistant escorting him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshen remained, indulging in his melon. After the businessman departed, Zhang Yun assumed that the others were unaware of her relationship with him, and thus, she sought to placate Lu Yu, as she still relied on him to assist her with two matters. She quickly placed her hand on Lu Yu's shoulder, urging him to sit down. Disregarding the odd glances from those around them, and softly coaxed, "Have you had too much to drink? You must have misunderstood. There's nothing between us." Indeed, Lu Yu had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, yet he was confident in the clarity of his vision. The onlookers, upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, could not suppress their disdainful looks. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to express their contempt. Who is this woman? How shameless can she be? Trying to placate both sides? Some recognized her as Lu Yuan's mother, recalling Lu Yuan's previous posts on Weibo where she shared photos with her mother, praised for her youthful beauty, even in her 50s. What a revelation! If she is Lu Yuan's mother, then Lu Yuan herself must not be a paragon of virtue. Having witnessed the businessman leave, Wen Wan found no reason to continue the confrontation and casually settled into a chair opposite. Zhang Yun, pondering how to soothe Lu Yu, was interrupted by Shen Yihan, who could no longer bear the scene. He approached Lu Yu, gently patting his shoulder and earnestly advised, "You should check online yourself." Zhang Yun, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, wore a confused expression, unaware that a live stream had commenced. She did not prevent Lu Yu from accessing his phone and continued to explain softly, "He is merely a friend. I thought you had overindulged. I will get you some hangover medicine shortly." Wen Wan, unable to stifle her amusement at Zhang Yun's desperate attempts, burst into laughter. Observing this, Gu Jingshin reached out to gently squeeze Wen Wan's hand, signaling her to contain her mirth. Unbeknownst to him, a slight smile had graced his lips as well. Lu Yu, scrolling through his phone, discovered the trending topic regarding himself. Clicking on the first search result, he quickly found recorded clips from the live stream in which viewers witnessed Zhang Yun's duplicity. The businessman was not merely her friend, but her fiancé. Zhang Yun glanced at Lu Yu's phone, catching sight of the video, her pupils dilating as her complexion drained of color. To make matters worse, netizens were now dubbing Lu Yu Green Hat Guy. A wave of humiliation washed over Lu Yu, his eyes brimming with tears as he confronted Zhang Yun. "Was everything you did for me a lie? You saved me and treated me kindly, but was it all a facade?" Zhang Yun, realizing that a live stream was in progress, felt a surge of panic and scrambled to concoct an excuse. Before she could speak, Wen Wan interjected with a playful tone. "Is it possible that his act of saving you was also a ruse?" Zhang Yun froze, her mind racing. Upon reflection, how could a nearly 50-year-old woman pursue a young man in his late teens? Initially captivated by Zhang Yun, Lu Yu had not given it much thought. However, now, witnessing her deceit, he began to grasp that this entire affair was a charade. Tears streamed down Lu Yu's face as he choked out, "I understand now. You were merely using me. No wonder you ceased to contact me, suddenly reaching out when you found I could be of value. You plan to conspire with your daughter to eliminate Wen Wan, don't you?" The previously amused Wen Wan was taken aback, suddenly realizing the intricate connections at play. Yet, how fortuitous it was that her casual melon eating had inadvertently shielded her from a grave misfortune. The viewers of the live stream bore witness to this unfolding drama, condemning both Lu Yuan and her mother. Shen Yihan cast a glance at the assistant director and calmly suggested, "Shut off the live stream." The assistant director nodded and promptly ended the broadcast. Zhang Yun slumped into her chair, utterly defeated. She and her daughter were finished. As they approached the hotel entrance, Lu Yu rushed over, calling out Wen Wan's name. Reluctantly, she halted and turned to face him. Gu Jingshan ascended to the presidential suite on the top floor. Lu Yu apologized to Wen Wan, explaining that he had been deceived by Zhang Yun and Lu Yuan, hoping she would not hold it against him. With a slight smile, Wen Wan responded, "Not hold it against you? Do you still consider yourself the victim? If you genuinely wish to apologize, you should clarify on your social media that I was wronged, and it was you who ensnared me in this scandal." Lu Yu's face paled, and after a long pause, he nodded, murmuring an affirmation. Shortly after Gu Jingshan entered the elevator, it stopped on the second floor. Gu Xiaoran emerged from a room, glancing at his phone, astonished by the trending topics, and looked up to see his uncle in the elevator. He quickly greeted him and stepped inside. After much deliberation, Gu Xiaoran finally spoke, "Uncle, I must be honest. Wen Wan has been a nuisance in the entertainment industry and even pursued me." After expressing this, he awaited his uncle's anger, anticipating a divorce from Wen Wan, which would relieve him. However, upon reaching the top floor, Gu Jingshan merely glanced at him and replied with a nonchalant Gu Xiaoran noted his uncle's usual cold demeanor and realized that even if he were displeased, he concealed it well. A sense of relief washed over him. He did not want his uncle to marry Wen Wan out of some misguided affection, thereby jeopardizing his uncle's happiness. Exiting the elevator, Gu Jingshan proceeded directly to the door of his room. As he opened the door, he contemplated. If Wen Wan did not pursue Gu Xiaoran, she would lack the opportunity to approach him or to employ any underhanded tactics. Thus, her actions were merely a desperate measure to win his favor. Chapter 47. The loss of her lifeline. After conversing with Lu Yu, Wen Wan approached the elevator. As the doors opened, she locked eyes with the person stepping out. Gu Xiaoran met her gaze, and she discerned a determined glint in his eyes, causing her heart to sink. Could it be that he had encountered Gu Jingshan and disclosed the reasons behind her marriage to him? Wen Wan's complexion paled, and she felt utterly lost. 500 billion. This was her lifeline. As Wen Wan brushed past Gu Xiao, she hurriedly entered the elevator. Upon arriving at the door, she knocked, and Gu Jingshan opened it, clad in a bathrobe, with a slightly damp head of hair revealing hints of his sculpted physique. His deep-set eyes fell upon her as she took in his appearance. At that moment, Wen Wan had intended to propose a discussion about financial arrangements post-divorce. Yet Gu Jingshan spoke first. "Are you standing there to give the paparazzi a chance to snap photos?" Wen Wan was taken aback, analyzing his words, which suggested he might be aware of something, yet also entirely oblivious. The man stepped back slightly, granting her passage, and she finally entered. Gu Jingshan closed the door and moved to the sofa, picking up a notebook from the table and resuming his work. Wen Wan breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to freshen up when her phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. She hesitated before answering. A voice on the other end, filled with excitement, announced, "Wen Wan, I am the brand manager for Haha Melon Seeds. We would like to discuss the possibility of you endorsing our brand. Are you interested?" Wen Wan's fingers trembled as she clutched her phone. Heavens! She never anticipated that after her brief return, without any drama yet aired, she would unexpectedly secure a brand endorsement. The brand manager hastily communicated the time and location for signing the contract before abruptly ending the call. The following day, Wen Wan felt as though her fortune had taken a remarkable turn. Early in the morning, she discovered that Lu Yu had clarified her situation online late the previous night. It was revealed that the scandal involving her alleged interference in another's relationship prior to her hiatus was orchestrated by Lu Yu, along with Lu Yuan and Zhang Yun. To frame her, Lu Yu even shared evidence of their deceitful plot. However, many netizens remained skeptical, as the male director linked to Wen Wan had a stellar reputation. Before filming began, Wen Wan noticed her follower count had significantly increased. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. Shin Yihan spent the entire day in a foul mood, as his production team faced a series of unfortunate events. Thankfully, no laws were broken, so the television series could continue. Yet, this was not the case for other directors. Zhang, who had initially cast Gu Xiaoran as a supporting role, swiftly removed him from the project upon discovering that Gu was a devoted son. In reality, Wen Wan's role in the drama was minimal. She completed her scenes within a week. Following the wrap, she intended to take a couple of days to rest. But Gu Jingxiu insisted on taking her to a charity auction gala. The event was held in a neighboring city, and upon her arrival around 9 p.m., she found herself among renowned business magnates and celebrities. Her presence did not stir much excitement until many attendees recognized the man accompanying her, Gu Jingshan, eliciting expressions of surprise. Before the auction commenced, several individuals were eager to approach Gu Jingshan. As the event was private, no media or reporters were present, allowing many powerful figures to bring along starlets rather than their legitimate wives. While scanning the room, Wen Wan's gaze fell upon a man in his 50s, and her expression darkened. This man was the architect of her emotional turmoil, the director who had been involved in a significant scandal with her 2 years prior to her retreat from the industry. Rather than simply framing her, it was this director who had masterminded the plot alongside Lu Yu, Zhang Yun and Lu Yuan. Gu Jingshan, holding Wen Wan's arm, patiently engaged in small talk with various entrepreneurs. After their pleasantries, the director approached them, adorned with a congenial smile, accompanied by a beautiful actress. His reputation online was impeccable. Although he was a director, he transitioned to the background last year, investing in films and television, and had amassed considerable wealth. Extending his hand with a beaming smile, the director greeted Gu Jingshan, saying, "Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Mao." He continued, "I have heard that you are venturing into investment. This year, I happen to have a film project in the works. Perhaps you could take a look at my script and consider a collaboration?" Just as Gu Jingshan was about to shake Lu Mao's hand, Wen Wan overheard his inner thoughts. She was still processing the previous events surrounding her retreat from the industry and Lu Mao's notorious actions. She had learned through the narrative that Lu Mao had long coveted her and even harbored malicious intentions to ruin her if he could not possess her. 2 years prior, when Wen Wan received Lu Mao's screenplay invitation, she assumed it was a stroke of good fortune, only to be ensnared in a trap that would jeopardize her career in the entertainment industry. Lu Mao had orchestrated for Lu Yu and others to set up paparazzi to lurk outside the hotel where they were to meet. When Wen Wan arrived, Lu Mao assured her that his assistant and other producers were present, yet she soon discovered she was alone with him. Lu Mao's predilections were unsettling. Upon entering, she was confronted with handcuffs, candles, and a whip. As she attempted to flee, Lu Mao did not succeed in his intentions, but upon exiting the hotel, she was met by a throng of paparazzi questioning her about her involvement with Lu Mao and his wife. Emerging from her recollections, Wen Wan internally scorned Lu Mao, whom I shall refer to as Brother Ji Mao, is truly a nefarious individual. Lu Mao momentarily froze, his expression darkening. He thought to himself that Gu Jingshan was woefully ungrateful. Just because he was wealthy, he looked down upon Lu Mao. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Lu Mao had anticipated Gu Jingshan's arrival and had devised a plan to cause his downfall. This way, he could demonstrate to Wen Wan that no matter who she found to protect her, it would be futile. He could effortlessly make her submit to his will. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Mao said, "Mr. Gu, shall we take a seat? The auction is about to commence." Gu Jingshan, with a deep gaze fixed on Lu Mao for a few seconds, then leisurely settled onto the couch marked with his name, with Wen Wan seated beside him. Lu Mao positioned himself behind them, focusing his attention on a server delivering tea, exchanging knowing glances with her. She understood his intent and, discreetly, placed the spiked tea beside Gu Jingshan. As the auction began, the host delivered the opening remarks, and soon the first item was up for bid. Wen Wan remained absorbed in the narrative presented to her. She uncovered a significant detail. Lu Mao frequently employed drugs to eliminate those he deemed obstacles. Wen Wan thought, could this be true? Gu Jingshan, observing the auction, caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts and instinctively turned his gaze toward her. Lifting his teacup, his lips poised to sip, he intended to absorb her musings while drinking. However, the next moment, Wen Wan's thoughts caused him to tense. Her eyes fixated on the tea in his hand. This tea couldn't possibly have been laced by Lu Mao with some substance that incites primal urges and obliterates reason. Could it? Chapter 48. A sudden revelation. Gu Jingshan's fingers trembled around the teacup before he set it down. Meanwhile, Lu Mao, engrossed in sending a message to his prepared reporter about a forthcoming sensational story, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Gu Jingshan discreetly signaled to a server, beckoning her over. Her expression brightened as she hurried to him. He instructed her to deliver the tea to Lu Mao while discreetly compensating her to ensure silence. The server, thrilled by the generous tip, was eager to fulfill Gu Jingshan's request. As the host transitioned to a new item for auction, Wen Wan's attention was captivated by a necklace featuring a delicate butterfly pendant. Gu Jingshan followed her gaze and softly inquired, "Do you like it?" Wen Wan feigned disinterest, yet internally mused, "If I were to wear it, I can hardly fathom how much of a cheerful girl I would appear." Gu Jingshan's lips curled slightly in amusement. Just as the host announced the starting bid at 300,000, Gu Jingshan signaled his assistant to raise the paddle. Taken aback, the assistant quickly complied, inquiring how much to bid. After all, the item could likely be secured for no more than 500,000. Yet, Gu Jingshan declared 1 million. The assistant complied with Gu Jingshan's command and raised the bid to 1 million. Instantly, the assistant felt the weight of many curious eyes upon them, as if they were declaring themselves to be the unwittingly extravagant bidders. The host did not wait for others to place their bids and decisively declared, "Congratulations, Mr. Gu." Almost immediately after the host's words fell, a wave of commotion surged from the audience. Startled, the host stood on tiptoe to observe the scene below. The spectators were astonished that Gu Jingshan had purchased such an ordinary necklace, but their shock was soon eclipsed by an even more surprising event. Gu Jingshan and Wen Wan turned their heads simultaneously, only to find Lu Mao, who had already finished his tea, pressing against a female celebrity beside him, entangled in a scandalous embrace. The host finally discerned the situation and realized that no one was concerned about the auction. Everyone was merely there to witness the spectacle. He hastily picked up the microphone to intervene. "Mr. Lu, this is a hotel, not a bar." However, Lu Mao, having consumed the potent concoction prepared for Gu Jingshan, had lost his rationality, merely seeking to quench his own desires. Lu Mao's paparazzi, armed with an invitation from him, stealthily entered the venue, live-streaming the events as suggested by Lu Mao himself. The live broadcast was intended to serve as a sensational revelation for online viewers. The footage captured during the auction was indeed explosive, but it was Lu Mao who was detonated by the unfolding drama. The paparazzo was well known in the industry, and as soon as the stream began, the viewer count surged to around 3,000. The audience, composed of distinguished entrepreneurs clad in tailored suits, were visibly excited and gossiping. Their gazes fixated on the sofa labeled with Lu Mao's name. Viewers online were stunned to see the once revered Lu Mao kissing a female celebrity, entangled in a provocative display. The celebrity had come to the event hoping to leverage her connection with Lu Mao for film opportunities, assuming the absence of cameras would allow her to engage in the industry's common practices without consequence. The comments mirrored the astonishment of those present. Isn't Lu Mao married? His wife is a prominent heiress, and their daughter is 3 or 4 years old, frequently showcased as the devoted husband online. Indeed, he is a devoted husband, but to someone else's wife. The female celebrity was also married, and this scandalous scene provided endless amusement for viewers. Additionally, a woman in a white gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up, was seated on the sofa, sipping tea while her gaze drifted between Lu Mao and the female celebrity. Viewers noted, Wen Wan is here too. Wherever she appears, there's bound to be gossip. Isn't that Gu Jingshan beside her? So, are they truly innocent? Or should I believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Eventually, security intervened, escorting Lu Mao and the female celebrity to an upstairs room, thus bringing this farce to a close. As Wen Wan and Gu Jingshan ascended in the elevator, she observed the man's expression with curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she inquired of the system, "Does Gu Jingshan have a script?" The system assured her no. The elevator doors opened, interrupting Wen Wan's thoughts. She felt that if she continued pondering, she might overthink the situation. Before she could raise her head, Gu Jingshan's deep voice, tinged with slight dissatisfaction, inquired, "What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Wen Wan looked toward the elevator entrance. Gu Zhen, clad in his high school uniform and slightly perspiring, had evidently rushed over, accompanied by Lu Yuan, whom she had not seen in a long time. "Dad, I had nothing planned for the weekend, so I came to hang out. I didn't expect we would be staying in the same hotel." While Gu Zhen spoke, a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Lu Yuan, appearing more composed, smiled gently and said, "Jingshan, we just happened to run into each other, and we're planning to have a meal together. Why not join us?" Without waiting for their consent, Lu Yuan stepped into the elevator, followed by Gu Zhen. Gu Jingshan frowned slightly, intending to usher Wen Wan out of the elevator, but then Wen Wan, feeling a pang of hunger, clutched her stomach. He altered his decision and replied, "All right." Minutes later, the four of them settled at a local restaurant known for its specialties. Lu Yuan took charge of ordering, deliberately stating, "Jingshan, I know you don't eat spicy food, so I made sure they won't add any." Gu Zhen nodded in agreement, praising Lu Yuan's attentiveness. "Sister, you are so considerate, unlike some people." Wen Wan completely ignored them, hastily requesting the system to transmit the unfolding narrative. She was eager to uncover the reason behind Lu Yuan's sudden appearance. Upon her investigation, she was taken aback to discover that the timeline had accelerated. Ordinarily, the narrative would only present such a scene when the female protagonist appeared, at which point Lu Yuan would realize her feelings for Gu Jingshan. Yet now, Lu Yuan had already become aware of her affection for him. The plot that originally belonged to the female protagonist was now unfolding around her. Wen Wan mused, "So that's it. Lu Yuan believes I could threaten Gu Jingshan into marrying me through my photography, so she thinks she can do the same." Gu Zhen, overhearing Wen Wan's thoughts, couldn't help but roll his eyes. His sister was nothing like Wen Wan. Consequently, he poured a cup of tea for Gu Jingshan and quietly remarked, "Dad, what they say about sister online is all false." Gu Jingshan turned to Gu Zhen, his gaze inscrutable. Lu Yuan lowered her head, suppressing the smile that threatened to emerge, relieved to have Gu Zhen assisting her. Wen Wan, observing the storyline, suddenly exclaimed, "So Gu Zhen isn't trying to find a wife for his dad, but rather for himself. He likes Lu Yuan." Gu Zhen's hand trembled slightly as he poured tea. Gu Jingshan shot a sidelong glance at Gu Zhen, his expression darkening ominously. Unable to resist, Wen Wan commented, "This is quite the predicament." Gu Zhen's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, his ears tinged with crimson. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, unaware of Wen Wan's internal dialogue, continued to plot her escape route. Lu Yuan was barely holding on. Her mother's previous partner had also left her, and she had lost her job due to a scandal. The only opportunity left for her was to emulate Wen Wan's path. Although she looked down on Wen Wan, she now aspired to be like her. Gu Jingshen remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Yuan, which made her feel embarrassed. Lu Yuan forced a smile and remarked, "I was just asking. It's nothing serious." Meanwhile, Wen Wan internally scoffed, "Nothing serious? I suspect she's preparing for something grand. Perhaps tonight Lu Yuan intends to slip into Gu Jingshen's room with ulterior motives." Upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Gu Jingshen's gaze turned toward Lu Yuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of menace, causing Lu Yuan to freeze momentarily. Gu Zhen furrowed his brow, sensing his father's dark demeanor, as if he had overheard Wen Wan's thoughts and, even worse, believed them. His father seemed to be conflating Lu Yuan with Wen Wan. Wen Wan continued to observe the narrative, increasingly shocked. So it turns out that Gu Jingshen's illness and potential demise stem from Lu Yuan administering an excessive dose that caused him to faint and suffer internal damage. Gu Jingshen exuded an aura of coldness. Gu Zhen was momentarily stunned by Wen Wan's revelation. How could his father die, especially from Lu Yuan's actions? His father was only 33 years old. How could this be possible? Thus, he refused to believe Wen Wan's assertions. Unaware that both father and son were scrutinizing her, Wen Wan eagerly queried the system. "I am curious, can Gu Jingshen be resurrected after death through advertisements?" Gu Jingshen was amused by Wen Wan's thoughts. The elusive system finally reappeared, stating, "Not possible. Do you think this is a game? Moreover, I advise you to prevent his death for now. His assets are currently under 500 billion. According to the original narrative, he wouldn't die for another 3 years, during which his company will expand significantly. If he dies now, the inheritance you would receive will not meet your expectations." Wen Wan felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this and sighed deeply within. Gu Jingshen, having caught the faint sound of her melancholy sigh, raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. It seems that he previously heard that Wen Wan was only after his inheritance, either due to a mishearing or a fabrication. Indeed, she still harbors feelings for him. Lu Yuan had always believed that Gu Jingshen was compelled to marry Wen Wan. But as she sat there, she noticed the man's gaze remained fixated on Wen Wan, scarcely diverting. A sense of crisis surged within her. Consequently, while pushing the menu towards Gu Jingshen, she straightened her posture, showcasing her attractive figure. From this perspective, it appeared that Gu Jingshen favored women of Wen Wan's alluring nature. After handing the menu to Gu Jingshen, the man's gaze indeed lingered at her chest. Lu Yuan's heart leaped with joy, but before she could revel in it, she heard Gu Jingshen's deep voice say, "Move back a bit. You're blocking my view of the menu." Wen Wan witnessed the entire scene, lowering her head to stifle a laugh. She couldn't help but think, does Gu Jingshen suffer from some sort of obliviousness? Can't he see Lu Yuan's flirtations? Gu Jingshen's attention to the menu faltered momentarily. Lu Yuan's expression turned extremely awkward. For the first time, Gu Zhen subtly nodded in agreement with Wen Wan's sentiments. Shortly after ordering, the dishes arrived. Wen Wan was indeed hungry. She picked up her chopsticks and began to feast. After finishing the meal, Lu Yuan exchanged glances with Gu Zhen. Understanding her cue, he fabricated a story. "Dad, the teacher assigned us homework to write about our visits to famous landmarks. How about letting Wen Wan accompany me?" Gu Jingshen had initially intended for Gu Zhen to go alone, but upon hearing Wen Wan's prompt agreement, he raised an eyebrow and sternly remarked, "Is Wen Wan someone you can just call by her first name?" Gu Zhen was taken aback, his expression frozen for a few seconds. He had always addressed Wen Wan by her full name and had never experienced such reprimand from his father before. It was bewildering. Hesitantly, Gu Zhen turned to Wen Wan and said, "Mom, will you accompany me?" The term sent shivers down Wen Wan's spine. A 26-year-old woman being called mom by a 17-year-old boy was indeed peculiar. As she stood up, she thought, if I don't give Lu Yuan a chance, how will Gu Zhen realize that Lu Yuan intends to bring harm to his father? Gu Zhen rose to follow Wen Wan, rolling his eyes at her thoughts. He certainly was not a fool. Lu Yuan had explicitly stated she would discuss a job opportunity with his father. After the two left, they did not visit any landmarks, but instead loitered around the hotel. After all, Gu Zhen had deceived his father with tales of homework, and Wen Wan understood, choosing not to expose him. They both waited outside the hotel like paparazzi. Gu Zhan was alone, without Lu Yuan by his side. He couldn't help but mock Wen Wan's thoughts internally. However, a few minutes later, Lu Yuan hurried to the hotel, glancing around. Seeing no paparazzi, she entered the hotel directly. Gu Zhan was taken aback, remembering Lu Yuan had told him she was merely seeking a job, not planning to book a room there. While he was lost in thought, Wen Wan emerged from behind a garbage bin, covering her nose and casting a glance back at him, saying, "Let's go, it's showtime." A sense of unease washed over Gu Zhan, yet he followed Wen Wan's lead. They ascended to the highest floor, where Wen Wan, clutching the room key card, stealthily moved along the wall like a secret agent. Gu Zhan found it absurd yet mimicked her actions. In the presidential suite, Lu Yuan had already bribed the attendant to add something to the water. Now, she observed that the water bottle on the table was half empty. Indeed, Gu Jingshen had consumed it. Lu Yuan rounded to the bedroom, pushed the door open, and spotted a figure under the white duvet. Clearly someone was lying there. Although the head was covered, the silhouette suggested it was Gu Jingshen. Lu Yuan quickly stripped off her clothes and climbed onto the bed, pulling out her phone. Just as her finger hovered over the camera icon, the suite door swung open. She froze, unable to react, as Gu Jingshen Wen Wan and Gu Zhan stood at the bedroom door, staring at her. Lu Yuan gasped, hastily gathering her clothes. Gu Zhan witnessed the entire scene, his face alternating between pale and flushed. His emotions were indescribable, betrayed, used, yet ultimately feeling a hint of relief. Thankfully, Wen Wan's thoughts had saved him from disaster. Otherwise, would his father truly have met the same fate as Wen Wan's thoughts suggested? If that were the case, all his collectibles and limited edition shoes would be gone. Of course, he still loved his father. Gu Jingshen glanced at Gu Zhan, who was rooted in place, and scoffed softly. In Gu Zhan's mind, Lu Yuan and his father were not comparable. His father was paramount. Gu Zhan stepped back, feeling embarrassed, and bolted out. Lu Yuan, equally embarrassed, prepared to flee as well. However, the assistant immediately stopped Lu Yuan, clearing his throat. "Miss Lu, please don't leave. You are suspected of injuring Mr. Gu. I have collected evidence, and the hotel's surveillance has recorded your criminal activities." At that moment, Lu Yuan realized she had fallen into the trap she had set. Her face drained of color, and she struggled to regain her composure. Gu Jingshen glanced at the woman suppressing her laughter, a barely perceptible smile tugging at his lips. As Lu Yuan exited the hotel, she received a call from Gu Jingshen's attorney, feeling utterly lost, knowing she was finished. Completely finished. He was in that rebellious age. Previously disbelieving of Wen Wan's thoughts, now confirmed, he felt as if his mother possessed supernatural abilities, like a protagonist from an anime. Thus, he needed to confirm something with his mother. After holding it in for an hour and a half, he approached Wen Wan as soon as he disembarked and quietly asked, "Mom, do you think Ultraman exists in this world?" Wen Wan replied, "No." Gu Zhan was taken aback, staring blankly for a few seconds before his eyes reddened. Although he had been deceived by Lu Yuan, he hadn't cried. Instead, this statement struck at his very soul. Wen Wan gave Gu Zhan another look but said nothing as she stepped into the car, which the driver had already parked. Gu Jingshen shot Gu Zhan a glance and asked, "Why are you crying?" Gu Zhan shook his head, remaining silent. The next day, Wen Wan had an advertisement to shoot. It was a direct engagement for a sunflower seed commercial. Since this brand was old and well-established, it typically hired A-list celebrities and offered substantial pay. The director encouraged Wen Wan to express herself freely, as he appreciated her relaxed demeanor while eating sunflower seeds. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Wan, holding a sunflower seed, looked into the camera and said, "Are you alright? If you're fine, just enjoy haha sunflower seeds." She casually referenced a trending meme from her world, initially expecting the director to find it absurd. Instead, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Cut, let's go with this take." When Wen Wan exited the advertising set, she brushed past a striking couple who were also there for a different advertisement. The man let his wife enter first, and then stopped Wen Wan. Confused, she looked at him, her eyes reflecting bewilderment. Suddenly, the man grabbed her arm and pulled her into an adjacent empty room. He was tall, casting a shadow over her entire being, and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized her, commenting, "You've improved quite a bit in physique since we last met, Wen Wan." Startled, She stared at him for a few seconds before hastily summoning the storyline of the original character in her mind. Soon, a narrative unfolded within her consciousness. Mingzhou, Wen Wan's boyfriend during her university years, is acquainted with Gu Jingshan due to a familial connection between the He family and the Gu family. In truth, Wen Wan shared little with him. Their relationship lasted a mere few months during a minor crisis at her company. Their interactions were limited to holding hands, and once Wen Wan's family overcame the crisis, she realized that Mingzhou was merely toying with her affections. Thus, she initiated the breakup. He reappears a few times later in the narrative, having no significant ties to the female protagonist, yet like Gu Jingshan, he is a favored son of heaven, accustomed to being the one to end relationships rather than being cast aside. Even though he has entered into a marriage alliance and carved a niche for himself in the entertainment industry, he harbors an unresolved grievance over being rejected. Consequently, he secretly investigates Wen Wan, uncovering that her marriage to Gu Jingshan was coerced, along with the underlying reasons for it. Before he could act, however, Gu Jingshan had already divorced Wen Wan. Now, the situation has shifted. The penetrating gaze of Mingzhou suggests he has unearthed something significant. Meanwhile, Wen Wan has not followed the narrative's lead to divorce Gu Jingshan. Mingzhou looms like a ticking time bomb. Upon witnessing the scandal involving Mingzhou, Wen Wan is momentarily stunned, her pupils widening in shock. Mingzhou, observing her dazed expression, playfully twirls a strand of her hair and remarks, "I never realized you possessed such capabilities, to go to such lengths for a man." Yet, his thoughts betray a sense of superiority. What could Gu Xiaoran possibly offer in comparison to him? At that moment, a familiar voice interrupts, startling Wen Wan. It is Gu Jingshan, engaged in a cool conversation with a certain advertising executive. Wen Wan pushes Mingzhou away, coldly stating, "Mr. He, instead of concerning yourself with me, perhaps you should attend to your wife." With that, she strides out, leaving Mingzhou bewildered by her words. Gu Jingshan's expression subtly darkens, while Mingzhou, unfazed, greets him amicably before proceeding to film the advertisement. As Wen Wan approaches Gu Jingshan, she realizes not only is the advertising executive present, but also the long-absent director Zhang. She exchanges pleasantries with him, surprised by his remarks about a new variety show. A sudden realization strikes her as she recalls the show mentioned in the book. Gu Jingshan, curious about her connection to Mingzhou and their exit from the same room, is taken aback by Wen Wan's inner thoughts that echo in his ears. Wen Wan observes the show featured in the book and exclaims, Mingzhou, his wife, and even his mother participated in this variety show. Director Zhang is momentarily stunned. How could Wen Wan know this before he even disclosed the participants? She muses that Mingzhou's wife, marrying him not for money but out of affection for her mother-in-law, successfully won over her husband through the show. Absurd, utterly absurd. But such juicy gossip is delightful to witness firsthand. Director Zhang, still processing, smiles and replies affirmatively. Moments later, after Wen Wan and Director Zhang turn to leave, a curious advertising executive inquires about their relationship. Zhang's face beams with gossip. What else could they be but a couple? The advertising executive frowns slightly. But I distinctly remember Wen Wan fervently pursuing Gu Xiaoran a few years ago. Am I mistaken? Director Zhang quickly asserts, No, you must have misremembered. The advertising executive nods, but remains unconvinced. Zhang reassures him, emphasizing his good rapport with Wen Wan and her lack of ties to Gu Xiaoran, dispelling any doubts. Wen Wan's schedule is quite full. After completing this variety show, she will continue filming. In stark contrast, Gu Xiaoran's schedule is nearly vacant following his role in Shen Yihan's drama. His reputation has suffered due to past scandals involving Gu Jingjing, leading to his exclusion from the project. His father, embroiled in legal trouble stemming from events a decade prior involving the Gu family, has ceased all communication, effectively severing ties. Gu Xiaoran suddenly realizes that without Wen Wan's support, he is akin to an artist in exile. Yet at 20 years of age, he still possesses ample potential and does not necessarily have to pursue an acting career. Thus, he balances acting with business ventures. After filming, he begins gathering funds to invest in a small web series, which he believes has great potential but lacks financial backing. His search for investors leads him to Gu Jingshan. Meanwhile, in the car, Wen Wan hears Gu Xiaoran discussing his investment plans, requesting approximately 20 million in startup capital from Gu Jingshan. Suddenly, Wen Wan has an epiphany. Recognizing a pivotal plot twist, Gu Xiaoran, as the leading man, will eventually emerge as a business tycoon rather than an entertainment mogul. With this investment serving as the turning point, unable to contain herself, she thinks, I must seize this opportunity. Turning to Gu Jingshan, she leans against his shoulder, feigning innocence as she requests, Darling, I would like to borrow 20 million as well. Gu Jingshan glances at her, while Gu Xiaoran on the other end of the line is taken aback. Although he lacks confidence in his request for funds from Gu Jingshan due to the rift with his father, he breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing Wen Wan also asking for money, knowing she is trying to assist him. Gu Xiaoran hastily concludes the call, waiting for Wen Wan to finish her request before reconnecting. Gu Jingshan sets his phone aside and gazes deeply at Wen Wan, his enigmatic eyes concealing a myriad of thoughts. Wen Wan remains oblivious to his intentions while the system interjects, analyzing, consider this. Gu Jingshan is a businessman. If he lends you 20 million, you will need to provide collateral. He would require a promissory note even for his parents. Their eyes lock. And Gu Jingshan contemplates using this 20 million to persuade Wen Wan to decline director Zhang's film, having learned that He Mingzhou has been cast as the male lead. Gu Mingzhou is someone he knows well. Despite being married, he is often surrounded by rumors. Just as he is about to speak, Wen Wan's thoughts reach him, contemplating. If collateral is necessary, then perhaps my only asset is my beauty. The system cautions, do you truly believe Gu Jingshan is the type to covet beauty? I advise you to consider alternative approaches. As Wen Wan engages with the system, she remains unaware of the subtle shift in Gu Jingshan's gaze. However, Wen Wan took a moment to ponder, realizing that she had neither a car nor a house. Though she possessed several million in savings, all the money she had before her arrival had been sent back to her family. Thus, she was no different from being penniless. Hesitant, she approached the man, emboldened by the thought that borrowing 20 million was unlikely, and affectionately kissed the corner of his lips. The assistant driving, caught off guard by her actions through the rearview mirror, quickly raised the partition in the car. Seeing the partition rise, Wen Wan mused to herself, indeed, the literature of domineering CEOs does not deceive me. Gu Jingshan, in her quest for 2 million, Wen Wan intended to deepen the kiss. But the man gently pressed her waist, slightly pushing her away. She sighed inwardly, acknowledging the system's words to be true. Yet, the next moment, the man's deep voice resonated in her ear. Care to try it here? Wen Wan. System. Should I blur this out or not? Fortunately, Gu Jingshan's phone rang, allowing Wen Wan to mask her surprise. Gu Jingshan's work was quite demanding. A single call lasted nearly half an hour, coinciding perfectly with their arrival at the villa's entrance. Once parked, Gu Jingshan ended the call. Wen Wan had abandoned the notion of acquiring 2 million and planned to borrow from her parents once her pay arrived to gather enough for investment. However, if Gu Xiaoran invested before her, all her efforts would be in vain. As Wen Wan opened the car door to exit, Gu Jingshan presented her with a check, handing it to her before she could step out. She took the check, momentarily stunned, and lifted her gaze to Gu Jingshan, feeling a surge of astonishment. Indeed, men appear most handsome when spending money. Gu Jingshan, after alighting from the car, Wen Wan waved goodbye to Gu Jingshan, closing the door with an uncontainable smile. Days later, as Wen Wan was set to film a variety show, Gu Xiaoran awaited her call or text. However, 3 or 4 days passed in silence on his phone. Gu Xiaoran believed that Wen Wan was intentionally waiting for him to reach out. After grappling with his pride, he finally decided to contact Wen Wan, just as his phone rang. Coincidentally, it was the director of the small web drama in which he intended to invest. Gu Xiaoran's heart leaped with joy, thinking Wen Wan had already taken care of everything for him. Thus, he answered the call with a cheerful demeanor. Before he could speak, the director preemptively said, Apologies. My show already has investors. Perhaps we can collaborate another time. Gu Xiaoran was taken aback, pondering who had the same keen insight as him to invest ahead of him. He inquired, May I ask who the investor is? The director chuckled and replied, Wen Wan. Gu Xiaoran, damn. Chapter 52. Your wife is about to steal your father's wall. A few days later, Wen Wan arrived to record the variety show mentioned by director Zhang. To her surprise, Gu Jingshan accompanied her, enjoying preferential treatment. Upon entering the villa, the director personally invited him to the lounge. Gu Jingshan sat with the director, a table adorned with a teapot and snacks between them, while a screen obscured them from view. Although Gu Jingshan was unseen by the filming crew, he and the director could monitor the live broadcast and its comments in real time. Moreover, this proximity allowed Gu Jingshan to hear Wen Wan's innermost thoughts. As the first to arrive, Wen Wan glanced around at the cameras after parting from Gu Jingshan and asked a nearby staff member, "Has filming started?" The staff nodded. It just began. Wen Wan politely thanked them and casually settled onto a sofa in the living room, her gaze fixated on the villa's open door. Before long, He Mingzhou and his wife arrived, dragging their suitcases. The moment He Mingzhou appeared, the previously sparse comments multiplied, flooding the entire screen. The man stood tall, almost indistinguishable from a model, casually dressed in a simple white shirt and black pants, his dark hair swept back, revealing a smooth forehead. He didn't resemble a star filming a variety show, rather, he seemed like a privileged youth experiencing life. Beside him, his wife was tall and elegant, with a shoulder-length bob and striking features. They appeared quite well matched. Wen Wan's gaze remained fixed on He Mingzhou, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. This caught He Mingzhou off guard, as he seemed surprised by her boldness, fully aware that Gu Jingshan was present. Did Wen Wan not fear Gu Jingshan noticing something amiss? Gu Jingshan indeed sensed a shift. Having observed Wen Wan's unwavering gaze on He Mingzhou through the live stream's large screen. However, Wen Wan's thoughts captivated him, leaving him little room to consider anything else. Wen Wan's attention flitted between He Mingzhou and his wife, inevitably leading her to comment, "So beautiful. It's no wonder she captured He Mingzhou's mother's heart." Hearing Wen Wan's inner voice, Gu Jingshan's gaze also shifted to He Mingzhou's wife's face. He recognized her, having crossed paths in the same social circle, though their acquaintance was merely superficial. While Gu Jingshan focused on He Mingzhou's wife, Wen Wan's attention shifted to He Mingzhou's mother, who, having reached her 50s, wore a blue qipao, exuding grace and femininity. At that moment, He Mingzhou's mother entered, greeting others warmly. He Mingzhou's wife was named Xiaoyu. He Mingzhou, however, ignored his mother as they frequently encountered one another, but his gaze lingered on Wen Wan. Naturally, he missed seeing Xiaoyu's eyes light up upon spotting her mother-in-law. Hurrying over to assist with the suitcase, she smiled gently and said, "Mom, you're here too." After embracing her mother-in-law, Xiaoyu playfully touched her cheek, akin to greeting someone overseas. When Wan observed this scene, her smile growing ever broader. Outside the camera's view, Gu Jingshan caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. This left the director, who was simultaneously monitoring the comments, and Gu Jingshan, utterly perplexed. He had heard that Gu Jingshan was quite aloof and rarely smiled, so this sudden change was surprising. Though He Mingzhou couldn't hear Wen Wan's thoughts, he raised an eyebrow slightly when she glanced his way. Viewers watching the live broadcast found themselves torn on where to direct their attention. "I don't know why, but this feels odd." Right. Haven't you noticed that ever since Xiaoyu arrived, Wen Wan has been smiling? That smile looks all too familiar. After all, I've witnessed Wen Wan in similar situations before, and she always wears that enigmatic smile when something juicy is about to unfold. Could it be that the He family has some scandal brewing? The He family, renowned for their impeccable reputation, had never been embroiled in scandal or rumors. This was partly because He Mingzhou seldom participated in variety shows, primarily focusing on the film industry. Since the director of the show was a friend of his, he reluctantly agreed to lend his support. His mother, a seasoned actress, held a high status, while his wife, Xiaoyu, was not only a wealthy heiress, but also an enterprising CEO. Consequently, when speculation arose about Wen Wan possibly indulging in gossip regarding the He family, it sparked considerable discontent among some viewers who accused her of disrespecting the He family's integrity. Only those who had witnessed Wen Wan's past antics awaited the inevitable backlash against her. Within 2 minutes of the He family's entrance, 2 additional guests gradually made their way into the villa, prompting another surge of comments. The 2 guests are renowned within their circle as exemplary partners. One is a timeless movie star, while the other is a highly esteemed actress in the entertainment industry. Since their official announcement, they have frequently graced major award ceremonies. Their stunning combination evoking envy with their evident affection for one another. Upon entering the camera's view, the movie star first greeted several individuals before gently adjusting the actress's hair. His voice as soft as water, saying, "Your hair is a bit messy." The actress smiled sweetly, her eyes brimming with warmth, replying, "You always notice the little things. I didn't even realize." The viewers in the live stream were captivated by their affectionate interaction, exclaiming in delight. The director, observing the scene alongside Gu Jingshan, could not help but commend, "Mr. Gu, your choice of talent is indeed commendable. Having such a prominent couple on the show has undoubtedly attracted significant attention." The unspoken implication was that Gu Jingshan had made a modest investment that could yield substantial returns. However, the seemingly enviable couple harbored secrets, unbeknownst to the public. Both were involved with the same younger man. Gu Jingshan's hand trembled slightly around his teacup, and his eyelids flickered involuntarily. As the director noticed Gu Jingshan's unusual demeanor, he turned to see the young mogul, visibly shaken, and contemplated, could it be that Mr. Gu has Parkinson's? What a pity that would be. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled onto the sofas. The actress and movie star continued their sweet exchanges, while Xiao Yu busily attended to her mother-in-law, who felt a sense of guilt and accompanied Xiao Yu upstairs to put away the luggage. Meanwhile, He Mingzhou lounged lazily on the sofa, seizing the opportunity to open her suitcase before the guests arrived, distributing her endorsed sunflower seeds to the others. Before long, each guest held a packet of seeds, expressing thanks, though puzzled as to why they were receiving them. Just then, a sweet voice wafted in from the entrance, drawing everyone's attention to the villa's doorway. A charming woman, pulling a white suitcase, waved to the group, apologizing for her tardiness. Upon seeing her, Wen Wan felt a flicker of familiarity. As the woman approached and exchanged pleasantries, Wen Wan quickly summoned the system to provide her with information about this individual. Lin Tian, her former university classmate. Since graduating, Lin Tian had had little contact with Wen Wan, her presence only emerging in the latter parts of the story. Lin Tian was a complex character. While they had been close in college, she had turned cold upon hearing of Wen Wan's family's business troubles. They had not communicated since, until the narrative revealed that Lin Tian had learned of Wen Wan's marriage to Gu Jingshan, followed by their divorce. Seizing the opportunity to belittle Wen Wan during her vulnerable moments. As Lin Tian entered, the smile on Wen Wan's lips faltered noticeably. Some online viewers, having previously followed Wen Wan's story, fixated on her now solemn expression, their curiosity piqued. Those who disapproved of Wen Wan could not resist mocking her. Why the sudden silence? Is she just not one to smile? Could it be that she feels overshadowed by Lin Tian's beauty? Amidst the commotion, Gu Jingshan outside the camera frame prepared for the potential disaster of the show, just as Wen Wan's inner thoughts surged with realization. Isn't Lin Tian the rumored girlfriend of my husband in the future? Gu Jingshan finally grasped the sensation of being embroiled in a scandal. After Lin Tian had greeted everyone, she approached Wen Wan with an air of warmth, suddenly embracing her and exclaiming, "Old classmate, it has been too long." Wen Wan discreetly pushed Lin Tian away, her beautiful features still devoid of a smile. Lin Tian's face flickered with embarrassment, the warmth of her greeting meeting the chill of Wen Wan's demeanor. Wen Wan took a step back, internally thinking, "Back off, green tea girl." Yet, she managed a forced nod. Yes, it has been a while. Although He Mingzhou shared the same school with Lin Tian, his pride prevented him from remembering the faces and names of his classmates. Lin Tian, glancing at the camera, deliberately touched the necklace around her neck. This action drew Wen Wan's gaze to her chest, where a delicate and exquisite necklace caught her eye. Wen Wan paused, contemplating. Isn't this identical to the necklace my husband gifted me? Did he perhaps gift a matching one to his rumored girlfriend? Outside the lens, Gu Jingshan, weary, pinched the bridge of his nose. He had no acquaintance with Lin Tian. Wen Wan's thoughts spiraled. The story had yet to reach the point where Lin Tian exploited her hospitalization, capturing photos of herself visiting Gu Jingshan, leading the public to mistakenly believe she was his second wife. As Wen Wan continued to scrutinize Lin Tian's necklace, her suspicions deepened. It appeared to differ somewhat from what she had observed at the auction. Just as she voiced her concerns, Lin Tian's smile faded, sensing Wen Wan's skepticism.
How could that be?
This was a gift from my boyfriend, the only one in the world, Lin Tian asserted, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she added. It's worth 500,000. Wen Wan, well acquainted with Lin Tian's penchant for ostentation and comparison, mused, only 500,000? My husband spent 1 million on mine. Is he truly that extravagant? Gu Jingshan's expression grew darker, irked by Wen Wan's thoughts. Furthermore, any item auctioned at charity events is singularly unique. The online viewers, having spotted the necklace, recalled recent news of a designer butterfly necklace purchased at an auction by an anonymous tycoon for several times its market value. All to win a smile from a beauty. Though the identity of the tycoon remained a mystery, it was evident for whom the charm was intended. Such a stunning design, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. How enviable for Lin Tian, a prestigious university graduate, now dating such an impressive boyfriend. She truly is a winner in life. At that moment, the actress approached Lin Tian, admiring the necklace adorning her neck, and remarked to the movie star, "Darling, it truly is beautiful." The movie star, smiling indulgently, replied, "Next time, I'll have one made for you that you love." The barrage of comments from the audience and crew reflected their amusement at the scene. When Wan continued to scrutinize Lin Tian's necklace, increasingly convinced that something was amiss, the quality of the piece appeared questionable. As she concluded her thoughts, Lin Tian's smile returned, believing Wen Wan's skepticism was merely envy. How could it be? This is a gift from my boyfriend, the only one in existence.
With that,
Wen Wan silently regarded Lin Tian, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Lin Tian has always been one to favor wealth over poverty. If she were to discover that her boyfriend is merely a faux rich second generation, it would likely shatter her composure. Wen Wan suddenly finds herself anticipating such a revelation. Lin Tian furrows her brow slightly. He Mingzhou, disliking such environments, pulls out his headphones and inserts them into his ears, shutting out all distractions. However, the online audience revels in the drama. What nonsense is Wen Wan spouting? As if she has ever seen that necklace. Wen Wan's smile surely carries ulterior motives. Lin Tian has amassed a considerable following of male admirers, as her appearance is to the liking of many straight men. Although the male fans felt a pang of sorrow upon learning of their goddess's relationship, their anger flared when they heard Wen Wan belittling her, prompting them to immediately voice their outrage. What is she saying? There is only one in the world. Has Wen Wan ever seen it? Touched it? I see nothing but jealousy. Sweetwater fans, protect our darling Tian Tian. Gu Jingshan furrows his brow slightly, fixating on the barrage of comments on the screen, before pulling out his phone to call his assistant. Bring the necklace from the charity gala to me. Chapter 54. Is your face hurt? The assistant promptly changes direction and heads this way. The filming location is only a few kilometers from the company. At this moment, all the guests have arrived and are beginning to discuss sleeping arrangements for the night. Xiaoyu has already helped organize He Mu's luggage and is coming downstairs. Just then, someone knocks at the villa door and announces, "Ms. Wen Wan, you have a package." Before Wen Wan can retrieve it, Lin Tian eagerly rushes over to collect the package for her. After taking the package, Lin Tian intentionally opens it in front of the camera, pretending to assist Wen Wan, saying, "Wen Wan, let me help you with that." Wen Wan is too apathetic to engage in a dispute with Lin Tian over her antics. However, to her astonishment, as Lin Tian opens the package, her smile abruptly falters. Everyone gathers around Lin Tian, watching as she unveils the contents, a necklace identical to the one adorning her neck. Beside it lies a certificate and a letter of gratitude, expressing appreciation for Wen Wan's support of charity, stating that part of the auction proceeds will be donated to mountainous regions. The certificate authenticates Wen Wan's necklace, complete with the designer's signature. In an instant, silence envelopes the surroundings. Lin Tian's face shifts through shades of green and white. The necklace, which was meant to be a display of her superiority, has now become a hot potato, rendering her quite uncomfortable. The viewers of the live stream witness this unfolding drama. They pause for a few seconds, then the comments flood the screen. "Oh my boyfriend gifted me this, haha, it must be a counterfeit." Where will Lin Tian hide her face? Is that certificate fake? I believe this necklace is indeed of superior quality compared to hers. Where have all Lin Tian's sycophants gone? Lin Tian's fans are already feeling the heat. Wen Wan retrieves her necklace from Lin Tian's hands and, with a disapproving expression, says, "Your behavior is remarkably impolite. Do you often act without others' consent, considering it normal?" Lin Tian, still reeling from the embarrassment, is further humiliated by Wen Wan's words. Laughter is absent, save for a scoff from He Mingzhou, leaving Lin Tian wishing for a hole to hide in. Wen Wan glances at He Mingzhou, thinking, "Still laughing? Your wife is about to pursue your mother tonight. I believe it won't be long before you have two mothers." Gu Jingshan, having overheard Wen Wan's thoughts, allows a faint smile to grace his lips. However, that smile falters as he recalls that he has invested in this show. This drama may not be as enjoyable as it seems. The director appears perplexed, uncertain why the atmosphere has soured again. The comments are now condemning Lin Tian's actions. What nonsense! Such a person should not touch others' belongings without permission. It is utterly rude. Lin Tian's male fans, feeling defeated for a few moments, rally for battle once more. What is impolite about it? Wen Wan and Tian Tian are friends. What is wrong with helping to open a package? What is wrong? What did opening the package reveal? That her necklace is a counterfeit. The viewers engage in a heated debate, while Wen Wan calmly takes her necklace back from Lin Tian, closing the box. She fixes a steady gaze on Lin Tian and demands, "Apologize." Lin Tian bites her lip, feeling a surge of discomfort. After all, she had just boasted about her necklace in front of the camera, only to have it proven false by the very package she opened herself. The humiliation is overwhelming, and she wishes to disappear. However, Wen Wan does not accept her apology, merely casting her a glance. He Mu, in both speech and demeanor, is a gentle and agreeable person. Since everyone is here, let us discuss the sleeping arrangements for tonight. This villa has a total of 7 rooms. But only 3 bedrooms are suitable for sleeping, the rest are storage and utility rooms. As her words conclude, the group shifts their focus from Lin Tian's debacle, contemplating who will share a room with whom. Unsurprisingly, the 2 isolated ones, Wen Wan and Lin Tian, naturally pair up. Consequently, He Mu decides not to disturb the 2 couples and opts to squeeze in with Wen Wan and Lin Tian. He Mu, possessing a laid-back disposition, was born into affluence, yet bears no heirs. When she volunteers to share with the 2, both Wen Wan and Xiao Yu simultaneously speak up.
Auntie, Mom.
The moment the words leave their lips, both are taken aback, exchanging glances. Xiao Yu studies Wen Wan intently, unsure of her intentions, but understanding that her thoughts must remain concealed, she closes her lips, waiting for Wen Wan to speak. In truth, she does not dislike Wen Wan. She has even followed her dramas. However, in her pursuit of love, she chose to enter a marriage of convenience, which makes her wary of Wen Wan's desire to squeeze in with them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly light up, and she gazes at Wen Wan for several seconds. He Mu, momentarily stunned, feels a flicker of fondness for Wen Wan's thoughtfulness. Not to mention, Xiao Yu, with ulterior motives, silently expresses her gratitude to Wen Wan. Both He Mu and Xiao Yu nod in agreement, thanking Wen Wan. Even the comments are now extolling Wen Wan's thoughtfulness. When our melon sister isn't eating melons, she is indeed quite likable. Even when eating melons, our sister is charming, isn't she? As a fan of He Mingzhou, I am immensely grateful to Wen Wan for facilitating their family's happiness. Everyone is praising Wen Wan, while Gu Jingshan continues to watch the screen, observing the comments lauding Wen Wan's empathy, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes. For only he knows what Wen Wan is truly thinking. After witnessing both women nod in agreement, Wen Wan chuckles inwardly. I am not playing matchmaker. I merely wish to observe the drama. Chapter 55. I stand before you upon finishing her thoughts. Wen Wan feels a twinge of guilt for her mischief. Am I being too cruel? Outside the screen, Gu Jingshan cannot help but internally agree. Yes, it is rather wicked. Yet, as he gazes at Wen Wan on camera, she exhibits not a shred of remorse. Instead, her eyes gleam with curiosity upon seeing the He family trio. He Mingzhou, intrigued, watches her carefully, as it seems Wen Wan's heart may not be as pure as it appears. Once the room allocations are complete, everyone begins to carry their luggage to their designated rooms. Lin Tian, dragging her suitcase, fixes her gaze on Wen Wan's retreating figure, a wave of irritation rising within her. After placing her suitcase down alongside Wen Wan, Lin Tian devises another scheme. She has been dating her boyfriend for over a year now. He frequently gifts her luxurious items, and she is well aware of his wealth. Due to his unique status, he has not taken her to meet his family yet. That necklace must have been a gift from her boyfriend, who is likely deceived. Lin Tian can sense that the viewers are criticizing her, and soon enough, she plans to bring her boyfriend over. Once they realize he is a significant figure, both the critics and Wen Wan will be silenced. She discreetly revealed her boyfriend's identity to gain resources within the entertainment industry. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian took out her phone and messaged her boyfriend, requesting him to bring her some food, as she had not eaten since arriving and was now quite hungry. After everyone organized their luggage, they descended again to prepare for dinner. The smile that had vanished from Lin Tian's face returned as she heard they were about to prepare the meal. She glanced at Wen Wan and announced, "No need to cook, my boyfriend is coming over soon. I asked him to bring food." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Lin Tian, curious about the boyfriend she mentioned. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by someone who gifted a counterfeit necklace? Just as Lin Tian finished her sentence, the doorbell rang, prompting her to turn and exclaim, "My boyfriend is here." As she approached the door, Wen Wan nonchalantly opened a packet of sunflower seeds, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Viewers watching the live stream noted Wen Wan's preparation to snack, leading to a flurry of comments. Is she about to witness something juicy? Lin Tian's fans expressed their discontent. What's the big deal? She's just going to greet her boyfriend. How could there be anything noteworthy? Why are Wen Wan's fans so frantic? It's just sunflower seeds. Why the excitement? I certainly won't purchase any products endorsed by her in the future. Moments later, Lin Tian led her boyfriend into view. He was fairly attractive, sporting elegant features, and dressed in clothing adorned with a luxury brand logo, giving the impression of a wealthy heir. He carried several bags filled with snacks and food. Lin Tian instructed her boyfriend to place the food on the table and began to introduce him. "This is my boyfriend." Noticing the lack of response from a few guests, she added, "My boyfriend is from the Gu family, the richest family." Wen Wan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This revelation indeed sparked interest among the guests. The esteemed actors showed a flicker of surprise and approached to inquire further about her boyfriend, which brought a radiant smile to Lin Tian's face as she stood there, basking in pride, occasionally casting a challenging glance at Wen Wan. The actress asked, "The Gu family? Do you know Gu Jingshan?" Her boyfriend nodded, responding, "Yes. He is my cousin." The actress seemed to understand, and the viewers of the live stream erupted in excitement, especially Lin Tian's fans seizing the moment to berate Wen Wan. "Haha, I'm thrilled. Lin Tian's boyfriend is from the Gu family." Which raises questions about that necklace. Could it be that Wen Wan's is the fake one? Did you see Wen Wan's expression? It looks like she just swallowed a fly. Wen Wan's expression indeed soured, not only because she sensed her boyfriend was putting on an act, but also because it unexpectedly involved the Gu family. Gu Jingshan had an aunt with a son who was the same age as Gu Zhen and still in high school. However, he had managed to keep his identity concealed. Due to his youth, Gu Jingshan's cousin had not revealed his identity, striving to focus solely on his studies and avoiding any preferential treatment associated with the Gu family name. After introducing himself, Lin Tian's boyfriend basked in the adulation from other guests, his vanity momentarily satisfied. Knowing that those from the Gu family were typically busy and uninterested in trivial matters, he turned to Wen Wan and arrogantly asked, "Are you Wen Wan?" Wen Wan frowned slightly, thinking, "What are you calling me for?" Meanwhile, the director off-camera was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. As soon as he spoke, he noticed the man's face darken and slowly rise from his seat, stepping out from behind the screen. The director assumed that Mr. Gu was merely greeting his cousin and paid little mind, urging the cameraman to focus on Mr. Gu, as his status and appearance promised high viewership. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt an overwhelming pressure. This compelled Lin Tian's boyfriend to glance over. Soon after, a tall man approached them, his features sharp and his gaze intense. He closed the distance quickly, prompting He Mingzhou to raise an eyebrow. Wen Wan casually reached for a handful of sunflower seeds from her endorsed packaging and began to munch. Meanwhile, viewers recognized Gu Jingshan, flooding the comments with awe. "Wow. Gu Jingshan. What an honor to see a business magnate on a variety show. Wait, Does Gu Jingshan's cousin not recognize him? Why the confusion? Look, Wen Wan is eating sunflower seeds, indicating something interesting is about to unfold. Lin Tian's fan scoffed. What's the fuss? It's just a greeting between cousins. Is that really worthy of excitement? Gu Jingshan regarded Lin Tian's boyfriend with a condescending gaze, his voice low as he inquired, Do you know me? Lin Tian's boyfriend mistakenly assumed the question was about his celebrity status and shook his head. No. Gu Jingshan chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his tone. I don't know you either. Chapter 56. Love to watch more drama. Lin Tian's boyfriend seemed perplexed by the exchange. Lin Tian had never met Gu Jingshan, thus was equally bewildered. He Mingzhou could not suppress a laugh. Then took half of the sunflower seeds from Wen Wan's hand and approached Gu Jingshan, saying, Mr. Gu, do you need to personally oversee an investment in a variety show? Upon hearing this, both Lin Tian and her boyfriend were rendered speechless. The viewers of the live stream suddenly grasped the situation, erupting in laughter. Ha ha, Lin Tian and her boyfriend truly are a comical pair. Didn't he claim to be Gu Jingshan's cousin? How could he not recognize his own cousin? No wonder Wen Wan was snacking. She was waiting for this spectacle. Are Lin Tian and her boyfriend a bit out of touch? One flaunts a fake necklace while the other assumes a false identity. Let's see how they dig themselves out. Lin Tian's fans were left speechless, feeling as if they could scrape together a dream Barbie mansion from their disbelief. Gradually, Lin Tian realized the implications. He Mingzhou had referred to the man as Mr. Gu, and since He Mingzhou's family was in business, it was clear he meant Gu Jingshan. Lin Tian gasped, nearly fainting at the revelation. Meanwhile, her boyfriend finally recognized the familiar face. He was indeed Gu Jingshan. The other guests now fixated their attention on the sunflower seeds in Wen Wan's hand. He Mingzhou, having exchanged pleasantries, leisurely took out his phone, opened their live stream, and gleefully declared, Lin Tian, the viewers are calling you and your boyfriend a comical couple. Lin Tian's boyfriend blushed fiercely, muttering he had other matters to attend to before hastily departing, leaving Lin Tian's fate uncertain. Unlike her boyfriend, who could leave without consequence, Lin Tian was not so fortunate. She dreaded to imagine the harsh words the viewers would hurl at her. Being timid, she avoided contemplating it. Yet Wen Wan was bold enough to check the comments, which were filled with insults directed at Lin Tian, alongside astonished inquiries about Gu Jingshan's unexpected presence. Viewers were speculating. While Gu Jingshan invested in this variety show, it's rare for him to oversee it personally, especially with such a large company. Who has the time for that? Unless he came for someone specific. Wen Wan noted the audience's conjectures about Gu Jingshan's purpose for being there, with many presuming it was for her, given their previous appearances together on camera. Lin Tian fell silent, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a word. After a while, dinner was served. The production team suddenly informed the participants that today's live broadcast had concluded, allowing them to relax freely. The guests genuinely believed the broadcast had ended, and they settled into their seats in a rather unrefined manner, doing as they pleased. The deliberate announcement of the broadcast's conclusion, while it continued to run, was a tactic often employed by this director to showcase the guests in their most authentic state. Upon hearing this announcement, viewers contemplated exiting the stream, but as the broadcast persisted, they quickly grasped the director's thoughtful intention. Initially, the prominent actors were engaged in sharing dishes, but upon hearing that the live stream was over, they promptly set down their chopsticks and poured drinks for one another. Meanwhile, Wen Wan leisurely continued to savor her meal. However, when she glanced up, she noticed He Mingzhou intently gazing at her, causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. Lin Tian had managed to regain her composure. Despite a minor misstep, there was still an opportunity for redemption. As she took her seat, she did not have the chance to speak before noticing Qiao Yu approaching with a bottle of wine. Lin Tian's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly lifted her glass to receive the drink. Yet, Qiao Yu bypassed her and poured wine into Wen Wan's glass instead. The expression on Lin Tian's face stiffened. Wen Wan, taken aback, expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Qiao Yu merely smiled without uttering a word, serving drinks to his mother and He Mingzhou, leaving Lin Tian out entirely. Lin Tian clenched her teeth, thinking to herself that it was fortunate the broadcast was off, otherwise it would be somewhat embarrassing for others to witness her unpopularity. Everyone continued to eat and drink, and after about 30 minutes, The atmosphere at the table improved significantly. Only the leading actors remained silent, seemingly engaged in conversation on their phones. Wen Wan, however, took a sip from her glass, her gaze resting on the actors, her mind unable to suppress the thought. Could it be that these two are chatting with the same person? Viewers also found the interaction between the leading actors intriguing. Moreover, as Wen Wan's attention lingered on them, speculation ensued. However, fans of the actors countered. They are an old married couple. Can they still be as lovey-dovey as young lovers? Isn't their current state quite good? At that moment, his mother, having indulged a bit too much in drink, suddenly turned teary-eyed. Xiaoyu, while handing her a tissue, inquired, "Mom, what's wrong?" His mother took the tissue, dabbed her tears, and sighed deeply, saying, "Seeing Wen Wan at this age reminds me of my younger self. Now that I am older, I long to perform on stage, but who would want to watch a 50-year-old woman act?" Upon witnessing his mother cry, Mingzhou set aside his previous indolence, eager to offer comfort, but Xiaoyu spoke first. "Mom, I can't say whether others like you, but I certainly do." Wen Wan nearly spat out her drink. His mother froze for a moment, staring at Xiaoyu for quite some time. When Xiaoyu spoke, her tone was cool yet sincere, her striking features radiating empathy. Wen Wan set down her glass, unable to resist cracking some sunflower seeds. Even more surprisingly, Mingzhou produced a bag of sunflower seeds that Wen Wan had previously given him and began to crack them leisurely. His mother had stopped crying and asked Xiaoyu, "Is that true?" Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, I greatly enjoy watching stage plays. During my studies abroad, I attended every one of your performances." His mother smiled through her tears, saying, "Thank you. I thought that at my age, my husband would consider me old and inferior to the younger generation." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes visibly softened for a few moments before she enveloped his mother in a warm embrace, softly stating, "For women, age is not a flaw but rather a virtue. Your experiences are what I admire most." Viewers were similarly touched by Xiaoyu's words.
Indeed.
Who says men remain youthful until death, while women must settle for being mere shadows? Xiaoyu is wonderful, not only beautiful, but also articulate. Mingzhou has truly found a gem. At this moment, Mingzhou spoke up, "Xiaoyu, Mom is intoxicated. Please help her upstairs and take care of her." Xiaoyu replied affirmatively and assisted his mother upstairs. Wen Wan stared incredulously at Mingzhou, noticing his gaze fixed on Xiaoyu and his mother. Seemingly lost in thought, gradually, Wen Wan began to piece together the situation, incredulously exclaiming internally, could it be that Mingzhou has already discerned his wife's intentions and accepted this variety show to provide her with an opportunity to pursue his mother? Upon hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, Gu Jingshin momentarily froze, then turned to Wen Wan, suddenly asking, "Have you been in a relationship since we broke up? Or are you married now?" This inquiry caused the previously engrossed leading actors to stop their conversations, raising their heads to direct their attention towards Wen Wan and Mingzhou. Even Lin Tian appeared astonished, her mouth agape. The viewers in the live stream, who had been musing over Xiaoyu and his mother, were abruptly shaken by Mingzhou's revelation, flooding the screen with comments. "What? Really? What? They were together?" Wen Wan's movement of cracking seeds came to a halt, leaving her uncertain whether she could continue indulging in them. Although she did not understand why Mingzhou had brought this up so suddenly, she was aware of his forthright nature and his fearlessness in the entertainment industry. Outside the camera's view, the director noticed Gu Jingshin abruptly set down his teacup with a forceful clatter, his expression darkening. The director was startled. Gu Jingshin appeared as if he had just learned of this matter, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, Mingzhou glanced at the camera, raising an eyebrow in a seemingly provocative manner, as if he were aware that the broadcast was still live. In response to Mingzhou's question, Wen Wan fell into silence for a few seconds. Under the gaze of multiple pairs of eyes, she finally spoke, "I'm not married." Mingzhou elongated his tone. "Oh. So you're not married? Not married? You startled me. I thought Wen Wan had something going on with Gu Jingshin since they are often seen together. Perhaps Wen Wan is an artist that Gu Jingshin intends to sign?" Mingzhou seems quite decent. He took this opportunity to clear the air for Wen Wan. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshin's expression darkened once more. He felt no satisfaction at all regarding Wen Wan. Chapter 57. A scene of chaos. The director, frightened by the man's expression, dared not take a breath, busily pretending to be occupied. The leading actors wore expressions brimming with curiosity, eager to inquire about Wen Wan's past relationship with He Mingzhou. Despite He Mingzhou's status as a celebrity, they hesitated to voice their questions. However, the comments section was rife with gossip, particularly regarding He Mingzhou's marital status. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang, and upon checking, she saw a message from her younger brother. He informed Lin Tian that they were still alive. Lin Tian quickly realized the situation. Her brother was also a budding artist in the entertainment industry, having entered the scene just a couple of years ago. Although not very famous, his appearance was quite in line with industry standards. Initially feeling disheartened and embarrassed, Lin Tian's confidence surged upon reading her brother's message. She then set her phone down and shifted the conversation back to herself, effectively diverting attention away from the matter between Wen Wan and He Mingzhou. Wen Wan asked Lin Tian, "Your brother?" Lin Tian nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spoke of him. He is exceptionally talented, a sophomore at a prestigious university, balancing his studies with part-time work in the entertainment industry. Wen Wan quickly requested the system to provide her with information about Lin Tian's brother's storyline. What she discovered was nothing short of shocking. Lin Tian's brother, much like her, had stirred quite a commotion in the narrative. In fact, he surpassed her in certain aspects. The story revealed that during Gu Jingshen's hospitalization, Lin Tian's brother graduated from university and began interning at Gu Jingshen's company, where he secretly conspired with Gu Xiaoran to undermine Gu Jingshen's business. While it may seem somewhat implausible for Lin Xingxi, a university graduate and intern, to pose a threat alongside Gu Xiaoran to Gu Jingshen's company, the narrative conveniently overlooks this in order to highlight Gu Xiaoran's exceptional capabilities. When one observed the camaraderie between Gu Xiaoran and Lin Xingxi, the two could be described as close friends, with Lin Xingxi often willing to go to great lengths for Gu Xiaoran. A few days earlier, Gu Xiaoran had called to question Wen Wan about her decision to invest borrowed money into an online series he was interested in. Naturally, Wen Wan chose to disregard his inquiry, prompting Gu Xiaoran to issue a stern warning that he would not let the matter rest. To be frank, Wen Wan found it difficult to comprehend what had originally attracted the previous owner of her identity to Gu Xiaoran. Shortly after Lin Tian finished speaking, a clear male voice resonated from the entrance. Upon hearing it, everyone at the dining table turned their attention toward Lin Xingxi. Lin Tian sprang to her feet, a warm smile gracing her face, and hurried over to embrace Lin Xingxi. "Brother, you've arrived. Have you eaten yet?" Lin Xingxi smiled back, his youthful, untainted visage radiating the innocence of a naive male university student. "I have," he replied. After their embrace, Lin Xingxi approached the others to greet them. He first extended a greeting to He Mingzhou, who merely nodded coolly, refusing to shake Lin Xingxi's outstretched hand. Unperturbed, Lin Xingxi moved on to Wen Wan, saying, "Sister Wen Wan, I am your junior. I often hear tales of your exploits at school." Despite his smile, a hint of coldness lingered in Lin Xingxi's eyes. Lin Tian, quick to seize the moment, chimed in, "I'm also a classmate of Wen Wan. What have you heard about her, Xingxi?" Lin Xingxi's eyes twinkled mischievously as he seemingly let slip a major revelation. "Oh, I've heard that, sister. Wen Wan has been quite the talk of the school with many boys." He abruptly ceased, leaving the audience to speculate. Naturally, Lin Xingxi's ambiguous comments ignited speculation among netizens. Why do you all believe what Lin Xingxi says? How can we not? He Mingzhou himself admitted to dating Wen Wan, and besides, Wen Wan has no ties to Gu Jingshen. Why does she keep appearing alongside him? It seems she's now set her sights on Gu Jingshen. Lin Tian's smile grew more pronounced. Her brother was clearly more astute than she had anticipated. At that moment, Lin Xingxi exchanged pleasantries with the acclaimed actors who, previously calm, displayed noticeably brighter smiles upon meeting him. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, Wen Wan felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be mere coincidence? Gu Jingshen, just outside the frame, had recently instructed his assistant to investigate Wen Wan's past during her university years. The assistant confirmed that He Mingzhou had indeed spoken the truth during his live stream. Wen Wan had dated him for several months in college, primarily due to his wealth. Gu Jingshen contemplated that Wen Wan had never truly liked He Mingzhou. She had merely been motivated by financial gain. Her failure to disclose the truth stemmed from her fear of his anger and the potential loss of him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wen Wan's inner voice emerged. Does my husband have poor judgment? Why has he invited such a presence? Gu Jingxin's gaze fell upon the screen, where the actors held Lin Xingxi's hands. Their expressions filled with concern. What a tumultuous scene. The young starlet, nurtured by the leading actors, has suddenly made his entrance. Wen Wan's inner monologue continued unabated. Isn't Lin Xingxi the one who has been spreading rumors about my promiscuity? I am eager to witness the moment his true nature is unveiled, revealing who truly walks the line. My husband does not possess poor judgment. Rather, his discernment is astute, and he always makes precise decisions. Gu Jingxin replied, Thank you, but such praise is unnecessary. As Lin Xingxi concluded his greetings with the actors and withdrew his hand, he discreetly winked at the actress off-camera. She responded with a sweet smile, the thrill of the moment igniting her adrenaline. When Wan observed this exchange, her smile growing increasingly enigmatic. However, the viewers in the live stream could not perceive the interaction and were instead captivated by Wen Wan's smile. With her striking beauty, a quintessential vixen, her smile had a bewitching effect on all. What is Wen Wan smiling about? Could she be plotting to sabotage He Mingzhou and Xiaoyu's marriage? It's clear that Wen Wan is merely gazing at the actors. Why does it feel like there's more to this? The comments from Lin Xingxi's and Wen Wan's fans ignited a heated debate, with some defending Wen Wan while others criticized her. At that moment, the actor suddenly inquired, Where will you be sleeping tonight? The actress, reluctant to let her beloved lover sleep on the couch, contemplated and then suggested, How about this?
Tonight.
I'll share a room with Lin Tian and Wen Wan, while you can stay with my husband. Gu Jingxin felt a jolt of anxiety. Though accustomed to the machinations of the business world, through Wen Wan's inner thoughts, he found himself witnessing an extraordinary scene. The audience praised the actress for her kindness. Yet Wen Wan struggled to contain her smile. Despite bowing her head, it was evident that she was amused, further irritating Lin Xingxi's fans. Ever since Xingxi arrived, Wen Wan has been acting strangely. Is she afraid her past scandals will be exposed? Exactly. Our Xingxi is nothing like Wen Wan. He has never dated anyone in school and even stated in an interview that he will only love one woman in his lifetime. While Lin Xingxi's fans lashed out against Wen Wan, her supporters defended her. Even before her hiatus, she had garnered a substantial following, and now that she had returned, her fans were eager to witness her rise. They couldn't help but comment, Everyone in the entertainment industry has a persona. What if Lin Xingxi's is merely a facade, and his true character is entirely different? Wasn't Zhang Ziyan a prime example? Gu Jingxin caught sight of this comment and turned to the director, speaking gravely, Pin this comment. The director, taken aback, dared not ask further and contacted the live stream administrator to pin the supportive comment at the top of the screen. Gu Jingxin intended to assist Wen Wan, but inadvertently, it backfired. Upon seeing the pinned comment, Lin Xingxi's fans immediately retorted, Does Wen Wan have connections? Why is this comment allowed to be pinned?
Disgusting.
Do they think our Lin Xingxi is an easy target just because he's a male university student? This sparked outrage not only among Lin Xingxi's fans, but also among indifferent viewers in the live stream. Amidst the uproar, Lin Xingxi had already taken his suitcase to the actor's room, with the others following suit to assist him. Lin Xingxi's audacity stemmed from the fact that he had concealed his intentions from both sides. He had placed his luggage in the same room as the actor while preparing to help the actress move her suitcase to Lin Tian's and Wen Wan's room. A few days prior, he had received a call from Gu Xiuran, who was a fellow student but had since taken a leave of absence. Gu Xiuran informed him over the phone that he was already ensnared in deep troubles. After much effort, he found a potential escape through investing in an online drama, only to be outpaced by Wen Wan. This left him at a loss regarding his next steps. Gu Xiuran also mentioned his uncle, who had similarly been deceived by Wen Wan, expressing confusion over how she managed to manipulate him. Despite Gu Xiuran's warning that Wen Wan had married his uncle to gain access to him, yet his uncle remained married to her. He had witnessed Wen Wan targeting his sister during a live broadcast, and today, he intended to achieve two objectives: to unveil Wen Wan's true nature to the public and to avenge his sister. While Lin Xingxi was helping the actress move her luggage, Wen Wan abruptly called out to her. The actress, surprised since she was not well acquainted with Wen Wan, paused and turned to her, asking if she needed something. Wen Wan patted the actress's shoulder and led her into the suite's bathroom. Ensuring there were no cameras present, Wen Wan inquired if Lin Xingxi had a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the actress's heart sank, and she felt a sudden wave of guilt wash over her. Why do you ask? Wen Wan explained that she had noticed Lin Xingxi wearing a couple's watch on his wrist and wondered if he had given the same model to his girlfriend. The actress froze for a long moment. She was indeed in a genuine relationship with Lin Xingxi, but her marriage to her husband was merely a facade, bound by numerous financial entanglements that necessitated their union. They had an agreement to present themselves as a couple in public while remaining uninvolved in each other's private lives. Lin Xingxi had once portrayed a supporting character alongside her in a drama, and finding him hardworking and handsome, she helped him acquire numerous resources. As time passed, they fell in love, and Lin Xingxi had even expressed his willingness to be a third party. Overcome with guilt, she had generously shared her resources with him.
Now,
Wen Wan's revelation about the couple's watch, while she had never received any such gift from Lin Xingxi, darkened the actress's expression. Could it be that Lin Xingxi had other girlfriends besides her? Wen Wan observed the actress's changing demeanor and surmised her thoughts. Wondering if Lin Xingxi might be unfaithful with another woman, she wished to inform the actress, "No, it is a man. He will deceive anyone he can." The actress, uncertain, opened the door to confront Lin Xingxi. At that moment, he had just set down her luggage when his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw a message from the leading actor. "I really like the watch you gave me." Raising his gaze, he found the actress standing at the door, her eyes filled with suspicion. Guests began to gather on the first floor, which happened to be where the actress was staying. Noticing her hesitation at the door, they approached, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, the actress snatched Lin Xingxi's phone from him, demanding in an aggressive tone, "Who are you messaging?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was transpiring, while Wen Wan casually munched on a bag of sunflower seeds. Glancing down at the phone screen, the actress saw the message regarding the watch. Confirming it aligned with what Wen Wan had said, her face turned ashen. Lin Xingxi's expression also soured. Viewers of the live stream were utterly bewildered. Wait, is Wen Wan snacking on sunflower seeds? Is there some drama unfolding here? Unaware of the live broadcast, the actress was already fuming and had lost her composure, angrily questioning. "A watch? Aren't you with me? Who else did you give a watch to?" Instantly, the barrage of comments exploded on the screen. Wow, this is indeed a huge scandal. Aren't the leading actor and actress a couple? What about Lin Xingxi? I suddenly recall the marketing claims that the leading actor and actress are in a sham marriage, devoid of genuine feelings, only in it for the money. So, Wen Wan's earlier smile was because she knew all along. "You're my only sister, Guijia. What should I do? I feel like those sunflower seeds Wen Wan is endorsing are absolutely delicious. I don't care anymore. I want a snack while watching the drama unfold." The brand manager, witnessing the surge in sales, excitedly promised Wen Wan a nearly decade-long contract.
meanwhile,
Wen Wan remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Lin Xingxi attempted to reclaim his phone and warn the actress that the live stream was still active. Moreover, he had pressing matters to address, including assisting Gu Xiaoran and avenging his sister. However, the actress was quicker, dialing a number to confront the person on the other end, questioning if they too had been deceived by Lin Xingxi. The leading actor was the last to arrive at the door. As he settled in, his phone began to ring. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. The sudden noise startled everyone. Only the leading actor's ringtone was conspicuously loud. The actress, gripping her phone, looked up in disbelief at the leading actor standing at the door. Meanwhile, the viewers of the live stream were still processing the shocking revelation. Gu Jingshen, observing the screen, pinched his brow, pondering. Is it too late to buy insurance now? Chapter 59. Explosive. The leading actor, like the viewers of the live stream, was momentarily stunned. He pulled out his phone and saw Lin Xingxi's name flashing on the caller ID, while his so-called wife stood before him, clutching Lin Xingxi's phone. Their gazes locked. They exchanged glances, and though no words were spoken, an understanding passed between them. Both the leading actor and actress were astute individuals. Otherwise, they would not have reached their current positions. Even though they were both romantically involved with Lin Xingxi, the moment their interests were threatened, any semblance of affection would dissipate. The actress clenched her jaw and returned the phone to Lin Xingxi, disregarding the onlookers, and confronted him directly. So, you were seeing my husband while you were with me? Are you targeting our marriage? Do you think we are that easy? Her words left not only the guests speechless, but also sent shockwaves through the live stream audience, who erupted in exclamations.
Wait.
My mind is blown. So the leading actor and actress truly are a couple in name only, while behind the scenes, they are involved with the same young man. Lin Xingxi. Thanks to the previous commenter for clarifying. I finally understand. Did no one inform the leading couple that this was live? The chat in the live stream exploded, nearly covering the entire screen. Aside from a flurry of question marks, viewers began analyzing the connections between Lin Xingxi and the leading couple. Comments that had previously been pinned received significant upvotes, with users starting to agree with the original poster, acknowledging that most individuals in the entertainment industry maintain facades. Finally, Himing Zhou raised an eyebrow. His tone laced with amusement. The live stream is still active. At this revelation, the actress experienced a moment of shock, glancing up at the hidden camera above. Even if she wished to retract her words, it was too late. The leading actor also appeared pale, bracing himself against the doorframe to steady himself. Leaning against the frame, Wen Wan munched on sunflower seeds, seemingly aware of the impending outcome. Xiao Yu, also watching the unfolding drama, felt that something was missing and nudged Wen Wan's shoulder, whispering, "Share some with me." Wen Wan paused for a second before handing a handful of seeds to Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not eat. Instead, she meticulously shelled the sunflower seeds one by one, handing the kernels to Himu, who was still reeling from the shock of the entire situation. The production team, fearing that the two might truly come to blows, hurriedly sought to intervene. Shortly thereafter, when Lin Xingxi emerged, it was evident that the right side of her face had swollen slightly. Lin Tian, as her sister, could hardly believe that her seemingly exemplary brother could behave in such a manner. She sat on the sofa, hugging a cushion, her complexion pale and her expression dazed. Despite the turmoil, the live broadcast had to continue. As the guests resumed the stream, discussions about Lin Xingxi and the Shuangying couple ignited fervently on Weibo, surpassing even the scandal of a certain male celebrity's infidelity, claiming the top spot on trending searches. Netizens proclaimed this to be the most explosive news of the year, depicting the Shuangying couple as a faux marriage while simultaneously maintaining a lover. With so many sensational elements, many viewers rushed to tune into the live stream, causing a brief lag due to the overwhelming influx of online users. The director, witnessing the surge in popularity, wore an increasingly delighted expression. Gu Jingxin thought to himself that it was fortunate that the altercation had been minimal, thereby reducing potential medical expenses. The renowned actors, no longer inclined to feign normalcy, recognized that their true selves had already been exposed to the entire internet, rendering further pretense futile. The assistant director promptly initiated the next segment, which involved a card-drawing game. Originally, the intent of the program was to foster interaction between the two couples to generate buzz, yet one couple had clearly faltered. As the game commenced, it began with a vote on who would draw first. Wen Wan casually cast her vote, only to discover that, aside from Lin Xingxi and Lin Tian, all the other guests had voted for her to draw first. She was taken aback. Subsequently, Wen Wan drew the first card and, to her fortune, it indicated that she could designate any guest for a truth-telling session. Without hesitation, Lin Xingxi declared, "Of course, I will withdraw." Lin Tian, hearing this, cast a grateful glance at her brother. Wen Wan, observing the sibling bond, couldn't help but mock inwardly. How amusing, this pair of plastic siblings. At that moment, the assistant director interjected, "Lin Xingxi, since you have expressed your willingness to withdraw, we shall not compel you further. You need not attend the next episode." Lin Xingxi was momentarily stunned, as if she had not anticipated that her so-called truth would become reality. Thus, she followed Wen Wan's lead and broke through the pretense. Lin Tian's expression paled. Although she did not wish to see her brother withdraw, she felt it necessary to prioritize her own safety. Lin Xingxi sat on the sofa, her demeanor vacant. The leading actors could only scoff at the unfolding drama. Next to draw was Himing Zhou. He casually drew a card, which turned out to be a reversal card. With a mischievous glint, he looked at Lin Xingxi and said with a smirk, "I'll give you this card. Do you want to use it?" Chapter 60. I won't allow you to waver. Lin Xingxi was taken aback, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Lin Tian's eyes, and then nodded slightly. Instantly, Lin Tian was enveloped in disbelief. Wen Wan let out a soft laugh. The other guests bit their lips, attempting to suppress their urge to laugh. The barrage of comments flooded in, although it's somewhat unethical. Why does this feel so satisfying? TSK. Even biological siblings can turn against each other for personal gain. Gu Jingxin, fixated on the screen, remarked to the director beside him. Let us ensure that neither of them returns for the next episode. The director, sharing the same sentiment, nodded in agreement. Following the conclusion of this game, the live stream abruptly went dark. Even though the broadcast had ended, discussions surrounding it continued to gain momentum online. The leading actors Lin Tian and Lin Xingxi, along with Wen Wan, trended on social media, with the focus predominantly negative, save for Wen Wan, who enjoyed a positive reception. Netizens affectionately referred to her as Sister Melon, and within mere hours, the sunflower seed brand she endorsed sold out completely. The following morning, Wen Wan received a call from Xiaoyu, who informed her that the leading actors were now pursuing legal action against Lin Xingxi on the grounds of fraud. Wen Wan was astonished, not by the lawsuit itself but rather by Xiaoyu's unexpected call. Xiaoyu, with a hint of gossip in her tone, inquired, "Do you know how much Lin Xingxi swindled from the leading actors? By the way, are you aware that they are in a marriage of convenience? What else do you know?" Wen Wan could discern the subtle tremor in Xiaoyu's usually cool voice, as if she yearned to extract some juicy tidbits from her. Truthfully, Wen Wan found Xiaoyu to be quite different from her preconceived notions. "By the way, I have purchased quite a few of the products you endorse. Enough to share with my colleagues." During this exchange, Wen Wan found no opportunity to interject a word. Ultimately, it was Xiaoyu's subordinate who summoned her for a meeting, leading to the abrupt end of their conversation. Although Wen Wan had no scheduled engagements over the next few days, she remained relatively busy. She attended a family gathering with Gu's father and mother, bringing along Gu Zhen, highlighting the significance of this event. Gu Zhen appeared somewhat sullen. The elder Gu noticed his grandson's discontent and asked, "What is bothering you, Xiaozhen?" Gu Zhen glanced at Wen Wan and shook his head, muttering nothing. The elder Gu assumed it was the pressure of academics weighing on his grandson, dismissing it as typical stress for a high school student. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Gu Zhen suddenly tugged at the hem of Wen Wan's clothing, preventing her from entering. Surprised, Wen Wan halted and turned to see what he was up to. Once the others had entered, Gu Zhen's expression darkened, and with a slightly confrontational tone, he asked, "What is your relationship with Uncle He?" Wen Wan surmised that Gu Zhen, wishing to prevent her from continuing her relationship with Gu Jingxin, might use her connection with He Mingzhou to ridicule her and push for a divorce. However, she was taken aback when Gu Zhen clenched his jaw and said, "Wen Wan, you have already married my father. I will not allow you to waver." Wen Wan, hearing Gu Zhen's tone, couldn't help but internally scoff. At such a young age, he already exudes the aura of a domineering CEO. The unspoken thoughts of a woman fell upon his ears, causing Gu Zhen's expression to shift dramatically. Wen Wan cast a glance at him, disregarding his earlier words, and proceeded into the hotel. To her dismay, she encountered relatives from her family with whom she had not interacted for years. Wen Wan's parents, engrossed in the rapid expansion of their business, had sent her aunt and her family to attend this family gathering in their stead. Her aunt's family, rather opportunistic, had distanced themselves when the Wen family faced adversity, but now, with the support of the Gu family, had suddenly reappeared. Wen Wan's parents had always been straightforward individuals, seldom concerning themselves with such superficial matters. Her aunt had 3 children, a pair of fraternal twins, and a little girl. As Wen Wan and Gu Zhen approached, her aunt was engaged in conversation with Gu's family. Upon spotting Wen Wan, her aunt's smile faltered momentarily, yet she quickly resumed her facade, waving at Wen Wan as if she were an elder, saying, "Our Wen Wan has greatly benefited from your care." Wen Wan walked over, unable to suppress a scoff at her aunt's words. "Now it's just our Wen Wan. When my father's company was in trouble," who was quick to distance themselves and forbade her husband from offering any assistance to the Wen family. Gu's father and mother were discussing contracts with Wen Wan's aunt, as her aunt's husband had business ties with them. Currently, Wen Wan's aunt was broaching the topic of cooperation while lavishing praise upon Wen Wan's intelligence. Gu's father and mother mistakenly believed that Wen Wan's aunt maintained a good relationship with the Wen family and sought to extend a helping hand to Wen Wan's relatives. However, upon hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, their expressions shifted abruptly, leading them to reconsider any collaboration with Wen Wan's aunt. At this moment, Aunt's husband hurriedly arrived, accompanied by their 3 children, to greet the Gu family. "I apologize for my tardiness, Mr. Gu, and Mrs. Gu," Wu Mingping said, his face marked by a sense of regret, as he urged his children to extend their greetings to the Gu family. However, throughout the encounter, Wu Mingping completely disregarded Wen Wan. It was Gu Jingshan who, with a slight frown and a hint of displeasure, remarked, "My wife is present. Do you not see her?" Gu Zhen nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, "Indeed, are they blind?" Upon hearing this, Wu Mingping's expression momentarily stiffened, as if he had just noticed Wen Wan. He then offered a slight nod in her direction. Given that Aunt's family held a low opinion of Wen Wan's parents, their disdain extended to her as well. Wen Wan chose to ignore Aunt's family, instead allowing the system to transmit the storyline concerning them. She discovered the subsequent developments in the narrative wherein she was confined to a psychiatric hospital, and her parents, lacking resources, sought help from Aunt's family to have her discharged. Although Aunt's family ostensibly promised assistance, they covertly sabotaged her parents' newly established business, while her parents were preoccupied with attempting to rescue Wen Wan. They took the opportunity to publicly declare that Wen Wan suffered from mental illness, a condition they claimed was hereditary, ultimately rendering her parents unable to continue their business endeavors, as no one wished to collaborate with someone presumed to have a mental disorder. As Wen Wan absorbed this narrative, a wave of indignation surged within her. Meanwhile, Aunt was busy showcasing the exceptional qualities of her children to Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Wu Mingping smiled, nodding in agreement as he listened to his wife's praises of their twins and daughter. The Gu family, however, appeared somewhat disinterested. Suddenly, Wen Wan's inner thoughts rekindled their attention. Little does Wu Mingping know that the 3 children he takes pride in are not even his own. Mr. and Mrs. Gu widened their eyes in surprise, their gazes fixed upon the trio, while Gu Jingshan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and Gu Zhen internally exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chapter 61. Oh no, how did I let that slip out? The Gu family directed their attention towards Wu Mingping's children, who cast a smug glance at Wen Wan. The implication of her words suggested a desire to leverage connections at Gu Jingshan's company for her eldest son's employment, yet she directed her comments to Mr. and Mrs.
Gu.
Mr. Gu pondered for a few moments before stating, "Since a resume has been submitted, we shall await a response." This remark caused Aunt's expression to falter, while Wu Mingping's demeanor soured. The two exchanged glances, as if silently mocking the Gu family, thinking, "What pretentiousness! Do they genuinely believe they are so remarkable that my son's application is an act of benevolence?" Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Before long, other relatives from the Gu family arrived, preventing Wu Mingping and his wife from continuing their conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Gu family hosted a grand reunion to strengthen familial bonds. As they engaged in pleasantries with other relatives, Aunt seized the opportunity to pull Wen Wan aside, and soon her family encircled her. With no one paying attention, Aunt's prior demeanor of cordiality vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. "Wen Wan, our family has treated you well, hasn't it? Did you speak to Mr. and Mrs. Gu about my eldest son's desire to work at your husband's company? Why did they so resolutely reject him? Wen Wan, do not think that just because your father has aligned with the Gu family, you can soar to great heights. Our family has reached this point without needing anyone's assistance." Wen Wan, unyielding, retorted, "You claim your family has treated us well. Please enlighten me on how." Aunt's mouth fell open in disbelief, stammering, I see you are speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. If your family is ill, don't come to me. I am not a veterinarian." At that moment, her eldest son, having overheard the dispute, approached and pointed at Wen Wan, admonishing Wen Wan, "How can you speak to my mother like that?" Wen Wan glanced at him, taking in his appearance, and launched a personal attack. "Your mother is quite amusing. She gave birth to a joke like you." Aunt's family was left speechless by Wen Wan's sharp retorts. Gu Jingshan, initially observing Wen Wan's predicament with Wu Mingping's family, excused himself from those nearby and approached her, ready to intervene. Just as he reached the group, He heard Wen Wan's firm stance, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Wu Mingping's expression darkened further as he sarcastically remarked, "After several years of schooling, you have no semblance of cultured upbringing. Unlike my 3 children, who are all understanding and polite." Wen Wan, unable to contain herself, replied, "How do you know those 3 children are yours?" As the words left her mouth, Wu Mingping was momentarily taken aback. Wen Wan herself was startled, thinking, "Oh no, how did I let that slip out?" Gu Jingshan stifled a smile and approached, directing his attention solely to Wen Wan. "Let us greet the other relatives. We should move along." Wen Wan nodded in agreement and followed him in another direction. Aunt, feeling a pang of insecurity, quickly chastised Wen Wan, "Dear, this child has always been impolite and prone to fabrications." Wu Mingping sighed in relief. How could he allow Wen Wan to make him question his wife? As the family gathering neared completion, while Wen Wan sat down to prepare for the meal, the voices of a middle-aged couple echoed behind her. Wan Wan, startled. Wen Wan turned to see her parents standing behind her, both smiling warmly. They approached and embraced her simultaneously. At that moment, Wen Wan was at a loss for how to respond, as she had grown up in a world where her parents had passed away, navigating the entertainment industry alone without ever experiencing parental love. Even in the narrative, when Wen Wan divorced Gu Jingshan and became the target of public scorn, her parents remained steadfast in their belief that she was not the person others claimed her to be. After a brief silence, Wen Wan forced a smile and asked, "Mom and Dad, what brings you here?" Her father chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "We just managed to carve out some time to visit. After all, you are our daughter. It would be unreasonable to let you attend such a significant family gathering alone." Her mother nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. We just wrapped up some matters at the company and drove over." Before they could exchange many words, Aunt and her husband approached them. According to the storyline, Wen Wan's parents were still unaware of Aunt's family's true nature. Aunt, with a smile that concealed her true intentions, said, "Ah, you have arrived." Though Aunt wished her sister well, she secretly resented her sister's success, especially now that her sister's life had seemingly surpassed her own. While Aunt's husband was the president of a large company, their business had been struggling in recent years, perhaps even falling behind Wen Wan's family. After conferring with her husband, Aunt sought to procure a few contracts from her sister to help their company through its difficulties. Thus, she bypassed pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Sister, my husband and I currently need a few contracts. Since you have secured several from the Gu family, could you possibly grant us a few?" Wen Wan's parents, possessing kind hearts, believed that since they were relatives, it would be reasonable to assist by providing a contract or 2. As Mr. Wen was about to nod, a voice reached his ears. Upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, both Mr. and Mrs. Wen widened their eyes in astonishment. Their daughter, seemingly seated calmly with a teacup in hand, had not uttered a word. Before they could fully comprehend, Wen Wan's thoughts struck them again with greater shock. An assistant of Wu Mingping entered, handing over the phone that had been left in the car. Wen Wan gazed at the assistant, contemplating. "This is the biological father of my aunt's 3 children." Mr. and Mrs. Wen exchanged looks, realizing they had both heard their daughter's thoughts. After all, she was their daughter, and if this information were to leak, she might be captured and subjected to experiments as a test subject. Yet, were Wu Mingping's 3 children actually the assistants? After the assistant passed the phone to Wu Mingping, he greeted the 3 children kindly, saying, "Take your time eating, and let me know if there's anything you desire." The 3 children responded in unison, "Thank you, uncle." Aunt and Wu Mingping were waiting for Wen Wan's sister and her husband to present the contract, but minutes passed without a word from them, which made Aunt, who already held them in disdain, quite displeased. She furrowed her brow and said, "Sister, after this family banquet, I expect you to provide us with 2 contracts." Her tone left no room for negotiation. Mr. and Mrs. Wen exchanged another glance. Mr. Wen cleared his throat and said, "Our company's contracts are provided by our in-laws. Now that they are present, you must seek their consent." As his words fell, Aunt's family turned their gaze toward them. The Gu family stood before them. Aunt opened her mouth, hesitating to ask for the contracts. Mr. Wen and Mrs. Wen suppressed their smiles. Gu Jingshan had naturally overheard their conversation. He nodded slightly to Mr. and Mrs. Wen, and in their astonished gaze, he softly uttered, "Dad, Mom." Mr. and Mrs. Wen could hardly believe their ears. They knew that their daughter marrying Gu Jingshan had not been welcomed by the Gu family, and despite the 2 years that had passed, they had never heard him call them Dad and Mom. To add to their astonishment, even Gu Jingshan's adopted son, Gu Zhen, followed suit and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." Mr. and Mrs. Wen were left speechless. They then looked toward Wen Wan, mentally giving her a thumbs up. Truly, she was their wonderful daughter, effortlessly winning over the Gu family. Mr. Wen whispered to Mrs. Wen, "Our daughter has inherited my eloquence." Mrs. Wen rolled her eyes, retorting, "Clearly, she has inherited my virtues." Aunt's family was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jingshan's words, while Mr. and Mrs. Gu silently nodded in agreement with their son. Wu Mingping, seeing the Gu and Wen families unwilling to assist, turned to his daughter and signaled her with his eyes. His daughter, 3 years younger than Wen Wan, was stunningly beautiful, having inherited his excellent genes. She planned to enter the entertainment industry, undoubtedly envious of Wen Wan's recent success and the wealth she must have accrued. Wu Mingping had his sights set on the Gu family's resources. On one hand, he hoped his daughter could enter the entertainment world through Gu Jingshan, gaining access to lucrative opportunities. On the other hand, he wanted her to secure some contracts from the Gu family. After all, if Wen Wan could support her sister and brother-in-law through the Gu family, why couldn't his daughter? Moreover, Wu Mingping believed his daughter was more beautiful than Wen Wan, attributing it to his genes. Having investigated Gu Jingshan's preferences, knowing he enjoyed tea, she chose a cup of tea and presented it to him, sweetly saying, "Brother-in-law, this is tea I specially brewed just now. Unlike my cousin, I am not spoiled. I often help my parents make tea at home." Aunt and Wu Mingping nodded approvingly at their daughter's words. Gu Jingshan glanced at her with indifference, refusing to take the tea, and coolly replied, "I am allergic to green tea." The surrounding audience, including Wen Wan, her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Gu, and Gu Zhen, stifled their laughter. Aunt felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly sat down, urging her daughter and Wu Mingping to do the same. As they prepared to sit, Wu Mingping's youngest daughter stood motionless beside Gu Zhen. Coincidentally, she attended the same school as Gu Zhen, being 2 years younger and in her first year of high school. She often took advantage of her distant familial connection to bother Gu Zhen in his senior year. Gu Zhen usually ignored her. But ever since Wen Wan helped him see through Lu Yuan's true character, he felt a tinge of guilt toward Wen Wan and thus treated her relatives more kindly. This only emboldened Wu Mingping's youngest daughter, who insisted on sitting next to Gu Zhen. When Gu Zhen remained silent, she played the familial card, saying, "Though I am younger, by status, I am your cousin. How can you ignore me?" Gu Zhen, irritated, retorted, "Who are you related to? You are clearly not your father's biological daughter." The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Mingping's face turned pale with fury. His youngest daughter was his most cherished child. How could she not be his biological daughter? He snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one adopted by the Gu family. There is no need to equate my daughter with you." Gu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in sadness. It was a fact that he was adopted by the Gu family. Wen Wan stifled a laugh internally. Does he not know that congenital severe oligospermia has a genetic component? Wu Mingping's mother underwent IVF when giving birth to him. Did his father not inform him of his deficiencies? Instantly, those who could hear Wen Wan's thoughts were taken aback, especially Mr. and Mrs. Wen.
What?
Wu Mingping had deficiencies? Mr. and Mrs. Wen lowered their heads, stifling their laughter, while the Gu family pretended to sip tea to conceal their amusement. Gu Zhen, who had been feeling down, burst into laughter upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts. Anne was left in a state of shock, realizing she had hidden her thoughts well. Yet somehow these people seemed to know something. What were they laughing about? Wu Mingping's youngest daughter, seeing Gu Zhen laugh, looked confused. However, in an effort to bond with him, she went to grab a family cake being pushed by several waiters. The cake was divided into small pieces and the waiters, mindful of its expense, pushed it cautiously. As she approached, the waiters instinctively stepped aside. Unfortunately, she miscalculated and slipped, hitting her chin on the corner of the stainless steel cart, knocking out a tooth and causing her nose to bleed profusely. The sight was quite alarming, and she cried out in pain. The entire banquet hall turned their attention toward her. Wen Wan, suppressing her mischievous thoughts, quipped, "That's quite a bit of blood. We should hurry and take her to the hospital for a blood transfusion." As soon as she said this, Aunt and the assistant almost simultaneously exclaimed, "No." Wu Mingping, bewildered, asked, "Why not? My daughter is injured and bleeding. How can we not take her to the hospital for a transfusion?" Only then did Aunt realize she had reacted too impulsively. The assistant quickly caught on and explained, "Mr. Wu, it's peak commuting time. The roads will be congested, and it would take a long time to reach the hospital. Instead, let me stop the bleeding. I have a medical background. You can trust me." Aunt sighed in relief, grateful that the assistant had swiftly addressed the situation. As soon as the tension eased, a gentle voice resonated, causing Aunt to hold her breath once more. "I have already contacted the hospital. Their ambulance should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Aunt's expression darkened, and she turned to glare at the gentle speaker, saying, "What chaos are you adding?" Gu Zhen was the first to protest, hands on his hips, asserting, "How is my mother causing chaos? She called for an ambulance. She is assisting you." Upon hearing this, Wu Mingping cast a doubtful glance at Aunt and her assistant. He was no fool, otherwise he wouldn't have established his own company and risen to this position. With a cold voice, he said, "Then let us await the arrival of the ambulance." Once the ambulance reached the hospital, he intended to verify whether he and his youngest daughter shared a blood connection. Aunt's body weakened. Meanwhile, the little girl continued to wail, disrupting the dining experience for everyone in the banquet hall. Elder Gu arranged for someone to tend to the girl's wounds while waiting for the ambulance. Both Aunt and Wu Mingping had lost their appetites. Mr. and Mrs. Wen, astonished, were still trying to comprehend the situation, frequently glancing at Aunt.
Soon, the ambulance arrived.
Wu Mingping put down his chopsticks and prepared to board the ambulance with his daughter, when Wen Wan kindly suggested from behind, "I recommend you take the other two children as well. You might encounter unexpected joy." Upon hearing her words, Wu Mingping seemed to sink into despair. The twins, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exchanged confused looks after hearing Wen Wan's remark. Standing beside Wen Wan, Mrs. Wen followed suit, saying, "Brother-in-law, I am quite curious how you managed to conceive twins if you are not particularly capable in that regard." In an instant, Wu Mingping felt precariously unsteady. How did they all know about his shortcomings? Had his wife leaked the information? Yet such matters seemed trivial compared to Mrs. Wen's statement. After boarding the ambulance, Wu Mingping turned to the still stationary twins and urged, "Come, accompany me to the hospital." The eldest son, wearing a long face, turned to Wen Wan and her mother, speaking harshly, "What nonsense are you all spouting? Are you just jealous that our company surpasses yours? It's true my parents nearly brought your company to ruin. You deserved it." Upon this remark, both Mr. and Mrs. Wen were momentarily taken aback. Then Mr. Wen gasped, his voice trembling as he spoke, "So, it was indeed your doing that caused our company's downturn." Relatives attending the family banquet began to murmur among themselves upon hearing these words. Both Elder Gu and Madame Gu wore grim expressions. After all, the Wen family was their in-laws. Elder Gu, in a fit of rage, declared, "Henceforth, your family shall have no further dealings with the Gu family. We no longer require your presence at our family gatherings. Leave at once." Typically, Elder Gu rarely lost his temper, but when he did, his countenance darkened significantly. His words undoubtedly dealt a fatal blow to Wu Mingping and Aunt's family.
Now,
regardless of whether companies were already collaborating with Wu Mingping or not, none would wish to be associated with him any longer. Wu Mingping was not only devoid of 3 children, but his company was also on the brink of dissolution. After Aunt, Wu Mingping, and the assistant departed, a significant news story broke online by evening. Wu Mingping was relatively well known in the business realm, and his eldest daughter had sought to enter the entertainment industry, having appeared on camera a few times. The news revealed that Wu Mingping's company had declared bankruptcy, and none of the 3 children were his. They were the biological offspring of his assistant. This revelation sparked widespread discussion among netizens. The news article featured several images from the Gu family's banquet, likely snapped by relatives and used by the news agency. Observant netizens quickly noticed Wen Wan in the photographs. A wave of disappointment swept through the online community, with comments such as, "Why wasn't I included in this gossip? I'm genuinely upset. Why was I deprived of this live drama? Incredible. The focus supposed to be on the Gu family banquet? Why is Wen Wan present? I demand a live rebroadcast. I want to witness this drama. After leaving the family banquet, Wen Wan received a call from the director of the variety show she had previously participated in, informing her to prepare for another live broadcast that night. To her astonishment, the show was still airing. The director also revealed that the number of reservations for the live stream had reached a staggering 50 million, with her being the most highly requested participant, as she had significantly benefited the brand. This revelation left Wen Wan utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshan, a busy individual, set aside his work to join the director, as he usually did. Upon Wen Wan's arrival, several guests were already present. Aside from the previous award-winning actors, the He family was also in attendance, yet no new guests had arrived. It was evident that He Mingzhou was acquainted with Shen Yihan, as they exchanged glances before deliberately averting their eyes. Observing the two, Wen Wan suddenly pondered, is there animosity between Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou? Shen Yihan thought, is it that obvious? Gu Jingshan, overhearing Wen Wan's thoughts, focused his gaze on Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou on the screen. While the comments on the display expressed astonishment at Shen Yihan's looks, which were comparable to He Mingzhou's, Wen Wan flipped through the plot in her book and suddenly realized, no wonder they don't see eye to eye. It turns out that in high school, both Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou had feelings for the same girl. They fought for her affection, and ultimately, it seems she ended up with Shen Yihan. Hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Shen Yihan's expression noticeably brightened. Indeed, during high school, he was not inferior to He Mingzhou. After reading the plot, Wen Wan mused, but it seems that the girl also had a relationship with He Mingzhou, and one of the new guests today is her. Shen Yihan's smile faltered. Wen Wan exclaimed in astonishment, that girl is quite extraordinary. She managed to date both Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou simultaneously, ultimately breaking up with both under the pretext of focusing on her studies. Though she cited studies as her reason, it appears she has a new target now. And that target is... Shen Yihan held his breath. Gu Jingshan rested his chin on one hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had not anticipated that Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou shared such a past from their high school days. A faint smile played on Gu Jingshan's lips, clearly pleased with the juicy tidbit he had just learned. However, the next moment, Wen Wan's thoughts sent him into a state of disarray. Wen Wan gasped, it seems that Gu Jingshan has been her objective since high school. Gu Jingshan, Chapter 64. Little one, do you have many questions? It was now Shen Yihan's turn to smile. Just then, the villa door swung open, revealing a man and a woman standing at the entrance. The woman was stunning, and the man was handsome. As they appeared, everyone's gaze shifted to the newly arrived guests. They waved toward the camera while dragging their suitcases. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with large eyes, a delicate nose, and full lips, complemented by an exquisite figure. After she introduced herself, Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou noticeably sat up straight. I am the new guest and a rookie actor. My name is Zhongli. Upon hearing this name, Wen Wan was taken aback. Is it really her? What a small world. Zhongli approached to greet several guests, her eyes sparkling, appearing friendly and easygoing. After reviewing the plot, Wen Wan found she did not dislike Zhongli. As long as she did not interfere with her inheritance, she was willing to pretend she knew nothing. However, the other male guest made Wen Wan feel somewhat uncomfortable. This male guest had also greeted everyone. He happened to be the boyfriend of Wu Mingping's daughter. It is indeed that individual who, upon stepping into the entertainment industry, was immediately embroiled in controversy regarding her parentage. After the male guest exchanged pleasantries, he turned to the camera and began his self-introduction. My name is Zhou Xiao. I recently completed filming a movie, and this is my first time meeting everyone.
Please take care of me.
Although Zhou Xiao had just entered the industry, he had already garnered a considerable reputation. His acting prowess was notably superior, arguably eclipsing that of even seasoned actors. Within less than a year, he had appeared in 2 dramas and 1 film, with the aired series earning him public acclaim and a rapidly growing fanbase. Shen Yihan stood up, eager to engage with Zhou Xiao. As a director, he sought out talented actors like Zhou, who was both youthful and skilled. Shen Yihan remarked, though this is our first meeting, I have wanted to meet you for quite some time. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate. Zhou Xiao's face lit up at these words. while Wen Wan observed them with a subtle smile that drew the attention of the other guests. Viewers of the live stream swiftly grasped the implication. Drama is unfolding. Why is Xiao Yu so enthusiastic? Does she sense something about Wen Wan's smile? Wen Wan had just been reading the plot concerning Zhou Xiao provided by the system. Although she had consumed much gossip from the book, this particular revelation shocked her. Zhou Xiao was notorious for his misdeeds. In the original storyline, he was the boyfriend of his aunt's daughter, yet his true intention was to covet Gu Jingshan's fortune. Thus, his relationship with his aunt's daughter was merely a facade to get closer to Gu Jingshan. He indeed possessed some capability. In the original plot, Zhou Xiao discovered the reason behind Wen Wan's marriage to Gu Jingshan. To gain the trust of the Gu family, he disclosed this information to Mr. and Mrs. Gu, who then recognized Wen Wan's true nature and granted Zhou Xiao numerous opportunities. However, Zhou Xiao claimed he only wished to work within the Gu family, juggling both his entertainment career and a position at the Gu company. As the story progressed, Zhou Xiao assisted Gu Xiaoran in acquiring shares from Gu Jingshan's company, earning himself a considerable portion. When Zhou Xiao greeted Wen Wan, he appeared slightly shy and nervous, his hands trembling. Suddenly, Wen Wan realized, could this be Zhou Xiao? Shen Yihan stood momentarily stunned, while Gu Jingshan, watching from off-camera, was taken aback by Wen Wan's internal monologue. Who else could it be, if not Zhou Xiao? After shaking hands with him, Wen Wan casually remarked, I watched the drama you were in before. I really liked your portrayal of the third male lead. Zhou Xiao's face flushed at Wen Wan's compliment. Thank you. Wen Wan smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate, yet her thoughts continued. Surely, this cannot be Zhou Xiao. He was clearly the second male lead. Viewers of the live stream also found the exchange peculiar. Did she misspeak? It was the second male lead, right? Doesn't she do any research before trying to bond with others? Yet Zhou Xiao didn't refute it. Not everyone can recall the roles of others. Zhou Xiao had amassed a substantial fan base, primarily consisting of career-focused supporters who remembered precisely the roles he portrayed. His fans began to chastise Wen Wan. Could she not conduct a little research before trying to connect with someone? Exactly. We don't need these blunders. Wen Wan also had her own fans who quickly countered in the chat. Zhou Xiao himself didn't deny it, did he? If Wen Wan made a mistake, does that mean Zhou Xiao, the actor, also misremembered? Zhou Xiao hesitated, a flicker of guilt in his eyes, and quickly added, I know. But I didn't want to make Wen Wan uncomfortable, so I went along with it. This statement bolstered Zhou Xiao's fans. See, our idol is well-mannered. Zhou Xiao merely intended to provide Wen Wan an escape, yet her fans grew agitated. Gu Jingshan, glancing at the screen, pulled out his phone to message his assistant, inquiring if there was indeed an employee named Zhou Xiao. Just as he sent the message, Wen Wan's thoughts intruded once more. Zhou Xiao is quite the enigma. He only acts in the entertainment industry while leaving all the menial tasks to his brother, without compensating him. More shockingly, his brother is dating his aunt's daughter, while Zhou Xiao sleeps with her. Gu Jingshan. Shen Yihan, standing beside Wen Wan, was increasingly astonished as Wen Wan's inner dialogue continued to infiltrate his consciousness. Just as Gu Jingshan typed a message instructing his assistant to find a way to dismiss Zhou Xiao, Wen Wan's thought struck him again, causing him to fumble his phone. Upon witnessing Zhou Xiao and Gu Xiaoran conspire to undermine Gu Jingshan's company, Wen Wan seethed internally. Why should my husband's money be handed over to Gu Xiaoran and Zhou Xiao? It should rightfully be mine. This revelation rendered Gu Jingshan's expression profoundly complex and darkened. So, Wen Wan had designs on his wealth as well. Chapter 65. So, Wen Wan desired his wealth too. Yet, it was already sufficient that she had an interest in him. Now she coveted his riches as well. Was there no one to inform Wen Wan that one cannot possess both fish and bear's paw? Unbeknownst to Wen Wan, who remained in shock over Zhou Xiao's involvement with the twin brothers, Zhou Xiao had cultivated an image for himself. He had previously participated in a cooking segment, showcasing his culinary skills without the aid of a stunt double. His cooking prowess had even been a topic of online discussion. Many fans had been drawn to Zhou Xiao due to his cooking videos, extolling him as the perfect man, handsome, a great cook, and an exceptional actor. As this revelation spread, the other guests nodded in agreement, eager to assist. However, after reviewing the plot, Wen Wan realized that the elder twin brother was utterly inept in the kitchen. To ensure they had a meal that evening, Wen Wan hesitated momentarily before suggesting, "Perhaps I should take over." Although her intentions were good, this sparked discontent among Zhou Zhao's fans, who believed she was overshadowing him. What is Wen Wan doing? Does she think she's not getting enough camera time and wants to steal the cooking spotlight? After all, Zhou Xiao finally gets a moment to shine on a variety show, and she intends to take it from him?
Yet.
Some bystanders and Zhou Zhao's fans promptly countered. Why is it acceptable for Zhou Xiao to cook but not for Wen Wan?
Indeed.
Everyone should strive for their share of the spotlight. Zhou Zhao's perspective differed from that of his fans. He appreciated Wen Wan's offer to cook, as he genuinely lacked culinary skills. However, to maintain his public persona, he declined her assistance. "I'll handle it. You can just help me a bit." "Thank you." Wen Wan nodded and accompanied Zhou Xiao into the kitchen. The other guests, unable to remain idle, quickly washed their hands and prepared ingredients for the meal. Since both the award-winning actor and actress had signed contracts, despite the embarrassment of a previous incident, they felt compelled to continue participating in the show for monetary reasons. However, the two had no intention of resuming their roles. The actor squatted on the floor, plucking spinach, while the actress glanced at him, opening the refrigerator to retrieve meat to thaw. Yet, having never cooked before, she mistakenly thought using hot water would expedite the thawing process. As she filled a bowl with hot water and prepared to submerge the meat, the actor rushed over, firmly grasping her hand. "Who thaws meat with hot water?" he said, his tone somewhat grave. The actress blinked a few times, feeling wronged. She had no choice but to partake in this show alongside her apparent husband. And now he was scolding her. With her eyes welling up, she defiantly retorted, "Isn't it said that a dead pig fears no boiling water? Is this not a dead pig in my hand?" The viewers of the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha. Have those two stopped acting and begun to reveal their true selves? However, it appears far more entertaining than their previously feigned affection. The leading man gazed helplessly at the leading lady for quite some time. Though they presented themselves as a married couple, they cohabited in the same villa solely for the sake of publicity. Yet, the leading man was not fond of the leading lady's spoiled and headstrong demeanor. A paragon of pure love, he sought a deeper connection of the soul, regardless of gender, as long as their values aligned. Thus, his interactions with Lin Xingxi had been limited to financial transactions, devoid of any deeper exchanges. Eventually, the leading man took the pork from the leading lady's hands, gestured towards the living room, and with a tone that was brusque yet gentle, advised her, "If you cannot cook, then take a seat over there and wait for the meal. Do not cause any chaos." Oh dear. Why does it seem they are even sweeter than before? I feel the same way. Wen Wan, hearing their conversation, paused her chopping and glanced back. A slight smirk graced her lips. She was deliberately causing a ruckus, merely seeking an excuse to avoid cooking. On the side, Shen Yihan, who was wiping the table, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Wan's inner thoughts. Black and white. What did that mean? Meanwhile, Gu Jingshen had just finished communicating with his assistant, instructing him to dismiss Zhou Xiao. However, Wen Wan claimed she was merely assisting Zhou Xiao, when in truth, she was the head chef. Among the twins, the elder brother was quite amiable, innocent, and naive, while the younger brother focused solely on acting in the entertainment industry, relying on his elder sibling to procure resources for social engagements. The benefits from these engagements all fell to the younger brother. Furthermore, any variety shows or the arduous tasks necessary for fame were shouldered entirely by the elder brother. He was even encouraged to date their aunt's daughter, all to serve as a stepping stone for his younger brother's plans. According to the storyline, the younger brother had previously formed a triad with Gu Xiuran and Lin Xingxi to dismantle Gu Jingshen's company. Eventually, legal matters arose, leading the younger brother to push his elder sibling into the limelight to take the blame. He claimed he would care for his brother's girlfriend and would soon secure his release from prison. Yet, 10 years later, his brother remained incarcerated, awaiting the promise of swift release and reunion. At this moment, Wen Wan suddenly inquired, "Do you have any siblings?" Zhou Xiao became flustered by her question. He was not skilled at lying and almost nodded in response. However, his younger brother had advised him that only one of them could be in the public eye. Thus, Zhou Xiao shook his head. Wen Wan observed him with a knowing smile, saying, "That's fortunate. I once read a news article about a pair of identical twins. where the elder brother would do many things for the younger brother, yet all the good fortune landed on the younger brother's lap. She paused, continuing because they looked identical. The younger brother ended up sleeping with the elder brother's girlfriend. Since the elder brother was never seen in public, he was imprisoned for his brother's misdeeds. And with no one knowing him, he had no avenue for vindication. As she finished speaking, Zhou Zhao's hand trembled as he held the kitchen knife. Viewers watching the live stream were left bewildered by Wen Wan's words. And it was not only the online audience, the real Zhou Zhao was also present. He stared at the screen, clenching his fists. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the man on the screen, yet their expressions were starkly different. Zhou Zhao gritted his teeth, his features contorted with frustration. Now his brother's identity had been exposed, causing Wen Wan to sense something amiss. Naturally, he could not allow her to disrupt his plans. Zhou Zhao promptly disguised himself and made his way to the designated location. Chapter 66. She was clearly already married. Over an hour later, Wen Wan removed her apron. The guests came over to serve the dishes, unaware of who had prepared the food, assuming it was Zhou Zhao, and began to praise it. It all looks so delicious. Zhou Zhao, your culinary skills are impressive. This is on par with a restaurant. Zhou Zhao blushed and turned to Wen Wan, saying, actually, it was all Wen Wan who cooked. I hardly contributed. The guests were taken aback and promptly changed their tune.
Meanwhile,
Wen Wan's fans in the live stream grew somewhat irate. What? Isn't Zhou Zhao supposed to be a great cook? Why is Wen Wan the one cooking? Could it be a facade? Exactly. Our Guajia won't let you bully her so easily. Guazi fans unite. Zhou Zhao's fans, not unreasonable, quickly replied, we apologize. And to express our remorse, we will purchase brands endorsed by Wen Wan. Wen Wan's fans retorted, no buying. We can't even get our hands on the Guazi now. Jiao Yu generously praised, Wen Wan, I never realized you were so beautiful and such a good cook. Himu nodded in agreement. Jiangli scrutinized Wen Wan from head to toe, but remained silent. The leading lady, chopsticks in hand, eagerly awaited the meal, but the leading man interrupted her. She frowned in displeasure. What? Are you preventing me from eating? The leading man tapped the table. If you wish to burn yourself, then by all means, eat more. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter once more. Wow. Wen Wan's cooking is delightful. Whoever marries her will surely enjoy a life of luxury. Gu Jingshan, observing this comment, snorted coldly. He had married her, yet he did not enjoy such luxuries. Wen Wan had never cooked for him, as the household had a chef. Still, Gu Jingshan felt discontented. Why should these people have the privilege of tasting Wen Wan's cooking when he, as her husband, could not? What irked Gu Jingshan even more was that her ex-boyfriend, He Mingzhou, could also partake in it. Had Wen Wan once cooked for He Mingzhou during their relationship? The director, seated beside Gu Jingshan, trembled slightly. He suddenly wondered if Gu Jingshan was experiencing some sort of mental turmoil. One moment he was in high spirits, and the next he was quite irritable. This was a stark contrast to the image he had of the CEO. Meanwhile, Wen Wan sat down, gazing at the array of dishes before her, feeling a sense of pride. Gu Jingshan has never tasted my cooking. Well, even if I did cook, he wouldn't enjoy it. When this thought crossed her mind, she felt no sorrow, merely a recognition that Gu Jingshan did not love her, hence he would not relish the meals she prepared. However, her inner musings were interpreted differently by those around her. Shin Yihan regarded Wen Wan with a hint of sympathy. Wen Wan had never committed any wrongdoing. The only questionable act she had done was drugging Gu Jingshan. Yet, upon further reflection, that could be seen as a twist of fate for Gu Jingshan. Shin Yihan stood to serve rice, but he only filled bowls for himself and Wen Wan. This drew the attention of everyone at the table. He Mingzhou scoffed, Shin Yihan, we've practically grown up together, yet I've never seen you so attentive. Even as He Mingzhou teased him, Shin Yihan maintained a gentle smile, softly responding, since Wen Wan cooked this meal, it is only fitting that I help her serve some rice. Hearing this, He Mingzhou shot several scrutinizing glances at Shin Yihan. Viewers in the live stream suddenly sensed an odd tension in the atmosphere. Is this a battlefield? I must say, Shin Yihan is quite decent. I think he and Wen Wan are a good match. One is a director, the other an actress, both beautiful. And they are both single. Gu Jingshan's lips pressed tightly together upon reading this comment. What did they mean by saying Wen Wan was single? She was clearly already married. Did others not know? Or were Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou oblivious to this fact? This prompted Gu Jingshan to lower his head and send a message to his assistant, instructing him to procure a pair of couple's rings and deliver them to him overnight. Wen Wan had coerced him into marriage. Why should he concern himself with this? Nevertheless, the message had already been sent. He could only lock his phone screen. The director, witnessing the unfolding events, was well aware of Gu Jingshan's marriage to Wen Wan. He noticed Gu Jingshan's slight frown after sending a message, seemingly filled with regret. What was intended as a benign reminder instead prompted Gu Jingshan to narrow his eyes slightly, as if to caution him against meddling. The director promptly averted his gaze, too intimidated to utter another word. The meal had commenced, yet Zhou Xiao was still conspicuously absent. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wen Wan set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Where is Zhou Xiao?" To which Himu responded, "Oh, he just went upstairs to meet a courier." Zhou Xiao must be verifying the delivery. At this, Wen Wan sprang to her feet. Her sudden movement startled the others, who turned to look at her. A smirk crept onto Wen Wan's lips as she declared, "I'll go urge him. The food is getting cold." If anyone else had said such a thing, it might have seemed trivial, but given Wen Wan's reputation, something was undoubtedly amiss. Those who had previously indulged in gossip surrounding Wen Wan perked up, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. However, Zhou Xiao's fans were experiencing this for the first time. What do you mean? What scandal could Zhou Xiao possibly have? He is merely an obedient actor focused on his craft. Exactly. Zhou Xiao is the only actor I've ever followed. If he were to falter, I'd insist that it wasn't him. It must be a case of slander. The seasoned viewers in the live stream remained silent, choosing instead to await the inevitable backlash against Zhou Xiao's fans. Learning from past experiences, the production team had disabled certain cameras, wary of repeating previous absurdities. They opted for follow me mode instead. Wen Wan approached the only room without cameras, believing the door to be closed. To her surprise, it swung open effortlessly, revealing Zhou Xiao, engrossed in his phone. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Zhou Xiao's fans exhaled in relief. Though some were annoyed at Wen Wan's antics. "You scared me. I thought he was secretly up to no good with a girlfriend." Looks like Wen Wan's ploy backfired. Where's the scandal? She seemed suspicious, just like her fans. Viewers found it perplexing that Wen Wan, who had previously evaded controversy, was now seemingly caught in a bind. Wen Wan remained silent, gazing at Zhou Xiao for a few seconds, when suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. In the next moment, two Zhou Xiaos appeared on camera. This revelation sent the live stream audience into a stunned silence for a brief 2 seconds before the chat exploded. Particularly Zhou Xiao's fans exclaimed, "Wait, am I seeing double? Did I just see two of my husband? It's been revealed. It's not just Wen Wan who's being sneaky, but me too." The genuine Zhou Xiao held the phone, while his brother Zhou Da emerged from the bathroom, clad in a courier uniform, still without a hat or mask. He was caught off guard upon noticing Wen Wan and the camera crew at the door, gasping in shock. Wen Wan chuckled inwardly. Oh dear. A genuine case of mistaken identity. Shen Yihan suddenly heard Wen Wan's thoughts and set down his chopsticks, eager to open the live stream and see what was amiss. Qiu Yue, seated beside him, glanced at his phone, both of them overwhelmed by the astonishing turn of events. Qiu Yue, unable to hear Wen Wan's inner voice, became utterly speechless, her usual composure evaporating. Shen Yihan, however, benefited from understanding Wen Wan's thoughts, which tempered his astonishment. Yet, he pondered why Wen Wan was so adept at this charade. It was clear she had orchestrated the situation for the audience to discover the existence of two Zhou Xiaos. Wen Wan feigned disbelief, her eyes widening as she stepped back, covering her mouth in shock. Am I seeing things? Shen Yihan couldn't help but smile at her performance, thinking, indeed, Wen Wan's choice to pursue acting is proving to be wise. Nevertheless, the viewers were not easily deceived. Wen Wan is clearly playing a clever game. She mentioned twins earlier, so she must be in on it. Gossip Queen strikes again. She is truly my idol. Zhou Xiao's fans were still reeling from the shock. Zhou Da, momentarily dazed, turned to his brother, who nodded affirmatively. They truly look identical, and their voices are eerily similar. How can anyone tell them apart? Amidst the astonishment, one fan quickly typed, "Wait, Didn't Zhou Xiao mention he was an only child in an interview? This fan was well versed in Zhou Xiao's background and had watched his interviews and dramas multiple times. Yet another fan quickly countered, "You must have misremembered." Yeah. Stop pretending to be a fan. Zhou Xiao had intended to swap places with his brother swiftly, hoping to prevent any blunders before Zhou De could be exposed. However, Wen Wan's sudden appearance had derailed his plans, leaving him to adapt. As Wen Wan simply smiled without responding, her eyes glinted with mischief. Zhou Xiao suggested to Zhou De, "Perhaps you should leave now." Zhou De, aware that lingering would increase the risk of exposure, agreed, knowing it would be detrimental to his brother's career. Just then, the assistant director approached, insisting Zhou to stay. As Zhou De prepared to decline, Wen Wan interjected, "Why not stay? The viewers would love to see the bond between you and your brother." Hearing this, Zhou De nodded, smiling as he spoke. "My brother and I share a great relationship. He treats me well. Given the circumstances, I cannot refuse." Zhou Xiao felt a heaviness settle in his chest, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Shen Yihan looked up to find all the guests gathered around, peering at his phone. The acclaimed actor remarked, "They look so alike. How can anyone distinguish the brother from the twin?" The actress chimed in, "What if the one we just saw was the brother?" This statement left the guests momentarily stunned, as it indeed seemed peculiar. The live chat erupted with speculation. With their identical voices, who can tell them apart? I have a feeling Wen Wan can. Have we forgotten that Zhou Xiao once said he struggles to remember the characters he plays? This is getting increasingly surreal. Wen Wan descended the stairs alongside the twins and took a seat at the dining table. As they settled in, the guests scrutinized them. Both Shen Yihan and Gu Jingshan, watching from afar, focused intently on Wen Wan, each pondering the same question. How did she deduce that the courier was one of the twins? Since Gu Jingshan was not participating in the recording, he could not inquire directly, but Shen Yihan, sitting beside Wen Wan, seized the opportunity to lower his voice and ask, "How did you know the courier was one of the twins?" Wen Wan was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "I don't know. I just went to invite Zhou Xiao for dinner." Upon hearing this, Shen Yihan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had perhaps overestimated Wen Wan's cleverness. However, the next moment, Wen Wan's inner thoughts reached his ears, leading both Shen Yihan and Gu Jingshan, who was outside the screen, to feel that they still did not understand Wen Wan well. Inside, she mused, "If I hadn't deliberately mentioned the news about the twins in the live stream to Zhou Xiao, would his brother have come over?" Wen Wan, upon hearing her own thoughts echoed, felt that perhaps Gu Jingshan could be outmatched by Wen Wan after all. Zhou Xiao was articulate, while his older brother was quite the opposite, somewhat socially anxious. Thus, during the meal, Zhou Xiao quickly engaged in lively conversation with the film emperor and empress, as well as Qiao Yuehe's mother. He Mingzhou, however, disdained socializing. After the meal, since the film empress and Qiao Yuehe's mother had not cooked, they took the initiative to handle the dishes and clean up. Wen Wan relished the leisure of the moment. She stood up and stretched slightly, then seemingly nonchalantly asked, "Zhou Xiao, want some sunflower seeds?" With that, Wen Wan produced a bag of seeds. "Thank you." Huh? Something feels off. Who remembers what Wen Wan said to Zhou Xiao? Only one of the twins has a name. No way, no way, no way. Could it be that they have merged into one Zhou Xiao? And his brother doesn't even remember who he is? This left Zhou Xiao's fans rather displeased. This isn't a television drama. How outrageous could it be? Moreover, the news Wen Wan mentioned doesn't even exist. I think she's just fabricating stories to steal the spotlight. Zhou Xiao's fan sister fell silent for a moment because she had seen an interview where Zhou Xiao indeed stated that he was the only one in his family. Thus, the Zhou Xiao she often saw might not even be the real Zhou Xiao. Unable to resist, the fan sister sent a comment. What if Wen Wan is telling the truth? The fan sister, using Zhou Xiao's fan group's name and his avatar, sent this comment, leading other fans to believe that Wen Wan had deliberately bought a negative persona for clout. Consequently, both the fan sister and Wen Wan were subjected to criticism for this comment. Stop pretending. How much did you pay for that? Chapter 68. Which one is your boyfriend? I would like to inquire how much Wen Wan's team paid our Zhou Xiao's fan sister. Zhou De was momentarily stunned, his heart tightening sharply. Zhou Xiao, however, quickly regained his composure and said, "You can give it to my brother." Wen Wan nodded and handed the seeds to Joda, who smiled and thanked her. Having heard Wen Wan's thoughts, Shin Yihan understood in his heart. He finally grasped that feeling of knowing the truth while waiting for the seeds to fall. Unable to contain himself, Shin Yihan finally pulled a handful of seeds from his pocket. Wen Wan abruptly turned her head, staring at Shin Yihan for several seconds with a peculiar expression. Shin Yihan felt somewhat awkward, and upon noticing that Wen Wan had given a bag of seeds to Joda while having nothing in her hands, he kindly offered, "Do you want some?" Wen Wan extended her hand. "Thank you." What began as a normal interaction took on an inexplicable ambience due to their striking appearances.
I am sorry.
I feel guilty for thinking they match so well. Have you forgotten what the marketing account said? Shin Yihan's drama is based on him, and Wen Wan plays his first love. As a director, could Shin Yihan be participating in a variety show simply because Wen Wan is in it?
Ha!
Is it not enough to bribe our Zhou Zhao's fan sister and create a persona for your so-called melon sister? Now you're starting to hype it up again. Gu Jingshan, observing the barrage of comments before him, let out a cold laugh. The director shrank his neck, tightening his coat around him. The cold laughter was not limited to Gu Jingshan. Even the elder and Madame Gu shared similar expressions. They sat on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on the large screen along with the comments, their faces displaying discomfort. Elder Gu, munching on sunflower seeds, grumbled in agitation. Does Shin Yihan not know that Wen Wan is married to my son? Is he trying to seduce her? I must call Shin Yihan's mother and tell her to keep her son in check. Moreover, how could Zhou Zhao's fans speak so ill of Wen Wan? I will also call Gu Jingshan to request that he block all the negative comments about Wen Wan. Madame Gu, suppressing her anger, clearly assigned tasks. You call Shin Yihan's mother, I'll call Gu Jingshan. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshan's phone was on silent, so he did not receive his mother's call. Shin Yihan inexplicably sneezed. Wen Wan glanced at him and remarked, "Is it too cold from the central air conditioning?" Shin Yihan shook his head. At that moment, an unexpectedly delicate woman's voice rang out from outside the villa. "I'm here to find my boyfriend. Is he around?" As soon as the words left her lips, several guests turned their gazes towards the door. A beautiful woman stood at the entrance, looking shy and somewhat bashful. Wen Wan internally exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this my aunt's eldest daughter?" Shin Yihan was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is she the one who shocked the entire internet by cheating on Wu Mingping? Wu Zijiao entered. Glancing around, Gu Jingshan, staring at Wu Zijiao through the screen, asked the director, "Did you invite her?" The director immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, Mr. Gu. Wu Zijiao was not invited by anyone. She had come to seek attention, having noticed her boyfriend participating in the most popular live broadcast on the internet, without exception." Once inside, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly unsure of who the boyfriend she was searching for was. Most people's eyes fell on Shin Yihan, assuming he was her boyfriend. Shin Yihan froze completely. Reluctantly, he pointed to the twins sitting together and said, "Look, which one is your boyfriend?" As soon as he spoke, everyone suddenly realized that she was looking for either Zhou Xiao or his brother. Wu Zijiao followed Shin Yihan's finger and immediately laid eyes on the two identical men, one dressed in white and black and the other in a delivery uniform. Wen Wan stifled a laugh, thinking, how foolish. It would be strange if she could tell them apart. Shin Yihan nodded slightly in agreement with Wen Wan's thoughts. Wen Wan was taken aback, thinking, if she can recognize them, wait, that's not right. She's dating Joda. Seeing this scene should shock her. Why is she so calm? Shin Yihan, influenced by Wen Wan's thoughts, couldn't help but stare at Wu Zijiao for a long time. Outside the screen, Gu Jingshan did the same. It was indeed too calm. Zhou Xiao, enveloped in Wu Zijiao's embrace, visibly wore an uneasy expression, but quickly feigned surprise, saying, "I thought you would be busy. I'm so glad you could come." Although Zhou Xiao's fans were displeased that he was dating someone, especially given her poor reputation, they were primarily career fans. As long as Zhou Xiao acted well, they would be quite forgiving regarding his romantic life. Joda, however, hung his head in disappointment. He thought his girlfriend was right in front of him, yet he could only watch her display affection with his younger brother. After all, his brother was the family's pillar and treated him well, so to alleviate some pressure from the entertainment industry, he used his identical face to help his brother earn some extra income. It's fine. He knew his brother was only acting. Moreover, Wu Zijiao was unaware that they were twins. It would be fine once, she understood later. Before long, Wu Zijiao finally reacted in surprise. Darling, who is this? Zhou Xiao quickly introduced, this is my twin brother. Wu Zijiao smiled, hello, big brother. Zhou felt a pang of bitterness, but forced himself to respond, hello. After the introductions, Zhou Xiao took Wu Zijiao's hand and said, my girlfriend and I will go upstairs to chat. She'll be leaving soon. Everyone nodded in understanding. Gradually, she seemed to uncover something, her heart exclaiming in shock. Could it be that Zhou Xiao's brother is merely a jester? Wu Zijiao must have known all along. They are twins, conspiring with Zhou Xiao to deceive Zhou De. Shin Yihan gasped. If this were the case, Zhou De truly was a fool. Wen Wan's tone suddenly brightened with excitement. Could it be that Zhou Xiao is infuriated by Wu Zijiao's arrival, fearing she might ruin his plans? And Wu Zijiao is here to bask in the limelight and gain followers, naturally reluctant to leave. They are bound to quarrel.
With that,
Wen Wan abruptly rose from the sofa, prompting the other guests to follow suit, regretting not having joined her earlier. Now that the opportunity had arisen, although they were uncertain about the unfolding drama, following Wen Wan would surely lead to some juicy gossip. Viewers of the live stream were astounded by the synchronized movements of the guests. It's hilarious. The moment Wen Wan stood up, they all did. Zhou De found himself bewildered, feeling a tad socially anxious and awkward staying behind alone. So, he too stood up. Shortly thereafter, Wen Wan quietly ascended to the second floor, with the others treading softly behind her. The director stared at the screen, utterly perplexed. Even more bewildered was Gu Jingxin, who suddenly stood up, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. In a storage room on the second floor, Zhou Xiao had deliberately locked the door. After confirming that it was secure and could not be opened from the outside, his expression darkened, his tone turning stern. What are you doing here? Wu Zijiao retorted. Why can't I come? I have no work now. Can't I just come to capture some attention? Zhou Xiao had thought that by locking the door, he could prevent any issues, unaware that the soundproofing of the villa was exceptionally poor. Zhou Xiao said, my brother is here too. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Feeling a bit annoyed, yet needing Wu Zijiao to assist him in deceiving his brother, he placated her. All right, just don't reveal anything. Wu Zijiao replied with arrogance. Rest assured, your brother is such a fool he wouldn't figure anything out, otherwise. He wouldn't be pretending to be you in the entertainment industry, working for you, for a pittance. After exchanging a few more words and confirming their plan, they finally opened the door. Upon opening the door, they were met by all the guests and a photographer standing outside. Chapter 69. Unveiling Relationships. However, at that moment, all the guests wore expressions of gleeful anticipation, the atmosphere thick with intrigue. Zhou De's face paled, struggling to believe the words he had just heard. Although the photographer hadn't recorded their visuals, their conversation had been captured perfectly, clear as day for the viewers in the live stream. What the hell? I'm dumbfounded. Did Wu Zijiao just imply that they truly merged identities in the entertainment industry? Wait, if what Wen Wan said is true, where are Zhou Zhao's fans? She must have known the situation all along. Exactly. Perhaps they really are Zhou Xiao's fans, just cloaked in darkness. Seeing Zhou De at the door, Zhou Xiao and Wu Zijiao were both momentarily stunned and instinctively exclaimed, Brother. Zhou De's mind was in a whirl. The elements and key points from their earlier conversation were overwhelming, and it would take him some time to process everything. However, the only certainty was that Wu Zijiao and his brother had long since formed an alliance, while he had foolishly entrusted his girlfriend to Zhou Xiao. What if Wen Wan's words held truth? The thought echoed in his mind, dominating his thoughts. Aside from Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou, the other guests were left speechless, exchanging glances of disbelief. Particularly the actress, who slightly parted her lips, realizing too late, I spoke too soon. The actor shot her a glance, indicating it was time to quiet down. Keep your voice down. She pouted in response. Meanwhile, Gu Jingxin had stepped away from the director, standing in the corridor. He glanced at his phone, noting a missed call from his mother just moments earlier. Surprised that his mother had reached out, given their similar personalities that rarely led either to initiate contact, he hesitated before dialing her number. His mother, having been trying to reach him, answered promptly, immediately commanding, Aren't you an investor in this program? Haven't you seen what those netizens are saying about your wife? Leaning against the wall, Gu Jingshen's posture relaxed slightly. Upon hearing that his mother had called for this reason, a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. His mother continued, "You should block all those who are insulting Wen Wan. It's painful for me to watch." Gu Jingshen replied softly, "No need." His mother's tone turned chilly. "Why not? Isn't Wen Wan your wife?" After saying this, Gu Jingshen prepared to hang up, only to find his mother had preemptively ended the call, a triumphant look on her face. Usually, he would be the one to hang up first, but this time she was determined to have the upper hand. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. She hurriedly placed her phone on the table and turned towards the television, settling back on the sofa. As she sat down, the entire chat feed was overflowing with praise for Wen Wan, with not a single negative comment in sight. This left Gu's mother utterly shocked, feeling as though she had missed out on some monumental revelation, immediately inquiring with Gu Laoi beside her. Gu Laoi embellished the events that had just transpired, and as she listened, Gu's mother grew increasingly astonished. Finally, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "No wonder Jingshen invested in this show. He wanted to witness the drama firsthand. Next time, he must bring me along." Gu Laoi noted that the guests had all descended the stairs, leaving the personal matters of Zhou De, Zhou Xiao, and Wu Zijiao to themselves. After all, this was someone else's family affair, and they could not intrude. Although they lacked morals, they still possessed a modicum of humanity. As everyone made their way downstairs, Zhongli stood behind Wen Wan, seizing the opportunity to ask, "Wen Wan, do you know everything?" Zhongli was strikingly beautiful, even when one acknowledged her radiant charm. It was no wonder she had caused quite the stir among Shen Yihan and He Mingzhou during their high school days. Wen Wan replied, "What difference does it make whether I do or not? It doesn't concern you, anyway." Zhongli, perceiving her ambiguous response, flashed a smirk. Before long, the group reconvened in the living room. The assistant director reminded them to resume the program, disregarding what had transpired upstairs. The show had no set script. So much of the flow consisted of casual conversation. The director had anticipated this segment to be dull, yet unexpectedly, the guests' unique dynamics turned it into an explosive affair. Seated on the sofa, they began discussing relationship matters. Leading the conversation was Himu, who spoke about her decades-long romance with her husband, which had now deteriorated into a state of separation, possibly coming to an end. Xiao Yu offered her comfort, occasionally handing Himu tissues. Suddenly, Shen Yihan directed his gaze towards the quiet Zhongli. "What about you?" Zhongli, caught off guard that the topic had shifted to her, glanced at Wen Wan, then lowered her head, shyly admitting, "I haven't had any relationship issues. I've liked someone for 10 years, but he probably doesn't even know I exist." Upon hearing this, Himu abruptly halted her tears. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Zhongli. Wen Wan internally scoffed. "Please. This will reveal your secret crush on Gu Jingshen. Is that still a secret?" He merely glanced at Zhongli on the screen for a second before averting his gaze. The recent scandal involving Zhou Xiao, Zhou De, and Wu Zijiao had just exploded on social media, causing the trending searches to lag for a few seconds. Curious netizens are bewildered, as a variety show, having aired only 2 episodes, has already revealed 2 astonishing scandals. Is this not far more entertaining than the marketing accounts that feign mystery and endlessly issue teasers? Moreover, it seems that Sister Gua possesses more insider knowledge than these marketing accounts. Thus, many netizens flocked to the renowned Sister Gua, eager for her insights. Upon entering, they were greeted by Zhongli, who is celebrated for her stunning beauty, suddenly broaching the topic of unrequited love, prompting a flurry of comments. "Sister, with a face like yours, how can you talk about unrequited love? With your looks, who could possibly be worthy of your affection?" As her words fell, He Mingzhou could not help but mockingly interject, "Who asked you? Aren't you just revealing your own secrets?" Chapter 70. Ask the person directly. Zhongli was momentarily taken aback, her face paling, but she quickly regained her composure. "Gu Jingshen, well, that's understandable. It's only natural for someone as handsome as him to have admirers. Is Gu today present? Why not give Zhongli a chance?" How can He Mingzhou be so cutting? I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow slightly, her expression betraying her displeasure. Being in the know, she was aware that Wen Wan was married to Gu Jingshen. Jiang Li's blatant confession of her feelings for Gu Jingshen would surely not sit well with Wen Wan. Following her words, Jiang Li's expression visibly darkened. The other guests and viewers of the live broadcast suddenly grasped the underlying issue due to Qiao Yu's remarks. It seems Jiang Li is a bit of a tea spiller. Gu Jingshen's demeanor remained cold as he gazed at the screen, silent. Meanwhile, the director, filled with gossip, wore an excited expression. After all, Wen Wan was present at the scene. She was Gu Jingshen's concealed wife, and now a beautiful woman was professing her feelings for him. Far more captivating than the earlier antics of the false Monkey King. Gu Jingshen's gaze was not on Jiang Li, but rather on Wen Wan. He contemplated how another woman declaring her affection might provoke jealousy in Wen Wan, his legitimate wife. Observing Wen Wan casually munching on sunflower seeds, reclining against the sofa while listening to Jiang Li lament her unrequited feelings, Gu Jingshen thought to himself, "I've never found sunflower seeds so bothersome." The narrative describes how Jiang Li had harbored feelings for Gu Jingshen for quite some time, and her appearance coincided with Gu Jingshen's recent discovery of the reason behind her marriage to him. Jiang Li, embodying an angel, sought to soothe Gu Jingshen. While claiming to comfort him, she was, in fact, elevating her own status while diminishing Wen Wan's. This led Gu Jingshen to resolve to divorce Wen Wan. At that moment, Jiang Li, hugging a cushion, whispered softly previously, "I thought Gu Zong and Wen Wan had some connection. But after watching the live broadcast where she clarified things herself, I felt emboldened to express my feelings." After speaking, she turned to Wen Wan, batting her large eyes. "Wen Wan, you wouldn't mind, would you?" She sought to compel Wen Wan to publicly clarify her relationship with Gu Jingshen, thus providing evidence for any future association she might have with him. Jiang Li had heard from others that although Wen Wan was married to Gu Jingshen, she had signed an agreement prohibiting the public disclosure of their relationship. Therefore, when she executed her plan, should Wen Wan's relationship with Gu Jingshen be exposed, it would have nothing to do with her. Suddenly, all eyes in the room shifted to Wen Wan. She lifted her gaze to the camera, her red lips curling slightly. "It seems Gu Zong is indeed present today. Why not ask him directly if he minds?" The viewers of the live broadcast erupted in a cacophony. Outside the screen, Gu Jingshen rose, making his way to the recording site. Upon his entrance, the previously noisy comments fell silent for a moment, only to erupt once more. The man was clad simply in a white shirt, a few buttons at the collar undone, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. His long legs encased in tailored trousers, strikingly straight and elegant. His features were chiseled, his deep-set eyes reminiscent of a character modeled in a video game. He's here. Ha ha ha. Sister Gua alone is enough to draw in viewers. Does anyone else need to watch this spectacle? As Gu Jingshen appeared, Jiang Li's eyes brightened, and she bit her red lip, whispering, "Gu Zong, did my earlier remarks disturb you?" Indeed, Jiang Li was extraordinarily beautiful, with no discernible flaws. Her casual lip-biting exuded an irresistible allure. Regardless of their feelings towards Jiang Li, the viewers could not help but be drawn in by her visage. Ah, so beautiful. Gu Zong and Jiang Li, a match made in heaven. Even Gu Jingshen cannot escape the charms of a beauty. After all, who could resist a woman who has adored him for a decade? While everyone lamented the potential realization of Jiang Li's unrequited love, the man maintained a cold expression, scanning the room and his gaze settling on the woman still munching on sunflower seeds. His tone grew even cooler as he stated, "Married. Do you think you've disturbed me?" Chapter 71. Is this for me? As his words echoed, the comments fell silent once more, and Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, disbelief filling her eyes. "Married? Wait. Gu Zong, what about the ring on your hand? Although, I must say, your hands are quite handsome. My hand fetish is satisfied." The production team cleverly zoomed in on the man's hand. A flicker of shame crossed Jiang Li's face, though her eyes remained icy. She feigned sadness. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I assumed you were single as you never publicly acknowledged a partner and wore no wedding ring." This statement sparked a realization among the viewers. It must be a lie, just an excuse to reject someone. When I typically decline advances, I also claim to be married with a child. Who would have thought Gu Zong is just like us ordinary people? Gu Jingshen pursed his lips, asserting, "Not only am I married, but I also have a son." Although he spoke the truth, The viewers of the live broadcast remained skeptical. Haha, this aligns with a previous comment. Wen Wan, having munched on sunflower seeds until her mouth felt dry, licked her lips, thinking no one believes him. Unless he wears a wedding ring, no one will be convinced. Hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, Gu Jingshen's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Unable to resist, the film emperor raised his hand, displaying the ring on his finger, stating, "Even we, as a couple, wear rings." The film actress nodded in agreement, showcasing her identical ring. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Are you openly admitting to being a couple in name only? Gu Jingshen casually sank into the sofa, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "I'll send it later." The viewers quickly picked up on the implications of his statement. Send? So he really is married, and his wife is right here? Could it be an excuse to dissuade Zhongli? I can't wait to see who he plans to send that ring to. The intrigue was palpable on the faces of the film emperor and actress, while the attention of others inadvertently shifted to Wen Wan. At this point, Wen Wan could no longer continue snacking on sunflower seeds. Jiang Li's expression was peculiar. Had it not been for the live broadcast, she might have lost her composure entirely. Yet, playing the victim was Jiang Li's forte. Suddenly, her eyes reddened, she lowered her gaze, and tears streamed down her cheeks. When she raised her head again, her large eyes glistened with unshed tears, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. She performed the sorrow of being rejected by her beloved. Shen Yihan could not help but offer Jiang Li a tissue. After all, he needed to maintain his gentle persona, despite his disdain for the entertainment industry. However, before he could hand it over, Wen Wan's inner voice startled him, causing him to forget his character entirely. Shen Yihan. Jiang Li, halfway through her tears, noticed a lack of response. She glanced at the others, seeing them munching on sunflower seeds, as if they were watching her perform. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. How could the two who once fought for her to the point of wanting to drop out now be so silent?
Ha ha ha.
Why aren't you guys paying attention to Jiang Li? They are not normal people, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Instead of acknowledging Jiang Li, they all stood up and busied themselves with their own affairs. Only Jiang Li, Wen Wan, Shen Yihan, and Gu Jingshen remained. At that moment, Gu Jingshen's phone buzzed. It was a message from his assistant, informing him that the ring had been purchased, and he was waiting at the villa's entrance. Gu Jingshen replied with a simple then stood up to collect the ring from his assistant outside. Upon his return, he found Jiang Li had vanished, leaving only Wen Wan and Shen Yihan sitting on the sofa, engaged in quiet conversation about the release date of a new drama. Clutching the ring, Gu Jingshen approached them, uncertain of his motivations for presenting a ring to Wen Wan in front of millions during a live broadcast. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. It was merely because Wen Wan had so ardently expressed her desire to marry him, and her earlier question, posed in front of everyone, was an invitation for him to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Gu Jingshen turned slightly, attempting to mask his discomfort and avoiding eye contact with Wen Wan. She looked at him, puzzled for a few seconds, but feeling parched from snacking on sunflower seeds. She gradually stood and moved to the refrigerator on the opposite side of the sofa. Gu Jingshen's expression remained cold as he retrieved the ring and extended it toward her, his voice firm and unyielding. "This is for you.
Put it on."
Silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of their breathing. Gu Jingshen was momentarily taken aback, assuming Wen Wan was simply overwhelmed with joy. Yet the next instant, a familiar male voice, tinged with warmth and surprise, inquired, "For me?" Gu Jingshen was taken aback. Shen Yihan's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the situation. Viewers, who initially thought there was nothing noteworthy left in the live stream, were suddenly captivated as the business magnate presented a couple's ring to the young and talented director. Wen Wan, having just fetched a bottle of water from the fridge, took a sip as she walked back towards the sofa. Upon entering the living room, she witnessed Gu Jingshen handing the couple's ring to Shen Yihan, causing her to spray water in surprise. Internally, she couldn't help but think, "I might be a little fond of you too." Gu Jingshen quickly regained his composure, glancing up at Wen Wan, who was now drinking water, and then at Shen Yihan, who wore an awkward expression on the sofa. He exhaled deeply. Viewers, captivated by the stoic demeanor of the CEO and the refined appearance of the director, couldn't resist flooding the chat with comments. Shen Yihan gradually came to his senses. This ring was clearly intended for Wen Wan, yet it had inadvertently ended up in his possession while she was away. However, it was evident that Wen Wan would not want it, as Gu Jingshin had no feelings for her. If the ring reached Wen Wan, the news of her marriage could jeopardize her career, especially since she was just making a comeback. With a desire to assist Wen Wan, coupled with his personal grievances against Gu Jingshin, Shun Yi-han saw an opportunity to undermine him. He feigned surprise, smiling shyly as he accepted the ring, thanking Gu Jingshin with a soft, "Thank you." Gu Jingshin was momentarily taken aback. Shun Yi-han then slid the ring onto his finger, despite it being slightly tight. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "It suits me well." Gu Jingshin's expression darkened as he looked down at Shun Yi-han, who met his gaze with a hint of provocation. The camera captured only Gu Jingshin's profile, leading viewers to mistakenly believe they were sharing an intimate moment. Shun Yi-han's smile became more pronounced as he relished the discomfort he had caused Gu Jingshin. Once Gu Jingshin exited the frame, the other guests were oblivious to the unfolding drama. They descended the stairs to find Shun Yi-han admiring the ring on his finger, a broad smile illuminating his face. The leading actors paused, taken aback, while even He Ming-zhou appeared slightly surprised. The actors whispered, "Did the CEO really give a ring?" The actor nodded. "It seemed so." Xiao Yu was incredulous, questioning how the ring had ended up with Shun Yi-han instead of Wen Wan. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was unaware of the commotion. Having just concluded a phone call with her agent, she had been informed that she could gain more attention than even the most beautiful actresses. Although Gu Jingshin claimed to be married, the public remained skeptical. With Gu Jingshin investing in the film industry, Jiang Li saw this as her chance to align with him. Her agent had suggested that if necessary, she could undermine Wen Wan. However, given Gu Jingshin's marital status, Wen Wan would not dare to admit their connection, especially since the Gu family did not recognize her. With a major production currently casting, Jiang Li was competing with Wen Wan for a role. She needed to tarnish Wen Wan's reputation within the show to secure the opportunity for herself. As she descended the stairs, she overheard the leading actors discussing Gu Jingshin's gift of the ring, and her agent's words echoed in her mind. Feigning righteousness, she remarked, "The ring has been given. I heard the CEO is married and has given up on nearly a decade of unrequited love." Raising her gaze to Wen Wan, who had her hands in her pockets, she smirked with mockery. "Wen Wan, you've received the CEO's ring. Do you not feel any shame?" As her words hung in the air, Jiang Li anticipated agreement from others. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the crowd regarded her with derision. Wen Wan had yet to reveal her hands, but Shun Yi-han was the first to extend his right hand, adorned with the ring, speaking gently, "Jiang Li, did you not see? The ring is with me." Laughter erupted among the other guests, with Xiao Yu's eyes sparkling with amusement. Jiang Li took nearly a minute to process the turn of events. Her gaze fixated on Shun Yi-han's hand, stunned. How could this be? He Ming-zhou scoffed, "If your eyes are failing, perhaps you should seek an eye doctor." Jiang Li's face paled, her embarrassment palpable. Viewers of the live stream expressed their disdain. "This is hilarious." Jiang Li, find a hole to hide in. Even with her typically resilient demeanor, Jiang Li felt her composure begin to crumble. She struggled to adjust her thoughts, finally muttering a weak excuse. "You startled me. I knew Wenjia was not that kind of person." Xiao Yu observed Jiang Li with a clear expression of contempt. On the other end of the phone, Gu's mother inquired, "I watched the live stream. Why did you give the ring to Shun Yi-han?" His expression darkened. It was a mistake. Despite his wealth, he had no intention of bestowing anything upon Shun Yi-han. To his surprise, his mother sighed in relief. "This works out well. By giving the ring to Shun Yi-han, he won't have the chance to pursue Wen Wan." Gu Jingshin was taken aback. "Mother, do you understand the concept of indirect tactics?" Therefore, that night, while the guests slept, the live stream continued. Wen Wan lay in bed, while Jiang Li occupied the other. Wen Wan scrolled through Weibo, noticing several trending topics, including the names Shun Yi-han and Gu Jingshin, along with Zhou Xiaozhou and Wu Zijiao. Wen Wan recalls that Zhou De is indeed quite intelligent. However, due to the bond of brotherhood with his younger sibling, Zhou Xiao, he was deceived by familial affection. He has likely come to his senses now. As anticipated by Wen Wan, Zhou De registered on Weibo, acknowledging his mistakes and admitting to deceiving the audience by recording numerous variety shows for his brother. He also expressed gratitude towards Wen Wan, stating that without her, he might still be ensnared in ignorance. Simultaneously, a certain brand faced considerable backlash from netizens, who suggested that they should seek Wen Wan as their spokesperson, asserting that she is exceptionally suited for their brand, which happens to be an eye drop product. Netizens remarked that even Sun Wukong's discerning eyes were honed in the alchemical furnace of Taishang Laojun, while Wen Wan possesses the innate ability to distinguish between real and false monkey kings at a glance. Thus, enlisting Wen Wan as a spokesperson seems indisputable. In a moment of confusion, two Zhou Xiaos appeared, identical in appearance, yet Wen Wan was able to discern the truth. The brand's owner, upon realizing this, was eager to contact Wen Wan. Jiangli received a message from her agent, who expressed bewilderment over Gu Jingshen gifting a ring to Shen Yihan. The agent lamented not having watched the live broadcast and inadvertently revealed this information. The agent then mentioned that due to this incident, Zhang Li's reputation had taken a hit. But they were currently negotiating for her to endorse the eye drop brand, which was quite fond of her, and there should be no issues arising. Meanwhile, a voice on the other end of the phone addressed her. "Hello, Wen Wan. I am the owner of the eye drop brand. I greatly enjoy watching your variety shows and would like to know if you're interested in endorsing my product." Wen Wan paused her facial cleansing routine, ended the call on speaker mode, and began conversing with the brand's owner,
Jiangli.
Upon hearing the brand name mentioned by her agent and realizing the owner personally contacted Wen Wan, gritted her teeth in frustration, tightly clutching her phone. She immediately informed her agent about this development. The agent recognized that Wen Wan's return posed a significant threat to Jiang Li. They were both deliberating on how to wrest the endorsement from Wen Wan's grasp. At that moment, Jiang Li received a call from Gu Xiaoran, her face lighting up with joy as she quickly sat up from her bed. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she discreetly found a secluded spot to take the call. Wen Wan, hearing Jiang Li's footsteps, ended her call and stealthily followed her outside. Leaning against the wall, she listened to Jiang Li's conversation with Gu Xiaoran. She overheard Jiang Li exclaiming, "Really? Wen Wan likes you." Wen Wan muttered to herself, "Damn. Her greatest concern has been exposed." Jiang Li, casting a glance at Wen Wan, seemed to convey with her eyes, "You're finished. Utterly finished." Wen Wan felt similarly doomed, given Jiang Li's character. She would undoubtedly inform Gu Jingshen of the reasons for her marrying him, seizing the opportunity to win his genuine affection and secure the position of Mrs. Gu. Wen Wan confessed to the system, "I give up. What's 500 billion to me? Is it necessary for me to engage in conflict with these individuals?" The system interjected, "Allow me to clarify. It is in US dollars." Wen Wan replied, "In truth, I rather enjoy a life full of excitement." The system remained silent. Chapter 74. One less trouble. The following day, Wen Wan drew lots and ended up in the same team as Jiang Li. They ventured to a nearby market with 50 yuan in hand. The program's photographers were numerous, one of whom remained in a vehicle, capturing their interactions from a different angle. This photographer trembled, too intimidated to move, given that the Gu family was seated nearby. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, and Gu Jingshen occupied the business vehicle. Gu Jingshen pinched the bridge of his nose, seemingly taken aback by his parents' unexpected leisure. Mr. Gu had specifically completed all his work the previous day, staying up until 2 a.m., finally granting himself the chance to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. As the three sat in the car watching Wen Wan and Jiang Li shop for vegetables, Mrs. Gu suddenly recalled something upon glancing at Jiang Li, remarking, "Ah, isn't this girl the illegitimate daughter of your uncle Jiang?" As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Jingshen gradually processed the revelation. He had not anticipated that Jiang Li was indeed that illegitimate child. Mrs. Gu had not finished watching the live broadcast the previous day, so she was unaware of the subsequent developments between Jiang Li and Wen Wan. She continued, "Jiang Li is quite pitiable. Her mother is still hospitalized, and she is likely working hard in the entertainment industry to earn money for her surgery." Just as Mrs. Gu contemplated this, Wen Wan's inner voice resonated from about 5 meters away, while she and Jiang Li selected tomatoes. Jiang Li was exceptionally skilled at bargaining, earning the admiration of vendors. After purchasing several tomatoes, she awaited Wen Wan's inquiry about her impressive negotiation skills. However, after a long silence, it was Jiang Li who finally initiated the conversation. "We are quite poor. I often accompany my mother to the market, and I've learned to bargain from her. Upon hearing this, netizens who had previously held a negative impression of Jiang Li began to feel sympathy for her. How unfortunate. I thought Jiang Li was a wealthy heiress. But her family circumstances are so dire. Arlie has never portrayed herself as a rich girl. She has always worked hard in the entertainment industry. Wen Wan observed Jiang Li's reddening eyes and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Keep pretending. Who can outdo you in acting? The Gu family trio was momentarily taken aback by Wen Wan's thoughts, struggling to grasp their meaning. Mrs. Gu quickly countered her earlier statement, asserting, Jiang Li is not to be pitied. Both Gu Jingshen and Mr. Gu nodded in agreement, harboring some disdain for the wealthy. The photographer mused, isn't she pitiable? Her mother is hospitalized, and she toils in the entertainment industry to cover medical expenses. Yet, these affluent individuals have no understanding of the hardships faced by those at the bottom. Wen Wan selected a few cucumbers to add to her bag and glanced at Jiang Li, who was still performing for the camera. Unable to resist, she suggested, if you're concerned about your mother, why not let me accompany you to the hospital now? Wiping her tears away, Jiang Li retorted, Wen Wan, you are different from me. Your parents are healthy and run a company, so you wouldn't understand the significance of a variety show. Indeed, Jiang Li's words sparked considerable outrage among netizens. It's not that I resent the rich, but Wen Wan truly lacks tact. Some of Wen Wan's fans defended her, stating Wen Wan was merely expressing concern for Jiang Li. Why twist her words? Exactly, Wen Wan hasn't said anything wrong. The photographer in the business vehicle chuckled at the exchange between Wen Wan and Jiang Li, muttering to himself. Of course, you wouldn't care. Your circumstances are entirely different. Gu Jingshen frowned slightly, casting a glance at the photographer, who immediately fell silent in fear. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gu, engrossed in the live broadcast on her phone, felt discomfort as viewers criticized Wen Wan for her remarks towards Jiang Li. This prompted Mr. Gu to give Mrs. Gu a thumbs up for her earlier comment. Gu Jingshen subtly nodded and dialed the director to inform him of the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Li continued her vegetable shopping with Wen Wan. They lingered at a small stall, where the vendor, having overheard their conversation, looked at Jiang Li with pity. The vendor promptly offered Jiang Li 2 apples. Jiang Li sweetly expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. However, upon receiving the apples from the vendor's sun-weathered hands, she felt a surge of disdain and disgust. Nonetheless, Jiang Li was certain that her earlier remarks had likely drawn significant ire towards Wen Wan. Just as Jiang Li was reveling in her moment of triumph, the voice of the assistant director crackled through her earpiece. Jiang Li, the production team was moved by your words, and they have arranged an opportunity for you to visit your mother. Hearing the assistant director's voice, Jiang Li froze, her face paling instantaneously. As Wen Wan also wore an earpiece, she could hear what the assistant director was saying through her shared Bluetooth device. In an instant, the barrage of comments flooded in, expressing gratitude for Wen Wan's recent suggestion. Even Jiang Li's admirers were praising Wen Wan. Jiang Li's fans retorted, our Guajia does not require your apologies. Be gone. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the assistant director resonated in Wen Wan's earpiece, affirming, all right. Wen Wan then linked arms with Jiang Li, feigning intimacy as she said, let us go. Jiang Li felt a wave of tension course through her body, knowing she could not refuse without undermining her earlier portrayal of filial piety. She forced a smile, momentarily neglecting her expression management, and reluctantly nodded. This entire scene unfolded before the eyes of the viewers watching the live broadcast. Perhaps stunned, many did not immediately react as Wen Wan and Jiang Li entered the car, which also housed a photographer. Jiang Li promptly provided the name of the hospital, and the driver headed towards their destination. Meanwhile, the Gu family, traveling in their business vehicle, intended to follow but were halted by Mrs. Gu, who mentioned that she and her husband had other matters to attend to. Mr. Gu then recounted to Mrs. Gu the tale of Jiang Li's 10-year secret admiration for Gu Jingshen. Mr. Gu remarked, although Jiang Li's character leaves much to be desired, her taste is commendable. Indeed. She has passed on all of her and her husband's admirable traits to our son. Mrs. Gu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, 10 years of secret admiration is indeed quite a lengthy period. However, Wen Wan's inner thoughts swiftly altered this perspective. She internally derided. Gu Xiaoran is in Jiang Li's mother's hospital room today. While Jiang Li claims to have harbored feelings for Gu Jingshen for a decade, her true affection lies with Gu Xiaoran. Both Mr. and Mrs. Gu were momentarily taken aback, while Gu Jingshin sighed with relief, feeling one less complication to manage. Yet today, she seizes the opportunity to confess her feelings to Gu Xiao-ran. Chapter 75. Moving the entire internet, Mrs. Gu contemplated. If she dares to exploit my son for publicity, I shall ensure the online community knows Jiang Li is nothing but a fraud. Upon arriving at their destination, Jiang Li received a message from Gu Xiao-ran, stating he was at the hospital visiting her mother. Jiang Li immediately requested his assistance in ensuring her visit to her mother went smoothly, so as not to expose her facade. Gu Xiao-ran paused at her request, seemingly taken aback at learning Jiang Li seldom visited. Jiang Li continued, I've been too busy with work lately, trying to earn money for my mother's medical expenses. So, I haven't been able to come. Please help me maintain this ruse. Gu Xiao-ran let out a sigh of relief, assuring her that Jiang Li was not an unfilial daughter. Before long, both Wen Wan and Jiang Li arrived at the hospital entrance. To get a closer look at the unfolding drama, Mr. and Mrs. Gu opened their car door and casually greeted Wen Wan as if by chance. Being outsiders to the entertainment industry, they lacked any acting skills, their performance appearing rather exaggerated. Mr. Gu widened his eyes, feigning shock with overt theatricality. Wen Wan, you're here too. Mrs. Gu chimed in. Indeed, what a coincidence. Wen Wan scrutinized them for several moments before inquiring, Uncle, Auntie, are you here for a checkup? Hearing Wen Wan address them as Uncle and Auntie made both Mr. and Mrs. Gu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although they recognized that this was a live broadcast and that Wen Wan wished to keep her relationship with Gu Jingshin under wraps, they still felt uneasy. Nevertheless, they understood Wen Wan's predicament and thus responded, No, we are here to visit someone. Wen Wan nodded, refraining from further questions. The live stream's comments exploded with reactions. Wow, what an honor to see the wealthiest family during a variety show. Gu Jingshin and his mother bear a striking resemblance, but his mother is stunning. At first glance, I mistook her for a celebrity, her presence even surpassing that of starlets. Indeed, Gu Jingshin's father is quite handsome, with a striking nose and impressive height. Truly, genetics play a significant role. Jiang Li, however, could scarcely muster a smile upon seeing Mr. and Mrs. Gu, fearing they might reveal her status as an illegitimate child. Nevertheless, she forced a smile, greeting them before turning to enter the hospital. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, silently applauding their own acting prowess, blissfully unaware that Wen Wan had not noticed. However, once inside the hospital, Wen Wan could not help but internally scoff. Mr. and Mrs. Gu's acting is utterly abysmal, especially Mr. Gu. They should watch more of my dramas to hone their skills. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, while Gu Jingshin lowered his head, suppressing a smile. Upon reaching the hospital room, Mr. and Mrs. Gu dropped the pretense of shock and naturally stated, We are also here to visit Jiang Li's mother. Soon the group, including the photographer, gathered at the door, poised to knock when the door swung open. Gu Xiao-ran emerged, a garbage bag in hand, and upon spotting his uncle and family, his eyes widened in surprise before he regained his composure, asking, Uncle, why are you here? Mr. Gu replied, We came to see Jiang Li's mother. Jiang Li's mother sat on the hospital bed, her complexion pale, cradling a cup of warm water. Upon seeing Jiang Li, her welcome was less than warm. Nonetheless, Jiang Li paid no mind to her mother's demeanor, as she was solely focused on preserving her image of filial devotion. She approached her mother, adjusting the blanket in front of the camera and everyone present, softly saying, Mom, I finally have time to visit you today. Jiang Li's mother pursed her lips, remaining silent. Although displeased that her daughter had never come to visit during her illness, she still acknowledged Jiang Li as her child and refrained from exposing her in front of the live audience, saying, You're still working, but you came. That's commendable. Jiang Li took a seat by her mother's bedside, grasping her mother's wrist with one hand, her big eyes shimmering with tears cascading down her cheeks. She nodded with a nasal tone. It's not hard. I used to often take time off to see you, right? Is your health improving, Mom? The camera zoomed in on Jiang Li's face, evoking sympathy from the viewers. Not to mention the tear glistening in her eye. Wen Wan coldly snorted inwardly, time off. More like time off for dates with other directors. Those who could hear Wen Wan's thoughts turned their gazes back to the still weeping Jiang Li. They all had eyes. Jiang Li indeed cried beautifully, yet it appeared as if she were performing for the camera. Jiang Li's fans eagerly recorded the beautiful moments of their idol. Suddenly, a nurse approached, standing beside Jiang Li's mother, gently changing her bandages while murmuring, "A biological daughter pales in comparison to an outsider. Gu Xiaoran comes by frequently. Yet you, the biological daughter, only show up when there's a camera." The nurse's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, audible to those nearby. She felt pity for Jiang Li's mother, noting that other families visited every few days, while Jiang Li might not come for months. The nurse had often seen Jiang Li curating her public persona online, and now she seized the opportunity to voice her opinions. As soon as the words left her mouth, the sobbing Jiang Li fell silent, her gaze now icy as she fixed her stare on the nurse. Startled, the nurse hurried to finish her task and departed quickly, leaving Jiang Li to grapple with the fallout. At that moment, the nurse's words echoed in the ears of those surrounding the hospital bed, and the viewers in the live stream caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did the nurse just say Jiang Li was acting for the camera? I heard that too. After a brief exchange with Jiang Li, Jiang's mother was astonished to find the Gu family at her bedside, questioning how her humble status could attract such notable visitors. "Madam Gu, Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" she inquired, bewildered. Mr. Gu exchanged glances with his wife before speaking. "We heard you were unwell and wanted to check on your condition," he replied. Jiang Li's mother was a mistress, and after a brief stay at the Jiang household, she had been cast out when her illness struck. With no further concern from the family. Meanwhile, Wen Wan hastily summoned the system to relay the backstory of Jiang Li and her mother. To her shock, she discovered Jiang's mother was hospitalized due to kidney damage, and her daughter was now receiving better treatment than she had while at the Jiang residence. Moreover, it was revealed that Jiang Li had orchestrated her mother's ailment by administering poison. The Gu family was taken aback. Gu Xiaoran's mouth fell open in disbelief. Wen Wan sighed, remarking, "Even a tiger does not harm its own cubs, yet Jiang Li has poisoned her mother to curry favor with Madame Jiang, enabling her to thrive among the Jiang family. What a ruthless woman," murmured both Mr. and Mrs. Gu, unable to suppress their agreement. Despite Jiang's mother being a mistress, it was shocking that her own daughter could commit such an act. Gu Jingshen's gaze shifted to Jiang Li, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The system commented, "Despite her cruelty, she will still be favored by Gu Jingshen, as she is destined to be his chosen partner." Indeed. When one had glimpsed the storyline, eventually, Gu Jingshen would fall for the original protagonist, while Jiang Li would find herself confined to a mental institution, ultimately attending his funeral as his wife. Jiang Li's long-standing secret affection for Gu Jingshen would win the admiration of the entire internet and the Gu family, allowing her to supplant the original heiress and claim her rightful place. When Wan pondered, what? Do Mr. and Mrs. Gu truly believe Jiang Li is their son's destined match? Instantly, both shook their heads in dismay. No way. A woman like that is unworthy of Gu Jingshen, not even comparable to a single strand of Wen Wan's hair. Gu Jingshen shot his parents a displeased glance. Wen Wan continued to muse. Has Gu Jingshen ever harbored feelings for Jiang Li? At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Gu turned their attention to him, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Gu Jingshen responded nonchalantly. Jiang's mother sighed deeply, revealing, "The doctor says I have liver and kidney damage. If my condition improves, I may be discharged soon." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, aligning his thoughts with those of Wen Wan. So, it was indeed Jiang Li who sought recognition from the Jiang family by poisoning her own mother. How despicable, he thought, feeling betrayed for having considered Jiang Li a friend. Jiang Li wiped her tears and said, "Yes, my mother's condition is quite serious." Suddenly, Gu Xiaoran let out a cold laugh. "Of course, it's serious. Without your poison, would she be in such a dire state?" The room fell silent. Even the Gu family was taken aback. Jiang Li turned pale, her heart sinking as she feigned ignorance. "Xiaoran, what are you talking about?" Gu Xiaoran pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing he was unable to conceal the truth. Viewers watching the live stream were equally shocked by his words. "What do you mean by poisoning? Who did it? What kind of poison?" Mrs. Gu, adorned in luxurious attire, exuded the aura of a wealthy matron. Upon entering and noticing the cameras, she paused momentarily, then regained her composure. Ignoring the mistress, lying in the hospital bed. She approached Mr. and Mrs. Gu with a smile concealing malice. "What brings you two here today?" Then, turning to Mr. Gu, she added, "You didn't visit me during my hospitalization, despite my telling you." At this, Mrs. Gu shot a questioning glance at her husband, who stiffened under the scrutiny. Wen Wan thought, Mrs. Jiang has long harbored feelings for Mr. Gu, even sending him love letters in her youth, but when he spurned her, she married into the Jiang family instead. Mrs. Gu clenched her teeth in frustration. Mr. Gu hastily shook his head, denying any connection. He nearly stumbled in his eagerness to clear his name, as though he might have knelt to demonstrate his innocence were they not in a hospital. He quickly positioned himself behind Mrs. Gu, asserting, "What does your hospitalization have to do with me? Don't speak nonsense. My wife is right here." Viewers of the live stream erupted in laughter at Mr. Gu's submissive demeanor, exclaiming, "Who would have thought the richest man is so afraid of his wife? And how shameless of Mrs. Jiang at her age." Jiang's mother turned pale, seemingly unprepared for the fierce presence of Mrs. Jiang. The memory of her mistreatment at the hands of Mrs. Jiang sent shivers down her spine as she trembled and said, "Leave. You are not welcome here." Mrs. Jiang, with an icy demeanor and disdainful tone, retorted, "Oh, how bold a mistress has become." At this remark, the other patients in the ward looked at Jiang's mother with contempt. Given that the hospital had ties to the Gu family, Mrs. Gu had arranged for their filming, assuring the patients that they would be compensated for any disturbances. Viewers quickly pieced together the implications. A mistress? So Jiang Li is the daughter of a mistress? Jiang Li was stunned, unable to comprehend that Mrs. Jiang would publicly label her mother as such during the live broadcast. She had followed Mrs. Jiang's instructions to poison her mother, ensuring she would be hospitalized, under the impression that she would be treated as a daughter. Why had Mrs. Jiang reneged on her promise? Jiang's mother grew even paler. Jiang Li, aware of the repercussions of Mrs. Jiang's revelation on her own reputation, clenched her teeth in defense of her mother. "My mother is not a mistress. She was forced into this by your husband." Mrs. Jiang's expression darkened as she made a move to strike Jiang Li, only to be stopped by Jiang's mother, who fiercely defended her daughter. "Don't take your grievances out on her." Seizing the opportunity to humiliate Jiang's mother, Mrs. Jiang exclaimed, "You must not know how you ended up in the hospital. Your beloved daughter poisoned you. Otherwise, you would be in far better health." The room fell silent as the weight of her words sank in. Poisoning? Some substances could indeed cause liver and kidney damage. Jiang Li was astounded that Mrs. Jiang would divulge such information. Her body weakened as the reality of the situation hit her. Viewers were left speechless. What? If this is true, Jiang Li is not just unfilial, but also a criminal. A true paragon of filial piety. The cameraman nearly dropped his equipment, recalling the conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Gu in the car. It became clear that Jiang Li was not only despicable, but also wholly unworthy of sympathy. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, both thinking Mrs. Jiang is quite formidable. Jiang Li, provoked by Mrs. Jiang's words, lost her composure and retaliated. "Am I not forced into this situation? You are the one maintaining young university students, including your son's classmates. Your husband's company has a public relations department filled with his mistresses." Other patients in the ward, captivated by the unfolding drama, abandoned their beds to gather around. The Gu family, Gu Xiran, and the cameraman were left in stunned silence. Wen Wan chuckled softly within her heart. "Ah, it's a dog-eat-dog world. I relish this." Chapter 77. Revealing the truth to the Gu family. Both Old Master Gu and Madame Gu resonated with Wen Wan's sentiments. They too found delight in the unfolding drama. The viewers of the live stream became increasingly excited, and the number of viewers surged dramatically. Supporting a college student? Wow, she could practically be his mother.
What?
The entire department is composed of lovers.
Indeed.
The wealthy know how to play. In particular, Old Master Gu was elated, finally able to rid himself of Madame Jiang. Upon hearing that Jiang Li had begun to expose the truth, Madame Jiang's eyes widened in shock. Initially, she contemplated rushing forward to silence Jiang Li. But upon realizing her lover was present, she quickly feigned tears and exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, look at this child, spouting nonsense." Old Master Gu's expression shifted from one of amusement to a stern rebuttal. "I am unaware of such matters. We are not well acquainted." and we have exchanged but a few words. Madame Gu's gaze remained fixed on old Master Gu, and if looks could kill, he would have been pierced through 1,000 times. Wen Wan observed everything, pondering. You are aware this is a sordid affair. Your young college lover is interning at this hospital, and they are in the same department, sharing a remarkably close friendship. Old Master Gu responded with a perplexed, Madame Gu gasped, taken aback by the audacity of this woman, who had entangled herself with her son's friend. Hearing Madame Zhang's denial, Zhongli began to unravel her mother's secrets. Am I speaking nonsense? Ask your son about his little lover. Am I speaking the truth or fabricating lies? As her words resonated, Zhongli lifted her gaze to the two young men standing at the ward's entrance. One, a handsome youth holding a stethoscope, dropped it in shock, his voice trembling as he questioned, Mom, what have you done? Madame Jiang, who had intended to confront old Master Gu further, froze at the sight of her son standing alongside his lover. After speaking, her son approached her, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he asked, nearly tearing his voice, Mom, is what Zhongli just said true? As Madame Jiang prepared to deny it, her lover interjected, halting her son from confronting her. Jiangyu, please don't make it difficult for my girlfriend. She kept this from you to spare you pain. Jiangyu. The comments flooded in. Young man, you're stirring the pot. Today's youth truly know how to please wealthy women. They are willing to endure to avoid decades of struggle. The lover continued, I believe my girlfriend is incapable of such actions. She is pure, charming, and kind-hearted. Wen Wan stifled a laugh. Young man, for money, you truly can utter any nonsense. Madame Gu couldn't help but nod in agreement. Old Master Gu also believed that today's youth would go to great lengths for personal gain. Wen Wan mused, Madame Gu likely received her fair share of favors from young men like Jiangyu who wished to avoid hard work. Madame Gu retorted, Stop lying. I have not. Old Master Gu turned to his wife and detected a hint of guilt on her face, which stirred a pang of jealousy within him. Jiangyu struggled to accept the reality of his best friend being involved with his mother. His face darkened as he turned and punched his friend. The friend, after being struck, merely wiped the blood from his mouth and said, After this punch, I will consider you a friend, but you must regard me as your father. Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing. This world has truly turned upside down. I am satisfied. Wen Wan too found amusement in the spectacle, lowering her head to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Ultimately, a few nurses arrived to restore order, and everyone, wishing not to disturb the other patients, exited the ward. Yet the patients wore expressions of satisfaction, having feasted on the drama. Once they left, Madame Jiang stared incredulously at her daughter, pointing to the ward door as she exclaimed, Get out. You conspired with outsiders to harm me. I shall pretend you do not exist. Unable to accept her daughter's betrayal, even with love in the mix, Madame Jiang could not treat the matter lightly. Zhongli bit her lip and departed from the ward. Outside, she observed the Gu family as retreating figures and exhaled deeply, saying, Uncle, Auntie, please wait a moment. A photographer followed closely behind Wen Wan and Gu Xiran, not straying from their path. Zhongli approached them without hesitation, revealing the truth she had gleaned from Gu Xiran. Uncle, Auntie Mr. Gu, you have long wondered why Wen Wan has gone to such lengths to marry Mr. Gu. It is merely because she is fond of Xiran. Unable to attain him, she aimed to marry Mr. Gu, using her status as an aunt to compel Xiran to yield. Chapter 78. Her Intentions. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu and Madame Gu exchanged glances, while Gu Jingshan furrowed his brow slightly. With this revelation, Zhang Li achieved her goal. She turned to find the photographer, intending to manipulate the narrative of the recent events before the camera. Her plan was for the Gu family to uncover the truth, leading to Wen Wan's imminent divorce from Gu Jingshan. News of their divorce would surely overshadow the scandals that had erupted during the live stream. Once she departed, old Master Gu and Madame Gu fell into a silence. Old Master Gu broke the stillness first. No, my son is more handsome than Gu Xiran, wealthy too. Wen Wan is not blind. Why would she prefer Gu Xiran over Jingshan? I simply do not believe it. Madame Gu nodded in agreement. Indeed, while Wen Wan may have ulterior motives in drugging Jingshan, it is certainly not for this reason. Old Master Gu turned to Gu Jingshan, inquiring, Then what is her motive? Gu Jingshan pursed his lips. Perhaps it is for money. Over the past few days, he had discerned Wen Wan's true feelings. It was clear she was interested in him, but she also coveted wealth. Just as he was about to add that her affections were also for him, he noticed the somber expressions on his parents' faces. It seemed they had taken her pursuit of wealth to mean she intended to divorce him. Suddenly, Madame Gu spoke with gravitas. "My son is wealthy. If she does not desire money, what else could she want?" Old Master Gu, recalling Wen Wan's assistance to their family, could not help but say, "Indeed, Jingshan is wealthy. If she desires something, let Jingshan provide it." Gu Jingshan, feeling sidelined, thought, "I am their biological son." However, upon realizing his parents had not mentioned divorce, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This overwhelming emotion struck him as peculiar. Meanwhile, Zhongli had regained her composure and, with reddened eyes before the camera, stated, "I apologize. Due to my lowly status in the Zhang family, I was coerced into those actions. Moving forward, I will acknowledge my mistakes and accept the investigation." The online audience reacted with disdain. "Awaiting your imprisonment, you legal scum. A wicked woman to do such harm to her own mother? It's hard to judge. Such a pretty face wasted." Zhang Li's fans, enamored solely by her looks, quickly unfollowed her upon witnessing her disgraceful behavior. Gu Xiaoran watched her with a complex expression. Wen Wan stretched her limbs, confessing that her sole intention was to shatter Zhang Li's facade of filial piety, never anticipating to be engulfed in such a grand spectacle. "Sister Gua, are you still thinking about breakfast at a time like this?" "Ha ha ha, our Sister Gua is simply on another level." Zhang Li glanced at Wen Wan, her eyes brimming with hatred and a hint of triumph when the camera was not focused on her. She knew that news of Wen Wan's impending divorce from Gu Jingshan would soon eclipse her own scandal. Once Gu Jingshan was divorced, she would leverage her decade-long infatuation to maintain her popularity, leaving no room for Wen Wan's narrative. At that moment, Zhang Li declared, "Given these circumstances, I can no longer bear to love Jingshan. Wen Wan, please spare us the disgust, will you?" "Zhang Li, your audacity surpasses even the thickness of my heel. Are you alright? If so, indulge in some sunflower seeds. To have Gu Zong's affections is a disgrace. Perhaps you should find someone else to admire. If that proves difficult, consider Gu Xiaoran beside you. Both of you, the dutiful sons, would indeed make a fine match." Before he could finish his thought, Gu Xiaoran interjected, "You cannot harbor feelings for my uncle." In Gu Xiaoran's mind, his uncle epitomized excellence, and his desire to thwart any connection between his uncle and Wen Wan stemmed from a fear that his uncle might be deceived by her. Not to mention, Zhang Li's intentions seemed rather sinister. Yet, Zhang Li's eyes sparkled, misinterpreting Gu Xiaoran's interruption as jealousy. Wen Wan, observing the shift in Zhang Li's expression, couldn't help but muse, "She isn't enamored with your uncle. She harbors feelings for you." In an instant, Gu Xiaoran became stiff, his face a mask of rejection. Meanwhile, Wen Wan, feeling the pangs of hunger, clutched the vegetables she had purchased from a stall and turned to leave. Upon exiting the corridor, she was surprised to find Gu Jingshan standing there. She glanced back at the approaching photographer and feigned unfamiliarity, saying, "Gu Zong, what a coincidence." Gu Jingshan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Indeed, quite the coincidence. "Sharing a bed tonight, wouldn't you agree?" Wen Wan merely nodded and brushed past him. Unbeknownst to her, the photographer had developed a strong aversion to Zhang Li. Formerly a fan of Zhang Li, he was now filled with indignation after witnessing her misdeeds. He lingered, deliberately hiding in a corner of the stairwell to capture Zhang Li's actions on camera. Subsequently, Zhang Li's heartfelt confession and the indistinct sounds of Gu Xiaoran reached the ears of all who were tuning in to the live broadcast. "Xiaoran, my earlier declaration of love for Gu Jingshan was a fabrication, merely for the sake of my career. Please don't be upset or jealous." Gu Xiaoran raised his hand, ready to cover his ears. However, it was too late. Zhang Li's confession had already penetrated his senses. In truth, "My affections lie with you, Xiaoran." Gu Xiaoran nearly crumbled under the weight of her words. The viewers of the live stream were ignited with fury. Ah, Zhang Li is utterly repugnant. Her long-standing crush was nothing but a sham. Oh dear, I laid her truth bare. These two dutiful sons are indeed a fitting pair. The photographer stood momentarily stunned, evidently taken aback by the authentic portrayal of Jiang Li he had captured. To avoid discovery, he swiftly departed the corridor after achieving his objective. Gu Xiaoran even warned her not to disclose to anyone that Wen Wan intended to marry Gu Jingshan to win his favor. Gradually, Gu Xiaoran began to realize that Wen Wan might not harbor feelings for him, and his uncle's family seemed quite pleased with her. If that were the case, he wished for his uncle's happiness and would let it be. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Li had just pierced through this veil of misunderstanding. Jiang Li sat in the business car, attempting to adjust her despondent mood, glancing at the camera, anticipating Wen Wan's inquiry about her sour disposition. Just as she prepared to speak, Wen Wan unexpectedly inquired, "Your eyes are quite red. Have you been crying?" Jiang Li quickly squeezed out a few tears, "Yes. The thought that my scandal might tarnish Gu Zong's reputation weighs heavily on me. Had I known this would unfold, I would have never allowed myself to like him. Yet, Gu Zong is so remarkable, it is difficult not to admire him." Chapter 79. What are you playing at? Soon after, Jiang Li's confession to Gu Xiaoran reached Wen Wan's ears. Struggling to contain her laughter, she quipped, "You seem rather heartfelt." The viewers of the live stream suddenly recognized Wen Wan's sarcasm, erupting into laughter. Did no one inform Jiang Li that her confession to Gu Xiaoran was captured on camera? I feel second-hand embarrassment for her. Wen Wan's mischief delighted many. Jiang Li cast her gaze downward. Noticing her agent incessantly calling her, she assumed the agent was inquiring about the live broadcast concerning her and her mother. And she did not answer. Once the live recording concluded, Jiang Li discovered that her confession to Gu Xiaoran had become public knowledge. Her complexion paled. The rapport she had painstakingly built through marketing her beauty had crumbled. The online community was ruthless in their criticism, hurling harsh words at her. Jiang Li nearly contemplated withdrawing from the industry altogether, but fortunately, her father intervened. Jiang Li's father, the head of the Jiang Group, was also her biological father. Despite his tendency to use wealth to maintain relationships, he wielded significant power, nearly on par with the Gu family. Jiang Li's father not only quelled the online scandal but also personally had Jiang's mother clarify the situation online, claiming all was mere fabrication. Jiang Li was taken aback by her father's support. After all, he had been indifferent to her mother's hospitalization. However, that day, he approached Jiang Li to discuss opposing Wen Wan, or rather, the Gu family behind her. Having gathered information, he learned that the entire Gu family was quite fond of Wen Wan. He sought to utilize Jiang Li to undermine Wen Wan, tarnishing her reputation so that the Gu family's focus would shift entirely to her. This would lead to a relaxation of vigilance regarding certain collaborations. He had already devised a trap to distract the Gu family. All that remained was for Wen Wan's reputation to falter. Jiang Li's father even invested heavily in online influencers. As an artist, Wen Wan operated without a team, standing alone. In truth, she preferred not to engage with a company, as she was rather frugal and wished to earn all the profits herself. Not only did she lack a company, but she also had no assistant or agent. All collaborations were negotiated by her alone. Next month, Director Zhang's production would commence, and her participation in a variety show would resume the following weekend. Thus, there was a week of free time. Just as Wen Wan contemplated this, her phone rang. The call was from a local unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. On the other end was the voice of a somewhat unfamiliar middle-aged man. "Hello. I am the director of the Jinlan Award ceremony. Wen Wan, I would like to invite you to attend the award ceremony tomorrow night. Do you have time?" The Jinlan Awards? This award is quite renowned and holds significant weight. Although Wen Wan had not appeared in any productions for the past 2 years, having taken a break from the industry, she naturally accepted the invitation to such an important event. After hanging up, she looked up to see Gu Jingshan emerging from the bathroom. Clad in a towel, the contours of his muscles glistened with droplets of water. Gu Jingshan's slightly damp hair and his eyes, holding traces of moisture, added a softness to his typically aloof demeanor. The man approached her slowly. Wen Wan, seated at the edge of the bed, quickly averted her gaze as she caught a glimpse of his towel-clad form. Gu Jingshan's voice resonated deeply, a tad husky. "I will be attending this event with my parents as well." Wen Wan was taken aback, thinking, it's quite rare to hear him inform me of his plans. Sensing her thoughts, Gu Jingshan raised an eyebrow. Meanwhile, the system was reviewing the critical plot points in the book, promptly reminding her. By the way, the female lead will also be present at tomorrow's event, and a pivotal scene where the female lead's dress is cut will now fall to you. The system continued to advise. As the male lead, Gu Xiu-ran will undoubtedly witness you cutting the female lead's dress, exposing you, which will inadvertently endear the female lead to him. After delivering this information, the system noted that Wen Wan remained unresponsive. It patiently awaited her inquiries. After a prolonged silence, Wen Wan finally stirred. Wen Wan instinctively averted her gaze, yet it unwittingly fell upon a certain spot beneath the man's fishing line. It has been a long time since you brought me warmth, she thought. The system interjected, is this really the moment for such thoughts? I am focused on the key points while you are indulging in frivolities. Gu Jingshen could only hear Wen Wan's inner voice, mistakenly believing that she was referring to him. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he turned off the lights in the room and gently pressed down on Wen Wan's shoulder. The system, nearly in a state of collapse, exclaimed, "You've truly been ensnared." On the day of the award ceremony, Wen Wan was backstage, preparing her makeup. She wore a delicate, pale pink gown, complemented by the very butterfly necklace around her neck. As the makeup artist curled her hair, she suddenly noticed a mark on Wen Wan's collarbone that resembled a hickey. The makeup artist was momentarily taken aback. While Wen Wan was in the midst of her makeup, the system reappeared. The female lead has arrived. She is about to begin her makeup. Once you finish, you must cut her gown. Wen Wan was unwilling to commit such a wrongful act, replying, I cannot do that. The system countered, you must comply, otherwise, do you truly wish to forfeit your $500 billion? Wen Wan closed her eyes, her heart filled with resistance. At that moment, the woman referred to by the system as the female lead settled gracefully at a nearby makeup mirror. Chapter 80. Here comes Chi Bai Chao. Wen Wan turned her head to look. The sight startled her. The identity of the female lead was certainly extraordinary. Her name was Bai Qingyi. The narrative of the book depicted her as a true heiress lost to the world. The Bai family's wealth was on par with the Gu family's. If she were to provoke Bai Qingyi, wouldn't that indirectly ruin her own chances of inheriting her fortune? Wen Wan recalled that in the later developments of the plot, Bai Qingyi would tear apart the malicious female antagonist, wielding countless resources within the entertainment industry. Bai Qingyi seemed to sense her gaze and cast a fleeting glance in her direction. With features as frigid as ice, her every glance radiated an aura of cold beauty. Lost in her own feelings of guilt over the impending misdeed, Wen Wan failed to overhear the conversation between Bai Qingyi and her manager, which appeared somewhat unpleasant. Before long, Wen Wan completed her makeup, and the system began to urge her into action. Reluctantly, Wen Wan steeled herself and walked into a dressing room prepared for all the stars. Typically, stars invited to the awards ceremony would receive an award, and thus the gowns were provided by the brand. The system pointed her towards a clear path. It is that red backless gown. There are scissors on the table. Now, Chi Bai Chao. Wen Wan thought, I am in no mood for such dark humor. She picked up the scissors from the table and slowly approached the stunning gown. While internally chanting a mantra of virtue, she pinched the edge of the dress and, with her eyes closed, made the cut. With a swift snip, the gown was ruined in her grasp. Just as she finished, before she could dispose of the evidence, a cool voice rang from behind. What are you doing? Wen Wan turned around to find Bai Qingyi standing not far from her, her beautiful eyes scanning her with icy scrutiny. Bai Qingyi's manager stood nearby, glaring at Wen Wan with evident anger. The manager quickly turned to find the brand representative to prepare a new gown. While searching for a replacement, the makeup artist, Jiang Li, overheard Bai Qingyi's manager mention that Wen Wan had cut Bai Qingyi's gown. She felt a surge of excitement, even drawing comparisons between herself and Wen Wan. Well then, if netizens claim Wen Wan is so virtuous while I am so vile, I shall show everyone who the true antagonist is. Jiang Li instructed her makeup artist to pause and approached the photographer capturing the backstage live feed. She divulged this news to him, and upon hearing that Wen Wan had ruined Bai Qingyi's gown, the photographer became exhilarated. Without hesitation, he took Jiang Li, camera in hand, and barged into the artist's dressing room. However, upon entering, they found no sign of conflict. In fact, the atmosphere was marked by cordiality. Bai Qingyi was looking at Wen Wan with gratitude, firmly grasping her hand, her voice cold yet tinged with warmth. "Thank you, Wen Wan. Did you overhear me telling my manager that I dislike this gown? You cut it to help me, didn't you?" Wen Wan, taken aback for a moment, quickly composed herself and replied earnestly, "Indeed, this gown does not suit you. You embody an icy beauty. While it is rather garish, it would seem incongruous on you." Upon hearing her words, Bai Qingyi was even more appreciative, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. You understand me better than my manager does, and your taste is impeccable. If the opportunity arises, I would like you to endorse our clothing brand." Zhang Li and the photographer stood dumbfounded, while Zhang Li's face turned pale. Yet the audience in the live stream immediately began to praise Wen Wan, including Bai Qingyi's fans. "Wen Wan is so kind. My sister's gown has always been strange, and the studio is unhelpful, constantly dressing her in outfits that do not suit her essence. Wen Wan, you became the villain for my sister. How could I not support you?" Wen Wan's heart took time to settle. She had never expected that the very act she had resisted would yield such unexpected outcomes. Subsequently, Wen Wan and Bai Qingyi exchanged contact information, leaving Zhang Li to depart in disappointment. After Wen Wan finished her makeup and walked the red carpet, she took a seat in the audience. Although she had arrived with the Gu family, she was separated from them. After all, her status was different. The Gu family were invited VIPs, while she was merely a star attending the event. Once seated, Wen Wan could not help but inquire of the system, what of Gu Xiaoran? The Gu family, though not seated with her, were close enough in the VIP section to hear her thoughts. Upon mentioning Gu Xiaoran, Mrs. Gu quietly asked, "Isn't Xiaoran a star? Why hasn't he arrived?" Mr. Gu explained, "He cannot come right now, you may not know, but Gu Jingjing is pregnant with Xiaoran's father's child, and currently Gu Xiaoran is accompanying Gu Jingjing for her abortion." Mrs. Gu responded, "What does that have to do with anything?" The awards ceremony commenced. Wen Wan sat in the guest area, watching the awards being presented on stage. Her heart filled with envy. Alas, I cannot imagine the joy and optimism I would feel if it were me receiving an award up there. Mrs. Gu, initially irritated by Gu Jingjing's situation, perked up upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts. She turned to her son, saying, "I heard you are investing in the film industry. Why not invest more in a few projects for Wen Wan so she can play the lead?" Gu Jingshin replied, while Mr. Gu added, "If you are reluctant, I shall invest." Gu Jingshin lowered his voice, "I am currently seeking suitable roles for her." Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu exchanged satisfied smiles. Meanwhile, the assistant director of the awards ceremony approached Wen Wan, informing her that she would be going on stage shortly. This left Wen Wan astonished for a considerable time. Just as she thought she would be receiving an award, the assistant director patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous when it's time to dance." "What?" Wen Wan was taken aback for several seconds. "Dance?" Noting her shock, the assistant director inquired, "Wasn't he the person in charge supposed to inform you?" Wen Wan shook her head. The assistant director, seeing her denial, felt a pang of regret. This seemed like a deliberate attempt to undermine Wen Wan. He hurriedly directed her to prepare backstage before leaving. Wen Wan understood that if she were to refuse, she would be blacklisted by major award shows, making it exceedingly difficult to attend any future ceremonies. As she rose to head backstage, she thought to herself, "This is it. I am being targeted. They want me to go on stage and dance, but I am utterly unprepared. If I do not go on stage, won't they accuse me of being difficult?" The Gu family heard Wen Wan's inner turmoil. Lord Gu displayed a hint of concern, muttering indignantly, "Who has the audacity to target my daughter-in-law?" Madame Gu clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "Indeed, if I find out who it is, they shall not have an easy time." Gu Jingshin lowered his gaze, pulling out his phone to investigate who had suggested that Wen Wan suddenly take the stage. As Wen Wan passed by the Gu family, she sighed deeply, "Surely someone will want to buy trending topics for me today. I cannot fathom how many fans I will lose after performing." Upon her arrival backstage, Lord Gu and Madame Gu immediately arranged for the removal of any potential negative trending topics about Wen Wan. They even assigned someone to monitor the platform, ready to eliminate any unfavorable trends regarding her at a moment's notice. When Wen Wan reached the backstage area, the director informed her that she could dance whatever she desired and had prepared a costume for her. Wen Wan nodded at the outfit in her hands and proceeded to change. Meanwhile, Zhang Li fixated on Wen Wan's retreating figure, a smug smile gracing her lips. Her father had already informed her that she would perform right after Wen Wan. If Wen Wan faltered on stage, it would be Jiang Li's moment to shine. Jiang Li had long prepared her own dance performance, while Wen Wan was thrust into the spotlight without any preparation, bound to stumble. After changing, Wen Wan was urged onto the stage. She stood there in a fresh green dress, the sleeves adorned with sheer fabric. Her figure was exquisite, the waistband cinched perfectly.
Exudino ethereal aura.
Jiang Li, watching from backstage, scoffed, thinking that no matter how beautiful Wen Wan looked, it would merely showcase her as a decorative figure to the audience. However, as the music began, the audience erupted into enthusiastic screams, leaving Jiang Li in disbelief. Chapter 81. Focus on one's own. Wen Wan was stunning. The stage lights dimmed, leaving a single spotlight illuminating her form. As the melodious ancient tune resonated, Wen Wan's graceful figure moved fluidly. When she offered the camera her full face, both the live audience and online viewers collectively held their breath at the sight of her enchanting visage. Her elegant and dynamic dance evoked spontaneous applause and cheers from the crowd. Not only were there viewers online, but also the hired supporters arranged by Zhang's father. The viewers eagerly exclaimed, "Mom, I see a fairy. Is anyone casting historical dramas with Wen Wan? Her face and figure are perfect for it. Sister, please show us your front." Madame Gu and Lord Gu were left speechless, suddenly struck by a thought. They both hurriedly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. In contrast, Gu Jingshun remained expressionless. Madame Gu mused on how her son could remain so composed during such a spectacle. Yet, the sharp contours of Gu Jingshun's face were tense. What was Wen Wan still hiding from him? She could cook, wield a sword, and now even dance proficiently under pressure. Gu Jingshun swallowed hard. The multitude of skills Wen Wan possessed had undoubtedly been honed through her extensive experience in the world of performance. She had starred in no fewer than 20 historical dramas, often taking on challenging roles that others shied away from, and had even worked as a dance stand-in. Thus, she endeavored to showcase her accumulated expertise. As her performance concluded, Wen Wan suddenly sensed an unsettling silence from the audience. Her heart sank, realizing that this dance, while fitting for acting, was perhaps not suitable for the grand stage. However, just as she prepared to exit, the audience erupted into a chorus of shouts and cheers. Wen Wan was taken aback by the unexpected response. Meanwhile, Jiang Li backstage was seething with frustration. After Wen Wan left the stage, Jiang Li glared at her with unfriendly eyes. Yet the original protagonist of the story stepped forward first, asking, "You must have trained for a long time, right?" Wen Wan was about to deny it when Bai Yiqing, with a glint of envy in her cool gaze, said, "I just watched your dance, and it was truly beautiful. I currently have a role available. Would you be interested in participating?" While Wen Wan was aware of Bai Yiqing's enviable resources, she wondered if the prominent directors would agree to work with her. Sensing Wen Wan's hesitation, Bai Yiqing reassuringly patted her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. I am investing in this project." Afterward, Bai Yiqing handed her a business card, inviting her to visit the company when she had the time. Subsequently, Bai Yiqing went on stage to receive the Best Newcomer award. Wen Wan stared blankly at the business card in her hand, asking the system, "If I recall correctly, this card was given to Gu Xiaoran by Bai Yiqing, right?" The system nodded. Indeed, the system was now in disarray, the plot more chaotic than it had anticipated. Wen Wan felt a thrill of excitement as she tucked the card into her phone case. Jiang Li, witnessing the entire exchange, gritted her teeth. She had originally desired the role Bai Yiqing offered, but after her attempt to engage Bai Yiqing in conversation failed. She was astonished that Bai Yiqing had proactively given Wen Wan a card. At that moment, the assistant director called Jiang Li to take the stage. Disheartened by Wen Wan's success, Jiang Li found herself flustered, causing her to misexecute several moves despite her extensive preparation. Viewers criticized her mercilessly, questioning her audacity to perform after being overshadowed by Wen Wan. After the award ceremony, Wen Wan was invited to dinner. Lord Gu and Madame Gu had already prepared funds to suppress any negative trending topics about her. Removing trending topics was costlier than purchasing them. Lord Gu reluctantly set aside his private savings, but to his surprise, Wen Wan's trending topic was positive. Someone had recorded her performance and shared it online. garnering 200,000 likes and 60,000 comments. Lord Gu, observing Wen Wan's account, exclaimed to Madame Gu, "Look, Wen Wan's followers have increased. I saw her fan count rise from approximately 9.5 million to 10 million. Madame Gu, who rarely engaged with social media, swiftly logged into her long-neglected account upon hearing her husband's words. Her account was verified, and she immediately followed Wen Wan. After doing so, she noticed a notification stating that 3 of her friends had also followed Wen Wan. Upon inspection, she was astonished to find that both Gu Jingshen and Gu Jin had followed Wen Wan as well. Their accounts were quite ordinary. But even more surprising was Gu Zhen's active following of Wen Wan, along with joining her fan community. As Madame Gu clicked into the community, she was met with a notification stating the game is fun as the community's host, which was Gu Zhen's account. Meanwhile, at home, Gu Zhen sat at his computer, adopting the trending jargon he had learned from classmates to counterattack those disparaging Wen Wan. What is Wen Wan even dancing? My 3-year-old nephew dances better than her. Was this trending topic even necessary? Huh. The queen of trending topics. Has she had any substantial work in the past 2 years besides this? The game is fun replied. Are you alright? If you are, go munch on some sunflower seeds. Your jealousy is oozing through the screen. Gu Zhen typed swiftly, his mind racing as he single-handedly confronted dozens of negative comments. He concluded with a triumphant statement in the community. Focus on your own. Do not give those haters the attention they seek. Since Madame Gu and Gu Jin followed each other, she could see all of his comments clearly, leaving her utterly astonished. When Wen Wan arrived at the dinner gathering, she discovered that the Gu family was present, along with Father Jiang and Jiang Li, as well as the evening's host. By the time Wen Wan arrived, the dishes had already been served, and the Gu family turned their attention to her. Without uttering a word, she greeted them and took a seat. The host stood up, raised his glass, and said, Wen Wan, it is indeed my fault. Upon learning this news, General Jiang was quick to involve me in extending an apology to you. I shall pour myself 3 cups.
With that, he drank.
Father Jiang also offered a toast. Jiang Li remained silent, feeling disheartened by the online comparisons of her dancing video with Wen Wan's. Her follower count continued to dwindle while Wen Wan's increased. The Gu family sat in silence, not uttering a word. Subsequently, Father Jiang instructed the staff to serve the dishes. Being eloquent, he managed to lighten the atmosphere of the private room with a few words. At that moment, Father Jiang suddenly broached the subject of collaboration, expressing his desire to partner with the Gu family and his willingness to concede a significant profit margin for such an alliance. Mr. Gu, being a businessman, showed evident interest upon hearing this. However, he remained cautious and asked his assistant to review the contract before signing. After all, this was a contract drafted by a highly regarded talent whom Mr. Gu held in high esteem, and this talent had previously assisted him in signing several contracts. After a thorough examination, the assistant confirmed, Mr. Gu, there are no issues with the contract. Mr. Gu nodded and extended his hand, receiving the pen from the assistant. Meanwhile, Wen Wan's gaze fell upon the talented assistant, and upon noticing his name tag, she quickly recalled the narrative surrounding him. She was astonished. To ruin Gu Jingshen's father, Father Jiang would go so far as to have his illegitimate son infiltrate Mr. Gu's company. As Chapter 82 unfolds, the atmosphere grows tense. Gu Jingshen, upon receiving Wen Wan's thoughts, shifted his gaze to the assistant, feeling an uncanny resemblance between this employee and Father Jiang. Unbeknownst to them, the family had not considered this angle. When Father Jiang noticed Mr. Gu was ready to sign the contract, he suddenly set down the pen, momentarily stunned. Mr. Gu's complexion turned pale, and Mrs. Gu felt a tightening in her heart. Gu Jingshen took the contract, his gaze fixed downward as he scrutinized its contents. Father Jiang's expression darkened when he realized the contract was in Gu Jingshen's hands. Fortunately, he intended to manipulate events post-contract activation rather than within the document itself. When Wan continued to delve into Mr. Gu's narrative, the immense debt incurred was entirely due to the problematic nature of the project Mr. Gu invested in, which seemingly also implicated my husband. No wonder my husband's funding collapsed later. It turned out all the money went to his father in a desperate bid. Gu Jingshen, now uninterested in the contract, shut it and coldly stated, my father's company has no plans for collaboration at this time. After saying this, He returned the contract to Father Jiang. Taken aback, Father Jiang seemed unprepared for the rejection. Is the profit margin not sufficient? He inquired. Mr. Gu, suppressing his anger, retorted, You can relinquish your company to me, and then I may consider signing. With that, Mr. Gu stood up and declared, We are leaving. Following him, Mrs. Gu, Gu Jingshen, and Wen Wan exited the private room, leaving Father Jiang, Jiang Li, and the host behind. Father Jiang's expression darkened as he slammed the table, exclaiming, Gu Wei he is someone who refuses to accept a toast, but will drink a penalty. Suddenly, Jiang Li spoke up, Father, we cannot contend with the Gu family. But what about the Wen family? Wen Wan's parents have quite a rapport with the Gu family. If we collaborate with the Wen family, we could indirectly influence the Gu family. Father Jiang looked at Jiang Li in surprise, seemingly unaware of this illegitimate daughter's capabilities. He nodded, promising Jiang Li ample resources. As Wen Wan settled into the Gu family's vehicle, she felt a sense of unease. Something felt amiss. Given Father Jiang's character, it was implausible that he would simply allow the Gu family to depart without consequences. He would undoubtedly seek alternative methods to undermine them. Inside the business vehicle, Wen Wan lowered her eyelashes, seemingly lost in thought, while Gu Jingshin turned to glance at her. At that moment, the Gu family heard Wen Wan's inner voice, their expressions shifting. Wen Wan suddenly realized, the Jiang family isn't plotting against mine, which would in turn affect the Gu family, is it? What have we done to deserve such unwarranted misfortune? Mrs. Gu felt a chill run down her spine. She exchanged glances with her husband, both harboring a flicker of coldness in their eyes. Mrs. Gu then pulled out her phone and messaged Mr. Gu, The Jiang family's intentions are far too malicious. We must devise a strategy to bring about their downfall. Wen Wan furrowed her brows, and the Gu family wore equally troubled expressions. Wen Wan scrutinized the narrative surrounding Jiang Li's family and uncovered a crucial detail. Though Jiang Li's father has committed heinous acts with meticulous precision over 20 years ago, he was involved in a homicide to seize land and even had an affair with the victim's wife. The Gu family was left in shock. Jiang Feng was indeed a man of many transgressions. Both Mr. and Mrs. Gu felt a deep-seated loathing for Jiang Feng. Gu Jingshen had already taken out his phone, instructing his legal team to investigate the incident involving the Jiang Group's land grab from years ago. Wen Wan then pondered, that woman was pregnant. The child must be the talented assistant beside Gu Jingshen's father. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances and then looked at the driving assistant. Wen Wan continued to explore the narrative. This talented assistant was also coerced into assisting General Jiang with those deeds. In truth, he harbors great disdain for them. Had it not been for his mother's cancer diagnosis requiring funds for treatment, he might have exposed Jiang General long ago. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Gu's eyes lit up with realization. They had formulated a plan. Mrs. Gu was the first to speak, addressing the driving assistant. Xiaoyang, you have worked in our company for 2 to 3 years and have never mentioned your family situation. My husband and I believe you excel in your work, and we have even inquired about your family background. Mr. Gu continued, Indeed, we heard that your mother is battling cancer. Fortunately, I have a friend who can assist your mother with her surgery. He is a renowned surgeon in the country. The driving assistant, having overheard their conversation, felt a glimmer of hope in his eyes, yet he bit his lip, finding it difficult to respond. Thank you, but I can't afford it. Mr. Gu patted his thigh, saying, Money is no issue. My friend enjoys philanthropy. Upon hearing about your mother's situation, he immediately contacted me to offer not only the surgery for free but also all subsequent treatment costs. The assistant's hands on the steering wheel trembled with excitement. However, he was acutely aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he asked, What do I need to do in return for your help? Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu fell silent, realizing they could not directly ask the assistant to expose Father Jiang's misdeeds, as he might become wary, thinking they were exploiting him to target Jiang Feng. Just then, Gu Jingshin set down his phone and said quietly, What you need to do is publicly promote the charitable deeds of my father's friend to enhance his reputation. After he spoke, Mrs. Gu and Mr. Gu exchanged glances with their son, mentally applauding Gu Jingshin. Truly, he was their son. The talented assistant let out a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Wen Wan witnessed everything, her heart filled with astonishment. Gu Jingshin, along with his father and mother, possesses such inherent kindness. I recall that the high achiever's mother, once cured of her illness, turned against Jiang Li's father without hesitation. Now, Gu Jingshen's parents have aided the high achiever, surely. He must expose Jiang Li's father's misdeeds in advance. The Gu family members all wore smiles, for this was the outcome they desired. As the car made its way to the Gu family's ancestral home, upon arrival, old Master Gu opened the door, noting the sudden chill in the air, heralding the approach of autumn. Madame Gu also felt the drop in temperature as she exited the vehicle. Unbeknownst to each other, both thought, with the weather turning cool, it is time for the Jiang family to face bankruptcy. Chapter 83. The president of the support association. Meanwhile, the Jiang family remained oblivious, plotting strategies to counter the Wen family, particularly Jiang Li, who felt a sense of smug anticipation regarding the downfall of Wen Wan's family. Although Jiang Li claimed to assist her father in dealing with the Gu family, her motives were decidedly self-serving, merely seeking to ensure Wen Wan's distress. As Jiang Li set her phone down, she observed Wen Wan approaching with Shen Yihan, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Wen Wan was there to participate in the recording of the dance championship, having received an invitation along with a chance to be the closing act. Jiang Li's current objective was to cultivate her relationship with Shen Yihan. During her high school years, she had engaged with him romantically, to the extent that he fought with He Mingzhou over her, nearly facing expulsion. Reflecting on this, Jiang Li opened a live stream while turning to greet Shen Yihan, deliberately ignoring Wen Wan beside him as she reminisced with the man. She aimed for the entire internet to be aware of Shen Yihan's lingering affections for her. Jiang Li nodded, casting a dismissive glance at Wen Wan, whom she found bothersome. Back in high school, I praised your talent for directing, and it seems that years later, you have indeed become the promising director I envisioned.
Jiang Li remarca.
Though her live stream had a modest audience, the weight of her words immediately stirred excitement among viewers. Did they date? I can't believe I missed the scoop. Though Jiang Li may lack integrity, her beauty is undeniable. Shen Yihan must still be pining for her. Upon hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, Shen Yihan's smile faltered for a brief moment. Was he truly a man of such affordable charm? Jiang Li, unable to garner sufficient attention with Gu Jingshen, had settled for him. Shen Yihan, disinterested in Jiang Li's trivialities, abruptly interrupted her. You once praised my directing talent. Did you not also commend He Mingzhou for his acting skills? The impact of his words drained the color from Jiang Li's face, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes. How could Shen Yihan know about her past duplicity? As Jiang Li stood in shock, Shen Yihan continued, his voice gentle yet piercing. Jiang Li, everyone possesses a conscience. When you witnessed me fighting with He Mingzhou, were you not reveling in the attention of two men vying for you? Jiang Li's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white. She felt the situation diverging from her expectations. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the thought that Wen Wan's family would inevitably face ruin. After saying this, Shen Yihan turned to leave, while Wen Wan retreated backstage to change. Jiang Li hastily grabbed her phone, only to find the comments filled with insults directed at her, causing her face to pale as she swiftly shut down the live stream. What was meant to be a moment of publicity with Shen Yihan had instead exposed her past indiscretions. Wen Wan was the penultimate performer to take the stage, her excitement palpable. After all, in both her previous life and this one, she had never truly interacted with her fans. Perhaps due to her unfortunate streak of attracting negativity, her past efforts had been overshadowed by detractors, and this unwanted trait seemed to have followed her to Wen Wan's current reality. Fearful of encountering anti-fans masquerading as supporters, she hesitated before stepping out to engage with her admirers. As she exited the studio, a throng of fans surrounded the entrance, erupting in cheers and calling her sister Gua, which elicited a mixture of embarrassment and sweetness within Wen Wan. While other stars had fans named after celestial bodies or sweet confections, hers referred to themselves as seeds, and she felt a touch of awkwardness mingled with flattery. As Wen Wan approached to interact with her fans, her gaze casually swept the crowd, and she suddenly spotted Gu Zhan's face. She froze, trying to catch another glimpse, but he quickly vanished among the throng. Wen Wan thought to herself, my detestable stepson is here. Couldn't he possibly be an anti-fan, could he? Gu Zhan lowered his head, attempting to conceal himself. But upon hearing Wen Wan label him as an anti-fan, a frown crossed his features. Anti-fan? Who had tirelessly worked to undermine her reputation. He had never exerted such effort in his studies. At that moment, a sudden scream from the crowd halted Wen Wan in her tracks. It became clear that not all present were her supporters. Just as she had feared, some anti-fans lurked among them. As she turned to leave, a particular anti-fan produced a pre-prepared container of acid, aiming it at Wen Wan's face. Just as she sensed the impending danger, a figure leaped in front of her. Another round of screams erupted as Wen Wan gasped in shock, recognizing the familiar silhouette that had shielded her from the corrosive liquid, which soon permeated the air with an unpleasant odor. Security personnel, realizing the severity of the situation, swiftly restrained the assailant while promptly contacting the authorities. Gu Zhen furrowed his brow, shedding his acid-stained clothing, revealing marks left on his skin. The fans stood frozen, unable to comprehend how a simple fan interaction had escalated into chaos. Wen Wan rushed to check on Gu Zhen, but as she drew near, security intervened, warning her against getting too close to fans to prevent further unrest. Other fans quickly came to Gu Zhen's defense, explaining, he is not an ordinary fan. He is the host of Sister Gua's Super Topic and the president of her support association. He would not harm her. He just shielded her from danger. Please allow him this moment with his idol. Gu Zhen thought to himself. Chapter 84. Let it be. Wen Wan stood dazed for a few seconds. However, security remained unyielding, quickly escorting her inside. Gu Zhen's ears turned crimson. Had he known better, he wouldn't have come. The support association members had incessantly shouted for him, declaring him Wen Wan's most devoted fan, insisting he seize this rare opportunity to meet his idol again. Thus, he inadvertently found himself in the roles of Super Topic host and support association president. Afterward, Gu Zhen went to the hospital, where Old Master Gu and Madame Gu hurried to his side. Shen Yihan was engaged in discussions with several directors regarding the script, while Jiang Li lingered nearby, seeking a chance to converse with him. Wen Wan caught sight of Jiang Li's subtle expressions, her heart sinking as she thought, could it be that the anti-fan who threw acid at me was actually Jiang Li's scheme to have me disfigured? That is truly malevolent. Upon hearing Wen Wan's inner turmoil, Shen Yihan's demeanor shifted from congenial to serious, disrupting the discussion with the director, who had been advocating for Jiang Li's role as the closing act, having received bribes from director Jiang. Shen Yihan, generally accommodating within the industry, preferred to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. After stating his position, he added firmly, "Do not come today." The director was taken aback, and Jiang Li's expression paled in disbelief. Director Shen, why? Shen Yihan still smiled, yet a chill lingered in his eyes. For I harbor a distaste for artists of questionable character. The director wished to voice his thoughts, but a mere glance from Shen Yihan silenced him. Despite any bribes he might have received, the director dared not offend Shen Yihan and could only politely escort Jiang Li away. However, what Jiang Li found utterly unexpected was that the person her father had hired suddenly confessed, claiming he was merely a paid actor with no connection to her. Confounded, Jiang Li wondered why the hired help would suddenly come clean. Later, as she scrolled through trending topics online, she discovered that the individual doused with sulfuric acid was none other than Gu Jingshan's adopted son. To her dismay, she had been thrust forward by General Jiang to bear the blame. In an effort to preserve his reputation, General Jiang had made her shoulder the responsibility. Ultimately, Jiang Li had no choice but to suspend her work. Her father assured her that once the Wen family was ruined, a brighter future awaited her with the Jiang family. The Gu family would surely support the Wen family, rendering their finances as futile as water spilled on the ground. The Gu family would also be entangled in this matter, possibly leading to their demise. This thought offered Jiang Li some comfort. Wen Wan agreed, for she was indeed hungry, and a complimentary dinner was too tempting to resist. During their meal, Wen Wan indulged in a few drinks, and by the time they exited, she struggled to maintain her footing. Shen Yihan assisted her into the car and instructed the driver to head towards the Gu residence. Unbeknownst to them, a paparazzo had been tailing Wen Wan, and now finally caught sight of her scandal. She propped herself up, glanced at her phone, and discovered a message from Gu Zhen, containing a screenshot. The image was of the trending topic, she and Shen Yihan exiting the hotel together, with him supporting her as they entered the vehicle. Wen Wan was momentarily stunned and quickly sat upright to check the trending news. Indeed, the internet was abuzz with gossip about her. Many netizens were speculating whether the two were truly involved, while some began to question the rumors. 2 years prior, Wen Wan had also been linked to Shunyi Han. But within 2 minutes, Shunyi Han had personally dispelled the rumors. This time, a clarification was certainly in order. The gossiping netizens were left in shock. Could it be true? Still clutching her phone, Wen Wan was startled when the door swung open, revealing Gu Jingshin in a sharply tailored suit, tall and weary, staring intently at her. After working late into the night, he had just finished and noticed the trending topic online. Was he earning money while Wen Wan drank with another man? A sense of heaviness settled in Gu Jingshin's chest, tinged with jealousy. Upon seeing him, Wen Wan paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, saying, "Darling, you can rest easy now. I have a rumored boyfriend, so no one will speculate about our relationship anymore." Gu Jingshin's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Wen Wan, remaining silent. He pondered the motive behind Wen Wan's sudden scandal. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that Wen Wan was trying to prompt him to publicly acknowledge their relationship. With his hand resting against the doorframe, his expression grew even more somber. Yet at this moment, he felt a pang of regret. Gu Jingshin hesitated, ultimately muttering, "Get up and have breakfast." Wen Wan nodded and rose to freshen up. At the dining table, Gu Jingshin and Gu Zhen sat together, but the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Gu Zhen, unable to swallow a bite, blurted out, "Mom, are you trying to find me a stepfather?" It seemed only Wen Wan had an appetite, as she sipped her porridge and replied, "No." Gu Zhen sighed in relief. Gu Jingshin sat at the table, resting his chin on one hand as he gazed at Wen Wan for an extended period. Fatigue from the previous night's work, coupled with the scandal involving Wen Wan and Shunyi Han, left his head spinning, and he began to feel drowsy at the table. The man slowly closed his eyes. Wen Wan, alarmed, quickly set down her spoon, thinking to herself, "I know you might collapse, but please don't rush to die." Gu Jingshin's drowsiness dissipated at Wen Wan's internal plea. He sipped a cup of coffee to invigorate himself, and just as he intended to ask Wen Wan to clarify the rumors, he heard Gu Zhen say, "Is the scandal with Uncle Shin beneficial for your career?" Wen Wan stared at Gu Zhen in astonishment for a few seconds and replied, "Yes." Gu Zhen turned to his father, stating, "Dad, let's just go with it. Everything is for my mom's career." Gu Jingshin thought, Chapter 85, Is it my fate to be a supporting character? The system, witnessing the entire exchange, suddenly interjected with a sarcastic remark. This devoted son truly shows no regard for his father's well-being. Only then did Gu Jingshin turn his attention to Gu Zhen, his gaze darkening as if questioning him with his eyes. Gu Zhen, intimidated by his father, lowered his head to feign interest in his meal, silencing himself. Gu Jingshin had initially intended to ask Wen Wan to clarify the rumors, but after Gu Zhen's outburst, he found it impossible to voice his thoughts. If he directly requested Wen Wan to clarify, it would make him appear less capable than Gu Zhen. For reasons unknown, Gu Jingshin compared himself to a mere child who had yet to reach adulthood. She pursed her lips, contemplating, "Am I destined to be a mere supporting character?" Just as Gu Jingshin stood at the bedroom door, he overheard Wen Wan's thoughts, causing him to pause. Choosing instead to retreat to the study and inquire with his assistant about when a major production film would be confirmed for the following year. Gazing at his phone's black screen, Gu Jingshin mused that it was not solely the so-called scandal that could aid Wen Wan's career. After finishing his instructions with the assistant, Gu Jingshin opened a long-neglected Weibo account. Almost immediately, he underwent verification, and his Weibo account was swiftly adorned with an orange badge. He then posted his first tweet from this verified account. With all this accomplished, he finally considered resting for a while. That evening, Wen Wan attended the final episode of a live variety show. Hearing that He Mu and her husband were on the verge of divorce, the director had invited He Mu's husband on set, hoping to reconcile the couple and save their marriage. Upon Wen Wan's arrival, she noticed Xiao Yu's distressed expression. Xiao Yu sat on the couch, arms crossed, her beautiful face marred by anger. He Mingzhou, too, appeared far from pleased. It was then that Wen Wan realized He Mingzhou's father was also present, and even Gu Xiran had come. As Wen Wan entered, Xiao Yu's demeanor softened slightly. Seizing the moment before the live broadcast commenced, Xiao Yu pulled Wen Wan aside to a secluded corner. Whispering her grievances, "Is the director out of his mind for inviting He Mingzhou's dad? I've worked so hard for so long," suddenly stopping mid-sentence. Xiaoyu bit her lip, brimming with frustration, yet stifling it, unwilling to transfer her negativity onto Wen Wan. Pretending to be oblivious, Wen Wan inquired, "What do you mean by working so hard for so long?" Although Xiaoyu's face betrayed no emotion, her ears flushed red, and she stumbled over her words. Meanwhile, Zhongli was overjoyed, suppressing a smile. She glanced at Gu Xiaoran beside her, her heart racing. Although Shanihan had not attended the final episode, it mattered little to her, as her interest in him was merely for publicity. Her true affection lay with Gu Xiaoran. Even though he had rejected her, she could not let go of her feelings. With no live cameras in sight, Zhongli shifted closer to Gu Xiaoran. He immediately stiffened, springing up from the couch. A flicker of sadness crossed Zhongli's face as she pressed her lips together and stood, asking in unison, "Xiaoran, do you dislike me so much now? Didn't you say your most despised person was Wen Wan?" Zhongli noticed Gu Xiaoran's gaze lingering on Wen Wan and Xiaoyu in the distance, seemingly concerned about their conversation, causing her heart to sink. Gu Xiaoran frowned slightly and candidly replied, "That's because I didn't know your true character. Now I do. At least when one hasn't committed any heinous acts, while Zhongli has done nothing but wrong." Zhongli gritted her teeth, a cold scoff escaping her. It mattered little. Her father had just messaged her that Wen Wan's family had signed a contract, and once this live broadcast concluded, Wen Wan's family would likely step into a trap, burdened with insurmountable debt. On the other side, the Gu family arranged for the high achiever's mother to be hospitalized, and even brought in the chief surgeon. The surgical contract was signed without requiring the high achiever to spend a single penny. Observing all this, the high achiever began gathering evidence to post online after leaving. The Gu family witnessed everything unfold, and before Mr. Gu could make a move, he heard Gu Jingshan already making a call to push the scandal concerning the president of the Jiang Group. Mrs. Gu smiled with satisfaction, proud of her son's initiative and discernment. Gu Jingshan wanted to refuse, but was met with the eager gazes of his parents, who were well past their 50s. This familiar look reminded him of how Gu Zhan would plead for living expenses, with the same expression. Reluctantly, Gu Jingshan said, "Let us go. Mr. and Mrs." Gu were immediately filled with joy. As the director finally announced the start of the live broadcast, everyone quickly adjusted their emotions. Wen Wan settled onto the couch beside Xiaoyu. The leading actors arrived last, and upon seeing He Mingzhou's father, they all greeted him warmly. After all, Mr. He was a prominent figure, and having such a notable person participate in a live variety show was indeed unexpected. Mr. He, named He Yong'an, noticed the nervous expressions of the young attendees and immediately smiled, exuding warmth. "It's all right, though I may be older, my heart remains young. Consider me a friend." This eased the tension among the young guests. Meanwhile, the online viewers sent a flurry of comments. Some tuned in specifically for Wen Wan, eager to see if any gossip would emerge today. Unlike other guests, they were genuine and straightforward, almost as if they were contemplating withdrawing from the entertainment industry after participating in this show. Following Mr. He's remark, viewers remarked on how, despite his age, He Mingzhou's father still retained his handsome looks, contrasting sharply with some wealthy individuals who could be arrogant and overbearing. Rather, he was as gentle as jade. The leading actress couldn't help but ask, "Uncle He, with your busy schedule, what brings you to this show?" He Yong'an nodded. Upon hearing this, except for He Mingzhou and Xiaoyu, everyone else looked at Aunt He with envy, as it was quite remarkable for a couple of their age to still bicker and reconcile like young lovers. Leaning back, Wen Wan took out some sunflower seeds to snack on. This gesture not only energized the viewers in the live stream but also drew the attention of the guests present. Now, the audience had become more astute. After previous doubts were validated, they had yet to witness Wen Wan, the gossip queen, faltering. "Gossip queen.
I am hungry."
I'm suddenly thrilled. I knew the final episode would have major gossip. So, who among the guests is the gossip master this time? While Wen Wan was engrossed in the plot involving He's mother and He Yong'an, she remained oblivious to the attention she was garnering. To be honest, by the time she reached the end, Wen Wan found herself devoid of any desire for gossip. When the Gu family arrived, the director nearly spit out his drink in surprise at the presence of the wealthiest man. Just managing Gu Jingshan was enough to keep him on edge. The director immediately instructed staff to move the sofa, preparing tea and fruit. However, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were more accommodating than Gu Jingshan, telling the director not to trouble himself, as they would only stay for a short while. Nonetheless, the director was not about to relax. Soon enough, the Gu family settled down. Mr. and Mrs. Gu focused their attention on the display screen, which provided real-time monitoring of the scene and the scrolling comments, allowing them to gauge the audience's feedback on the guests. Mrs. Gu's lips curled into a smile as she remarked, "Wen Wan is snacking on sunflower seeds. Does that imply there is gossip?" The director confidently assured, "No, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu. The only new guests today are Gu Xiaoran and the renowned Mr. Hyongin." Mrs. Gu wore a smile reminiscent of both the camera and Wen Wan, yet remained silent. At this moment, Wen Wan finally finished reading about Hyongmin's storyline, and her appetite for gossip had vanished. She thought, "I despise Hyongmin." Those who could hear Wen Wan's thoughts paused, especially Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Though they were unaware of the reasons behind her disdain for Hyongmin, they found themselves feeling similarly. Chapter 86. Marriage certificate. Wen Wan sighed internally as she glanced at Xiao Yu seated across from her, contemplating, what is going on? Hyongmin is utterly disdainful of his own wife and now has his sights set on Xiao Yu. Mrs. Gu gasped, unable to restrain her thoughts. What? As her words fell, the director looked at her, bewildered, while Mr. Gu's expression darkened. Though wealthy, they were respectable individuals, but Hyongmin's behavior was detestable. Not only did he disdain his wife of decades, but he shamelessly eyed his daughter-in-law. Mr. Gu felt an urge to curse. However, Gu Jingshan's glance at him restrained his impulse. Gu Xiaoran, initially taken aback, swiftly exchanged his respectful gaze toward Hyongmin for one of disgust. The guests raised 10 fingers, and if anyone lowered a finger, they would have to drink. The leading actress was eager and drew the first card, declaring, "I have a marriage certificate." Wen Wan slowly closed her eyes, thinking, if I lie, I risk my husband's life. Outside the screen, Gu Jingshan wondered, what? With his lips pressed tightly, he felt a weight in his heart. The only ones who lowered their fingers were Gu Xiaoran and Jiang Li. Instantly, all eyes turned to Wen Wan. Unable to lie, she kept her eyes closed, evading the curious gazes of others. The leading actors exchanged puzzled looks, unaware of the situation. Viewers watching the live stream were baffled. Why hasn't Wen Wan lowered her finger? I'm confused. Wait, sisters. Quickly check the Weibo post from Gu Zong this morning. Shocked viewers rushed to check the verified Weibo account of Gu Jingshan. 8 hours ago, he had posted a picture, seemingly sharing his breakfast. The breakfast looked exquisite, but the focus wasn't on the food. It was the two people accidentally captured in the frame. One hand belonged to a man, adorned with a sports watch, likely Gu Jingshan's adopted son, while the other was slender and fair, featuring a bracelet that matched Wen Wan's. Viewers suddenly understood. Shocking. I told you Gu Zong and Wen Wan are a couple. That ring was also a gift for Wen Wan, right? Ah. Then, why not publicly acknowledge our gossip queen? Doesn't she deserve it? Haha. ISND this public acknowledgement? Gu Zong just certified his Weibo and posted such an evocative photo, which only confirms their relationship. Wen Wan was unaware of Gu Jingshan's actions. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshan smirked slightly, lowering his head to check his phone, noticing the 20,000 comments beneath the post, his eyebrows arching slightly. He Mingzhou glanced at Wen Wan, then back at the camera, saying, Wen Wan, you are being too honest. How can a marriage certificate from filming count? Never mind, let us leave it at that. Wen Wan replied, for me, acting is life. The leading actress, who had felt a twinge of regret for her earlier words, now sighed in relief. As a fellow actress, she understood Wen Wan's predicament. Announcing her marriage upon returning to the industry could undoubtedly affect her career trajectory. The leading actress quickly changed the subject, directing her attention to the leading actor. It's your turn. He cleared his throat and candidly confessed, I have cheated. Everyone else dropped their fingers, leaving only the leading actress unfazed. Haha, this is hilarious. We know. And it turns out we both cheated with the same man. The atmosphere was charged, as Wen Wan cast a glance at Hyongin, internally mocking him. This Hyongin is truly shameless, having strayed no less than 10 times, and yet he dares to lie with abandon. Furthermore, Hyongmin's close friendship with Jiang Li's father was evident. It was no wonder that a mere general manager Jiang could eventually ruin the Gu family with He Yong'an's cooperation. Wen Wan received a new update from the system regarding He Yong'an's narrative, and her indignation surged. This He Yong'an even attempted to force my mother once. Thankfully, he did not succeed. The eyes of the three members of the Gu family were fixed upon He Yong'an. The revelation of his collusion with Jiang Li's father had already incited their fury, but the fact that he nearly harmed Wen Wan's mother was unacceptable. They had forgotten any business dealings with He Yong'an and were determined to seek justice for their kin. Old Master Gu, seething with anger, discreetly texted his wife, "This He Yong'an is truly wicked. We cannot allow him to bully our in-laws." Finally, it was Wen Wan's turn to speak. This time, she spared no mercy, stating pointedly, "My father has never committed any wrongdoing or infidelity." The room fell silent. The film stars exchanged glances, and He Mingzhou did not hesitate to lower his finger, nor did Gu Xiran. Apparently, many share the burden of having an unworthy father. He Mingzhou's father was present, and yet he relinquished his finger without hesitation. He Yong'an's face darkened noticeably. The atmosphere was palpably strange. Mrs. Gu and Old Master Gu exchanged pleased looks off camera. Their daughter-in-law had struck true. Mrs. Gu lowered her head in silence, perhaps affirming the matter indirectly. Viewers online were taken aback, gradually realizing that He Yong'an was far from the respectable figure he pretended to be. He Yong'an glared at Wen Wan, his gaze darkening. His original purpose for being there was unrelated to her, but since she had targeted him, he would not hold back. Acknowledging that He Mingzhou and his wife were present, he knew any rebuttal would be futile. He displayed a hint of regret and stated, "In my youth, I made mistakes due to excessive drinking while engrossed in work." Wen Wan coughed lightly and retorted, "Uncle He, have you never attended school?" He Yong'an's expression stiffened, and he glared at her, momentarily angry but quickly feigning victimhood for the sake of the live broadcast. "Wen Wan, how can you say such things?" He Mingzhou let out an ambiguous chuckle. Wen Wan smirked slightly. "Shall I remind you that alcohol suppresses the nervous system?" He Yong'an was taken aback. Wen Wan continued, in simpler terms, "It renders one incapable." The audience, both online and present, could not contain their laughter. Off camera, Old Master Gu and Mrs. Gu exchanged amused smiles. "Ah, Ben Banstunga. I could not have said it better. He Yong'an is truly disgusting, using drunkenness as an excuse. Infidelity is infidelity, and he blames the alcohol. Alcohol. What have I done to deserve this?" He Yong'an's face turned pale. He had never anticipated that after decades of navigating the murky waters, he would be appended by a mere girl on a live broadcast. Jiang Li, sensing the situation, swiftly diverted the topic. "Let us continue with the game." Everyone stifled their laughter and resumed playing. It was now He Mingzhou's turn, and he fixed his gaze on his father, speaking deliberately, "I have never committed a crime." At that moment, none of the others dared to lower their fingers. To do so would invite scrutiny. He Yong'an furrowed his brow, but also kept his finger raised. Off-screen, Old Master Gu, Mrs. Gu, and Gu Jingshen observed the unfolding situation, all feeling that He Mingzhou's statement was rather lenient. After all, who would dare to commit a crime, especially those engaged in business, knowing the ruin that would ensue if caught? Yet, Wen Wan's inner voice echoed, causing the Gu family to collectively gasp. She sensed that He Mingzhou's query was far from simple and noticed that he frequently glanced at his father. She felt there was something amiss. Today, He Mingzhou specifically invited his father to expose him, aiming for his removal from the shareholders' meeting. Old Master Gu and Mrs. Gu expressed their sympathy for He Mingzhou, recognizing the unfortunate plight of having such a father. After reading the narrative, Wen Wan paused. This way, he could facilitate his mother's divorce from his father, allowing his wife to pursue his mother. Old Master Gu and Mrs. Gu exchanged puzzled looks.
"What?"
Mrs. Gu suddenly recalled a popular phrase circulating online. What was it? Something about burning the pot. She felt this was quite fitting for her current situation. As He Mingzhou's father completed his deceptive game, He Mingzhou remained silent with a smile, merely making a phone call. Soon, a young man approached. He Yong'an's secretary. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of He Mingzhou's intentions, while Wen Wan began to crack open sunflower seeds. Viewers online commented, "This is juicy." He Yong'an's expression darkened. He was about to interrogate the secretary on his purpose, but the secretary bypassed him and approached He Mingzhou, clutching a laptop. "Young master, shall we open it now?" The secretary whispered. He Mingzhou nodded slightly, raising his gaze to He Yongin. He Yongmin's brow furrowed, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. However, he prided himself on his meticulousness. Despite his numerous misdeeds, he left no traces. The tension on He Yongmin's face eased somewhat. As the secretary powered on the laptop, the cameraman swiftly positioned the lens to reveal the screen to all viewers. What unfolded on the screen appeared to be clandestine footage. It depicted He Yongmin conversing with a high-ranking executive, initially discussing the embezzlement of company funds and previously agreed-upon profits. In the end, they reached an agreement, with He Yongmin mentioning the Gu Group, claiming he had devised plans to ruin them and that the day was not far off. At this point, He Yongmin could no longer maintain his earlier composure. He lunged forward to snatch the laptop, but Gu Xiaoran was quicker, effortlessly blocking He Yongmin. Although he initially wished to remain uninvolved, upon hearing He Yongmin's intentions towards his uncle's company, he could not remain idle. The viewers, having witnessed the live broadcast, fell silent for a moment before erupting in curses against He Yongmin. Having just claimed he has never committed a crime, he is now exposed for embezzling company funds. Isn't that illegal? He should be locked up. Is He Mingzhou acting out of righteousness against his own kin? I must say, well done. He Yongmin, the scoundrel, is quite the actor. I almost mistook him for a good person. The 10 shareholders of the company commenced an audit, discovering that He Yongmin had embezzled nearly 500 million. It seemed he was destined for a lengthy prison sentence. The program's popularity soared, trending online and attracting a surge of viewers to the live stream. The guests present began preparing for dinner, knowing that this would be the final recording session. Wen Wan prepared her signature dish, a hearty stew, adding whatever ingredients she had on hand, along with some hot pot seasoning. After serving the meal, she observed the steaming bowl before her and could not help but scoff. "Can you actually eat this?" "Forget it." Wen Wan initially intended to retort, but she was too lazy to engage and lazily remarked, "I only insult people, not you." Zhongli replied, "You." In the kitchen, upon hearing her mother-in-law's intention to divorce, Xiao Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, accidentally added too much salt. She then had to suppress her inner joy and comfort He Mu. After her culinary endeavor flopped, she retreated to the dining area. Zhongli felt a surge of happiness and promptly pushed her prepared steak towards Xiao Yu, aware of her wealth and the potential benefits it could bring her. However, to her surprise, Xiao Yu ignored her and turned to Wen Wan, smiling. "Can I eat this?" Wen Wan nodded, "Of course." Xiao Yu then pulled out a chair and sat down. As she ate, she stole several glances at Wen Wan and leaned in closer. Speaking in hushed tones, "Didn't you say you have no company? I want to start a management agency just for you." Wen Wan's hand trembled slightly as she held her chopsticks, her eyes gleaming. "Really?" Xiao Yu smirked. "Absolutely, and I have a leading role in a major drama. Are you interested?" Wen Wan's heart raced in unison with her breath. Though she appeared calm on the surface, internally she was elated. Such good fortune has unexpectedly landed on me, a wealthy benefactor. Chapter 88. Is he really so casual? Just as he stood up, Gu Jingshen's expression darkened upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts. What was she thinking? Wealthy benefactor? Xiao Yu? He pressed his fingers against his forehead, his body sinking back into the chair. After all, he didn't smoke, and he couldn't risk exposing himself to second-hand smoke. Meanwhile, Wen Wan nodded. "All right. Shall we sign the contract?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you?" Wen Wan replied sincerely, "Not at all." She understood what kind of person Xiao Yu was, and she recalled the character by I Ching from the original storyline, who was the fake heiress signed by Xiao Yu, the only female artist. Ultimately, Xiao Yu had elevated this artist to the status of an international film queen. Now that this opportunity had come her way, did it not also signify her own ascent to stardom? Xiao Yu beckoned her assistant inside and handed Wen Wan the contract. Wen Wan acknowledged with a simple okay and tucked the contract into her bag. Meanwhile, Zhongli, witnessing the entire exchange, felt her expression darkening with regret. If only she had courted Xiao Yu instead of Gu Jingshen and Shen Yihan in the first place. Then she wouldn't have to deal with someone like Wen Wan. The following morning, Wen Wan awoke to find her parents, Wen Fu and Wen Mu, waiting at her bedroom door. wearing smiles. She quickly embraced her mother, who affectionately stroked her hair and remarked on her weight loss. "Look at you, so thin. And you're still trying to lose weight. At this rate, you'll be blown away by the wind." When Fu chimed in, "Indeed, why not leave the entertainment industry? I can support you. I have plenty of money, and you can eat whatever you want." When Wan felt a surge of gratitude, her parents' company was thriving, more than capable of supporting her. Yet, her dream was to be a supporting actress in the entertainment world. In this new life, she could inherit Gu Jingshan's fortune while also fulfilling her aspiration to be the lead. She shook her head. "It's all right, Mom and Dad, save your money. I won't spend it." In her original world, her parents had gone missing at her birth, making it difficult for her to accept the funds from the original character's parents. However, unbeknownst to her, they had secretly set up a card filled with money for her future, hoping to provide for her in case of any unfortunate events. Viewers watching the live stream were equally moved by the interaction between Wen Wan and her parents, touched by the tenderness of the moment. Early in the day, they witnessed such warmth and expressed their satisfaction. No wonder Wen Wan is so beautiful. Her mother is her exact replica. Genetics truly matter. They noted her father's handsome appearance as well. The Gu family arrived at the filming location early. Gu Jingshan, unwilling to delay work, brought his notebook to conduct video conferences while keeping an eye on the director's display. Meanwhile, old Master Gu and Madame Gu enjoyed a more relaxed morning, sipping tea and watching the screen. As soon as Madame Gu noticed her in-laws arriving, she straightened her posture and whispered, "Our in-laws are here. Should we greet them?" Just after Wen Wan finished greeting her parents, Zhang Li's father arrived. Last night, Wen Wan had shared a room with Zhang Li, who clearly anticipated her father's arrival. Feigning surprise upon seeing him at the door, she approached and embraced him, exclaiming, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhang Li's face lit up with excitement. Outside the screen, old Master Gu frowned, displeased as he glanced at Gu Jingshan. "Why did you invite him?" Madame Gu suspected her son had an undisclosed plan. The parents of the film emperor and empress were also present. Gu Xiaoran, however, did not have parents. His father was in prison, and his mother had long disowned him. Since it was morning, the parents sat in the dining area, engaged in lively conversation, while Wen Wan and the others busied themselves in the kitchen preparing breakfast. As Wen Wan sliced tomatoes, she noticed Zhang Li and remarked, "You have something stuck in your teeth." Zhang Li immediately shut her mouth and hurriedly checked her phone, finding nothing there. Frustrated, she bit her lip, ready to retort. But Wen Wan turned and headed to the dining table. As she placed breakfast on the table, she pondered, does Gu Jingshan truly have feelings for Zhang Li? Outside the frame, old Master Gu and Madame Gu cast their gazes toward Gu Jingshan, their eyes filled with hostility. Madame Gu ground her teeth. "Gu Jingshan, are you really that hungry?" Gu Jingshan replied. After 10 minutes, the atmosphere at the dining table was relatively pleasant. Everyone was enjoying breakfast and engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's father glanced at Wen Wan's parents, sneering inwardly. In truth, he had no desire to be there, as he did not regard Zhang Li as his daughter. He merely wished to witness the moment when Wen Wan's parents learned their bankruptcy. Zhang Li was aware of her father's indifference toward her. His presence likely signified the contract's activation and the impending financial ruin of Wen Wan's parents. Suddenly, Zhang Li felt her future looked bright. However, they were unaware that news regarding the high-achieving student exposing Zhang Li's father for illegally occupying houses and coercing others' wives, resulting in pregnancies, was rapidly spreading across various platforms. Chapter 89. Halt. Where do you think you're going? Himu likely obtained the divorce certificate early that morning, so her mood during breakfast was far from cheerful. Xiao Yu, concerned for Himu, periodically poured her hot water. He Mingzhou, engrossed in his phone, glanced up and caught sight of Zhang Li and her father, a subtle smile playing on his lips. How rare it is to witness such a warm scene on this explosive gossip show, he mused, realizing it was the final episode and likely the last opportunity for gossip. Meanwhile, Wen Wan seized the moment to pull out the contract from Xiao Yu, uncapped her pen, and swiftly signed her name. Zhang Li's gaze fell upon the contract in Wen Wan's hands, her jealousy simmering. She could not help but exclaim, "Wen Wan, do you still have the mood to sign contracts now?" Wen Wan stuffed the pen and contract into her bag and looked up at her. "Why shouldn't I be in the mood?" Jiang Li was aware that her father had given the Wen family a contract that could tarnish their reputation and possibly lead to a widespread boycott. Thus, with the contract in effect, she candidly remarked, "Your parents' company is on the verge of bankruptcy due to consumer deception, but of course, signing that contract would allow you to help them settle their debts." Upon hearing this, everyone at the dining table turned their attention to the Wen family. Wen Wan's parents appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Jiang Li's words. At that moment, Mr. Jiang comfortingly patted Wen's father's shoulder and said, "You should stop deceiving consumers. However, you may not have the opportunity to do so anymore. No worries, when you run out of money, I can lend you some." Their banter left Wen's parents looking pale, as they genuinely believed their company was doomed. Subsequently, Wen's parents and everyone at the table lowered their heads to search for any scandals regarding the Wen family. However, despite their efforts, they found no such scandals, while Mr. Jiang and Jiang Li did not bother checking their phones, convinced that the Wen family's downfall was inevitable. Meanwhile, viewers of the live stream were curious and switched apps, quickly encountering explosive news. Jiang Feng, 20 years ago, had forcibly seized land, resulting in the death of a husband and the subsequent possession of the widow. The whistleblower was Jiang Feng's illegitimate child, born of the woman he had wronged. The audience gasped, their hair standing on end, appalled by such barbarity. Indeed, like father, like daughter, Jiang Li and her father are societal cancers. Someone arrest them all. Jiang Feng sensed something was amiss. Why were the Wen family in trouble? Yet the ire of those watching was directed at him. His phone rang, revealing a call from his assistant, and he assumed it was news about the Wen family's business failing. He answered the phone, his mood buoyant, but it vanished instantly upon hearing the assistant's words.
"What?"
"Your illegitimate child has brought forth evidence, exposing her past misdeeds online, and even reported you to the police." Jiang Feng finally comprehended why the angry gazes were fixed upon him. Jiang Li overheard her father's phone conversation, her complexion drained, her mind blank. Unable to remain, Jiang Feng quickly bowed his head, purchasing a flight ticket abroad to escape the impending disaster. Just as he was about to finalize the payment, the police stood before him. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Yes, arrest him." Wen Wan stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, gradually coming to her senses. Jiang Li, seeing the situation, attempted to evade the camera, but the police apprehended her as well, citing her involvement in harming others, ensuring neither could escape. This led her to mistakenly believe that Gu Jingshen had genuinely developed feelings for her based on the unfolding drama. Wen Wan departed in the Gu family's vehicle. Inside, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu continuously praised Gu Jingshen's intelligence, suggesting that if he had not invited Jiang Li and her father, they would have likely boarded a flight abroad by now. Gu Jingshen silently exchanged a glance with Mrs. Gu, who felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze. Meanwhile, there were voices of condemnation all around, and Wen's parents discovered they were viewed as exemplary parents by the online community. While Wen's mother was engrossed in news about Jiang Li and her father, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a Weibo post concerning her own daughter. Chapter 90. Is it useful? Not at all. The post, from a marketing account, claimed that Gu Jingshen's verified account had shared a picture. Could it be that Wen Wan and Gu Jingshen were already married? Surprised, Wen's mother noted that Gu Jingshen would share snippets of her daughter's life on a public platform. She then opened the comments section, only to find a mix of opinions. Some believed it to be true, while others speculated that Wen Wan had merely purchased the same item to ride the coattails of Gu Jingshen's popularity during the live stream. This enraged Wen's mother. One comment read, "Wen Wan's parents appeared in the live stream. They probably only have a little money. Don't wealthy families value social standing? Wen Wan clearly doesn't match up. I hope she learns what shame is, instead of trying to gain attention with Gu Jingshen while claiming it doesn't matter. Truly hypocritical." This comment sent Wen's mother into a fit of rage, causing her to type, "They're already married. Whether they match is not for you to decide." After sending it, she set her phone down to pour herself a glass of cold tea to cool off. Once she finished her tea and returned to the sofa, she picked up her phone again, only to see 99 notifications. Upon opening it, she found numerous people attacking her, and by extension, Wen Wan. Isn't that Wen Wan's mother? Why not use a different account to comment? This is hilarious. I thought Wen Wan was shameless enough, but her mother is even more so. By Rua Xian shared several photos 2 hours before the livestream, and the bracelet she wore is identical to the one in Gu's photo. By Rua Xian's family background is second only to the Gu group. If we're talking about high society, it's all about marrying well. By Rua Xian has never sought attention from the Gu group. She could scarcely imagine how Wen Wan was being insulted in the comments. Only then did Wen's mother manage to hold back her tears. To avoid burdening her daughter, she promptly deleted her comment. Yet, this deletion only led Wen Wan's detractors to believe she was guilty and anxious. When Wen Wan finally returned, she sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and soon noticed that her mother's account was under attack from Bai Rua Xian's fans. Confused about what was happening, she only understood the situation after seeing screenshots from detractors. Essentially, Gu Jingshen had posted something that sparked speculation among netizens. Naturally, her tendency to attract negative attention allowed detractors to pounce. Her mother, fearing for her reputation, deleted her comment, only to face a barrage of insults from the online community. When Wan furrowed her brow, seeing discussions about a bracelet, she glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just then, Gu Jingshen settled beside her, and upon hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, his expression darkened. Wen Wan looked at Bai Rua Xian's earlier Weibo post, magnified it, and mused, "Isn't Bai Rua Xian the daughter of the Bai family? Although she's a fake heiress, she's still wealthier than I am. This bracelet I bought from a boutique for $29.90. Why does she insist on wearing the same one and posting it online?" Hearing Wen Wan's thoughts, Gu Jingshen opened an app he seldom used. Upon accessing the account, he discovered that the comments beneath the previously posted photos were rife with disputes. TSK. Does Wen Wan's mother really want her daughter to climb up to Gu Jingshen? And claiming they are already married? That's a dream. The one upstairs is deranged. Case closed. It could also just be a coincidence. Don't jump to conclusions. Are Gu family member isn't that type of person? Meanwhile, Bai Rua Xian was fiddling with a bracelet on her wrist when her manager arrived, prompting her to casually toss it into the trash can. The manager, puzzled, asked, "You insisted I find you this cheap bracelet the other night. Why do you suddenly not want it?" Bai Ruoxuan's lips curled into a mocking arc. Isn't the result of using such trash simply to be discarded? The agent, looking bewildered, quickly opened her phone to check. Soon, she discovered that Bai Ruoxuan and Wen Wan had both trended on social media. Realizing the situation, she cautiously inquired, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wen Wan is already married to Gu Jingshen. This uproar seems to serve you little purpose." Bai Ruoxuan shot her a disdainful glance, prompting the agent to promptly fall silent. After all, should the Bai family decide to cast her aside, she would be left with nothing. The Gu family was her safety net. The agent noticed that while the trending topic initially featured Wen Wan and Bai Ruoxuan, a new trend had emerged, and she clicked on it. Gasping in shock before telling Bai Ruoxuan, "This truly seems of no benefit to you." The smile on Bai Ruoxuan's lips faltered as she peered at the agent's phone, where the contents of the page caught her attention. Netizens remarked, Bai Ruoxuan's family background is incredibly strong, and they are childhood sweethearts." Bai Ruoxuan nearly choked upon reading this comment. Chapter 91. True love fans. The agent swiftly took the phone away, aware that Bai Ruoxuan was on the verge of exploding with anger. With experience, she quickly retreated from the room. As expected, moments later, sounds of something crashing to the floor echoed from within. Meanwhile, Wen Wan defended her mother online, engaging in a fierce exchange with several netizens. Her absence from the internet was merely due to her busy schedule, but now she finally had the time. However, the comment she had been battling against suddenly vanished without warning, leaving Wen Wan perplexed. It dawned on her that Gu Jingshen seemed to be instructing his assistant to retrieve their marriage certificate for a photo. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and she quickly interjected, "Darling, you see how many haters I have now. If this goes public, it could surely affect your company." Gu Jingshen looked at Wen Wan, whose eyes, slightly anxious, conveyed genuine concern that his actions might impact her career. Just as a hint of sweetness stirred within him, her inner thoughts reached his ears. If this is made public, how can I continue to portray a character in a campus romance drama as a married woman? Besides, I'm merely after your wealth. Gu Jingshen tightened his grip on his phone. Well, it was clear that her interest was purely financial now. However, He soon rationalized that in a world filled with wealthy individuals, Wen Wan's exclusive pursuit of his fortune indicated that he held a unique place in her heart. Before long, Mr. and Mrs. Gu descended from upstairs. With smiles, Mrs. Gu shared the good news with Gu Jingshan and Wen Wan. We just heard a rumor that Jiang Li's father is sentenced to 10 years, while Jiang Li herself gets 1 year. Wen Wan's heart leapt with joy. Mr. Gu was also surprised. Their intention had merely been to see Jiang Li's father bankrupt, never expecting he would not only be bankrupt but imprisoned as well. Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, both of them simultaneously producing a card and handing it to Wen Wan. Mrs. Gu said, "This card contains 50 million. I heard from Jingshan that you are looking to invest in a film, so we thought we would assist you a bit." Wen Wan received the card, momentarily stunned, thinking, 50 million? She sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Mom and Dad, thank you." Hearing her address them as such filled Mr. and Mrs. Gu with joy. Wen Wan tucked the card into her pocket. Meanwhile, Gu Jingshan slowly rose, stating, "The Bai family is urging us." Mr. and Mrs. Gu nodded, then turned to Wen Wan. They explained that today was the true heiress's birthday, and they were going to Bai Qingyi's birthday party, inviting Wen Wan to join them. An hour later, the Gu family, along with Gu Zhen and Wen Wan, arrived at the Bai family's old residence. The Gu family had once been involved in small business ventures, but due to Mr. Gu's good fortune, their business had flourished over the past 40 years, eventually making them the wealthiest family. In contrast, the Bai family had been a noble lineage for centuries, thus indeed comparable to the Gu family, as stated online. Upon entering the hall, Wen Wan spotted Bai Qingyi, who immediately walked toward her. Before Wen Wan could greet her, the false heiress Bai Ruoxuan swiftly obstructed Bai Qingyi, instructing her to attend to some task before making her way over. This child had always followed Gu Jingshan, having been raised alongside him. As Bai Ruoxuan approached, she was accompanied by her brother, who was not only the true heiress's biological brother, but also a classmate of Gu Zhen. Bai Ruoxuan greeted the Gu family warmly and, in her usual manner, linked her arm with Gu Jingshan's, playfully saying, "Brother Gu, how could you claim not to know me online? We grew up together." The tone sent shivers down Wen Wan's arms. Mr. and Mrs. Gu remained unaware of the unfolding drama and the online controversies. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxuan's brother, observing Gu Jingshan's cold demeanor towards his sister, whispered his discontent. "My sister is no less than Wen Wan." Gu Zhen, accustomed to defending Wen Wan, blurted out, "Do you know how hard Wen Wan works?" She continued filming even with a high fever of 40 degrees. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at Gu Zhen. He seemed unfazed, continuing, "It's all marketing, and the success belongs to the screenwriter and the director. I just want to know, has your sister gained any fame after 5 years in the industry?" Bai Ruoxuan felt a lump in her throat. Gu Jingshan lowered his eyelashes, suppressing the curve at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Wen Wan witnessed the entire exchange, pondering, could Gu Zhen be my true fan? Chapter 92, a shift in the narrative suddenly. The previously loquacious youth's ears turned crimson, and he fell silent. It was all over. He was so used to battling online that he couldn't resist retorting whenever someone spoke ill of Wen Wan. Mr. Gu was particularly astonished, while Mrs. Gu remained calm, having witnessed Gu Zhen's adeptness in online disputes before. For the first time, Gu Jingshan recognized an improvement in Gu Zhen's eloquence, justifying the high price he paid for his tutoring. Bai Ruoxuan exhaled deeply. She had aimed to impress the Gu family, but had inadvertently stumbled. With a forced smile, she bid farewell to the Gu family and shot a glare at Wen Wan and Gu Zhen before pulling her brother away. Mr. and Mrs. Gu, unaware of the online happenings or Bai Ruoxuan's true nature, assumed the earlier incident was merely instigated by her mischievous brother. After all, they had watched Bai Ruoxuan grow up. Thus, Mrs. Gu could not help but comment, Ruoxuan's brother lacks respect. No matter how you look at it, Wen Wan is his elder. How can he criticize her upon first meeting? Mr. Gu nodded in agreement, expressing his displeasure. If this child is not disciplined, he might grow up to be misguided. Once they departed, Wen Wan took a moment to reflect on the portrayal of the false heiress, Bai Ruoxuan, concluding, Bai Ruoxuan is indeed duplicitous. She excels at manipulating others to vent her frustrations. Earlier, she brought her brother along to have him praise her while undermining me. Mr. and Mrs. Gu suddenly fell silent. Gu nodded in agreement with Wen Wan's sentiments. Indeed, Bai Ruoxuan's brother was in the same class as him, often behaving foolishly at school. The remarks he had just made were undoubtedly instilled by Bai Ruoxuan. At that moment, guests invited by the Bai family began to arrive in droves. Bai Ruoxuan was whispering to Bai Qingyi when she heard her father urging Bai Qingyi to take the stage and perform a piano piece for the guests. Bai Qingyi nodded and went to change clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxuan gazed tenderly at Bai Qingyi. Wen Wan's eyes flitted between the two young women, stirring a hint of curiosity within her. Gu Xiran, having just arrived, naturally caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts. The system immediately perked up. An important plot point is about to unfold. As soon as the system finished speaking, the woman playing the piano on stage suddenly screamed, causing a collective gasp among the audience. Bai Qingyi was wearing a strapless gown, and one of the straps had snapped, exposing her upper body to the air. A flicker of humiliation crossed Bai Qingyi's face as she hurriedly grasped her dress to cover herself. The guests in attendance became agitated. Gu Xiran was the first to step forward, loosening his suit jacket and draping it over Bai Qingyi. She glanced at him in gratitude. The system excitedly declared, "Indeed, the relationship between the protagonists is finally progressing. Gu Xiran's chivalrous act will surely touch Bai Qingyi, igniting sparks of romance between them." However, Gu Xiran, upon taking back his jacket, felt a surge of anger, believing his good intentions were being taken for granted. Wen Wan, reveling in the drama, remarked, "The plot has taken a turn." The system, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Aw." The Gu family exchanged glances, pondering the implications of Wen Wan's thoughts on the unfolding storyline. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxuan, with concern, asked if Bai Qingyi was all right, instructing a maid to bring a blanket to cover her sister, her eyes welling with worry. The guests were left in awe of Bai Ruoxuan's innate kindness. Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu also sighed in admiration. Wen Wan internally scoffed, so aware of the consequences of her misdeeds. Instantly, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu were taken aback. Mrs. Gu gasped, realizing that Bai Ruoxuan was a wolf in sheep's clothing. At this moment, Mr. Bai, the father of Bai Ruoxuan and Bai Qingyi, took the stage to inquire about the malfunction with the gown which had caused such a scene and how it might affect Bai Qingyi moving forward. Bai Ruoxuan shook her head, as if suddenly struck by inspiration, lowering her voice to say something to Bai Qingyi and Mr. Bai while glancing at Wen Wan. In the next moment, all three members of the Bai family turned their attention towards Wen Wan, furrowing her brows slightly. Wen Wan quickly urged the system to relay the plot. She was shocked to find that the storyline originally designated for Lu Yuan had been shifted onto her. No way. Is Bai Ruoxuan attempting to kill two birds with one stone? She wants Bai Qingyi to embarrass herself here, then pin the blame on me, leading Bai Qingyi to harbor resentment against me while feeling grateful to her for exposing my character. Upon hearing Wen Wan's inner thoughts, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu were filled with indignation.
What?
How dare she frame their daughter-in-law? Chapter 93. The feeling of being called president is quite pleasant. Indeed, after uttering those words, they regarded Wen Wan with discontent, except for Bai Qingyi, who furrowed her brows and asserted, "Wen Wan is not like that." Her words left Bai Ruoxuan momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback that Bai Qingyi would speak up in defense of Wen Wan. Weren't they unfamiliar with each other? Bai Ruoxuan, undeterred in her scheme, retorted, "Don't be deceived by Wen Wan's beauty. One cannot judge a person by appearances. I overheard the maid say she left briefly before you changed." At this, the maid, who had worked for the Bai family for over 20 years, nodded in affirmation of Bai Ruoxuan's claim. Mr. Bai, filled with ire, turned to Wen Wan but restrained himself from unleashing his anger as the Gu family was present. Just then, Gu Jingxin smirked slightly, his icy demeanor betraying no urgency as he remarked, "I recall that this area is under surveillance. If it were Wen Wan, I would apologize to Miss Bai on behalf of our entire family." Mr. Bai was about to agree when he noticed Bai Ruoxuan's complexion pale, and she quickly interjected, "No need. Today is my sister's birthday. Let's not disrupt her celebration over this incident." In an instant, Bai Qingyi glanced at Bai Ruoxuan. Before anyone could react, Bai Qingyi raised her hand and slapped Bai Ruoxuan, the sharp sound reverberating through the banquet hall. Bai Qingyi, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "You have already harmed me. Do you intend to make Wen Wan bear the brunt of this?" Wen Wan was taken aback for a few seconds, thinking, as expected of the female lead. She resorts to violence when provoked. What a role model. Gu Jingshan furrowed his brows slightly, pondering who the true female lead was. Bai Qingyi? Bai Qingyi continued. Do you know how wonderful Wen Wan is? She played the villain for my sake before. She is my friend. Wen Wan was astonished. Mrs. Gu nodded in agreement. Believing Bai Qingyi spoke the truth, Wen Wan was indeed a good person. Mr. Bai chastised Bai Ruoxuan in front of everyone and demanded an apology from her to bring this absurd scene to a close. Bai Ruoxuan, who had hoped to achieve 2 objectives with 1 move, now appeared foolish, being criticized from all sides. By evening, as Wen Wan prepared to leave, Bai Qingyi suddenly called out to her, inviting her to come in 2 days to shoot an advertisement for her brand. Intrigued, Wen Wan asked, Miss Bai, what does your brand focus on? Bai Qingyi glanced at the approaching Bai Ruoxuan, replying nonchalantly, I have just established a brand that emphasizes the ideals of friendship and sisterhood. We will shoot together. Bai Ruoxuan halted in her tracks, her expression darkening upon hearing Bai Qingyi's words. After all her efforts to ingratiate herself with Bai Qingyi, having finally secured a company endorsement for her parents, now it was being snatched away by Wen Wan. Subsequently, Bai Qingyi led Wen Wan to her bedroom, where they engaged in conversation. When Wen Wan emerged, she found Gu Jingshan, along with Mr. and Mrs. Gu, had been drinking. Gu Jingshan, having consumed quite a bit, had a faint flush on his normally indifferent face. Seated behind him, he had closed his eyes, long fingers pressed against his temples. As Wen Wan activated the speakerphone, a man's voice came through, instantly sobering Gu Jingshan. He wondered who would call Wen Wan at this late hour, Shen Yihan or He Mingzhou. Gu Zhen's eyes widened, fixated on Wen Wan. President Wen, have you seen the trending topic? The web drama you invested in is now trending, and after 5 episodes, it has an average viewership of 70 million. Wen Wan was slightly taken aback. What did you just say? President Wen, the director continued. Many investors have reached out to me regarding my next script, but you were the first I contacted, as it was your investment during a time when no one else believed in me that led to my current success. Gu Jingshan cracked open his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. I have already completed the next script. Would you be interested in investing? Wen Wan contemplated the director's storyline, realizing it would be closely tied to the male lead Gu Shiran's later success. Moreover, the director was exceptionally talented, consistently producing hits. Wen Wan replied, Sure. Let us discuss it. I'm driving at the moment, so it's not convenient. Understood, President Wen. The smile on Wen Wan's lips remained unabated. Upon returning home, she discovered a message from the director regarding the final funding required for the television series, and her smile vanished. 100 million. Indeed. The production of this historical drama demanded exorbitant expenses for props and locations, not to mention hiring artists. Previously, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu had provided her with 50 million. Yet she had less than 20 million remaining, leaving her significantly short. Wen Wan assisted Gu Jingshan to the bedroom and gently laid him down on the bed. Gu Jingshan was, in fact, already somewhat conscious, allowing Wen Wan to remove his jacket. Her hands were soft and radiated warmth. While untying his tie, she softly spoke. Darling, you've worked so hard, toiling day and night for our family. Gu Jingshan, eyes closed, thought to himself that Wen Wan was finally showing a semblance of conscience. She continued, her gaze tender, I understand the pressure you bear alone, but remember, I am here beside you. Gu Jingshan replied with a reluctant hm. Upon hearing him speak, Wen Wan's eyes brightened as she lowered her voice, asking, So, darling, what is your bank password? Gu Jingshan realized that all the elaborate setup was merely an attempt to extract his bank card password while he was inebriated. He tightly shut his eyes, concealing his inner disappointment, and pretended to sleep. Never mind, she would find a way to gather all the funds by tomorrow. The returns from the online drama she invested in had yet to reach her account, so she could only wait. The following day, Wen Wan awoke to find a bank card on the bedside table. Instantly alert, she rushed to the bank to check her balance. It was sufficient. With the addition of the funds Gu Jingshan had given her, she had enough for the upcoming investment. Wen Wan did not intend to accept Gu Jingshan's money without repayment. She wrote him an IOU and handed it to him. Seeing the IOU, Gu Jingshan's lips curled into a slight smile before he returned the note to Wen Wan. She was taken aback. The man murmured, "I signed it. Why are you returning it?" Wen Wan smiled. "It is essential for couples to keep clear accounts." Gu Jingshan raised an eyebrow and took up a pen to sign it. Once Wen Wan turned to leave, Gu Jingshan swiftly tore the IOU into shreds and discarded it in the trash. Wen Wan signed a contract with the director, who inquired about her choice of actress. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Let us hold auditions. I will participate as well." "All right, I will reserve the leading role for you." Wen Wan shook her head. "No need. I will compete like any other artist. If I pass the audition, then we shall see." After all, this was a production she personally invested in, and should there be someone more suitable, it would enhance the drama's profitability. After bidding farewell to the director, he silently commended Wen Wan for her integrity, refraining from exerting any privilege despite her investment. Henceforth, Wen Wan would be his employer. Not long after Wen Wan departed, the director received a call from Bai Ruo Xian. On the line, she feigned sweetness, saying, "Director Wu, it's Xian. We met before. I wish to inquire if I could audition for your upcoming script." The director replied, "You must speak to my boss. If she agrees, I will allow you to audition." Bai Ruo Xian was momentarily taken aback. Who was the boss? The director cleared his throat, aware that Wen Wan had instructed him to keep her identity as the investor confidential, and he responded ambiguously, "In a few days. I will dine with the boss. You may come then." After ending the call, Bai Ruo Xian hastily prepared to curry favor with the director's boss. She subtly inquired whether the boss was male or female, and upon learning it was a woman, she begrudgingly purchased a bag to present to the boss. Just as she completed her order, she spotted Wen Wan approaching, brushing past her to find Bai Qingyi. Bai Ruo Xian's expression darkened as she immediately intercepted Wen Wan. Scoffing, "Wen Wan, you don't actually believe Bai Qingyi can make decisions on her own, do you? That brand was given to her by my father. Securing an endorsement is easy for me." Before she could finish, Bai Qingyi walked by and shot Bai Ruo Xian a sidelong glance, saying, "What are you doing here? Since you've arrived, take the trash from the entrance with you." Bai Ruo Xian's face stiffened.
What did she mean by that?
Was she implying that she was the trash? With a cold laugh, Bai Ruo Xian turned on her heel and left. After all, she didn't care for the endorsement. At least she had secured a chance to meet the big boss through Director Wu. Once she landed a role from the director, she could rise to fame. After Bai Ruo Xian departed, Bai Qingyi began filming an advertisement with Wen Wan. 4 hours later, Wen Wan left, adding another sum to her account as advertisement fees. She then visited Xiaoyu's company, signed a contract, and secured the leading role for the following year. Xiaoyu informed her to keep the news of her casting under wraps, as the esteemed director had an eccentric temperament and disliked the entertainment industry's hype culture. She could only be publicly recognized as the lead after filming and release. If any scandal arose, the director might replace her. While Wen Wan conversed with Xiaoyu, the latter's secretary, under the pretext of needing the restroom, discreetly relayed this information to Bai Ruo Xian, as they were friends. Upon hearing that Wen Wan had obtained a script from a prominent director, Bai Ruo Xian felt a surge of anger. Although she did not know which director it was, she saw an opportunity to undermine Wen Wan before she commenced filming. Wen Wan observed the secretary for a few seconds, and before she could inquire, Xiaoyu proactively introduced her. "This is Xiao Zhang, who has been with me for 3 years. At this, Wen Wan nodded, not probing further. But she began searching for information about Xiao Zhang in her notes. After reading, she sneered internally, realizing that the tale of the farmer and the snake was not merely a fable, but a reality occurring right beside them. Just as she completed her reflection, the Gu family arrived at the office, halting at the entrance. An hour earlier, Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu had gone to the company to find Wen Wan but did not encounter her there. Gu Jingshan truthfully informed them that Wen Wan had gone to Xiaoyu's office to sign a contract. This revelation caused Mr. and Mrs. Gu great concern. They feared Wen Wan might be deceived and rushed over to personally review the contract, vowing to only allow her to sign after ensuring its legitimacy. After all, they were acquainted with many agents, and most contracts for artists contained predatory clauses. They were anxious that Wen Wan might be taken advantage of. Upon their arrival, they overheard Wen Wan's thoughts, causing the Gu family to exchange glances. At that moment, both Xiaoyu and Wen Wan recognized their presence, displaying surprise. Xiaoyu promptly invited them in and had the secretary prepare tea for the trio. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gu was at a loss for how to explain their visit, as admitting their fear of Wen Wan being scammed would undoubtedly embarrass Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu, being perceptive, immediately discerned their intentions. With a gentle smile, she said, "Uncle, Auntie Mr. Gu, it's clear you care deeply for Wen Wan and I understand. Here, take a look at the contract. There are absolutely no issues." She handed the signed contract to the Gu family. Gu Jingshen took the contract and began to scrutinize it word by word, paying attention to every punctuation mark. Mr. Gu, with his presbyopia, could not see clearly and entrusted the task to his son. He leaned in closer, warning Gu Jingshen, "If you miss even a single line, I will make sure your company loses a sum." The man pressed his lips together, nodding slightly outwardly, but internally he resolved to be meticulous without needing his father's admonition. He was more diligent in this than he typically was when approving contracts at the firm. While both Mrs. Gu and Gu Jingshen focused intently on the contract, Wen Wan's inner thoughts distracted them from concentrating. Her gaze turned to the secretary, contemplating, "This Xiao Zhang is a student sponsored by Xiaoyu. Yet she not only lacks gratitude for Xiaoyu's assistance, but also seeks to usurp her position. When Xiaoyu is absent, she secretly sells Xiaoyu's jewelry and bags, earning nearly several million." Madame Gu and Gu Jingshen instantly shifted their gaze from the contract to the secretary. Chapter 95. A Good Friend. Wen Wan once again flipped through the storyline involving Xiao Zhang. This secretary shares a close friendship with Bai Ruoxuan, and they have committed numerous misdeeds together. Madame Gu gritted her teeth, harboring a deep-seated dislike for Bai Ruoxuan. Previously, she had felt a tinge of sympathy for Bai Ruoxuan, but now, the one deserving of pity was undoubtedly Xiaoyu. After a cursory glance, she found no issues at all. In fact, Xiaoyu had provided timely assistance by signing with Wen Wan. Why would Xiaoyu act in such a manner? Gu Jingshen's heart sank suddenly. He had previously discerned through Wen Wan's thoughts that Xiaoyu had an inclination toward women. Now, with Xiaoyu aiding his wife so generously, was there more to it? Perhaps Gu Jingshen was overthinking. Xiaoyu was merely grateful to Wen Wan for helping to sever the ties between He Mu and He Yong'an, thus allowing her the freedom to pursue He Mu without reservations. Wen Wan suddenly noticed the secretary stealthily pulling out her phone to photograph the contract. She immediately reached out to cover the document. The warmth of her palm seemed to soothe him, dispelling any misunderstandings. Gu Jingshen's heart, which had plummeted, now found solace. Thankfully, Wen Wan's affections were solely directed towards him. His doubts were indeed unfounded. An idea struck Wen Wan. By the way, this secretary has a Weibo account where she frequently shares photos of herself sporting Xiaoyu's designer clothes while carrying Xiaoyu's handbag. Upon hearing this thought, Madame Gu wasted no time in retrieving her phone, eager for an opportunity. Wen Wan racked her brain. What is the account name? Let me think. Both Madame Gu and the elder Mr. Gu felt a sense of urgency, as did the secretary. She had promised Bai Ruoxuan to capture Wen Wan's contract, yet now she was being thwarted. She understood that such contracts were highly confidential. Acquiring knowledge of the other party's contract was akin to grasping their Achilles heel. It could compel Wen Wan to breach certain contractual stipulations, resulting in exorbitant penalties. At that moment, Wen Wan finally recalled the secretary's account name. I got it. This secretary has been presenting herself online as a wealthy woman, garnering attention from many. The account is called Zhang Miao Miao, not short of money. With the answer in hand, Madame Gu promptly searched for the account. A quick search revealed a plethora of ostentatious photos showcasing wealth, including the secretary offering a limited edition handbag at half price. This prompted netizens to comment, "Rich lady, please support me." Madame Gu suddenly clicked on a photo and, feigning surprise, exclaimed, "Yeah, is this you?" Xiaoyu glanced at Madame Gu's phone, momentarily stunned. The photo depicted her silhouette, and she had never shared any images of herself online. Xiaoyu urged Madame Gu to open the comment section. There, they discovered the original poster had commented, "The maid's daughter is wearing my clothes. Should I fire her?" Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Then, Madame Gu pretended to accidentally click on several more photos. In the next moment, Xiaoyu spotted one of her sponsored students taking a selfie in her clothes. A sudden realization washed over her. At that moment, the secretary was absorbed in her phone, or rather, she was venting to Bai Ruoxuan. "I can't believe it. Wen Wan has covered the contract, and I can't send you the photo. But no worries. Once they leave, I'll discreetly take a picture of the contract for you. After we deal with Wen Wan, don't forget our agreement. The so-called agreement was by Ruoxuan introducing her to a wealthy boyfriend. The secretary couldn't help but chuckle, already envisioning her ascent to the pinnacle of life. However, just as she was lost in thought, Xiao Yu's cold voice pierced her ears. You're fired. Xiao Yu retrieved her phone, quickly locating the secretary's account, and threw her phone into the secretary's lap. I felt sorry for you, sponsoring your education, fearing you wouldn't find a job after graduation, placing you by my side, even allowing you to live in my home. The Gu family, along with Wen Wan, felt a wave of indignation on behalf of Xiao Yu. Sometimes, aiding someone could be less rewarding than adopting a stray dog. At least a dog is loyal. Xiao Yu continued, I never expected that living in my home, wearing my clothes, and flaunting my bags and accessories, you would dare to claim I am the maid's daughter? Asking others if they should fire me for wearing your clothes? The last words were nearly bitten off in anger. At this moment, the secretary glanced at her phone's homepage, finally comprehending that her actions had been exposed. Panic surged within her for a moment, but then she recalled something and regained her composure. She had long ceased to care about this wretched company. With Bai Ruoxuan as a friend, she was bound to marry into wealth sooner or later. Working here would yield no opportunities for sudden wealth. The secretary then darkly retorted, If I want to leave, then I'll leave. Do you think I cherish being a servant here? Xiao Yu's countenance grew increasingly grim. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Yu nodded decisively. Yes, I will have my lawyer contact you about reimbursement. You must return every penny I sponsored you, along with all the assets you sold from me. Upon hearing this, the secretary's face shifted between shades of green and white. She naturally couldn't repay it. However, her friend could. Bai Ruoxuan was an heiress, wealthier than Xiao Yu's family. Having helped her friend so much, Bai Ruoxuan would undoubtedly assist her in return.
Subsequently,
the secretary boldly declared, Of course I can pay it back. Do you really think I can't? After delivering her threats, the secretary turned to leave. Once the secretary departed, Xiao Yu furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why the secretary would so readily promise to return the money. However, Wen Wan, who was privy to the unfolding drama, secretly relished the situation. Of course, Bai Ruoxuan will be the one to pay her back. Does this secretary truly believe she and Bai Ruoxuan are still friends? It seems that friendship is about to turn into enmity. Chapter 96. Encountering the haters. The Gu family, able to hear Wen Wan's thoughts, lowered their heads to conceal their amusement. Once the Gu family confirmed that Wen Wan's contract was flawless, they departed with her. As they settled into their vehicle by the roadside, they spotted the secretary on the phone. Thus, Wen Wan knew the moment of excitement had arrived. She couldn't help but roll down the window. Unbeknownst to her, the Gu family mirrored her actions. The secretary was informing Bai Ruoxuan of her dismissal by Xiao Yu and how Xiao Yu was demanding repayment for her actions. She inquired if Bai Ruoxuan could lend her some money. After her words, the call was abruptly cut off amid the secretary's stunned breaths. When she dialed again, it was evident that Bai Ruoxuan had blocked her. Subsequently, every attempt by the secretary to reach Bai Ruoxuan across various platforms was met with a red exclamation mark. This left her in a state of despair, crouching on the ground. Unable to contain herself, Wen Wan quipped, In a civilized society, please do not relieve yourself in public. As soon as she spoke, both Mr. Gu and Madame Gu burst into laughter, unable to hold back. Although Gu Jingxin did not laugh as freely as his parents, a hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. The passers-by, who had initially overlooked the secretary, now turned their attention to her due to Wen Wan's remark. This left the secretary feeling utterly humiliated, on the verge of tears, yet unable to weep. Thus, her despair deepened. The Gu family, along with Wen Wan, drove away from the scene. The following morning, Wen Wan received a call from Director Wu. He inquired if she had any actors in mind. If not, he could recommend Bai Ruoxuan, as she was quite presentable and had no scandals. The crucial point was that her compensation was also modest. Wen Wan initially wished for Bai Ruoxuan to distance herself as much as possible, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind. A smirk of mockery curled at the corners of her lips as she said, Very well, let her audition. Upon hearing Wen Wan relent, Director Zhang promptly informed Bai Ruoxuan. The moment Bai Ruoxuan received the news, her smile grew increasingly radiant, even flaunting her triumph in front of Bai Qingyi. Although Bai Ruoxuan typically appeared as a demure girl in public, she harbored an entirely different persona behind the scenes. Witnessing Bai Ruoxuan's transformation, Bai Qingyi let out a cold snort. Tomorrow, Wen Wan was set to shoot for director Zhang's film. Just before filming commenced, she was unexpectedly added to a group chat. The conversation within the group revolved around plans for a dinner gathering that evening. The participants were all former classmates from Wen Wan's high school. Upon noticing Wen Wan's entry, the group fell silent for a few minutes until someone tagged her. "Are you coming tonight?" At that moment, Wen Wan was at home having dinner. She took a few bites of rice while glancing at her phone, which made her increasingly irritated. In a fit of annoyance, she changed her nickname in the group to Father, which silenced the chat, and no one dared to tag her again. Gu Jingshin, sitting nearby, caught a glimpse of Wen Wan's antics and couldn't help but smile faintly. The upcoming class reunion was intricately tied to Wen Wan's storyline, and as she contemplated the unfolding events, she mused, "No wonder I have been subjected to so much slander. It turns out my old classmates are gossiping behind my back, even claiming to be my classmates while fabricating falsehoods and inciting netizens to attack me. What a joke. If they are so idle, they might as well go to the village entrance and shovel dung." Gu Zhen, overhearing Wen Wan's thoughts, darkened at her words. Despite his tireless efforts, there were still lingering detractors. As a character painted as a vicious female antagonist in the narrative, Wen Wan's reputation was naturally poor. Furthermore, during her high school years, her extraordinary beauty garnered admiration from her peers, leading to preferential treatment from teachers. Wen Wan felt an overwhelming urge to disdain the author of the story. To illustrate her perceived wickedness and evoke hatred from readers, it served to highlight the psychological trauma inflicted upon the male lead, thus underscoring Gu Xiaoran's struggles. Wen Wan thought.
Bah!
Gu Zhen and Gu Jingshin, who were dining, paused at Wen Wan's exclamation. Wen Wan clenched her teeth internally. Just wait. Tonight, I will confront these detractors. With that, she rose and headed upstairs to select her outfit and apply makeup. Although Gu Zhen struggled academically, he possessed a certain talent, particularly in the art of insults. He promptly began retaliating against Wen Wan's critics, while Gu Jingshin remained indifferent in the living room. Only when Wen Wan descended the stairs did he show any sign of interest, casually inquiring, "Where are you going?" After changing her shoes and grabbing her bag at the entrance, she proceeded to her destination. Inside a private room, a group of young individuals, similar in age to Wen Wan, had gathered. Their discussions revolved not around work, but rather centered on matters concerning Wen Wan. One male classmate, who had once pursued Wen Wan only to be spurned, harbored resentment. He was also the leader of the group of Wen Wan's detractors. He was the first to broach the topic, his face bearing excess flesh that squished together when he smiled. Wen Wan is now so popular that she looks down on us old classmates, refusing to attend the reunion. This male classmate, whose family was involved in the building materials business and possessed some wealth, casually placed his Maserati car key on the table, creating a loud clatter. Some classmates noticed and immediately fawned. What does it matter how popular she is? She's just a plaything of the wealthy. I've heard that those female celebrities will strip and sleep with anyone for money. Laughter erupted in the private room, filled with ridicule. Another female classmate, half smiling, remarked, "What's the difference between them and those female internet celebrities? Just throw some cash and they can book a hotel." However, upon hearing this, a girl among them who was an internet celebrity frowned in discontent. At that moment, the man referred to as Chang Ji's eyes lit up. Unknown to them, Wen Wan had already begun investing, casually wielding a fortune that far surpassed Chang Ji's entire wealth. Suddenly, the door swung open and the laughter within the room ceased abruptly. A stunningly beautiful woman stood at the entrance, captivating everyone's gaze and leaving them in stunned silence for an extended moment. The weather had turned cool, and the woman donned a brown trench coat, her tall figure accentuated by an exquisitely breathtaking face that nearly took one's breath away. Wen Wan's porcelain skin and slightly upturned eyes radiated an alluring aura, her full, delicate lips completing the picture. Chang Ge gasped in astonishment, his eyes reflecting awe as he beheld Wen Wan. Over the years, Wen Wan had grown even more beautiful, exuding an added femininity compared to her high school days. She nonchalantly chose a chair to sit in, while all eyes followed her every move. At this juncture, Chang'e shifted positions to sit beside Wen Wan. Abandoning his earlier mockery, his eyes gleamed with a scheming glimmer. I didn't expect you to be here. I've been following your progress in the news. I hear you are quite ambitious. Wen Wan shot a glance at Chang'e. She quickly summoned the system to relay information about him, subsequently smirking inwardly. Han Chang, my #1 detractor. He manages a group of nearly 3,000 individuals, all of whom are my critics. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Gu Leoi and Gu Foran unexpectedly recognized a familiar voice. They exchanged a glance and immediately set their chopsticks down. The next moment, the door to their room swung open, and Gu Jingshan entered. He nodded slightly to the others in the room before taking a seat beside his mother. Chapter 97. The actor Gu Foran lowered her voice. Weren't you not coming? Gu Jingshan replied in a low tone. I just happen to have free time. Gu Foran cast a meaningful glance at her son, choosing not to expose the reason for his presence. Wen Wan's arrival. The others in the room were all business executives associated with the Gu family, welcoming Gu Jingshan warmly as they continued their conversations over dinner. Meanwhile, both Gu Leoi and Gu Foran, who had previously been animated, fell silent, as did Gu Jingshan. They were all attuned to Wen Wan's thoughts from the next room. However, since the earlier thought had dissipated, silence reigned once again. On the other hand, Wen Wan chose not to revisit the narrative involving Han Chang, instead focusing on his words. Han Chang picked up the car key from the table, ostentatiously twirling it before Wen Wan as he proclaimed, You no longer need to be so assertive. Your strength has arrived. Han Chang had heard that Wen Wan's family had gone bankrupt during her university years. Now that he was wealthier than her, he believed his words would resonate deeply, prompting Wen Wan to willingly embrace him as her benefactor. At that moment, other classmates discreetly took out their phones, recording the interaction between Wen Wan and Han Chang, anticipating a scandal involving a celebrity. Wen Wan glanced at Han Chang, her lips parting slightly as she said, Fool. Han Chang, a former classmate, merely chuckled, and a female internet celebrity burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking. The other classmates in the room lowered their heads, stifling their amusement. It must be said that Wen Wan's retort was quite impressive. However, some classmates, eager to curry favor with Han Chang, indignantly defended him. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty about? Aren't you just an actress? Han Chang gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement. Seeing Han Chang's support for their statements, the classmates gained confidence, asserting, those female celebrities and internet personalities are all the same. They just sell smiles for a bit of cash. Upon the utterance of those words, before Wen Wan could respond, a nearby female classmate could no longer contain herself, striking the table and exclaiming, What nonsense! We internet celebrities and stars earn our living through our talents. Who do you think you are? Approaching 30 and perhaps incapable of even garnering a mere rocket. Wen Wan seized the opportunity to retort. You scrounged together a few coins to gift an internet celebrity a lollipop, yet you shamelessly prattle about your wife sharing leg photos and seek attention. But those influencers pay you no mind, leaving you enraged, convinced all women owe you something. The internet celebrity chimed in, exactly, a total loser. The duo left their classmate speechless, her complexion shifting from green to pale, for their words rang true. Meanwhile, the Gu family, situated in the adjacent room, felt an urgent concern. The soundproofing was so effective that they could only hear Wen Wan's heartfelt musings, unable to catch any other sounds. Particularly Mrs. Gu feared Wen Wan might be bullied by these classmates. They relentlessly harassed her, while she appeared so frail and delicate, seemingly unable to withstand any assault. Yet, unbeknownst to them, despite the relentless bullying, Wen Wan's tongue was far from dead. Quite the contrary, it could be terrifying.
Han Qiang, feeling embarrassed,
reflected on the reunion he had organized, initially intending to demonstrate to Wen Wan that he was the most successful among their peers, hoping to make her regret her past rejection. However, the situation was unfolding quite differently than he had envisioned. But soon enough, an opportunity to showcase himself appeared. As the waiter entered with a bottle of red wine, Han Chang straightened up and announced, I have ordered wine for everyone. Let us enjoy a small toast. A classmate echoed his sentiment, Brother Chang. You are so generous. This wine must be quite expensive? Han Chang nodded. It's nothing special, merely 3,000 or 4,000. I often spend that much on a meal. Envy filled the room as his classmates marveled at his wealth. At that moment, the waiter placed the wine on the table and said, "Miss Wen, this wine was ordered for you by Mr. Gu from the adjacent room." Upon hearing this, Han Chong was momentarily stunned. He then scoffed, "Let Wen Wan drink this on her own. A few hundred yuan for such mediocre wine is hardly worth it. Everyone should enjoy mine instead. Waiter, bring over my bottle." The waiter only poured wine for Wen Wan, smiling as he said, "Sir, you might want to take a closer look at this bottle." As the words left his lips, many squinted at the label, quickly falling silent. The internet celebrity exclaimed, "A 1855 law fight, worth around 80 to 90,000. I have only seen it on television, and those were merely props. I can't believe I am witnessing it today." In an instant, Han Chong and his classmate turned ashen. Wen Wan cast an appreciative glance at the internet celebrity and ordered, "Pour a glass for both of us. The rest can be packed for her to take." The internet celebrity was taken aback, pleasantly surprised, while the others looked on with envy.
Han Qiang, ytterlig embarrassad.
No longer mentioned his mere few thousand yuan wine. The others began to speculate on the identity of the mysterious Mr. Gu. Wen Wan took a sip of the red wine, pondering, "Is Gu Jingshan here? Could this be his timely gesture?" Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Gu finally caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts, but exchanged glances filled with reproach toward Gu Jingshan, as if to say, "You have stolen the chance to assist Wen Wan in confronting those classmates." Under the weight of his parents' gaze, Gu Jingshan raised an eyebrow slightly. Wen Wan's phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the screen, she saw a message from Director Wu, informing her that he was dining with the producer and several principal actors from the crew at the hotel where she was currently. She quickly replied, "I am in room 887. Upon receiving her message, Director Wu turned to Bai Ruoxian and said, "My boss is also here. She's quite kind. Let us go meet her. But do not say anything foolish." Bai Ruoxian's face brightened with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Director Wu then led her to room 887 but unexpectedly received a phone call, instructing Bai Ruoxian to enter first while he would join shortly. As she pushed open the door, Bai Ruoxian noticed a few unfamiliar faces, with Wen Wan being the only one she recognized. Ignoring the gazes upon her, she scanned the room, uncertain which of the unfamiliar faces belonged to Director Wu's boss. Assuming that the boss was present, she put on a facade, her lips curving into a pleasant smile as she gently asked, "Does anyone here know Director Wu?" Han Chong, still reeling from Wen Wan's previous remarks, perked up at the sight of a beautiful woman entering, immediately responding, "No one here knows Director Wu? Perhaps he hasn't arrived yet." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxian's smile faded. She saw no reason to waste time pretending among this crowd. She adopted a colder demeanor and walked straight to an empty seat, slowly sitting down. Her gaze then fell upon Wen Wan, and she scoffed. Others noticed the sudden shift in Bai Ruoxian's attitude. She recalled Director Wu's earlier words, mentioning that Wen Wan would also audition. What was Wen Wan, after all? Even if she married into the Gu family, she would still have to emerge to act. Bai Ruoxian believed it would be better for Wen Wan to focus on being Gu Jingshan's nominal wife rather than competing for a share of the entertainment industry pie. Thus, she derisively remarked, "Wen Wan, I suggest you refrain from auditioning for Director Wu's production. After all, he has promised the lead role to me. You might as well spend your time shooting a few more commercials with my sister." Having said this, Bai Ruoxian felt a sense of satisfaction. She intended her words to sting. Even though Director Wu had made no such promise, he merely suggested she audition. However, given her rapport with the director and her knack for feigning sweetness, she believed securing the big boss's favor would be effortless. By the time the boss arrived, Wen Wan would be of no consequence. As her words echoed in the room, the others exchanged glances. The internet celebrity frowned, and while everyone else mocked Wen Wan, she courageously defended her, saying, "Bai Ruoxian, right? I know you. You're just an insignificant figure in the entertainment industry, unable to even land supporting roles. Yet you dare to dream of the lead? Are you living in a fantasy?" Wen Wan turned to the internet celebrity, giving her a thumbs up while the latter beamed with pride. Having received a bottle of wine worth 80,000, the internet celebrity felt compelled to support Wen Wan. Bai Ruoxian's face paled, and she glared at the internet celebrity for a long moment. Wen Wan leisurely raised her wine glass, taking a sip before looking back at Bai Ruoxian with a playful smile. "You think you're the lead? she concluded with an enigmatic chuckle, leaving Bai Ruoxian feeling unsettled, convinced Wen Wan was merely envious and unable to reach her level. Just then, Director Wu entered, immediately sensing the tension in the air. Bai Ruoxian, her demeanor shifting instantly, sweetly asked, "Director, when will the big boss you mentioned arrive?" Director Wu paused, glancing at Wen Wan and replying, "ISN Tishi right here?" Bai Ruoxian's expression froze for a moment, panic overtaking her as she realized she had exposed her true self. Thinking the big boss had yet to arrive, she quickly scanned the faces of all the women in the room, her gaze deliberately avoiding Wen Wan. The others were equally astonished, pondering who the esteemed boss might be. Director Wu chuckled, seemingly unaware of the unfolding drama. "You should know my boss. She is the investor for both this and the previous project, contributing tens of millions to the last and 100 million to this one." As soon as the words left his mouth, the classmates in the private room collectively inhaled sharply, particularly Han Chang, whose family's total assets amounted to merely a few tens of millions, felt a chill. This boss casually invested tens of millions and even an additional 100 million. Who among his old classmates possessed such wealth? He was determined to curry favor with this individual later. Bai Ruoxian was still searching for the elusive big boss among the women present. The director, filled with profound gratitude towards the boss, generously exclaimed, "Oh, this is just a minor investment. The revenue from my previous online drama has already allowed my boss to earn several times the investment." The director then extended his hand towards Wen Wan, excitedly stating, "President Wen, thank you for your continued investment." In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of their breaths. Bai Ruoxian's pupils contracted upon hearing the director refer to Wen Wan as President Wen. She was stunned into a state of paralysis in her seat, her expression a mixture of shock and terror. What? Wen Wan was the director's boss? Did her earlier remarks not sever her own retreat? Observing Bai Ruoxian's astonished and humiliated expression, Wen Wan thought to herself, "The truth is out. I no longer need to pretend. I am a billionaire." Next door, although the Gu family was not present, they overheard Wen Wan's inner thoughts and exchanged amused glances. Madame Gu was well aware that Wen Wan was not only unbullied by her classmates, but had also gained face in front of her former peers. At that moment, Bai Ruoxian regretted everything, wishing she could turn back time. Other classmates in the private room gasped in astonishment. Han Chang and the classmate who had been trying to flatter him wore expressions of utter embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had discussed transferring a few tens of thousands to Wen Wan to gain her favor. Yet, Wen Wan was investing tens of millions, even 100 million. The paltry sum they mentioned was beneath her notice. Sensing the atmosphere in the room had shifted, the director looked perplexed and turned to the dazed Bai Ruoxian, saying, "Wen Wan is my boss. You all should know her. We are all part of the entertainment industry." Bai Ruoxian kept her head down, too ashamed to look up. The director continued, "Did you not want to play the female lead? Now that my boss is here, why not have a chat with her?" Bai Ruoxian felt utterly humiliated. Although she did not dare to glance at Wen Wan, she could sense the mocking gaze directed towards her. Bai Ruoxian bit her lip, contemplating setting aside her pride. However, upon raising her head, she found that Wen Wan was ignoring her entirely, engrossed in conversation with another female classmate. This realization deepened her discomfort. Declaring she would pass, Bai Ruoxian hurriedly exited the room. Only then did Wen Wan's gaze turn to Bai Ruoxian's retreating figure. The director remained baffled, unable to fathom why Bai Ruoxian, who had so ardently desired to meet the big boss, left without uttering a word. To the director's astonishment, shortly after Bai Ruoxian's departure, there was a knock at the door. A server opened it to reveal Gu Jingshan, a man the director had long wished to meet but had never laid eyes upon. Just as he was about to greet the man, he heard Gu Jingshan's low voice say, "She's gone." The director did not yet realize Gu Jingshan was addressing someone in particular, and then Wen Wan turned, leaving with him, disappearing from the view of everyone present. The people in the private room exchanged bewildered glances. Some, unfamiliar with Gu Jingshan, wondered if he was a male celebrity, given his striking appearance, far surpassing what they typically saw on television. Finally, Han Chang found an opportunity to belittle Wen Wan. Since learning she was the boss, he had refrained from speaking, but upon witnessing a man leave with her, he immediately remarked, "That man looked quite wealthy, dressed in bespoke suits. Surely she's not being someone's mistress?" As soon as he spoke, the director shot a sharp glance at Han Chong. The classmate who had been trying to ingratiate himself immediately echoed, "Exactly." A female internet celebrity rolled her eyes in exasperation, swiftly opened her phone, typed a few words, and presented the screen to Han Chong. She then scoffed. "It's understandable that you don't recognize the richest family. After all, you are rather short-sighted." In the next moment, Han Chong's gaze fell upon the cold, handsome face of the very man he had just disparaged, gracing the financial news under the headline of the Gu Corporation. Han Chong fell silent, his mouth agape. The male classmate felt a strong desire to vanish from the scene. After the reunion concluded, the group exited the hotel, marveling at Wen Wan's impressive hidden prowess.
Meanwhile,
Han Chong sat in silence in the car, opening the group chat where he had been the administrator of an anti-Wen Wan fan group. However, before he could post any reckless allegations, the group, which had boasted 3,000 members, suddenly exploded. Indeed, it was obliterated. Not only was the group gone, but his account was also logged out due to unusual activity and subsequently banned. This left Han Chong feeling even more frustrated, as he lost the only source of vanity he had as the group owner. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Zhen had infiltrated the group 2 hours earlier, gathering evidence of the rampant rumors and reported it, leading to the group's total dissolution. Wen Wan was astonished to unexpectedly encounter Mr. Gu and Madame Gu at the class reunion, along with Gu Jingshan, who presented her with a bottle of wine. Gu Jingshan sat beside Wen Wan, patiently awaiting her expression of gratitude for the wine he had just gifted her. After a prolonged silence, during which she did not speak, he slowly closed his eyes, feigning rest. At that moment, Wen Wan's thoughts echoed in her mind, prompting Gu Jingshan to lift his eyelids. Wen Wan mused, "In truth, I do not enjoy red wine. If I were to spend 80 or 90,000 on a bottle, it would be better to simply transfer the money." Mr. Gu and Madame Gu exchanged knowing glances in the front of the car, sharing a gentle laugh before their expressions turned serious. Wen Wan lowered her head in contemplation, reflecting, "If only I were the richest person, I could immediately acquire Han Chong's company. After all, they conduct business by bullying others, creating chaos for the local competitors." She sighed internally. "I truly wish to eliminate such scourges. Sometimes being a boss is not easy. Earning money comes with the obligation to spend it, as it is always in motion." By that measure, it seemed she was still relatively poor. In a moment of frustration, she thought, "This is truly making me feel impoverished." The Gu family trio overheard Wen Wan's thoughts. Madame Gu took out her phone and messaged Gu Jingshan, "I command you to acquire Han Chong's company within 10 minutes. Gu Jingshan pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering whether he had not already provided enough. His assistant expressed surprise, questioning the utility of acquiring such a small company. Just as the assistant finished his thought, Gu Jingshan instructed him to transfer the acquired shares to Wen Wan's parents. Originally, today was meant for director Zhang to film with her, but since Wen Wan's role was merely a supporting character, she attended only the opening ceremony before leaving. She was heading to the audition for the production she had invested in. After 2 full days, she had yet to find a suitable actress. Director Wu inquired about Bai Ruoxuan's audition and whether she was satisfied. Observing Bai Ruoxuan's audition from a bystander's perspective, Wen Wan felt it was inadequate. Neither her temperament nor appearance matched the script's female lead, leading to her rejection of the director's suggestion. Bai Ruoxuan had initially held little hope, but upon hearing the director's refusal, she felt a wave of disappointment and asked if it was Wen Wan's decision. Director Wu replied, "This was a conclusion reached with my boss." Following this, Bai Ruoxuan hung up, her heart filled with indignation. She also deduced that Wen Wan was never truly interested in finding the leading female role, but was merely going through the motions, wasting the time of so many individuals. In the end, it was still Wen Wan herself who portrayed the lead. Bai Ruoxuan bit her lip and subsequently shared a video of her audition online, seeking justice from her fans. Bai Ruoxuan adeptly played the role of a victim. Thus, she captioned her post, "I apologize for the disturbance. I had no intention of discussing this matter, but I feel it is quite unjust to me. I must appeal to my fans and netizens for assistance. A few days ago, I auditioned for the drama Dust of Life. I spent a considerable amount of time refining my character, and during the audition, the director and producers believed I was well suited for the lead. However, they later claimed I was not suitable. I do not wish to pursue the so-called lead role anymore. I simply want to ask, does a newcomer not deserve a chance to shine? I believe this is unfair to all newcomers in the entertainment industry. After posting, a mocking smile crept across Bai Ruoxuan's lips. Upon seeing her Weibo post, her manager rushed to her side, speaking earnestly. Do not take such drastic actions. There are times when auditions do not go as planned. Just because you audition doesn't mean you will be chosen. Bai Ruoxuan shot a cold glance at her manager, who promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, Wen Wan had just completed her first scene for director Zhang's film and was staying at a nearby hotel that night. As she was en route to the hotel, Director Wu's call came through. I must admit my poor judgment. I thought Bai Ruoxuan was a decent person. But after seeing her recent posts online, I finally understand the truth about judging a book by its cover. Wen Wan was still unclear about the situation but sensed that Bai Ruoxuan would not let this go easily. Director Wu's voice continued on the other end. She even wrote a lengthy post claiming we did not select her due to a lack of opportunities, when in fact, her demeanor does not align with the character of the lead. Wen Wan nodded, acknowledging understood. After hanging up, she opened Weibo and discovered Bai Ruoxuan's lengthy post from an hour prior, which accused the production of being unfair to newcomers. One cannot deny that Bai Ruoxuan was indeed clever. Since the audience was unaware of what the lead role entailed, she released her audition video. However, the viewers remained oblivious, leading to a plethora of comments supporting Bai Ruoxuan. Though Ruoxuan is new, she has been in the industry for a while. After all her efforts to audition for a role, she lost the opportunity due to insufficient fame. Isn't acting what truly matters? Ruoxuan mentioned that the director affirmed her, but the investors rejected her. Who is this investor? Let us expose them. Wait a moment, I looked into this investor and producer, and it turns out to be Wen Wan. Is Wen Wan that wealthy? The focus isn't on Wen Wan's wealth, it's that she dismissed Ruoxuan. As a fan of Ruoxuan, I won't watch any of Wen Wan's dramas anymore. The comments continued to proliferate, while a few fans defended Wen Wan, who said that auditioning guarantees selection. Exactly, how ridiculous. There are so many talented actresses. Why should it automatically be her? If I were Wen Wan, I wouldn't choose Bai Ruoxuan either, especially after she deliberately posted that bracelet photo, leading to online harassment of Wen Wan's mother. This is the fan group managed by Gu Zhen, who actively defended Wen Wan. Wen Wan had no time to engage with this. She had important matters to attend to. To be honest, she had been busier than ever, scarcely eating. However, upon receiving a payment notification, she felt that being busy was, after all, rather rewarding. Over here, there was no need for Wen Wan to intervene. The director, producers, and others collectively commented beneath Bai Ruoxuan's Weibo post. The director stated, "This has nothing to do with Wen. It was my decision not to select you." Bai Ruoxuan had initially aimed her ire at Wen Wan, but the director and producer took the blame upon themselves, which made Bai Ruoxuan grit her teeth in frustration. On the other side, Wen Wan was dining with the director recommended by Xiao Yu. Since the news broke, numerous artists had sought the director's favor, but he chose her directly through Xiao Yu's recommendation, leaving Wen Wan both surprised and delighted. During the meal, they were enjoying a pleasant conversation until the door opened, and Gu Jingshan's arrival caused Wen Wan to pause. The director, unaware of their relationship, cheerfully introduced Miss Wen. "This is the investor for my new drama. I thought it would be good for you to get acquainted." Wen Wan looked at the man's indifferent expression and couldn't help but internally scoff. Who knows him better than I do, considering we share a bed every night? Gu Jingshan's movements momentarily halted as the director sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and attempted to lighten it, saying, "Miss Wen, don't be misled by Mr. Gu's cold demeanor. He is quite amiable once you get to know him." Wen Wan thought to herself, "Get to know him? I even know where the mole on his abdomen is located." The man, who had just taken a sip of water, suddenly began to cough. Wen Wan cast a glance at Gu Jingshan, sensing something was amiss. He was usually composed, but now he struggled even to drink water. Shortly after, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Wen Wan noticed a momentary daze from the waiter, who was equally surprised. Wasn't this Xiao Yu's secretary? Has she started working to pay off debts? The secretary's face flushed with embarrassment as she set down the dishes and hurriedly left. When Wen Wan went to the restroom, the secretary was unexpectedly waiting for her at the door. Upon seeing her, Wen Wan was about to speak when the secretary interrupted. "Wen Wan, I need to tell you something." That director in the private room is the one for the lead role you're vying for. Bai Ruoxuan is causing trouble. Be cautious and don't let her leak any information about you. The secretary continued, she's targeting you, so be careful. After delivering her warning, the secretary was urged to return to her duties and hurried away. Meanwhile, in her quest for the role, Bai Ruoxuan had contacted paparazzi to prematurely expose that a female artist would be playing the lead.
Consequently,
The director became furious at the premature revelation and promptly dismissed the female artist, allowing Bai Ruoxuan to secure the role she desired. An hour later, after finishing her meal, Wen Wan settled into a hotel nearby. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxuan anxiously observed as the director and producers spoke in favor of Wen Wan. However, she concocted a plan. Thus, Bai Ruoxuan posted on Weibo, I apologize for my emotional state these past few days. I haven't slept much, and I may not be suited for the lead role. However, you all have invested considerable time in selecting actors, so perhaps the lead was already predetermined. All I seek is fairness. I know I am not deserving of the role given my lack of fans and popularity. She had anticipated that this post would create a stir. Yet, most comments merely mocked her. Haha, what a passive-aggressive rant. If I were Wen Wan, I would cast myself as the lead in my own production. Right? It's absurd to play the moral card. What era are we living in? Nonetheless, a small number of comments supported Bai Ruoxuan. Actors' lives matter too. Should they waste their time just to entertain Wen Wan? Exactly. If it was decided that Wen Wan would play the lead, why hold auditions? Other people's time doesn't matter? The comments varied widely. However, Bai Ruoxuan achieved her goal. Her display of victimhood indeed garnered significant attention, leading to her name trending several times. She had entered the industry during her high school years, and although her journey as an actress was long, she rarely made it to trending topics. Yet, following her confrontations with Wen Wan, she unexpectedly became a frequent subject of discussion. Bai Ruoxuan's actions were also driven by another motive, to gain sympathy in front of her father. Upon her arrival home, the first thing she did was, in the presence of her father and Bai Qingyi, declare, Dad, I have always aspired to make a name for myself in the entertainment industry, so that you could be proud of me. However, I have been granted an opportunity to star in director Wu's television drama. Bai Qingyi furrowed his brow as he gazed at Bai Ruoxuan, who continued, Yet, Wen Wan has invested in this drama, rendering the effort I have exerted over the past months futile. As she spoke, tears streamed down Bai Ruoxuan's cheeks. Bai Qingyi scoffed, saying, After striving for so many years without making a name for yourself, it is clear that this path is unsuitable for you. There is no need to unjustly place the blame on Wen Wan. Bai's father, however, darkened in countenance. Hearing Bai Ruoxuan's words, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Oh, how dare you bully my daughter? Which drama did she invest in? I shall invest double. Bai Ruoxuan lowered her head, suppressing a laugh, and began to sob again. It is director Wu's drama. I have his contact information. With that, Bai Ruoxuan handed her father's business card. At this juncture, Bai's mother invited the Gu family, including Wen Wan, to the Bai residence. As Bai's father was dialing his assistant's number, upon noticing Wen Wan's arrival, he disregarded the Gu family and directly inquired about her intentions. Wen Wan entered the Bai household, instantly comprehending the situation. Observing the scene before her, she mused, Bai Ruoxuan must have been a plastic bag in her past life, as she is quite adept at feigning. The members of the Gu family nodded in agreement. They had come partly at Bai's mother's invitation, but also to persuade Bai Ruoxuan to delete her Weibo post, wishing to protect Wen Wan's career from any adverse effects. Madame Gu thought to herself, My daughter-in-law describes it so aptly. A plastic bag possesses a thick skin that takes centuries to dissolve. Before Bai's father could voice his query, Bai Qingyi pulled out her phone and stated, Wen Wan did not steal your role. She then displayed the recently announced cast list. As Bai Ruoxuan leaned closer to the screen, she realized that the leading role was not played by Wen Wan, but rather by Bai Qingyi. Zhang's father was taken aback, and upon seeing the cast list, a surge of anger welled within him. He nearly misjudged Wen Wan and almost confronted the Gu family in wrath. Bai Qingyi, seizing the moment, feigned tears and pretended, Sister, was this your intention? Did you know all along that I was cast as the lead and sought to use father's investment to push me aside? Bai Ruoxuan silently gave Bai Qingyi a thumbs up, thinking, I did not see that coming. the leading lady is quite adept at changing her facade. The Gu elders expressed their astonishment at Bai Qingyi's performance. However, they quickly realized that in their hearts, Wen Wan was the true leading lady. Chapter 101. A devastating blow. Bai's father was consumed by indignation, yet due to the presence of outsiders, he could only contain it. Once they departed, he intended to chastise Bai Ruoxuan thoroughly for her treatment of Bai Qingyi. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxuan's fans waited eagerly on the official blog, ready for battle upon the release of the cast list. However, upon discovering that the lead actress was not Wen Wan, their prepared remarks became obsolete. Laughing hysterically. How could Bai Ruoxuan and her fans be so insincere? Oh dear. Are we not just wasting our time as actors? What a farce. They are the ones wasting our time. I am astounded. Bai Ruoxuan and her fans are pulling a classic case of projecting. Wen Wan, merely a supporting character, has done no one any wrong. So, can Bai Ruoxuan and her fans bow an apology to our Gu sister? A collective plea for an apology to our Gu sister, including ID numbers. As the online uproar continued, Wen Wan and the Gu family had already taken their leave, while Bai Ruoxuan found herself being reprimanded by her parents. Though internally vexed, she feigned contrition and accepted their scolding with humility. Consequently, Bai Ruoxuan's standing in her parents' eyes diminished significantly. After all, Bai Qingyi was the legitimate heiress, while she was merely an imposter, a fact that had become increasingly precarious following this incident. Adding to Bai Ruoxuan's distress was the company's demand that she record a video apologizing to Wen Wan online. Since Wen Wan was signed under Qiaoyu Company, they were not to be trifled with. Failure to apologize would result in a lawyer's letter from Qiaoyu. Having just been reprimanded by her parents, Bai Ruoxuan now faced the prospect of having to apologize to Wen Wan, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Madame Gu, during the car ride, inquired whether Wen Wan was in need of financial assistance and handed her a card containing several million. This left Wen Wan astounded. Having previously owed Gu Jingshan a considerable sum, she now contemplated using this money to repay him. The system remarked, even I, as a system, can hear the calculations you are making. When Wen Wan hesitated to accept, Madame Gu insisted, in times of difficulty, do not hesitate to reach out. We are family. Wen Wan could only nod in reluctant acceptance. The Gu family chauffeur dropped her off at the entrance of the set, yet the Gu family did not depart, instead choosing to observe the filming. Wen Wan proceeded to shoot her scenes. Upon arrival, the atmosphere felt tense, as director Zhang was in a foul mood, primarily due to the lead actress making everyone wait while she was out on a date with her boyfriend. She was seated, rehearsing her lines, while He Mingzhou portrayed the male lead. It was evident that He Mingzhou was also annoyed by the lead actress's unexpected delay. Suddenly, he approached Wen Wan and sat beside her, stating, I have divorced. After uttering those words, He Mingzhou appeared momentarily stunned. A silence ensued between them. Wen Wan, believing it to be a positive development, remarked, congratulations. From the context, she gathered that He Mingzhou's divorce from Qiaoyu was a good thing. She thought, a divorce? This indicates that Qiaoyu has pursued his mother. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the Gu family, having entered the set, overheard her inner thoughts. Madame Gu gasped in shock, while the elder Gu appeared equally astonished. Gu Jingshan, however, furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled. After a brief hesitation, Wen Wan offered comfort. I misspoke earlier, but I will certainly attend your next wedding. He Mingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly and responded softly, you speak so assuredly. Are you planning to be the bride? Wen Wan, taken aback, internally raged, the bride? You want me to be your bride? But I still love Gu Jingshan. Madame Gu and the elder Gu exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. They realized Wen Wan's financial interests were merely a ruse. Gu Jingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet, in the next moment, Wen Wan's thoughts continued to echo. When it comes to inheritance and power, if you possess anything comparable to Gu Jingshan, I would certainly remarry. Gu Jingshan's smile faltered. The elder Gu and Madame Gu exchanged glances of surprise. At that point, the system interjected, this is not entirely impossible, as He Mingzhou has taken his father's place after his arrest and possesses potential. The system added, while illegal, do not dwell on it. No matter how promising He Mingzhou may be, his assets cannot surpass Gu Jingshan's, especially given the backing of the Gu family. Gu Jingshin felt a chill envelop him. The elder Gu and Madame Gu exchanged knowing looks before Madame Gu solemnly advised, Jingshin, strive to earn more. Gu Jingshin remained silent. He Mingzhou, noting her silence, smirked and remarked, you should understand that my marriage to Qiao Yu lacked any emotional foundation. Wen Wan immediately shook her head. I am unaware. He Mingzhou chose not to call her out, asserting, I am more generous than Gu Jingshin. Wen Wan thought to herself, I have 500 billion. Let's see the real strength. The fog before her began to lift. He felt a weight settle in his heart. 500 billion, likely the entirety of his future assets. Madame Gu seemed to hear a shattering sound, momentarily stunned. Wen Wan replied, I will consider it. No sooner had she spoken than a man's voice, laced with barely concealed anger, echoed from behind. Wen Wan. Wen Wan's complexion paled at the sound of Gu Jingshin's voice, prompting her to alter her tone. Considering your second marriage, how much should I contribute as a wedding gift? He Mingzhou observed the tension in the atmosphere and, sensing the discomfort, discreetly departed with Mr. and Mrs. Gu, leaving Wen Wan and Gu Jingshin alone. After all, Gu Jingshin often donned this cold demeanor. Wen Wan smiled gently, feigning surprise as she approached Gu Jingshin, affectionately linking her arm with his. Did you come to visit me on set? How delightful. We just saw each other earlier. Gu Jingshin regarded the smile on Wen Wan's face, finding it somewhat jarring. Now that he had overheard her true feelings and unearthed the reality, he resolved to disregard them from this point forward. His countenance returned to its usual aloofness, and Wen Wan exhaled a sigh of relief, believing that Gu Jingshin had not overheard her earlier conversation with He Mingzhou. Unbeknownst to her, beneath his indifferent exterior, Gu Jingshin's heart had already suffered a profound injury. After a brief interval, a female actor was reprimanded by the director and, in a huff, exited the set to rendezvous with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, when one had commenced shooting ahead of schedule, Gu Jingshin chose not to leave, as director Zhang personally arranged a chair for him, ensuring the staff catered to this esteemed benefactor. At that moment, Bai Ruoxian hurriedly arrived. As a minor supporting character in the production, her role was even less significant than Wen Wan's. Thus her presence surprised Wen Wan, especially since Bai Ruoxian had not attended the opening ceremony. Upon seeing Gu Jingshin alone, Bai Ruoxian approached him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Brother Gu, what brings you here? Gu Jingshin glanced at her lazily and replied, I am the investor of this production. Bai Ruoxian's eyes sparkled at this revelation, knowing the investment was in the realm of billions. With her childhood friendship with Gu Jingshin, she believed she had a fair chance at securing a pivotal role in this drama. After all, she had heard rumors of the leading actress's difficult temperament, having just clashed with the director. If she played her cards right, persuading Gu Jingshin to award her the lead role, she would no longer be concerned about Wen Wan's investment in the series. Currently, she sought to usurp Wen Wan's position to solidify her standing within the Bai family. Once Wen Wan divorced Gu Jingshin and she married into the Bai family, they would undoubtedly dominate both the entertainment industry and the Bai family. Moreover, it had been quite some time since Gu Jingshin and Wen Wan had publicly announced their relationship, presenting her with a golden opportunity. At that moment, the atmosphere on set was decidedly tense. Director Zhang had lost interest after filming a few takes and announced a break. When Wan approached Gu Jingshin, noticing Bai Ruoxian chatting animatedly with him. Despite his consistent coldness, Bai Ruoxian appeared undeterred. Initially, Wen Wan intended to ignore the situation, but the system suddenly prompted her, do not forget your identity. You must retain your position as Gu Jingshin's wife. Therefore, you need to drive Bai Ruoxian away and prevent the narrative from collapsing. Wen Wan could not help but retort, as if it hasn't already collapsed. Energized by the system's words, she resolved to take action. Bai Ruoxian anticipated Wen Wan causing a scene, revealing her true nature to both the director and Gu Jingshin, which would lead to her expulsion from the production. Bai Ruoxian played her part well. With a somber expression, Wen Wan attempted to portray a venomous supporting character, coldly instructing Bai Ruoxian to keep her distance. Gu Jingshin's previously indifferent demeanor softened as he cast a lingering glance in her direction. Bai Ruoxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she feigned innocence, saying, Sister, Brother Gu and I are friends. He is my brother. Please do not misunderstand us. At this moment, the staff, previously on break, turn their attention toward the unfolding drama, intrigued as if they had stumbled upon a delicious scandal. The assistant director, a friend of Bai Ruoxian's father, witnessed the exchange and defended her. Wen Wan is quite rude. With her demeanor, how could she possibly represent our production without tarnishing its reputation? Director Zhang remained silent. Wen Wan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Ruoxian's wrist, as if discovering something, and inquired, "What brand is that watch on your wrist?" Bai Ruoxian, puzzled by Wen Wan's sudden change of subject, yet smugly replied, "It's a Patek Philippe my father bought me for my birthday. Your family probably can't afford such a luxury." Wen Wan's eyes widened in realization. What a fine watch! Before Bai Ruoxian could comprehend, the previously taciturn Gu Jingshen allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips. At that moment, Bai Ruoxian belatedly grasped that Wen Wan had been subtly mocking her. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression, saying, "Sister, how can you speak to me like that?" Wen Wan raised a hand to her mouth, remarking, "What a strong scent." She continued, "Oh, it seems to be green tea, but who drinks green tea? Why does it reek of it?" Observing the spectacle, Director Zhang suddenly spoke to the assistant director. "Terminate her contract." As the assistant director hurried to fetch the termination paperwork, Director Zhang added, "Also, release the lead actress and have Wen Wan replace her." The assistant director's expression shifted from excitement to disbelief. "Aren't we terminating Wen Wan's contract?" Director Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why would we terminate Wen Wan? Did you not see how she reprimanded Bai Ruoxian, embodying the very essence of the lead character, that of a capricious and sharp-tongued princess?" The assistant director remained speechless. Director Zhang called for everyone to gather as he had significant news to announce. Although Bai Ruoxian had been chastised by Wen Wan, a smile lingered on her face, fueled by anticipation. She believed the director would surely announce Wen Wan's dismissal. As the cast assembled, Bai Ruoxian's smile widened uncontrollably. However, when the director proclaimed that Wen Wan would replace the departed lead actress, her smile faltered, replaced by disbelief. Unable to contain herself, Bai Ruoxian queried the director, "Director Zhang, why the change?" Director Zhang, stroking his stubble, cast her a grateful glance. "You deserve my thanks. Had it not been for your earlier confrontation with Wen Wan, I might not have realized how perfectly she fits the role of the lead." Wen Wan assured Director Zhang, "I will not disappoint your expectations, and I must also thank Bai Ruoxian." This nearly caused Bai Ruoxian to faint from fury. She never anticipated that her attempt to undermine Wen Wan would result in the latter being awarded the lead role. As Wen Wan observed Bai Ruoxian's pale countenance, she mused to herself, "How foolish." Gu Jingshen, preparing to depart, caught wind of Wen Wan's thoughts and directed his gaze at Bai Ruoxian's ashen face. Wen Wan smirked, "You wanted to harm me, yet you inadvertently delivered resources into my hands. How ironic." Gu Jingshen's expression darkened, and as he turned to leave, he messaged Director Zhang to ensure Bai Ruoxian's dismissal. Bai Ruoxian, taken aback, was informed that she had lost even the role of a servant when the filming resumed, leaving her in a state of utter despondency. She quickly set out to discover which director Wen Wan's next project would involve, determined to thwart her plans. Wen Wan enjoyed a day off after a week of filming. The two men appeared cultured and refined, exuding an aura of intellectualism. Gu Jin sat on the couch, his expression complex, as he clutched his backpack tightly. A middle-aged woman remarked, "So, you must be my son's stepmother. I am Gu Jin's biological mother, and I am grateful for the care you have provided him over the years." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman produced a red envelope and handed it to Wen Wan, who had just approached. The middle-aged man wore a warm smile, expressing gratitude. "You have truly endured much alongside General Gu, as well as Madame Gu and Lord Gu." Gu Jingshen sat upon the sofa, his demeanor cool and tinged with weariness. Yet, within the depths of his mind, he mused, such a fate is merely unfortunate. He cast a glance at Wen Wan, his emotions swirling in a complex tapestry. Gu Jin curled his lips in disdain, thinking that his departure would surely bring joy to Wen Wan. In this household, only Wen Wan accepted the red envelope, prompting the middle-aged woman to redden her eyes and shed a few tears, lamenting, "It is all our fault. We took the young Gu Jin to the countryside for a little adventure, only to have him abducted by human traffickers. We searched for him for over a decade without success. Upon finishing her words, both parents embraced Gu Zhen, their sobs intertwining. Gu Zhen found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain how to process this revelation. In his heart, he had already accepted Gu Jingshan as his father and Wen Wan as his mother, envisioning a lifetime spent with them, intending to repay his grandparents and parents for their kindness. Yet, at this moment, his biological parents suddenly emerged, revealing that he had not been abandoned, but rather taken by force. Although Gu Zhen typically preferred gaming over academics, his heart remained kind. Witnessing this scene, Madame Gu sighed deeply, fully aware that no feast lasts forever. When she first saw Gu Jingshan adopt Gu Zhen, she foresaw this day would come, though she had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Madame Gu retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to the middle-aged couple. They accepted it with a grateful thank you, intending to bow before the Gu family and Wen Wan to express their gratitude for raising Gu Zhen over the years. And they promised to compensate for the expenses incurred during his upbringing. Meanwhile, Wen Wan had settled on the sofa, engrossed in the unfolding narrative surrounding Gu Zhen. Lord Gu and Madame Gu exchanged astonished glances with Wen Wan. Gu Jingshan pressed his lips tightly together. Gu Zhen stood in shock, fervently shaking his head in disbelief. Wen Wan continued to observe the storyline. Gu Zhen's biological parents are well off, running a successful company abroad, and they have even settled overseas. But why have the Gu family been unable to reach Gu Zhen? Has he forgotten us after discovering his biological parents? Gu Zhen's face paled, and he thought, how could that possibly be? Lord Gu and Madame Gu felt a chill in their hearts, yet they believed their grandson was not the type to be ungrateful. Gu Jingshan focused his gaze on the tear-streaked faces of the couple, retrieving the genetic testing report that the hospital had just provided him. The report confirmed that Gu Zhen was indeed their biological son. Wen Wan found it puzzling. Though Gu Zhen struggles academically, scoring merely 6 in mathematics, 8 in language, and 0 in English, he would never act in a way that would lead the family that raised him for over a decade to be unrecognized. Gu Zhen,